Dragon Slayer Aiden Ambriel, a majestic and powerful hero. He once turned the battlefield into a sea of blood and was also the savior who rescued the world from the Demon King. However, at the moment the Demon King perished, he was also struck by a curse. The one who eradicates evil will eventually become a sinner. This was a legend circulated within the royal family, known to everyone except Aiden. The Demon King could never be completely destroyed. Whoever killed the Demon King would become the new Demon King. That was why everyone pushed all the responsibility onto Aiden. In the end, he died from the betrayal of those he once considered friends, comrades in arms, and allies. Those cruel, venomous snakes pushed Aiden to his death, treating him as a scapegoat. Everything was a lie. Now, Aiden was trapped between the boundary of life and death, with nothing but a dark abyss, endless vortexes, and a deeply engraved hatred. He swore to definitely destroy them. It seemed the heavens also felt his innermost feelings. When Aiden opened his eyes, he found himself reincarnated 15 years into the past, possessing the body of the young master of the Remus family. Having just returned from the gates of hell, he woke up in a bed, surrounded by a group of strangers, continuously calling him son and young master. This made it temporarily impossible for Aiden to digest this amount of information, completely failing to understand the current situation. Aiden Remus's mother, seeing her son in a coma for 2 days, thought he had lost his memory and rushed to hug him heartbreakingly. Suddenly, Aiden felt a splitting headache, and unfamiliar memories continuously flooded his mind. They were the memories of Aiden Remus from childhood to adulthood. Now, Aiden had finally finished updating the data and understood the reality. In the void, the boundaries between worlds had been ignored by his comrades. He was very certain that he had died before becoming the Demon King, having been forced to commit suicide. Thinking of this, the flame of anger in Aiden's heart ignited again. Returning with a new identity, Aiden swore to find them and slaughter them one by one. The killing intent he unintentionally revealed made the people around him feel terrified. As for the owner of this body, Aiden Remus, he was no saint either. Stubborn, arrogant, insolent, and perverted, lacking nothing. After dying tragically in his past life, the heavens let him reincarnate into a bastard. The reason he was in a coma was due to a cold. Getting drunk and causing trouble in the rain resulted in him being bedridden for 2 days. Fortunately, he was the son of a duke, or else he would have been kicked into some corner long ago. After washing up, he stood before the mirror and examined everything. Aiden felt this was too bizarre, even doubting whether his past life was just a dream. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, wanting to test his current strength. Aiden called out to the system, and a control panel displaying basic information opened. But currently, it was unclear if this was the information of Remus or Ambriel. The title displayed on the panel was Mercenary King. The weapon was the mage's scythe, and the identity was the enemy of Talos. None of these could be used at present. The power system was acquired by devouring the heart of the frantic, while Aiden's title was supposed to be Dragon Slayer. Aiden finally accepted that this was not a dream. Although his true name was lost, it didn't matter. If heaven had granted a new opportunity, he must seize it. He had to find those betrayers and tear them to pieces. Just as he was burning with the spirit of revenge, the servant Philip walked in carrying tea. Seeing Aiden's terrifying expression and faintly hearing the words tear to pieces, Philip was so frightened that his face turned pale and his hands trembled, thinking the young master was talking about him. Next, Aiden smiled saintly, took the teacup, and said thank you, which nearly scared Philip out of his wits. Considering Aiden Remus's previous personality, these 2 simple words of thanks carried countless layers of meaning to Philip, each feeling like the 19th level of hell, boding no good. Looking at the young master in front of him, Philip was stunned, his face gloomy. Who knows what the servants in this house had to go through in the past, just bringing water and being thanked, yet acting as if the apocalypse was coming. Since he had returned 15 years into the past, Aiden was very curious about what his past self was doing right now. Did he exist in this space and time, but separate from his current body? If following the exact trajectory of his past life, then at this moment, Aiden Ambriel should have already established his own sect and no longer needed the former mercenary king and master, Vancan. Aiden wanted to find out the current situation, so he called Philip for help. For Philip, this was no different from receiving a death sentence. The former Master Remus had never called his name so politely. In Philip's eyes, Aiden's inquiry was like the king of hell conducting an interrogation. Aiden asked if he knew of the mercenary king's disciple, because in the past, Ambriel was very famous as Vankin's disciple. Philip replied that the mercenary king had recently gone missing, but he had never heard of him having a disciple. Aiden was deeply shocked to hear this. If he didn't become Vankin's disciple, then where was the real Aiden Ambriel right now, and what was he doing? In the few days after reincarnating, Aiden recalled his first encounter with Vankan in his past life. It was in a slum. He was walking on the street when he happened to meet him. At that time, he was still just a street urchin surviving day by stealing. Fortunately, that day, he managed to steal the wallet of the renowned mercenary king. He thought he had struck it rich, but a few seconds later, he was discovered and caught by Vankan. The muscular physique and killing intent radiating from Vankan made Aiden, who was still a child at the time, terrified to the point of getting goosebumps. He thought that this time, if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive, not expecting this death-seeking act to come with a reward. Vankan discovered that Aiden had an extraordinary bone structure and was extremely intrigued. Before Aiden could react, Vankin decided to take him as a disciple. From then on, aside from the title of the luckiest thief of the year, Aiden also inherited his master's reputation and outstanding strength, becoming the famous disciple of the mercenary king. Later, he killed the berserk dragon and was hailed as the Dragon Slayer King. But that was a matter of his past life. In this life, Aiden reincarnated into the body of the son of Count Remus. The disciple of the mercenary king seemed entirely non-existent. A few days after reincarnation, although young Master Remus had become more positive, he made his family feel unfamiliar and fearful. He no longer recklessly raised his hands against others, but instead said thank you amicably, which sent chills down the servants' spines, making them think this was an after-effect of a severe illness that caused a drastic change in his temperament. In reality, the current Remus was not the original owner, but the reincarnated Aiden, living this life of being waited on hand and foot with fine clothes and exquisite food, made Aiden feel incredibly bored. Food was brought to his mouth, clothes were dressed for him. He didn't need to do anything. In his free time, he searched for information about Aiden Ambriel, but that name truly did not exist. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment in his heart. If Ambriel did not exist, wouldn't the betrayal and the hatred towards those people vanish with the wind? Just as he was melancholically killing time, the scene before him caught his attention. The knights were sparring with each other. There were many knights in the duchy, and training sessions like this took place frequently. While Aiden was engrossed in watching, Remus's younger brother, Kars Remus, stepped forward to provoke him. Unlike his older brother, Kars was very hardworking and had become a knight. Although he was the second son, he had even secured the inheritance rights. The only problem was that he deeply despised and was disrespectful to his older brother. Perhaps seeing his brother drunk all day and loafing around bred his contempt, making him feel superior to his brother. Aiden said he was just sitting there enjoying the breeze. Kars was extremely annoyed upon hearing this and retorted that a knight's training session was nothing worth watching, while provoking that if Aiden had too much free time, he should come down and join the sparring. Hearing this, Aiden also found it reasonable. After all, since the incident happened, he had not yet held a sword. Under Kars's astonished gaze, Aiden accepted the challenge. On the training ground, before the sparring began, both sides had to salute each other. This time, Aiden's opponent was the apprentice knight of the Remus Knight Order, Bazan. The people outside the field were all worried for Bazan because he was inexplicably dragged into sparring with the eldest young Master Remus. They speculated that Bazan might intentionally lose to avoid trouble. Bazan was indeed very nervous. In terms of strength, he far surpassed the real Remus. Having to lose naturally to someone so weak he couldn't even tie up a chicken, someone who couldn't even beat the neighbor's dog, was even harder than solving a university entrance exam math problem. But he didn't know that the opponent before him was actually the disciple of the mercenary king. Seeing Bazan's nervous and trembling appearance, Aiden saw through everything. Therefore, before the fight began, Aiden used psychological tactics to provoke Bazan, forcing him to give it his all, while threatening that if he intentionally lost to such a weakling, he would be kicked out of the squad. Kars, standing outside the field, felt his brother was crazy. He couldn't even hold a sword steadily, yet demanded a serious duel with the guard. The battle began, and Bazan was the first to launch a powerful attack. Aiden hadn't even finished warming up and felt a stinging pain as the sword aura grazed past. This body was much weaker than he had imagined. But this did not make him falter. On the contrary, it made him even more excited. Bazan continued to attack decisively and fiercely. The spectators outside the field saw Bazan going all out and sweated bullets for him. But they noticed that Aiden had not counterattacked from beginning to end, only defending against Bazan's attacks. Bazan started to feel exhausted, but still hadn't taken Aiden down. The opponent clearly looked like a rookie, yet none of his sword thrusts had landed a hit. Next, it was Aiden's turn to counterattack. The feeling of swinging a sword made him feel incredibly refreshed, his hot blood boiling. This was a thrill he hadn't experienced in a long time. Aiden gradually overwhelmed Bazan. These terrifying and powerful attacks left Bazan both astonished and terrified, unable to react in time. The knights outside the field were also so surprised that their jaws dropped. Kars almost couldn't believe his eyes. His hooligan brother standing before him couldn't even beat the neighbor's dog, yet now he was gaining the upper hand in the sparring session. Bazan was completely suppressed. He could clearly feel that the opponent's swordsmanship had completely changed, as if it had been suppressed for a very long time. He didn't know where this swordsmanship was learned, but currently, just defending against the attacks was exhausting him. Although he was in a weak body without muscles and had been neglected for a long time, Aiden's true strength remained completely unchanged. Regardless of what state he was in, he was still the Dragon Slayer King Aiden Ambriel, who had once defeated the Berserk Dragon. Aiden continued to execute his peerless swordsmanship, and finally, Bazan fell under Aiden's flawless sword point. This victory shocked the entire squad. The hooligan young master in their eyes had actually defeated a guard. Even Kars felt this matter was truly unreasonable. Aiden thanked his younger brother for giving him a refreshing training session. Kars looked displeased, reluctantly congratulating him, but deep down he couldn't accept this reality. Aiden happily waved his hand and left the training ground, not forgetting to promise he would visit frequently in the future, hoping to continue sparring with everyone. Watching Aiden's departing back, the crowd began to doubt their own lives, not daring to believe the person just now was the previous bastard young master. That evening at the mansion, Aiden felt his entire body aching. This body was so weak that it couldn't even endure a simple sparring match. But he felt very happy because he had vented his pent-up anger. Aiden felt this was a godsend opportunity for revenge. However, those betrayers were all formidable figures. It could even be said that each of them was on par with an army, which was absolutely no exaggeration. In addition, these guys were all prominent figures with extremely high status, making them incredibly troublesome to deal with. There were 4 betrayers in total. The first was the Night King and heir of Grand Duke Sias, Sabita. The second was the Butcher of the Iron Blood Church, Spica. Next was Grand Mage Sora, and the last one was the second in command of the Eternal Empire, as well as the Great Alchemist Kansas. With his current situation, Aiden couldn't defeat any of them. If he had to fight, he would have to take on all 4 alone. To exact revenge, a thorough and careful plan was needed. First, Aiden had to eliminate them before the 4 of them formed an alliance. Once they joined hands, this kingdom would experience the most difficult period in its history. Aiden had to accomplish this within the next 5 years, which was before the Anti-Dark Mage Alliance was formed. And the first step to executing his revenge plan was for Aiden to process and recover this useless body. In this state, he couldn't even defeat an ordinary goblin, let alone those terrifying figures. Regarding this issue, Aiden had thought of a countermeasure. Early the next morning, he handed Philip a list of things to buy. Philip held the piece of paper and read it, his face twisting and his limbs trembling incessantly. He suspected whether his eccentric young master was plotting something to order him to buy nothing but bizarre and expensive items. There was high-quality holy water, grass grown on cow dung, health flowers, despair flowers, and delirium flowers, all of which were poisonous plants. Aiden scratched his head helplessly. Now, if he explained the reason why these materials were needed, they would still be suspicious. He might as well use the traditional method that Remus used to employ. Aiden gently placed his hand on Philip's shoulder, flashing a friendly smile, and with warm eyes said, "Knowing the use of these things is very dangerous. Can you accept it? If I tell you what they are used for, you'll have to play with me." Hearing these intimate words, Philip was so frightened that his soul almost left his body, his face turning pale and bloodless, and he immediately took to his heels to buy the items for the young master. Aiden sighed, shedding the disguise of a villain. To get revenge, he had to utilize all resources, even things he had never done before. As the son of a wealthy duke, the situation would be entirely different. In his past life, when he was a sword master, Aiden had surpassed the limits of mortals. Therefore, in this life, although the method he intended to use was somewhat bizarre, he could quickly reach that level again. For the next month and a half, Aiden trained extremely rigorously. The method he used was called Break and Restore. Its special feature was that Aiden pushed his body to the limit through training and then used magic potions to recover. Normally, such a magic potion was very expensive, equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. But as the son of a wealthy duke, he didn't mind it at all. In addition, Aiden also prepared a secret weapon for himself to be used as a precaution when necessary. He asked Philip about the progress of preparing the previously requested items. Philip said they had just been brought to Aiden's room. He really wanted to ask what Aiden intended to use those strange materials for, but recalling the young master's previous caring words, he immediately extinguished his curiosity. Aiden returned to his room to check the purchased items, and everything was fully there. He hesitated, confusedly picking up a flower, not expecting that he himself would have to go down this path. Previously, Sora and Kansas among the four betrayers once proposed a hypothesis. When poison destroys the internal organs, the body will seek every way to survive, thereby unlocking all hidden talents. Aiden intended to eat these poisonous flowers to enhance his own strength. However, just a tiny poisonous flower would be enough to send him to meet his ancestors. But fortunately, he had high-quality holy water in his hands, plus his experience of overcoming life and death in his past life. Aiden mustered his courage, decisively stuffed the flower into his mouth, and bit down. Very quickly, the poisonous flower took effect. Aiden rapidly drank the entire bottle of holy water, then fell to the ground trembling. This process was even more painful than he imagined, and what was more agonizing was that Aiden had to do this hundreds of times. Despite the pain, the reward received was entirely worth it. The flow of magic power in his body indeed circulated more smoothly, exactly as those people in his past life had predicted. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Having fun, Dragon Slayer King?" Upon hearing this, Aiden's face turned gloomy. He recognized this voice and immediately stood up, calling out loudly to search, but saw nothing. Aiden's body suddenly trembled. No matter how hard he tried, he would never forget this voice. Philip outside heard the shout and hurriedly rushed in to check the situation. Aiden said nothing, stood silently for a moment, and then coldly ordered Philip to get out immediately. Philip was still a bit hesitant, but seeing Aiden's terrifying expression and murder-filled eyes, he was frightened and hurriedly ran away. Returning to Aiden, he was certain that the voice just now was absolutely real, not a hallucination. Even if he reincarnated 1,000 times, Aiden would absolutely not forget it. That was the voice of the Lord of Hell. He didn't know why he was here, even knowing Aiden's real name and true identity, although he was currently in this appearance. That voice sounded again. "I caught you, Dragon Slayer King Aiden Ambriel." Aiden indignantly shouted, asking why he was here, because in his past life, he had seen him die right before his eyes with his own eyes. The Lord of Hell replied with a joking tone, saying he couldn't let Aiden see him because he didn't have a body. Aiden sighed, wondering how this Lord of Hell could still speak after losing his body. He explained that in his past life, in the final moments of his life, Aiden died while transforming into the Lord of Hell. Aiden clenched his fists, still not understanding his meaning. If so, could the current Aiden be the Lord of Hell himself? This way of speaking was half right and half wrong. When the Lord of Hell died, he transferred his soul into Aiden's body. More accurately, he originally intended to seize Aiden's body and resurrect himself. But nothing in the world is that easy. In a twist of fate, Aiden committed suicide, ruining his plan. In short, it could be roughly understood that the soul of the Lord of Hell currently still existed inside Aiden's body, similar to a symbiotic state. After understanding, Aiden immediately started picking fights to tease him. He thought to himself if there was any way to destroy that soul, maybe pouring holy water on it or perishing together would work. The Lord of Hell immediately panicked upon hearing this, hastily explaining that his present self was different from before. As for how he was different, the author hadn't mentioned it yet. But no matter what, in Aiden's eyes, the Lord of Hell was still an entity that worshipped madness and chaos. The Lord of Hell immediately justified that the madness and chaos did not originate from himself, but were related to the Demon King, and that connection was severed when Aiden was trapped in the void between life and death. Therefore, The current Lord of Hell seemed much calmer and more gentle compared to the one Aiden knew before, who was truly a madman with whom even normal conversations were impossible. As for the Demon King, this was the first time Aiden had heard of this. The Lord of Hell said the Demon King was also called the Primordial Devil, a profoundly evil entity down to its bones, whom even gods had to stay away from. Previously, the Lord of Hell was like a puppet, being cursed by the Demon King. He was forced to carry out his will. Aiden suspected was going back 15 years in time and reincarnating into Aiden Remus's body, also part of the Lord of Hell's plan. He didn't deny it. In fact, the Lord of Hell used dragon magic to reverse time when entering Aiden's body. Dragons are entities created to act as representatives of the gods. They can intervene in the laws of the world. Thus, it was not difficult for him to use Aiden's dragon magic. But Aiden didn't understand why the Lord of Hell didn't use it to escape the void, but instead went through so much trouble to return to the past. The Lord of Hell explained that the reason was because the author ran out of ideas, so he didn't know why yet. Suddenly, the Lord of Hell complained he was too tired and went to sleep. A month had passed since that day. The Lord of Hell frequently chatted with Aiden. Although having an extra entity in his body wasn't comfortable at all, Aiden still felt a bit comforted because there was someone who remembered his past. Because he was too lost in thought and swung his sword practicing too hard, Aiden accidentally chopped his wooden dummy in half. Such training was indeed very beneficial to him. But if this continued, there wouldn't be enough wooden dummies for him to practice on anymore. Suddenly, he noticed the squad of knights drilling before his eyes, and a sly gleam began to appear on Aiden's face. He would treat those knights as his new wooden dummies. This time, those knights were in for some huge bad luck. Seeing this, the Lord of Hell mumbled dissatisfiedly, saying that Aiden looked more like a villain than an actual villain. Aiden recalled when he used poison to train, he realized the divine power in the holy water could make that guy feel pain because he was the root of evil. Therefore, whenever he was nagged, Aiden would take out the bottle of holy water to threaten the Lord of Hell, making him just shut up and endure. Suddenly, someone among the knights caught Aiden's attention. He felt that person looked very familiar, but couldn't remember where they had met. Right at this moment, the commander called out that person's name and criticized his competence. At this moment, Aiden suddenly remembered he was the free knight named Lao. Because his appearance looked slightly different from his past life, Aiden didn't recognize him immediately. In the past, when he was a mercenary, Lao used to impersonate a knight, which was why he got the nickname Free Knight. Although Lao's personality sometimes made Aiden feel a bit annoyed, he owed Lao countless favors. There weren't many S-rank mercenaries in this world, including Aiden. There were only a few people. But in his past life, this guy Lao sacrificed himself while going with him to slay a dragon. He originally thought the two could only meet again in hell later, but unexpectedly they could meet here. Now, Aiden truly felt that he had returned to the past. He walked toward the training ground and called Lao's name. Suddenly caught by the young master's attention, Lao appeared quite bewildered. Seeing Lao speaking to the master somewhat casually and disrespectfully, Aiden immediately switched to friendly mode to teach him a lesson. Lao was so frightened he nearly peed his pants, immediately bowing respectfully to greet him. Outwardly polite, but inwardly filled with dissatisfaction and grievance. Suddenly being targeted by this hooligan young master made Lao fundamentally unable to concentrate on his training. Aiden seemed to see through his thoughts, continuing to use that friendly face and warm gaze to tease Lao, scaring him to the point of tears welling up, even wanting to resign as a knight. Watching Lao's flustered and extremely panic-stricken appearance, Aiden found it very interesting. Sure enough, villains usually lived leisurely. That was not all. Aiden continued to place his hand on Lao's shoulder, gently comforting him, and then made an appointment to meet him at his training ground tonight. Lao thought this hooligan young master wanted to play some trick to tease him again, originally intending to firmly refuse. But before he could open his mouth, Aiden suddenly approached and whispered something in his ear. Hearing this, Lao was stunned for a few seconds, not daring to believe the words he had just heard. He asked Aiden why he knew about that. Aiden didn't answer, turning around and walking straight away. In his head, he had already outlined many plans. For Aiden, meeting Lao was destiny. Since Lao had saved him countless times, Aiden decided to give Lao a small gift. As night fell, Aiden sat waiting for Lao in the training ground under the bright moonlight and cool breeze. Although Lao had used movement magic with more than a lifetime's experience, Aiden easily noticed that Lao had arrived. As soon as he saw Aiden, Lao's whole body trembled, and with tears streaming down, he asked, "Can you really cure my arm?" In his past life, Lao was nicknamed the One-Armed Lightning because, in a battle to save Aiden, he sacrificed his right arm. That was Lao's only unfulfilled wish. It was to live like an ordinary soldier, having a healthy arm. This was also the final debt Aiden owed him. In this reunion, he would completely pay off that debt. Lao clutched his prosthetic arm, tearfully pressing to ask if Aiden could really cure his arm. He had never revealed this secret to anyone before, yet Aiden knew it like the back of his hand, even knowing that arm was in a state of paralysis. Aiden explained that Lao's arm suffered from magic circuit severance syndrome, which was the general term for defects in magic circuits, and was also the cause of his arm being paralyzed for a long time. Lao was deeply shocked upon hearing this, because the most important thing was that up until now, this disease was still considered incurable. But for Aiden, this was not difficult. Based on his experience of living two lives, Aiden knew this disease was not completely incurable. It was just that people hadn't found the way yet. About 15 years later, the treatment method would be developed. Aiden told Lao that he knew how to cure it and was willing to cure his arm, naturally not for free, but requiring a pledge. Aiden handed Lao a piece of paper. After reading it, Lao was so shocked that his brain almost stalled. This pledge included two conditions. First, Lao had to spar with Aiden Remus every day. Second, Lao had to swear to obey any order from Aiden, said to be a pledge, but in essence, it was more like a disguised slave contract. Though he hesitated, there was no other choice right now. Lao had to seize even the slimmest chance. He let out a sigh and reluctantly agreed. Seeing Lao's conflicted, troubled expression, Aiden looked excited in a way that was almost frightening. He truly had never imagined that one day Lao would become his servant. Gaining an aide like Lao could be considered an extra reward on top of curing his arm. At this moment, Aiden really did look a little crafty. A few days later, in a small town in Maryland, Aiden led Lao into a shabby, decaying alley lined with beggars. Lao looked around and suspiciously asked Aiden if he was really sure they could find a cure in a place like this. Their carriage stopped in front of a narrow alley, and Aiden got down first, signaling for Lao to follow quickly. He brought Lao to an old, ramshackle house that looked as if it could collapse at any moment. At the sight of it, Lao's doubts only deepened. He simply could not believe a place like this could cure the paralysis caused by mana vein severance syndrome. A sign hung on the door that read, "Apothecary. Only ordinary medicine sold here. No opium. Addicts, please go elsewhere." Lao was utterly speechless when he saw the sign. Only Aiden knew that in his previous life, Lao had once come here seeking treatment. Though it had failed back then, someone here should now be researching a treatment for mana vein severance syndrome. Aiden pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lao glanced around the shop for a while, but saw no one, so the owner was probably out. A huge painting hanging on the wall caught his attention. He did not understand its meaning, but it looked incredibly mysterious. Aiden explained that it was the Philosopher's Stone, something mages and alchemists were deeply superstitious about. The red stone in the painting was an object that did not truly exist, said to interfere with the domain of the gods, and even bring the dead back to life. It sounded absurd, but to someone like Aiden, who had personally experienced reincarnation, it was strangely convincing. Suddenly, a voice came from behind a door. "That's not a story, just anyone knows. It seems you're quite knowledgeable." Aiden modestly said that he traveled often, so he had picked up a wide range of knowledge, though in truth he only knew because Kansas and Sora used to mention it often in his previous life. Aiden then told Lao to wait outside for a moment. After hearing the door close, Aiden got straight to the point. The person before him was Cassie, a female beastfolk alchemist. He bluntly said that his knight had mana vein severance syndrome and asked for her help because he knew she was also interested in this illness. When Cassie stepped out and lowered her hood, she had not expected today's unusual guest to know so much. Not only that, Aiden also knew that Cassie, like Lao, suffered from the same syndrome, except her condition was worsening by the day. The pipe in Cassie's hand was meant to keep her illness from getting worse. Lao's condition was limited to his arm, but Cassie's had spread and was affecting even her internal organs, leaving her body extremely frail. Cassie let out a soft sigh, not expecting anyone to understand her so well. Just as Aiden had said, she had been researching a cure, but without success. So even if she wanted to help, she could not currently heal Lau's arm. Aiden promised that if Cassie devoted herself to the treatment, he would provide protection and research support for her within his territory. He placed a sheet of paper on the table for her to read. When Cassie picked it up and clearly saw what was written on it, she could hardly believe her eyes. It contained a treatment method for Manhwa vein severance syndrome. In his previous life, Cassie had repeated this method in front of Aiden so many times that he had memorized it by heart. Though the notes were not perfect, that was exactly why he had come to her. Aiden needed someone who could immediately grasp it even with incomplete information. Cassie's hand trembled slightly as she held the paper. Silently, she accepted the proposal and told Aiden to give her about half a month to complete it. She had never imagined such a method existed. This time, Aiden truly had done her a great favor. But the medicinal ingredients required for this treatment were extremely hard to find. Aiden proposed a trade. In exchange, he wanted the ring on Cassie's hand. Hearing that, Cassie initially thought Aiden had some dark ulterior motive, but Aiden truly knew the ring's real value, and it was also very important to Cassie. It was the agility ring, the second reason Aiden had come here. This ring was an ancient relic. It could triple physical speed for 10 seconds and could be used up to 3 times a day, making it incredibly useful for ambushes, escapes, and combat. In his previous life, Lau had once received it as a keepsake, and with its help, even with only one functional arm, he had still become an S-rank mercenary. For someone physically limited like Cassie, such a relic was her only means of self-defense. Aiden assured her that he would protect her at all costs, and that if she came to the ducal estate, she would no longer have to worry about those dangers. Cassie seemed very interested in the offer. As long as she could continue her research, everything else was fine. Her only concern was that if Aiden brought a female beast folk back to the ducal estate, it would surely invite gossip. But Aiden did not care. Aiden Remus already had a terrible reputation anyway, so a little more trouble made no difference. In a way, having a reputation that bad was sometimes quite convenient. Cassie smiled, finding the young man very interesting. She took off the ring and handed it to Aiden. The deal was complete. Not long after, the 3 of them returned to the ducal estate. At first, the Remus estate had felt somewhat unfamiliar, but now Aiden already felt as though it were his home. Just as they were about to enter, Philip came running out in a panic, his face full of anxiety and fear, reporting that an emergency had occurred. Aiden glanced at the panting Philip and asked suspiciously what had happened. Philip gasped and reported, "Young master, Kars has gone missing on Monster Mountain." Hearing that, Aiden's expression immediately turned grim. Philip steadied himself and explained that 2 days ago, there had been a report that someone had gone up the mountain and disappeared. So young Master Kars had led an investigation team to check it out, but they still had not returned. Aiden listened, his face growing darker. Logically speaking, Monster Mountain should only have a few low-level monsters. After a moment of thought, Aiden asked about the search and rescue team. Philip sighed and said they were also preparing to depart as soon as possible. A thought flashed through Aiden's mind. If Kars went missing for good, then he would have to replace him as heir to the Duke's title, and that would ruin all his plans for revenge. So he absolutely had to rescue that brat. Thinking of this, Aiden pointed behind him and said, "Philip, I'm joining the search team. Take Cassie to her room first." Philip was so shocked he could not say a word. Aiden paid no attention to his reaction and turned to Cassie. "I have something I need your help with." She frowned in confusion and asked what it was. A little later, in the castle courtyard, Count Remus hesitated after hearing Aiden's request. Frowning, he asked suspiciously, "You want to join the search party?" Aiden nodded without hesitation. "Yes, father." "No." Count Remus refused decisively. Aiden protested angrily. "Why not?" The count said in a heavy voice, "Kars and dozens of knights have all vanished mysteriously. This is absolutely not a simple disappearance. I cannot let you go somewhere that dangerous." Aiden knew that ordinary reasoning would not work, so he immediately put his acting skills to use. With a trembling face, he said, "But Kars is my little brother. If something happens to him..." Seeing that expression, the count became flustered. This performance was worthy of an Oscar. In truth, Aiden was only worried about his own plans. Kars saw right through him and could not help mocking him. "You really are despicable, Dragon Slayer." Aiden cursed inwardly in annoyance. Just then, the Count rushed over and hugged him tightly, moved as he said, "I never expected you to care so much about your brother. Fine, you may go, but you must be careful." Aiden nodded. The Count glanced at the man behind him and reminded him, "Spin, I'm entrusting Aiden's protection to you." Spin nodded at once. "I will do my utmost." But in his heart, he only saw Aiden as a burden. Not long after, on Monster Mountain, Spin led the group of knights into the area. Looking at the surroundings, Spin could not help saying, "It's just as we suspected." It seems they were attacked. Scattered at their feet were discarded weapons, and patches of blood stained the ground. The trail vanished there. At that moment, Aiden picked up a bloodstained blade and said grimly, "This blade is a weapon used by goblins." He also discovered many strange traces nearby. Most likely Kars and the other knights had been defeated by goblins, and somehow those low-intelligence goblins had even known to erase the trail. There was only one explanation for that: a goblin king. They possessed intelligence and strength far beyond ordinary goblins. If it was one of them, everything made sense. Thinking this, Aiden glanced at Spin and said, "Looks like there's a hobgoblin here." Hearing that, Spin's expression immediately grew solemn. "Really? Even for me, they're troublesome opponents. We should prepare more thoroughly and come back later." But Aiden shook his head and said in a low voice, "Time is what matters most right now. If we delay even a minute, they could be killed and eaten. Bring me a hound." Spin was still worried about safety and hesitated as he said, "We did bring hunting dogs, but even the scent seems to have been wiped clean. We should think of another way." Aiden could not be bothered listening to nonsense and coldly snapped, "Shut up and bring me the hound." Spin was taken aback, but in the end, he still handed the dog over to Aiden. Looking at the hound in front of him, Aiden smiled mysteriously. Then he pulled a bottle of magic potion from his chest and, without hesitation, poured the whole thing into the dog's mouth. That smile made him look exactly like some crazed researcher. "Good boy." Watching this from the side, Spin internally cursed, having no idea what kind of devilish thing this man had done to the hound. Not long after, the dog's nose suddenly picked up a scent. It stared into the distance and barked loudly. Spin asked in confusion what had happened. Aiden slowly explained that it was a smell-enhancing magic potion. Before leaving, he had asked Cassie for a bottle. In his previous life, this stuff had been extremely useful in search and rescue missions. After that, Aiden signaled everyone to follow the hound. After traveling for quite a while, they stopped in front of a forest. From above, they could see a village there, but not one inhabited by humans. It was a goblin village. They also saw Kars and the other knights locked in iron cages. Fortunately, they were still alive. Aiden remained silent for a long moment before finally letting out a relieved breath. "Looks like we're not too late." But just then, Spin noticed something was wrong. He whispered gravely, "This is strange." Aiden felt the same way. There were actually 3 hobgoblins. How could 3 leaders appear in the same village at once? Spin sensed that the situation was bad and quickly warned, "This is more serious than I thought. Everyone, prepare to give it everything you've got. Our opponents are goblins. Even for intermediate knights, they're troublesome enemies." Then he turned to Aiden and said, "Young master, while we fight, please rescue the hostages and lead them out." Aiden gave a slight nod. "I'll do that." But inwardly he was still thinking, why were there 3 leaders here? Still, with so many men on their side, they probably would not need him to intervene. The group concealed themselves in the darkness. A moment later, Spin drew his long sword and ordered, "Search party, advance. Rescue young Master Kars." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of knights charged forward. Hearing the commotion, the goblins immediately went on alert. The knights of House Remus attacked in fury, and the 2 sides quickly plunged into a fierce battle. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the imprisoned knights were overjoyed. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden went over and pried the lock open with a small knife. Looking at them, he asked, "Is everyone all right?" When they saw Aiden, everyone was somewhat stunned, Kars included. His face was filled with shock. Aiden paid no attention to their reactions and quickly untied them before ordering, "Knights, support me. Civilians, run at once." He felt that now was the perfect chance to slip away. Instead, Kars shouted in panic, "Brother Aiden, be careful. There's a monster." Aiden could not help being startled. "A monster?" Kars did not answer. With terror written all over his face, he pointed behind Aiden and shouted, "Behind you." Aiden was puzzled, and then a gigantic monster appeared behind him. With a thunderous crash, its fist smashed the ground to pieces. Fortunately, Aiden dodged in time, but his expression became grave. It seemed he had overlooked something. The reason there were 3 goblin leaders was because an even higher-ranked creature existed here. The worst humanoid monster of all, a troll. Aiden immediately shouted, "Kars, take the villagers and run first." Of course, Kars did not want to leave and said in panic, "That's a troll. You'll die. Yet Aiden remained firm. I know it's a troll, but I won't die. I'm your older brother. Though the younger Kars was dissatisfied inwardly and thought, so what? You're still just a thug. Aiden's bold words hid the fact that he was not fully confident himself. Even so, he did not retreat. Tightening his grip on his sword, he rushed forward. The troll was not about to back down either, and threw a punch, but it only struck the ground. Aiden moved like lightning and successfully slashed its leg. The monster immediately dropped to one knee, a long wound opening across its leg. But astonishingly, the injury already showed signs of healing on its own. Seeing this, Aiden's expression turned ugly. As expected of a troll, its regenerative power was overwhelming. It could not be defeated by ordinary strength alone. Normally, that would be true, but Aiden still had a trump card. As the vicious troll charged, the knights in the distance were horrified by the sight of that enormous monster and could not understand why it had appeared here. Spin was equally alarmed and shouted urgently, "Young Master Aiden, leave it to me." The goblins were already hard enough to deal with, and this giant was even more dangerous. He only hoped Aiden could hold out a little longer. At that moment, the troll swung its fist at Aiden, but fortunately Aiden was even faster, dodging the attack. At the same time, Aiden was gripping a ring in his hand. It was the self-defense item Cassie had given him, and now was the time to use it. Aiden quickly activated the agility ring. He had 10 seconds to send this troll to hell. Although Aiden had not yet reached that level on his own, with this ring, he could do it. In the next instant, he charged forward with his long sword and carved a huge wound across the troll's arm. Before it could even react, he kept swinging his sword again and again at the monster. Time passed quickly. Only the last 3 seconds remained, and Aiden did not let up for even a moment. Sword light, imbued with mana, danced through the air. The troll endured Aiden's relentless flurry of slashes, roaring in pain without end. In the final second, Aiden's sword became wrapped in an aura of energy, the realm of sword aura. His final killing blow was unleashed in an instant. At the same time, Spin's side had already finished their battle, and he hurriedly shouted, "Go help young Master Aiden." But the moment he did, he saw Aiden leap into the air like a bird in flight, his long sword blazing with energy. He froze on the spot, stiff as stone. Impossible. That sword aura. Even I haven't reached that level yet. Aiden no longer had the strength to care about anyone's reaction. He was exhausted to the extreme, and his body fell from above into the bushes not far away. Aiden trembled uncontrollably and muttered to himself, "Everything hurts." He let out a helpless sigh. He had only used sword aura for 10 seconds, yet his body could no longer move. In the future, he would have to be more careful when using the agility ring. Still, it truly was effective. While Aiden was thinking this, everyone else was anxiously searching for him. The next day, inside Count Remus's castle, Fry stood by the window listening to his subordinate's report. After a long silence, he said in a heavy voice, "I understand. A lot of people were injured, weren't they?" He ordered Spin, "Make sure the families of the dead and wounded receive the highest compensation we can provide." Then, he suddenly hesitated and asked, "But is it really true? Aiden killed the troll." Spin immediately answered, "Yes. The knights and I saw it with our own eyes." Hearing Spin's certainty, Fry could not help sighing. Aiden can not only use sword aura, he even killed a giant. Is this really the son I know? That night, after returning, Aiden began regulating the energy within his body by condensing sword aura onto his blade. He could feel the capacity of his energy increasing, but Aiden clearly understood that he was still weak. If he wanted to crush those bastards, he had to become even stronger. At that thought, Aiden's eyes filled with killing intent and determination. Just then, a teasing voice rang out. "I like that look." Aiden jumped in surprise, shouting in shock, "What the hell? Where did you come from?" Before he could finish, the voice cut him off. "So you noticed? That's right. It's me, the Lord of Hell." Aiden looked up, only to see a tiny dragon with none of the dignity one would expect from the Lord of Hell. He could not help bursting into laughter, making the other party shout angrily, "Don't laugh." Aiden nearly laughed himself to death, opening his mouth wide as he mocked. "What is with that form of yours?" Aiden's laughter drove the Lord of Hell mad with rage, and he kept shouting, "It's all your fault. It's because you're too weak." Aiden laughed for a while before finally stopping, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes as he asked in confusion, "But how can you appear like this? The Lord of Hell puffed out his cheeks and said, "Only you can see me. You and I are one. As you grow stronger, I can appear more clearly as well." Hearing that, Aiden sounded a little dissatisfied. "So from now on, I'll have to keep seeing you? I don't like that." The Lord of Hell angrily snapped, "Hey, that's no way to speak to your life-saving benefactor." Aiden shrugged indifferently and curled his lip. "Then explain it." "The Lord of Hell is a curse cast down by the Demon King. And because your connection to the Demon King was severed, you gained freedom, right? So what's your real name?" At this, the Lord of Hell's tone grew somewhat sorrowful. "My name was lost long ago. Now I simply exist." Aiden thought for a moment and then said, "Then from now on, your name will be Curse." The other frowned. "Curse?" Aiden nodded casually. "Because you're the curse that descended upon me. So you are Curse." The Lord of Hell rejected it at once. "Doesn't that sound ridiculously stupid?" The Dragon Slayer Aiden curled his lip and mocked him. "Be quiet, cursed creature. Or rather, curse." In the end, the Lord of Hell could not win against Aiden's stubbornness and could only sigh helplessly and accept it. After teasing him a bit longer, Aiden finally settled on the name Curse. After that noisy episode, Aiden spent a peaceful week. At this moment, he was on his way to Cassie's workshop. After receiving permission, he politely knocked and stepped inside, asking curiously, "Cassie, is the treatment progressing smoothly?" Cassie did not answer directly and instead teased him. "Thank the heavens, my Lord of Giants has arrived." Aiden was somewhat displeased to hear that nickname. They called him a Lord of Giants because he had killed that troll, but it made him sound like a troll himself, and he did not like it one bit. Aiden had no choice but to change the subject and ask, "Where's Lao?" Cassie pointed inward. "That lovely knight is over there." Hearing that, Aiden walked in to take a look, and as soon as he entered, he saw Lao sitting in a corner like a stone statue. The next moment, this stone statue turned its head toward Aiden and started crying nonstop. With tears streaming down his face, he said, "My arm can move again. It's completely back to normal." As soon as he finished speaking, Lao dropped to his knees respectfully and said, "Thank you, young master, for discovering my condition and curing me. I may be insignificant, but I am willing to devote my life in loyalty to you." Hearing this, Aiden was inwardly overjoyed. That was right. From now on, Lao was his subordinate. Thinking this, he smiled and said, "I gladly accept your oath." Then Aiden looked at Cassie and asked, "You still haven't started your own treatment?" Cassie gave a small nod. "My mana vein severance syndrome is a bit unusual, so it needs more study. It'll probably take about another month." Aiden nodded. "All right, you've done very well." Cassie smiled lightly and said calmly, "No, it's all thanks to the method you taught me, my Lord of Giants." Lao nearly burst out laughing when he heard that, but forced himself to hold it in. Aiden naturally caught the sound and, embarrassed and in anger, snapped at Lao, "If you're completely recovered, then get out here. We have work to do." Lao immediately nodded. "Understood. My lord, please give your orders." A little later, at the knight's training yard, Lao was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth and muttering, "My first assignment is manual labor? Good heavens." But now, no matter how much he lamented, no one would hear him. He was alone in the training yard. Several hours later, a merchant arrived from afar and greeted them warmly. "Greetings, young master." Aiden gave a slight nod, while Lao looked like a lifeless corpse and kept vomiting at the side. Aiden could not be bothered with him and brought out the troll's corpse. Babon's eyes lit up immediately. "So this is the giant troll you caught. Judging by its quality, it should sell for a very good price. Monsters like this are rare, aren't they?" Aiden handed him a scroll of cloth, saying, "I want to use the money from selling this monster to buy these herbs." "Can you do that?" "Of course. Our merchant group has everything." Babon agreed readily before even taking a proper look. But the moment he glanced at it, he cried out, "Young master, these aren't herbs. They're all poisonous plants." Aiden leaned close to Babon's ear, wearing an evil smile. "If I say they're herbs, then they're herbs." "Understood." Babon's expression changed drastically, and he said with a tremble, Of course. They're definitely herbs." If he dared refuse, who knew what terrifying thing might happen to him? So he could only grit his teeth and agree. Aiden easily finished his business and happily returned to his room. Looking at his smug, villainous face, Curse complained unhappily, "That merchant nature of yours really hasn't changed at all." Just then, Philip suddenly appeared looking for Aiden. Startled, Aiden looked up and asked in confusion, "Philip, what is it?" Philip hurriedly reported, "Count Remus is looking for you." Aiden was a little surprised. What did his father want with him? Carrying that question with him, he set off. Reaching the door to his father's room, Aiden knocked. He pushed the door open and asked in a low voice, "Father, were you looking for me?" But the moment he clearly saw who was sitting in the room, his expression immediately turned ugly. Seeing Aiden, Count Remus said, "Aiden, you're here." The man sitting across from him also quickly smiled and said, "So you're Aiden." The moment he saw that man, Aiden was still shaken. What was he doing here? The man glanced at Aiden and gave a mocking smile. "Judging from how you look, I suppose the rumor that you killed a troll is true. A pleasure to meet you." Recalling his previous life, Aiden remembered that this man had looked down on him back then as well, so he had no favorable opinion of him. Reading Aiden's thoughts, Curse asked in confusion, "You know him?" Aiden snorted coldly. "A little. He's just an old man who looks down on merchants." After a moment of thought, Aiden politely greeted him. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Aiden Remus. My greetings to the guardian of the northeastern frontier, Marquis Tirid Cetus." Tirid asked in mild surprise, "You know me?" Though inwardly displeased, Aiden still answered politely, "Of course." After all, Marquis Cetus is one of the few people in the Empire to have attained the title of Swordmaster. Hearing that, Tirid could not help curling his lips into a faint smile. Swordmaster was the realm every knight dreamed of, the level of those who had crossed beyond talent itself and touched the threshold of the extraordinary. With only the sword in their hands, they could split a mountain in two. With just a breath, they could shake the air itself. Aiden had once been one of them, and now he had to work to reach that realm once more. At this moment, Tirid gave a hearty smile and said, "You're truly very polite, completely different from the rumors. Fry, you've raised your son well." But even after receiving the praise, Fry did not become smug and humbly replied, "He still has much to learn. But is it really all right for you to leave your territory like this? I heard your lands have recently been attacked by beast folk." Tirid answered calmly, "It's not only my territory. I've also discovered suspicious activity at the Slaughter Tower in the Dead Lands, which is controlled by the Iron Blood Church." The moment he heard that name, flames of fury ignited in Aiden's eyes. He had matters to settle there as well. That traitorous Iron Blood Saintess. Just wait. No one noticed the killing intent radiating from him as Tirid continued. The Slaughter Tower, Cetus, and now Remus. Abnormal monster behavior is happening in all three places at the same time. Do you really think that's just a coincidence? Hearing those words, Fry also fell into thought, and only after a long while did he mutter, "Now that you mention it, it does seem very strange." Tirid narrowed his eyes and asked, "That's why I plan to form an investigation team. Would you like to join?" "Of course." Fry nodded without hesitation. Satisfied, Tirid continued, "There's one more thing." Then he walked over to Aiden, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, "Would you like to join my knight order?" The action left Aiden slightly bewildered. Why was he suddenly inviting him to join the knight order? Seeing Aiden's reaction, Tirid continued, "I've heard a lot about you. You only picked up a sword half a year ago, yet you already trained sword Aura. At first, I thought it was just a baseless rumor. But after seeing you with my own eyes, I understand now." Aiden remained standing there in silence, without saying a word. Tirid narrowed his eyes at him and said with a faint smile, "I will make you the finest swordsman on the Western continent. I swear it on my honor." Before Aiden could answer, Fry quickly waved his hands and refused, "But Aiden is still only." Before he could finish, Tirid cut him off. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of the boy. What do you think, Aiden? The choice is yours." After hearing this, Aiden fell silent for a long while. Then the corner of his mouth lifted into a smug smile. Without the slightest hesitation, he refused. "Thank you very much for the offer, but I decline." A trace of confusion appeared on Tirid's face. He asked suspiciously, "Do you understand what it means to join the Cetus Order of Knights?" Aiden replied calmly, "Ido. It's one of the Empire's most famous knight orders." But Aiden believed he could become a sword master on his own. He had already done it in his previous life, so in this life, obtaining that title was only a matter of time. Aiden's gaze fixed firmly somewhere in the distance. A moment later, he said in a low voice, "Besides, if I fought you right now, I think I could wound you at least a little." The moment those words left his mouth, Tirid's expression looked as if he had just stepped in filth. Grinding his teeth, he asked, "You'd wound me? How insolent." As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly trembled, and a powerful energy burst from Tirid's body. He snorted coldly. "You really are interesting." Aiden bit his lip hard and struggled to endure it. This was the kind of power where killing intent alone could shake the air, as expected of a swordmaster. Tirid, on the other hand, was also shocked. He hadn't expected the boy to withstand his bloodlust. Clenching his jaw, he asked, "Are you sure you can back up those words?" Aiden let out a cold laugh. Of course, he answered coolly. How about a wager? Those words caused a flicker in Tyrod's eyes. Aiden knew he had guessed right. Gambling was always the old man's weakness. Curling his lips, he said, "If I can wound you even a little, I'll join your knight order. But if I win, you have to give me that sword." As he spoke, Aiden pointed at the sword resting off to one side. Tyrod looked slightly surprised and asked in disbelief, "That sword?" Then he withdrew his aura and burst into laughter. "How bold. I never thought you'd set your sights on my family heirloom. Fry, the boy is completely different from you." However, no one answered him. He glanced behind him, only to see Count Remus unconscious on the ground, sprawled flat on his back. Helpless, Tyrod sighed. He couldn't take it and fainted. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes at Aiden. With a faint smile, he said, "Fine, I accept." Just then, Curse realized Aiden's true aim and spoke up. "So you were after that from the start?" Aiden answered indifferently, "That's right. If I had the chance, I was definitely going to take that sword. It was one of the legendary swords, Beelzebub." Hearing this, Curse couldn't help mocking him. "You really chose the right target." A little later, on the training ground, Aiden and Tyrod stood ready for battle. Aiden raised a brow at him and said with a grin, "Are you planning to use the Aurora sword against a goblin?" Tyrod didn't back down either and answered with a faint smile, "I don't know whether you're a goblin or an ogre. No matter who the opponent is, a knight's duty is to fight with everything he has." Hearing that, Aiden cursed inwardly. That damned knightly code, whether in the past or the present, it never changed. This duel had two conditions: no sword aura, and Marquis Tyrod was not allowed to move his right foot. It sounded unfair, but for a sword master, it was practically nothing at all. If Aiden didn't use his head in this fight, he would be defeated instantly. At that moment, Tyrod spoke. "Quite a crowd of spectators, isn't there? Let's begin." "Gladly." Aiden snorted coldly. The instant the words fell, his figure vanished. Seeing this, Tyrod was a little surprised, but he still blocked Aiden's sword tip with ease. A smirk appeared on his face. "Straight for the throat from the start. You seem quite used to real combat." Aiden didn't panic at all. He calmly retreated and chuckled softly. "I knew you'd block it." Just as he had expected, the other man had easily stopped that strike. But Aiden didn't falter. He charged forward again. His sword danced constantly through the air, but in Tyrod's eyes, those sword moves had no form at all. Tyrod snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "What is this cheap swordsmanship? Why does it look exactly like the style used by low-class merchants?" He declared that if Aiden joined his knight order, he would absolutely have to correct that. Hearing this, Curse couldn't help laughing. "I see now. So that's the kind of relationship you two have." At that moment, Aiden's eyes burned with anger. Low-class merchants? This old man really was. He wanted to see how Tyrod would deal with this cheap swordsmanship. The moment the thought ended, he rushed forward again. Under Aiden's relentless assault, Tyrod defended casually, his eyes filled with contempt. "There's no way I could lose to an attack this simple." However, at that very moment, something happened that was completely outside his expectations. Aiden's sword tip shot forward once more, and Tyrod hastily dodged to the side. But Aiden did not stop. He launched another attack in an incredibly imposing stance. Seeing this, the knights watching from outside cried out in shock. "Young master, Aiden is on the offensive?" Then the rumor that he beat that bull must be true. Even Fry was astonished. Though partly restricted, Tyrod was still a sword master, and yet his son was facing him alone. At the same time, Tyrod on the battlefield felt utterly bewildered. Aiden's swordplay was becoming more and more chaotic, yet every move was a killing blow, making it extremely difficult for him to defend. Aiden's momentum was ferocious. Tyrod couldn't help smiling coldly. How interesting. He swore to himself that he absolutely had to take the boy with him. Just then, his sword began its counterattack. Aiden was startled and quickly bent backward to dodge. He bit his lip hard. The man had only swung his sword, yet it carried this much power. Even Curse spoke up to warn him. "If you try to block that, you'd have been split in half." Aiden didn't dare relax. He retreated several steps. Tyrod narrowed his eyes at him and lifted a brow with a smile. "You're using an interesting kind of swordsmanship, but that's all it is. That still isn't enough to defeat me." Aiden refused to yield and answered with a crooked smile, "I'm still standing right here, Lord Tyrod. Please continue." Hearing that, Tyrod laughed heartily. "You truly never disappoint me. My eye for people is still as sharp as ever. Welcome to my knight order." With that, he raised his sword and prepared to strike again. Aiden curled his lips. "Thank you." Neither of them would give way, and neither wanted to retreat. But at that very moment, Aiden's figure suddenly disappeared. Tirid's pupils contracted. He can move that fast. Impossible. By the time he realized Aiden had been concealing his strength, it was already too late. Aiden swept past like the wind, and a wound appeared on Tirid's shoulder, blood beginning to seep out. Aiden grinned smugly. I'll make good use of your Beelzebub. The situation had changed so quickly that the knights outside could barely process it. They muttered in confusion. What just happened? Is it over already? But once they came to their senses, they immediately erupted into cheers. Aiden still stood there quietly, the feeling of victory playing on his face. Curse couldn't help speaking up. Dragon Slayer King, don't you feel ashamed using that ring? Aiden curled his lips. Ashamed? This kind of thing. Even Curse had to admit defeat before Aiden's shamelessness. Dissatisfied, he said, compared to a hero, you're more like someone who clawed his way up from the underworld. Aiden felt there was absolutely nothing wrong with what he had done. Tirid stepped forward and said, you truly did not disappoint me, hiding your strength to lure me into carelessness. You're no ordinary opponent. Aiden said modestly, I was just lucky. The more Curse listened, the more shameless he found the boy. Aiden was too lazy to pay him any attention. Looking at the wound on Tirid's shoulder, he couldn't help marveling inwardly. He had thought the man would lose an arm, but it had ended up as just a scrape. Tirid was a man of his word. He handed the sword in his hand to Aiden and said with a cheerful smile, as agreed, take it. Aiden reached out and accepted it, bowing his head in thanks. Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Only where Tirid couldn't see. Aiden wore a smug grin. At last, Curse couldn't hold back. That expression of yours is despicable, you cheating hero. Aiden refused to be outdone and shot back immediately. Shut up, you cursed object. A little later, in Aiden's room, after returning, he examined the sword he had won in the wager and sighed in admiration. It really is a legendary sword, without question. Curse also manifested and offered congratulations. Congratulations, Dragon Slayer King. Aiden shot him a glance and said disdainfully, what happened to the one who just called me a cheating hero? Curse gave him a fake smile. But you don't actually know how to use that sword properly. Properly? Aiden looked at him suspiciously. Curse slowly explained, I know a secret about this legendary sword that humans don't know. Aiden's pupils suddenly shrank. A secret or a curse? Curse smiled smugly. But I'm not telling you for free. Unless you swear to serve me like a king and never force me to drink holy water again. However, before he could finish, a stream of burning hot blood suddenly appeared on the blade. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword was enveloped in a strange energy. Aiden had successfully formed a blood pact with the sword. Curse cried out in shock. How did you do that? Aiden snorted coldly and said, did you think I wouldn't know when your underlings use dark swords? Beelzebub was one of the 72 legendary swords, though it looked plain and sturdy. In truth, it had been forged from the bodies of fallen lords who ruled the underworld in ancient times. Only much later did people discover that they were cursed blades. Every sword possessed the unique power of its fallen lord, and one of the 3 conditions for awakening that power was to form a blood pact with it. Aiden's recruitment scheme having failed, Curse angrily cursed. Damn it, I'm supposed to be the one standing over you. Aiden looked at him coldly. Serve you like a king? You're already dead. Get ready to drink holy water every day. The next day, Fry was handling official documents when Aiden entered from outside and presented his plan. Fry spoke in confusion. You want to join Lord Tirid's search party? Aiden gave a slight nod. Yes, Father. Fry hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, I know you're very strong, but this mission is extremely dangerous. That place is completely different from Monster Mountain. It's hard for me to accept this request. Aiden looked at him intently and said firmly, but I'll be going with Lord Tirid. Before he could finish, Tirid laughed loudly and interrupted, I think so too. Don't worry, Fry. He said he would guarantee the boy's safety, so Count Remus need not be concerned. But Fry could only sigh helplessly and say hesitantly, Son, this isn't a picnic. Aiden nodded firmly. I know, Father, but isn't this operation also to ensure the safety of the territory? If it's for our land, I want to go. Just as Fry was at a loss over how to respond to this request, Tirid walked over from a distance and said with a smile, Agree to it, Fry. Isn't the boy quite brave? Fry was still deeply hesitant and didn't know what to do. Aiden glanced at the tall man beside him and revealed a sly smile in a corner they could not see. In his previous life, he had been useless, but this time he wanted to prove his worth. Curse seemed to realize Aiden's intention and said with pursed lips, For the Duke's sake? Wait, no. This is definitely to awaken Beelzebub. Aiden shrugged indifferently. There's no other way. because the second condition to awaken this sword is to absorb as much life force as possible. Fighting monsters to gather life force was extremely convenient. Just the thought of those monsters made him even more smug. Seeing that shameless smile, Curse couldn't help shuddering. This is the first time I've ever felt sorry for those monsters. The next day, in the gloomy forest of the Prent Mountain Range, a disturbance was underway. The monsters fled in all directions in panic, as if something even worse than a ghost were chasing them. Moreover, terror was plainly written across their faces, as though something behind them was even more frightening than they were. After being persuaded by Tirad, Fry had finally agreed to let Aiden accompany them. A few days after departure, they stopped at a fortress. Aiden looked up at the gate before him and thought to himself, so this is Attila Fortress, built to resist the magical beasts of Mount Prent? With facilities and guards this shabby, if a goblin pack showed up, they probably couldn't even beat them. He had no idea how they had managed to drive the monsters away. While Aiden was still dazed, someone walked out from inside and bowed to them. He respectfully said, "Greetings, I am Davin Timon, captain of Attila Fortress. Welcome, honored guests, Swordmaster Marquis Tirad, and, young Master Aiden Remus." At that point, a mocking smile suddenly appeared on his face. Even the soldiers beside him began to sneer at Aiden's title. Hearing this, Lau immediately cursed in dissatisfaction. Bastards. Aiden, on the other hand, remained very calm. He reminded Lau not to get agitated. His reaction surprised Curse a little, and he asked in confusion, "How strange. You're the Dragon Slayer, yet you can endure being talked about like that." Aiden said indifferently, "What's the point of hitting them? I've heard it so many times I can't even be bothered to get angry anymore." But Tirad was different. He was fiercely protective of his own and spoke up at once. "The air is so fresh. Is there some insect buzzing around? These little worms are awfully noisy, aren't they, Lord Timon?" As soon as he said that, he released his aura, frightening Davin so badly that he trembled. "Igriegagis. The air is indeed very fresh." The soldiers wisely shut their mouths as well. Seeing this, Aiden couldn't help smiling. The man really did know how to needle people. A little later, Davin led the two of them up onto the walls, chatting as they walked. "I've heard monsters are attacking a lot of territories." After hearing that, Aiden frowned and asked, "Has there ever been an attack here?" But Davin ignored him and continued speaking to Tirad. "Attila Fortress has absolutely nothing to worry about." Aiden had the urge to hit him, but in the end, he restrained himself. Tirad paid no attention to this and spoke seriously. "Monsters are roaming right outside the walls, and you say there's nothing to worry about?" Davin answered somewhat hesitantly. "That's right, because the beast folk are stationed in the center of the mountain range, so perhaps that's why no monsters dare come here." Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help being stunned. Using monsters to manage monsters? What kind of nonsense was that? Just then, Curse suddenly appeared and shouted, "Dragon Slayer, a giant is coming." Aiden frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What? I can't see anything." But the instant he finished speaking, his face immediately turned ugly. Aiden shouted anxiously, "Viscount Timon, the monsters are coming. Close the gate." Davin treated his words like the wind and said with a mocking smile, "Young master, your joke has gone too far. What monsters could possibly?" Fortunately, Tirad had already noticed, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Viscount Timon, close the gate immediately." Davin still didn't believe it and cried out in shock, "Marquis, even you." But before he could finish, the walls suddenly shook violently, making him scream in fear. "What is this?" Tirad answered calmly, "A monster tide." Just as he said, a horde of monsters poured out of the forest like a flood of ants. Seeing this, the soldiers instantly fell into panic. "What is that? Viscount Timon, what do we do?" What could they possibly expect from Davin? At that moment, he was trembling like a leaf, unable to utter a single word. Seeing his reaction, Tirad couldn't help feeling displeased, but this was not the time to discipline anyone. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Close the gate." His roar snapped the soldiers below awake, and they immediately pulled the ropes to shut the gate. The situation was extremely urgent. One moment's delay, and the monsters would rush in. Though they moved quickly, one still slipped through. A giant wolf, as fast as lightning, charged inside before the gate fully closed. The soldier standing outside saw it, and was so terrified he nearly soiled himself. His legs turned to jelly, and he couldn't move even half a step. Luckily, Aiden appeared in time and killed the giant wolf with a single stroke. At the same time, the gate slammed shut. Aiden paid no attention to the monster's corpse. Instead, he stared fixedly at the long sword in his hand, around which black energy swirled. He sighed inwardly. It wasn't much, but at least absorbing life force was going smoothly. Even in a situation like this, the soldiers were still whispering about Aiden. Hand them a fish stall, and they could probably turn the place into a market on the spot. Hearing their chatter, Aiden felt extremely irritated. Curse, who always wanted more chaos, mocked the master from the side. Aiden cursed in dissatisfaction. Shut up. Just like that, the two began bickering in his mind. At that moment, the soldier Aiden had saved came over and bowed gratefully. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." Aiden narrowed his eyes at him, then said unhappily, "Instead of thanking me, you'd be better off picking up your weapon and defending the wall." At that moment, Lao quickly ran over his well. "Young master, are you all right?" he asked anxiously. Aiden did not answer. He jerked his chin forward. "Lao, look over there." Lao hurriedly looked outside the walls. All he saw was a huge swarm of monsters staring hungrily at the gate. He cried out in alarm. "That's terrifyingly many." In contrast to Lao, Aiden wore a perverse smile and said in a low voice, "From now on, these things are my snacks." Lao was caught completely off guard. "What do you mean by that?" Aiden ignored him and continued, "Beelzebub, you'll devour them too, won't you?" As he spoke, he even ran his tongue along the blade, looking exactly like a lunatic. Only then did Aiden realize how strange his behavior was. But Curse was delighting in his misery. So even the Dragon Slayer King can't resist anymore. Huh? Beelzebub is a gluttonous sword. It stimulates its owner's desire to devour everything. He said he greatly enjoyed listening to Aiden's inner thoughts. Hearing that, Aiden shuddered. He had to be careful. But no matter what, if it was for awakening Beelzebub, then he had to swallow up all this spiritual power. Unfortunately, reality did not always go as planned. Tirad suddenly leaned over the wall and said, "Aiden, I'm going to clean things up a bit, and I'll be right back." Realizing his intent, Aiden immediately panicked and shouted, "Lord Marquis, no, I can handle it, so please rest." Sadly, Tirad did not listen at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already vanished. Ignoring Aiden's miserable cries, he soared straight into the air in a pose dramatic enough for a painting. He laughed proudly. One move to sweep them all away and save the trouble. Seeing this, the soldiers below immediately cried out, "That's a blade of light. Only a sword master can use it." Unlike them, Aiden was so furious he nearly tore his hair out. He shouted anxiously, "No, at least leave half for me. No, even a quarter is fine. I'm begging you." But Tirad's blade of light had already swept across with a force like it could move mountains and seas. Without the slightest hesitation, Tirad wiped out the entire horde in one strike. In less than 3 seconds, the ground was piled with corpses. Tirad laughed in great satisfaction. "Haha, it's been ages since I got to cut loose like that. That felt amazing." In contrast, Aiden wanted to cry, but had no tears. Once everything had been settled, Davin finally stuck his head out and said gratefully, "Thank you, both of you. Thanks to you, we didn't suffer too many casualties." Aiden remained silent. Then Curse jumped out and said, "Dragon Slayer." Aiden asked irritably, "What now? Go to mock me again?" But this time Curse spoke seriously. "What I'm talking about isn't the monster tide." Aiden asked in shock, "Then what is it? Be specific." Curse explained slowly, "That giant. It wasn't the monster tide." Hearing that, the regret on Aiden's face vanished, replaced by panic. What? If it wasn't the monster tide, then? Before he could even think of the answer, he saw something flying toward them, and his pupils shrank. A gigantic fireball was headed straight for them. Aiden instantly shouted a warning. "Everyone run!" With a tremendous explosion, flames swallowed the wall. The heat spread across an enormous area. A number of soldiers could not react in time and perished in the sea of fire. Even Tirad was forced back by the shockwave. Pressing his lips together, he said, "A fire spell of this level. Is a mage targeting us?" Aiden shook his head slightly in denial. "That's not a mage." Curse asked in surprise, "Do you know what kind of creature it is?" Aiden explained slowly, "A fire spell in the Prent Mountain range. It's something I saw in my previous life. Because of that creature, he had almost failed to make it to heaven in his previous life. How could he possibly forget it?" Curse reacted as if he had heard a joke. "You going to heaven? Don't make me laugh." Just then, a clear ringing sound suddenly echoed out. But to the soldiers' ears, it sounded anything but pleasant. Trembling, they muttered, "Why are they gathering together like this?" Appearing before the wall at that moment was a troop of trolls, along with beast folk. Davin cried out in horror, "Why are the trolls from the wastelands and the beast folk from the Prent Mountain range together? Aren't they always fighting each other?" Tirad ignored him, stepped forward, and said, I'll be right back, Aiden. However, Aiden reminded him in a low voice, you can't defeat all of them alone. Tirad's steps stopped at once, and he frowned. Can't defeat them? Aiden did not answer directly. He only said calmly, look behind them. Tirad followed his gaze and saw a monster holding a staff in its hand. His expression immediately turned ugly. What is that? Aiden explained slowly. That is a monster that possesses both magic and raw power. Its strength is equal to a swordmaster's. A high-ranking troll. Hearing that, Tirad hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Aiden, you and Timon evacuate everyone immediately, because even he could only buy a little time. But right then, Aiden suddenly spoke up. There's still one way. Tirad looked at him in surprise. What? Even I find them difficult. How are you planning to deal with those things? Aiden did not answer. He glanced at Lao and ordered, Lao, lead the soldiers and do everything you can to hold those creatures back. Lao immediately accepted the order and ran off. Tirad still had no idea what Aiden was planning and asked suspiciously what he intended to do. Just one high-ranking fiend is already enough to match a swordmaster. You should know you can't handle them, right? Aiden nodded indifferently and said calmly, I know. When a high-ranking giant fiend creates an army of giant fiends, defeating it becomes 3 times harder than normal. Even if you fought them alone, you wouldn't last long. But there's a way for everyone to survive. With time running short, Aiden briefly explained the situation. Then he began outlining his plan. At first, Tirad and Davin did not think he could have any good ideas. But the longer they listened, the worse both their expressions became. Davin angrily shouted, ridiculous! If the Marquis leaves now, this place will turn into rubble within 30 minutes. No sooner had he said that than the wall behind them exploded at once, smoke and dust filling the air. Only after a long hesitation did Tirad finally say, Aiden, do you realize how absurd what you're suggesting sounds? Aiden was not flustered in the slightest. He replied calmly, I know, but this is the only way. We don't have time anymore, so please trust me this once. Hearing that, Tirad fell silent in thought. Recalling every detail since meeting Aiden, he realized that every word from this boy had surprised him. Then the corner of his mouth slowly lifted, and he said with a smile, just as I thought, I really do want to have you. Fine, this time I'll trust you. But Tirad set one condition. If Aiden was wrong, he had to join his night order. Hearing that, Aiden could not help sighing inwardly. What a gambling addict. Even so, he agreed. Once he received Aiden's promise, Tirad leaped away. At that moment, Curse appeared and said, could there really be only one high-ranking giant fiend in this world? Are you sure this is the same one you faced in your previous life? Aiden replied calmly, do you know how much giant fiends and orcs hate each other? And yet there was one that managed to subdue those orcs. That's the one. It did it through extremely brutal methods. Meanwhile, the giant fiends had already begun attacking. Their power was overwhelming, and the soldiers' formation collapsed like a broken hive. At the same time, Lao charged out in accordance with Aiden's orders and arrived on the scene. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his sword and severed a giant fiend's head in a single strike. Aiden was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Lao to become strong enough to kill a giant fiend. It seemed the herbs he had given him had worked, so he murmured in admiration. Looks like that strange method was effective. But even that still wasn't enough to kill all the giant fiends. There was a reason those giant fiends were being led by a high-ranking fiend. Just then, the fiend holding the staff suddenly began casting magic. All they could see was a blaze erupting into the sky, surrounding the giant troll's decapitated corpse. The soldiers had thought they had finally killed it, but then they saw that floating head instantly return to the giant troll's body. As if by magic, Aiden had already realized something. A high-ranking troll could continuously resurrect giant trolls. Normally, killing them required either a swordmaster's sword aura or a grand mage's spell. But Aiden had a better way. At that thought, he looked at the sword in his hand and said with a smile, you didn't get to eat earlier. You must be starving by now, right? In a moment, I'll feed you some beef. Beelzebub, you must have been holding yourself back. So long you're going crazy. At the same time, Lao was fighting the giant troll alone. After taking Aiden's herbs, he had thought he was strong enough now, but he still couldn't believe things would end like this. He still hadn't repaid Aiden's kindness. Just as Lao was thinking that, the giant troll's fist came crashing down, and he had no strength left to resist. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. But right then, Aiden's voice rang out, well done, Lao. Startled, Lao looked up and saw Aiden standing on the giant troll's shoulder, then driving his sword down without hesitation. Agonizing pain struck at once, and the giant monster let out a roar. Seeing it tremble nonstop, Lao hurriedly warned, "Young master, be careful. Even if you cut that thing's head off, it still won't die." Aiden remained calm. "All right, Beelzebub, it's time to eat." The moment he finished speaking, the sword in his hand began giving off swirling black energy. Although his body lacked the power of a sword master or a grand mage, Aiden possessed Beelzebub's power of gluttony. Archdemon Beelzebub would absorb its target, and once absorbed, the target would be completely erased. Sure enough, not long after, the giant monster collapsed to the ground. At the sight of this, the high-ranking troll's face immediately turned ugly, while Aiden laughed smugly. The taste of giant trolls isn't bad, huh? Just this one was worth dozens of wolves. After saying that, he glanced at the fiends behind it. Aiden's savage gaze instantly filled those fiends with terror. Still not enough. A twisted smile spread across Aiden's lips as he licked them. "I wonder if orcs taste good. Beelzebub, want to try one?" And just like that, Aiden began slaughtering monsters in droves. In the blink of an eye, he was standing atop a mountain of corpses. He glanced at the monsters behind them and grinned perversely. "That's the fourth one already, and it's still not enough. There are plenty more giant trolls inside. No matter how much I eat, I'm still hungry." "Right, Beelzebub." Hearing that, the surviving monsters behind them trembled in fear. The high-ranking monster ground its teeth in rage and immediately raised the staff in its hand, conjuring a blazing fire. But Aiden showed no fear and shot through the flames like lightning. As he ran, he muttered, "You really do look angry now." Curse couldn't help mocking him. Instead of running around like a coward, why not face it head-on, Dragon Slayer King? Aiden shrugged carelessly and curled his lip. "I could do that in my previous life, but right now all I can do is run. If I get hit by its fire magic, I'll turn into roast meat." He had already discussed this with Tirad beforehand. All he needed to do was hold out until the other side arrived. Just as Aiden was thinking that, an axe suddenly came chopping down. A warning rang out at once. "Dragon Slayer King, above you." Aiden jerked his head up in shock and luckily dodged in time. The monster's axe smashed heavily into the ground. Aiden cursed furiously. "These damned orcs are such a pain." At that moment, Curse suddenly asked, "Dragon Slayer King, why didn't you absorb those orcs earlier?" Orcs may not compare to giant trolls, but they're still full of vitality. Hearing that, Aiden smiled mysteriously. "I'm saving them for something else. If our esteemed Lord Tirad arrives in time, it'll be more useful not to kill those orcs. Before that, I just need to." Aiden was about to say something when a fireball suddenly came hurtling toward him, and his expression immediately darkened. Pressing his lips together, he said, "That high-ranking giant troll is using fire magic again." The flames grew larger and larger, and before long they had engulfed a vast stretch of land. The high-ranking monster strode arrogantly through the sea of fire. Right then, it suddenly noticed something strange in the sky. Aiden was floating in midair, striking an absurdly dramatic pose as he shouted, "Now then, try burning everything down. If I didn't have a ring of haste, I definitely would have been roasted by now." But right at that moment, Curse suddenly popped out and said something. Aiden looked puzzled. "What are you trying to say?" Curse hesitated for a moment, then sneered, "If you're floating in the air, how exactly are you planning to dodge the next attack?" Only then did Aiden realize it. That was right. He was suspended in midair. How was he supposed to dodge the flames? The roaring fire surged at him once more, and Aiden shouted anxiously, "I can't die here." Fortunately, Tirad arrived just in time. The sword light in his hand flashed out, successfully blocking the flames. He even had time to praise him. "Well done, Aiden." At the sight of him, Aiden was overjoyed. "You put out all those flames in an instant. Just as I thought, a sword master is on a whole different level. To cover such a distance and get here this fast." Then he noticed the person beside Tirad. It seemed everything had been settled, and when the monster saw that figure, it shouted, "Why is that one here?" The monsters around it were just as horrified. Aiden laughed triumphantly. "The tables have turned now, you disgusting giant trolls." But before he could enjoy it for long, Curse reminded him, "Dragon Slayer King, you're falling." Only then did Aiden blankly realize he was plunging helplessly downward, and he shouted in a panic, "Wait, I've already used up all my strength. If I hit the ground." Luckily, before his backside could touch the earth, he fell into a warm pair of arms. That person quickly landed safely. Aiden looked at whoever had set him down and was momentarily speechless. The one who had caught him was actually that monster. Still, he sincerely thanked it, but the other party paid no attention and walked straight toward the trembling monsters. Even the knights outside were stunned at the sight. That orc, it just saved the young master. Ignoring everyone's reactions, the orc slowly said, "I am deeply sorry that I failed to protect you well. "My people." At that point, it suddenly stopped and shouted, "Let us take revenge on the giant trolls that humiliated us." The moment it finished speaking, a horde of orcs appeared and confronted the giant trolls. Seeing this, the knights outside couldn't process it. What's going on? Why are the orcs suddenly attacking the giant trolls? Aren't they on the same side? What exactly is happening? Even Kerr said in surprise, "Just as you said." Aiden answered calmly, "I told you before, this is exactly why the high-ranking giant troll was able to control the orcs. It used the orcs' loyalty to their tribe and chieftain against them. It took the chieftain and the young as hostages to manipulate the orcs. But what if all the hostages are freed? The enemy of your enemy is your friend. That's why I didn't absorb those orcs." At that moment, the high-ranking monster could no longer contain itself. The hand gripping its staff trembled nonstop. Roaring in fury, it cried, "My plan," before it could finish. A sudden change occurred. Tirad charged in from afar and launched an attack. But it managed to defend itself in time with fire magic. That made even Tirad a little surprised, just as expected from something that can rival a swordmaster. Just as Aiden said, if it were only me, I wouldn't be able to win at all. But now he was not alone. The orc who had come with him also joined the fight. That orc turned out to be another swordmaster. The entire situation was instantly reversed. Caught between two swordmasters, the high-ranking monster had no way to escape. Tirad let out a fierce shout and snorted coldly. "Done screaming yet? Shut your mouth and die." Grinding its teeth, the high-ranking monster cursed back. "I will not die meaninglessly like this. I will never forgive the humans who killed my parents." As it spoke, flames once again appeared in its hands. Seeing that, Tirad was somewhat startled. What's wrong with it? This fluctuation of magic power is strange. Even the orc froze for a moment. Under their puzzled gazes, the high-ranking monster suddenly threw back its head and roared, "I'll detonate all the magic in my body and drag all of you down to hell with me." Tirad hurriedly dodged aside, his face grave. Even he couldn't stop this. The knights wouldn't be able to withstand the burst of flames either. Then he urgently shouted, "Everyone run! It's about to self-destruct." However, the moment he finished speaking, Aiden suddenly rushed forward like a gale. Tirad shouted in alarm, "Aiden, get back here! You'll die." But Aiden didn't listen at all. At that moment, he even wore a smug grin as he charged straight at the high-ranking monster. His sword stance looked like something out of a movie as Aiden roared fiercely, "The finishing blow on this monster is mine." With a thunderous boom, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. The longsword in Aiden's hand stabbed straight into the high-ranking monster's body, and the two violent energies collided in an instant. Aiden gripped the sword tightly, using all his strength to pin the monster in place, and laughed triumphantly. "The kill is mine." Now for the main course. Beelzebub. The monster's magic power surged stronger and stronger, but Beelzebub in Aiden's hand kept absorbing it without pause. The people outside were extremely worried, while Tirad was utterly astonished. He had never expected Aiden to actually block that explosion. Did the boy have some other plan for it? At the center of the blast, Aiden still held the sword tightly and let it absorb the spiritual energy. By now, Beelzebub was completely shrouded in black aura. There was more spiritual and magical power here than he had expected. He probably wouldn't be able to absorb it all. Just then, the high-ranking monster suddenly let out a roar, and Aiden's expression darkened. He bit his lip hard, just a little more. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the sword, ignoring the way it trembled from being overloaded with spiritual power. Aiden shouted urgently, "Curse, I need your help now." Curse immediately appeared and snapped in displeasure. "Dragon Slayer King, how can you use me in a place like this? But if you promise not to drink holy medicine for a week, I'll help you." Aiden was anxious to death, yet Curse still had the leisure to joke around. He immediately roared, "Fine, just hurry." The sword had already absorbed enough life force. Now the final condition to awaken, it was to pour magic power into it and rouse the sleeping fallen lord within. Curse quickly placed a hand on the sword and slowly said, "Awaken, Beelzebub, god of gluttony." In an instant, the invisible chains binding Beelzebub began to loosen, and the blood-red eyes on the sword slowly opened. A heavy voice rang out, "Magic power? It's been a long time since I've seen any. I am the will of the god of gluttony, the one who once devoured the sky itself. Who dares awaken me?" Hearing that roar, Aiden knew the awakening had succeeded. He couldn't help sighing in admiration. As expected of the ancient god who ruled hell, it truly was overwhelming. If he were an ordinary person, his mind would likely have long since been controlled and turned into a puppet. But Aiden possessed the very thing his opponent feared most at this moment. Curse spoke. "Long time no see, Beelzebub. You asked who awakened you." The familiar voice made Beelzebub panic, and there was a trace of fear in that deep tone. "Why are you here?" "Lord of Hell." Curse snorted coldly. "That's enough chatting. Hand your power over to me." Beelzebub trembled as he said, "I didn't expect that the moment I awakened, I would see you." Curse couldn't be bothered listening to his nonsense and interrupted in a low voice. "Are you giving it or not?" Even if Beelzebub had 10 times the courage, he still wouldn't dare refuse. The Lord of Hell had once defeated all the fallen lords and become the ruler of Hell. No wonder Beelzebub feared him so much. Aiden glanced at Curse and smiled. "You're actually pretty useful." Curse shot him a glare, then pouted. "Remember your promise." Just then, the powerful surge of magic exploded again. Aiden nodded firmly. "Of course." With that, he gripped the sword again and shouted, "Devour it, Beelzebub." The demon within the sword responded to Aiden's shout and began frantically absorbing spiritual power, making the monster scream in agony. It could feel its spiritual power nearing exhaustion and could no longer suppress its fury. The vortex of magic kept spinning, violently disturbing the air around it. Tirad shouted anxiously, "I can't see anything at all. Not a thing. Everyone, be careful." At the same time, within that torrent of magic, Aiden was still fighting desperately. He roared fiercely, "Become my power." And so the life and death battle continued. After a while, the magic gradually dispersed into the air and the sky turned clear again. Aiden stood there in majestic silence, proving that he had won. Only then could Tirad see clearly, and he muttered, "Has the wind stopped? Where did that giant troll go?" But no one answered him. Aiden remained standing there without a word. He had absorbed all of the true power, life force, and magic of the god of gluttony. Suddenly, a wave of nausea rose in his throat, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. Seeing this, Curse mocked him at once. "Stuffing yourself is your own fault. No matter how great the power is, if you overuse it, it becomes poison. Dragon Slayer King, you're gonna throw up." Aiden was unwilling to accept that. No matter what, he had to keep it down. But the nauseating sensation, like severe morning sickness, was something he truly couldn't endure. At that moment, Aiden suddenly noticed an egg at his feet. He realized it was a phoenix. No wonder it had been able to use fire magic. It had been absorbed by the high-ranking giant troll and fallen into a dormant state. This was a creature as rare as a dragon, and he had no idea why it was here. But Aiden quickly pushed that question aside because another thought came to him. If he ate it, would he be able to use fire magic too? Curse couldn't help reminding him. "Aren't you about to vomit from overeating?" Aiden shrugged indifferently, wearing a shameless grin. "That's true, but being able to use fire magic is a different matter." Curse let out a helpless sigh. "Seeing you like this, I finally understand just how greedy humans can be." Aiden ignored that meaningless sarcasm, crouched beside the egg, and said smugly, "Thanks for the meal." But things were never that easy. Tirad walked up from behind and gave him a heavy slap on the back in praise. "You finally did it, Aiden." That sudden pat made Aiden spit out everything he had just forced down. Seeing this, Tirad couldn't help asking suspiciously, "Are you all right?" Meanwhile, Curse looked delighted. "That's what you get for being greedy." Tirad also noticed the egg and cried out in surprise. "That's a phoenix. Why would such a rare creature be here?" Aiden had no time to care about that. He was off to the side vomiting so hard he looked like he wanted to cry. His magic, his life force, and even the phoenix he wanted to eat. Just then, the eggshell suddenly cracked. Aiden stared blankly at the crack. Why now of all times? But there was nothing he could do except watch it hatch. Not long after, a pair of blazing red wings emerged. The fire phoenix soared through the vast sky. Curse didn't miss the chance to mock Aiden. That phoenix absorbed the magic power you vomited out and awakened. Seeing the newly appeared creature, the knights outside were also utterly astonished. They knew it was the legendary phoenix. Being able to witness it with their own eyes was an incredible stroke of fortune. Everyone was admiring the phoenix, while Aiden glared resentfully at Tirad. It was all this old man's fault. He had ruined the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as Aiden was thinking that, his head suddenly grew heavy. The fire phoenix had actually landed on top of Aiden's head. He had no idea why it had perched there. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, the fire phoenix suddenly chirped twice. Immediately after, a stream of energy appeared around Aiden's body and flames flared up. Seeing this, Tirad and the others outside panicked at once. Aiden thought it knew he had wanted to eat it, and that it was trying to burn him to death now. However, its flames weren't hot at all. What was going on? Just then, Curse came out to explain. That is the Phoenix's blessing. It grants you the power to resist most kinds of fire. Since it awakened thanks to your magic power, it has probably taken you for its savior. Hearing that, Aiden instantly brightened. That meant he would have an advantage when facing Sora. A little later, the Phoenix's feathers began drifting down in front of Aiden. Not long after, the Phoenix quickly flew away. Aiden looked in the direction it had gone and reached out to pick up a feather. Tirad hurried over and asked worriedly, "Are you all right? You were just on fire." "Yes, I'm Fina," Tirad said admiringly. "Thanks to meeting you, I've witnessed so many unbelievable things." Aiden smiled politely. "I'm just as confused as you are. This is my first time seeing things like this too." As he said that, he noticed something. Aiden glanced at the figure who had just approached and asked suspiciously, "You're the leader of the orc tribe? Why are you still here? Want to keep fighting?" The other party remained silent for a long while, both hands clenched into fists. Aiden thought the orc couldn't speak, but suddenly a deep voice said, "Breaking an oath demands a price. That price is death. Cut off my head." Aiden couldn't help frowning in confusion. Breaking an oath? What oath? And so the orc leader told Aiden about his oath. Long ago, the head of House Remus and the orc leader had fought on this land. The orc leader lost and swore never to come down from the mountain again. So they settled in the mountain and guarded this land. Only then did Aiden finally understand why the orcs had refused to descend the mountain. Orcs were a race that valued oaths more than their own lives. After finishing, the orc leader spoke again. "My head alone is enough. Please spare my tribe. I beg you." Aiden didn't care and waved a hand casually. "I don't need your head. Go back." However, the orc leader unwillingly shouted, "The oath of my ancestors. Breaking it requires a price." The voice was so loud that Aiden found it extremely annoying. It was honestly too noisy. He even considered whether he should just cut the man's head off and be done with it. But then he thought it over. After all, they had been protecting his territory, so he decided to be a little patient. With that in mind, he turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and spun back around. "Then pay the debt with something other than your head." Hearing that, the orc leader immediately looked stunned. The next day, at the fortress that had just been destroyed, everyone began reconstruction work. Seeing this, Tirad couldn't help sighing. "Am I seeing things?" Aiden gave a faint laugh and replied casually, "Is that praise?" "Thank you." At the same time, the fortress soldiers were laboriously hauling construction stones because they were far too heavy. In contrast, the orcs carried them as lightly as if they were pebbles, with remarkable ease. Tirad stood outside watching the bustle, and the amazement in his eyes still hadn't faded. He murmured, "Orcs and humans actually working together." Aiden blinked and smiled. Normally, it would take several months. But with the orcs' help, it'll only take a week. The orcs get to keep their chieftain alive, and we get labor. It's a win-win. Hearing that, Tirad couldn't help laughing. "You always surprise me. Talking to you feels like talking to a dragon that's lived for hundreds of years." By the way, he suggested that this matter should be handed over to the Slaughter Tower. Now that even the monsters of the Land of Death had appeared, this had gone beyond anyone's control. Hearing that, Aiden's expression changed at once. In a low voice, he said, "I understand." His objective had been achieved, so there was no need to concern himself further. He had only wanted to awaken Beelzebub, yet he had even received the Phoenix's blessing on top of that. Now, he should probably return quietly and continue strengthening himself through training. Another day passed, and Aiden mounted his horse to begin the journey back. The people of the territory came out to see him off as well. "Thank you for saving our territory, young Master Remus. You're amazing. Long live." Aiden silently listened to the chatter below, a helpless look on his face. He had no idea where these rumors had come from, and he absolutely hated this kind of ceremonial send-off. Even Curse couldn't help laughing. They're not being perfunctory. They probably just want to treat you like a hero. Aiden curled his lip. "So what if I'm a hero? Does being a hero make money?" Hearing that, Curse immediately cursed in dissatisfaction. "Money. Compared to being a knight, you're more suited to be a mercenary." Aiden didn't answer, only gave a cold smirk. In any case, all he wanted this time was to train in peace. After rushing about for an entire day, Aiden finally returned to Count Remus's estate. He went straight to Cassie's study. After hearing Cassie's report, Aiden couldn't help feeling troubled. "There's no way to cure it." Cassie gently shook her head. I'm sorry, but there's no way at present. It seems the mana circuit severance syndrome in my body is even more serious than I thought. We need more materials. Treating me takes more effort than making medicine. What a troublesome but lovable night. Aiden frowned slightly and asked, "How much money do you need?" "I can pay." Cassie let out a helpless sigh. "Money isn't the problem. We need an alchemist capable of making the highest grade divine medicine, and that person can only be found in the Imperial Palace." Even so, she was still deeply grateful to Aiden. If she had remained where she was, she would have died before ever finding a cure. Hearing that, Aiden stood up at once and said plainly, "Then we just need to find that alchemist." Cassie looked rather helpless. "Didn't you hear me, young master? That person absolutely must." Before she could finish, Aiden coldly cut her off. "I know someone." With that, he turned and walked toward the door, not forgetting to reassure her. "Don't worry. Stay here and wait. I'll be back soon." At first, Cassie had still been somewhat doubtful. Aiden had suddenly come to her, offered to teach her a method to treat mana circuit severance syndrome, and had even provided research funding. Knowing her body could not hold out much longer, she had accepted his offer. But in the end, Cassie had felt immense despair when she learned that the method to cure her body was nearly impossible to carry out. She had completely broken down. Most of the people Cassie had met recently were cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Yet Aiden was different. His words sounded cold, but his actions were warm. It had been a very long time since she had felt that kind of warmth. Thinking that, Cassie finally let out a relieved breath. After calming down, she said evenly, "Young master, you really are interesting. Then please bring me back an alchemist. After all, my research is excellent." Aiden only smiled without answering, then strode out. At that moment, Curse appeared and asked suspiciously, "Are you acting for someone else's benefit now? People always say that this kind of sudden change is dangerous. You'd better be careful." Aiden curled his lip and replied casually, "I'm just keeping a promise. Promises are important to mercenaries. In any case, I was already planning to meet that alchemist, because he knew the time that person had left was running short as well." 3 days later, in Maklon City, the noisy sounds of the streets rang out without end, blending into the crowd. Aiden couldn't help sighing. The Empire's greatest free trade city really is prosperous. Curse asked with some confusion, "This is a city? What do you mean?" Aiden explained slowly, "This is a famous city. You can feel that everyone here is working hard." But later, it disappeared because of an attack by a mad dragon. Thinking of that, Aiden couldn't help sighing. He was probably the only one who found the present state of things strange. Reading that thought, Curse asked suspiciously, "So, Dragon Slayer King, where is this genius alchemist you mentioned?" Aiden replied calmly, "I'm looking for the way. Be quiet for a moment." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Maklon City, a gang of thugs was surrounding a man. The leader kept shouting, "Didn't I tell you to have the goods ready by today?" The man trapped in the corner shrank back in fear and said tremblingly, "But no matter how hard I try, I can only make 1 bottle a week. If you suddenly demand that I double my work and make those high-grade divine medicines." Before he could finish, the leader slammed his fist against the wall in warning and said coldly, "I don't give a damn. You'd better watch yourself, Joseph. If you don't deliver tomorrow, your collateral is going to get hurt." Joseph's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the alley. "Threats, fraud, extortion. If anyone's in trouble, just come to me." The voice drew the attention of everyone inside. The leader immediately ordered, "Who the hell is that? Karen, go deal with him." The man called Karen strode over in front of Aiden and asked coldly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" That person curled his lips into a smile. "You don't know me?" The attitude infuriated Karen, and he ground out through clenched teeth, "Quit hanging around here. Get lost." Unfortunately, the man paid him no attention at all. Aiden poked his head out and looked toward Joseph. "Sir, are you being blackmailed, threatened, or scammed?" Being ignored, Karen flew into a rage and ground out through clenched teeth, "You little brat. How dare you ignore me?" Right after that, he swung his fist and charged at him. However, the other man merely flicked his hand casually and sent Karen flying with a slap, smashing hard into the wall. Seeing this, the gangsters were instantly terrified. The leader frowned and asked, "What the hell are you?" The one who had arrived was Aiden. Curling his lips into a smile, he said, "Move aside. I want to see my client." After saying that, Aiden lowered his hand. Having his good thing ruined, the leader drew his sword and lunged forward, roaring fiercely, "You dare touch my men? I'll kill you." Unfortunately for him, his strike was far too slow. Aiden only needed to sidestep lightly to avoid it. Then he closed in on him and revealed a mysterious smile. Without the slightest hesitation, Aiden reached out and yanked the leader's pants down, exposing underwear printed with a cute little bear. His secret exposed, the leader flew into a furious rage and bellowed madly. "You brat who looks like some kind of fairy." Aiden frowned at him and asked displeased, "What did you just say?" The leader continued to scream crazily. "You think you can lay a hand on Severus, the #1 predator of Makelon City, and get away with it? You're dead." The moment he finished speaking, a powerful wave of energy suddenly crashed down, and his sword shattered in an instant. The sight nearly scared the leader into wetting himself. Trembling, he asked, "Who are you? How can you use sword aura?" By then, Aiden had already drawn Beelzebub, his whole body wrapped in energy. He stepped closer and said coldly, "You should really get your eyes checked." A moment later, Aiden used Beelzebub to beat the leader into a pulp, leaving his face swollen like a pig's head. Snorting coldly, he scolded, "How dare you compare me to a fairy? Consider yourself lucky that I'm still being fairly merciful." Seeing Aiden's face, the remaining thugs trembled and asked, why would a young master like him appear in the slums? Aiden paid them no attention at all and walked straight toward Joseph. Raising his brows, he smiled and said, "Sir, how is it? Need my help? I'll charge a reasonable fee." Joseph stared fixedly at Aiden. A swordsman who had awakened sword aura was offering to help him, and for such a cheap price too. Would he demand something else later on? Could he trust this young man? Aiden saw the hesitation in his eyes, but said nothing, only curling his lips in a faint smile. He knew the other party had no other choice. Sure enough, Joseph soon broke down and begged, "Please help me." Joseph was a famous alchemist from China. In the underworld of Makelon City, his daughter had been kidnapped by the Severus gang. Although Joseph had tried to resist, it was useless. The girl was still taken away. The leader of the Severus gang told him that as long as he handed over one divine medicine pill every week, they would protect his daughter. That old man even said it was a fair deal and reminded him that this was a very dangerous place. For his daughter's safety, Joseph gritted his teeth and endured it. In his previous life, he had been forced to supply medicine for years. But after learning that his daughter had long since died, he begged his enemy to help him take revenge, then committed suicide to reunite with her. But that was only in his previous life. It was not too late now. Seeing that there was still no response, Joseph cried and said again, "I'll give you anything you want, as long as you save my daughter." Having achieved his goal, Aiden smiled faintly and said confidently, "All right, sir, but remember your promise. You have to give me whatever I want." Curse finally couldn't hold back any longer and mocked him, saying Aiden was the only one greedier than he was. Aiden did not care. He glanced at the man trying to sneak away behind them and shouted coldly, "You there? Stop." The thug's steps instantly froze, and his body began trembling on reflex. In the blink of an eye, Aiden rushed to his side and said coldly, "Yes, you. Did you really think I'd let you go for no reason?" He said he had a few questions, but since he didn't think the man would answer obediently, he decided to start with a few heaven-shaking punches first. Thus, miserable screams soon echoed through the alley. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Severus gang, inside the gang leader's office, Ankle looked at the documents in front of him and raised his brows smugly. "There are 2 of Joseph's pills. We're about to make a fortune. Maybe I should eat one first myself. This stuff is great for the body." Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. He immediately cursed in annoyance. Who dares enter my room without knocking? But as soon as the words left his mouth, Ankle realized it was one of his own men who had returned and eagerly asked, "It's you? Did you bring Joseph's medicine back? But why is your face swollen like that?" Before the man could answer, another person stepped into the room. Aiden walked in from outside, raised his brows, and smiled. "Wow, found you." Ankle looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Who are you? You dare lay hands on my gang members? I don't care what you want, but barging into the tiger's den like this, you really are an idiot." As he spoke, he reached under the desk and pressed a button. It was an emergency alarm system that would ring as long as energy was poured into it. Ankle's men would rush over immediately, and when that happened, Aiden would be finished. At least, that was exactly what he thought. But reality did not go the way he wanted. Ankle waited for quite a while, yet no one responded. His face immediately turned ugly. Why is no one here yet? Is the alarm broken? Unable to hold back, he directly shouted for help. "Is anyone outside? There's an intruder." Aiden arrogantly picked at his ear and curled his lip. Your gang members? The moment I came in, I already put them all to sleep. Just as he said, every last member of Severus had already fallen into a sweet dream. Aiden glared at Ankle and said coldly, As for you, I won't let you sleep so easily. Hand Joseph's daughter over. The moment he heard the name Joseph, Ankle gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, So you're just a mercenary Joseph hired? Don't get too cocky just because you took care of a few small fry. Because the strongest one in this gang is me. As soon as he finished speaking, energy gathered in his hand, and he launched his attack. In an instant, sounds of blows rang through the room. As for who was actually getting beaten, everyone could probably guess. A little while later, deep inside the prison cells, Ankle, his face swollen like a pig's head, led Aiden downstairs and opened the door with trembling hands. The child is right here. Aiden looked at the room and cursed in displeasure. You actually locked a little girl up in a place like this? You really are a pack of beasts. Ankle shook his head slightly, then pushed the door open and walked in, explaining as he went, But that little brat, she's not an ordinary child. She looks quiet now, but normally. Before he could finish speaking, a small figure appeared in the room, and the kick she threw was anything but light. The girl directly kicked Ankle, flying out of the room. Her eyes brimmed with killing intent as she coldly said, I'll kill you. Seeing this, Aiden could not help but marvel. This little girl is pretty impressive, even though he had already beaten that guy half to death. While he was thinking, Curse suddenly popped out and said, That little girl is using a rather interesting kind of power. Aiden was slightly startled, then noticed that she was already attacking him. He raised a hand to block, and while dealing with the girl, communicated with Curse. You mean interesting power? Curse nodded slightly. Yeah, the power of someone extremely troublesome. Aiden frowned after hearing that, but then dismissed it. It had nothing to do with him. His goal was simply to bring this child back to Joseph. At that moment, Alice suddenly shouted fiercely, Take me back to my father. I want to see my father. Aiden nodded calmly. Yeah, I'm taking you to see your father. Those words made the girl's movements freeze. Alice murmured in disbelief, Father, I can really see father again. Aiden stretched out his hand to her and smiled. Joseph, I mean your father, asked me to come save you. Let's go home. Alice's hand trembled slightly. Still not daring to believe it, she asked again, I can really go back and see father? That's right. Come on. Aiden comforted her slowly. In the next moment, Alice threw herself forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. She burst into tears. I was so scared. I missed father. Aiden patted her back comfortingly. It must have been frightening being here all alone, right? You're safe now. Let's go see your father. Watching the touching scene, Curse could not help sneering. I didn't expect there was still some compassion left in your heart. Aiden let out a cold snort at that. What kind of person do you think I am? Am I really that awful in your eyes? A little while later, Aiden brought Alice back. The moment she reached the door, she shouted joyfully, Father! Hearing her call, Joseph immediately turned around. Father and daughter rushed into each other's arms. Because she had not seen her father for so long, Alice cried non-stop in grievance. Joseph stroked her head and comforted her. I am truly sorry. Aiden stood behind them, watching the father and daughter, without saying a word. A little later, Alice cried herself to sleep from exhaustion. Only then did Joseph step forward and thank Aiden. Thank you so much. Aiden waved a hand lightly and smiled. Just saying thanks isn't enough. Now comes the most important part. It's time for you to pay your debt. My client. Seeing the crafty smile on his face, Joseph could not help shivering. Of course, I should pay your fee. How much do you want? Aiden raised a brow and asked him, How much do you think your daughter's life is worth? Joseph hesitated for a moment, and after a long silence, finally said, To me, she is more precious than my own life. If what you want is money, then I'm willing to spend the rest of my life working to repay the debt. Hearing that, Aiden smacked his lips and sighed, I have more than enough of that. Do you have anything else? For example, what about your alchemy? The moment those words fell, Joseph's expression darkened. He bit his lip tightly and asked suspiciously, You mean my alchemy? Aiden nodded calmly in acknowledgement. That's right. Right now, I need an alchemist, and the more skilled the better. Though unwilling, Joseph still said in a deep voice, I understand. So you helped me because of my alchemy. But since you helped me, I must repay that kindness. As he spoke, he opened his wooden box, revealing a divine medicine pill inside. It was the very same thing Aiden had seen in his previous life. Joseph explained seriously, This is the highest grade divine medicine I have made. Try it. I poured all my effort into producing it. Aiden looked at it, nearly drooling, his eyes shining as he asked, Can I drink it? Joseph nodded lightly. Of course. This is part of how I repay you. Seeing his expression, Curse truly could not bear to watch and cursed in dissatisfaction. Dragon Slayer King, wipe your drool. It's disgusting. Aiden paid him no mind, tossed the divine medicine into his mouth, and snorted coldly. You only say that because you've never tasted this kind of divine medicine. If you drank it. Before he could finish speaking, a powerful burst of energy appeared, constantly surging within Aiden's body. Feeling it, Aiden's eyes lit up, just as I expected. This really is top-grade stuff. With just one divine medicine pill, his mana had doubled. Thinking of this, Aiden said delightedly, "This really is second to none." Joseph smiled and said, "Then to repay you, I will continue making these divine medicines for you." Aiden raised a brow at him and made an enticing offer. "Instead of that, how about joining our ducal house? If you agree, we will protect you and your daughter." Hearing this, Joseph's expression changed immediately, and he cried out in shock, "The ducal house? Come to think of it, who exactly are you?" Aiden smiled unconsciously and replied calmly, "Sorry, I should have introduced myself earlier. I am the eldest son of House Remus. Aden Rumi." The moment those words were spoken, Joseph was stunned. Aden Rumi? Could you be the African prince people in town have been gossiping about lately? Hearing that title, Aiden's face turned ugly at once. That again, the African prince again. Even Curse could not help laughing. "Looks like your reputation isn't exactly great." After the shock passed, Joseph regained his composure and asked suspiciously, "What kind of wind has blown a young master of a ducal house to an ordinary place like this?" Aiden spoke frankly, "I have an urgent matter that requires your help. If you can help me solve it, our duke will protect your family for life." That's a tempting offer, isn't it? Joseph nodded lightly. "It certainly is. But what problem exactly do you need me to solve? Let's first talk about this urgent matter." A short while later, in Cassie's laboratory, Aiden brought Joseph to examine her. After a long while, Joseph said seriously, "This is the worst case of mana vein syndrome I've ever seen. If not for the superior constitution of the beast folk, she probably wouldn't have held on until now." Then he looked at the papers posted on the wall and continued with a frown, "If we brew the medicine according to the method you showed me, we can definitely cure this disease. But the problem is how we're supposed to obtain the ingredients needed to prepare it." Hearing that, Aiden asked in confusion, "Where do we need to go to buy those ingredients?" Joseph hesitated for a long time before answering. "The ingredients listed here are not ordinary ingredients. There is fundamentally no way to obtain them directly. It says here that mana vein syndrome is a disease that freezes the mana veins. According to this treatment method, what we need is extremely hot fire attribute mana to thaw the frozen veins." However, before he could finish, Aiden cut in, "How do we obtain extremely hot fire attribute mana?" At that question, Joseph fell silent. Cassie, standing beside them, continued, "You can get it from the heart of a fire dragon or the feathers of fire phoenix. But how are we supposed to find such legendary creatures? Thanks for your help. Do you mean something like this?" Aiden asked calmly, then took something out from his person. Raising his brows, he smiled and said, "I have one, a fire phoenix feather." Cassie and Joseph immediately stared wide-eyed at the thing in his hand and cried out in disbelief, "Why do you have that? How did you get something that only exists in legend?" Their overblown reaction startled Aiden a little, and he awkwardly explained, "Maybe the Fire Phoenix dropped it?" Setting aside its origin for now, Joseph hurried over to take the Fire Phoenix feather, then nodded and smiled. "This is enough. With this, there definitely won't be any problem. Please give me 2 days." Hearing that, Cassie, standing behind them, choked up a little, tears of emotion beginning to fall from her eyes, mixed with joy. At last, the terrible illness in her body had a chance of being cured. Just then, there was a sudden knock from outside, followed by Philip's voice. "Young Master Aiden, are you in there?" Aiden frowned reflexively and asked, "Philip, what is it?" Philip quickly replied, "Duke Fry is looking for you." Hearing that, Aiden could not help flinching. He had forgotten that this time, he had disappeared without a word. After that, Aiden went to Frey's office. Fry narrowed his eyes at him and asked, "I heard you went to Michelin City this time?" "Yes. I went there to take care of some matters." Aiden nodded lightly and said apologetically, "Sorry, I should have told you before leaving." But Fry shook his head and smiled. "I didn't call you here to scold you." Aiden could not help being startled. Then why had he called him here? Unable to figure it out, he simply asked directly, "Then why did you call me here, father?" Fry took out an invitation and explained, "We've received an invitation to the Crown Prince's upcoming birthday banquet. This time, I want you to attend the banquet with me." Hearing that, a trace of panic appeared on Aiden's face. "There is so much work to do at home. Who had time for that? He immediately asked, I'm the one attending the banquet? Doesn't Kars usually represent our family at events like this? Fry nodded calmly. That's true, but this time he declined because he has matters in the night order to deal with. Besides, quite a lot of people want to meet you as well. But I'm very busy too. Aiden sighed helplessly. Just then, however, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, Father, this year is Imperial Year 450, right? Fry nodded lightly. That's right, my son. No matter how much you dislike it, you still have to attend this banquet. Aiden thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right. I'll go. Fry seemed a little unable to keep up with such a sudden change. Aiden quickly explained, since Kars is busy, I guess I don't really have a choice. I'll go. I'll just treat it as going to meet everyone. Hearing that, Fry nodded with a smile. I understand. You made a wise decision. Be careful on the road. Father and son talked a little longer, and then Aiden quickly left Frey's room. At that moment, Curse jumped out and asked, You wouldn't go to a place like that for no reason, suddenly agreeing to attend the banquet. What is your real motive? Aiden explained slowly. A major incident will happen at this year's banquet. Dark mages will launch an attack while the banquet is in progress. And the one commanding all of it is the queen of the dark mages, the Silver Witch. I'm planning to bring that woman over to my side. Hearing this, Curse asked suspiciously, Why would you want to ally yourself with someone you hate? Aiden shook his head lightly. Unlike those extreme and chaotic cult-like dark mage organizations, she is the leader of the moderate Florence Flame faction. Although I killed her in my previous life, perhaps this time, the ending will be different. In his previous life, the last time the two met had been on the battlefield. Before she closed her eyes for the last time, the Silver Witch had left Aiden with one sentence. Mercenary Aiden, if we had met in a different way, perhaps we could have become good friends. Aiden felt quite regretful. Back then, he had been unable to dispel the corrosive dark magic, and he could not allow Florence's will to be repeated. A few days later, the entourage of House Remus set out to attend the Crown Prince's banquet. Sitting in the carriage, Aiden said boredly, We're just going to the royal palace for a birthday banquet. Do we really need such a massive retinue? Philip, sitting beside him, smiled cheerfully and said, The size of the retinue represents the prestige of a family. So for the sake of the Duke's honor, this can't be avoided. But why do we have to take a detour? Aiden curled his lip and explained, I just wanted to take a more comfortable road. That was only what he said out loud. What he really wanted was to get a few more high-grade divine medicines from Joseph. But there was a problem. Before they set out, Joseph had said that even if he wanted to make high-grade divine medicine now, he couldn't because he needed Treant tears, something produced by tree spirits, though those beings were under threat. Aiden had never seen a Treant before, so he did not know much about them. But that guy definitely knew. He was going to retrieve that gift first. With that thought, Aiden immediately curled his lips into a cold smile. A little while later, when the carriage passed by a forest, Aiden quickly gave the order, You all go on ahead. I want to stop here for a while. Philip wanted to accompany him as an escort, but Aiden coldly splashed him down with, You're even weaker than I am. I'm fine going alone. Thus, Aiden entered the forest by himself. At that moment, Curse popped out again and asked, Are you sure the person you're looking for is somewhere among these hills? Aiden curled his lips. I never said it was a person. It has always been here. Even now, I still can't understand what my master was thinking. The two talked as they walked, eventually stopping in front of a strange heart-shaped rock. Curse could not help speaking up. For some reason, this heart-shaped rock looks very man-made. His master had once said that this was the gift prepared for the disciple who made it here. His taste truly was unique. Somewhat surprised, Curse asked, You mean this rock is the gift? It just looks like an ordinary rock. Aiden smiled calmly. My master loved wrapping things up very tightly. This time, I'll still be the one accepting it. As soon as he said that, he drew his sword and, without the slightest hesitation, brought it down, splitting the heart-shaped rock in front of him cleanly into two halves. Looking at the enormous rock that had been cut open, Curse asked in some surprise, Didn't you just say that was your master's gift? Aiden smiled unconsciously and explained calmly, That was only the wrapping paper. After saying that, he stepped into the underground chamber behind the rock. Only then did Curse suddenly understand and nod. A dungeon? So this is the gift. Aiden answered blandly. He was always nagging, saying that if I wanted to become the mercenary king, then I absolutely had to learn through pain, or that only by experiencing the line between life and death could I grow stronger. Besides, this dungeon isn't a real dungeon. Inside the dungeon, many monsters were slowly approaching the light. Aiden stood there calmly, not taking even a single step back. Curse asked suspiciously, "Could it be that in your previous life, you and your master got along very well?" Aiden curled his lip. "In my previous life, I thought he was trying to kill me here. But in this life," Aiden actually felt extremely grateful. At that moment, before him was a horde of monsters, and behind them was a monster holding a staff, likely their leader. Curse spoke with disdain. "A lich. This idiotic creature is born when dark mages turn themselves into the undead. If Aiden did not know how to deal with them, they would be among the hardest opponents to handle. In his previous life, he had suffered quite a lot while fighting them." At that moment, the lich leader let out a gloomy, frightening voice. "Foolish human, you dare enter here without the slightest fear. I will turn you into one of the undead, just like them." Aiden could not be bothered with it. He rushed straight forward and swept his sword out horizontally. If he killed this lich, the undead it controlled would disappear completely. Besides, compared to the high-grade liches he had killed in his previous life, this one was nothing at all. Aiden was incredibly fast. Before the lich could even react, he had already slashed it. Before dispersing, the lich said unwillingly, "I never thought I would perish before seeing the kingdom of dark mages rise again with my own eyes." Immediately after that, it and the monsters it had created turned to ash and scattered into the air. Amid that smoke, Aiden's eyes caught sight of something glowing. A strange necklace appeared on the ground. Curse jumped out and speculated, "Could this necklace be the gift your master was talking about?" Aiden shook his head gently in denial. This was something he had never seen before, but the pattern on it looked strangely familiar. He decided to pick it up and keep it for now. At that moment, Curse suddenly suggested, "Dragon Slayer King, you should collect the lich's ashes too." Aiden looked surprised and asked suspiciously, "What do I need its ashes for?" Curse explained indifferently, "Didn't you say you wanted to find the trance? The lich's ashes are the very thing those trance crave like mad." Hearing that, Aiden hesitated a little, but in the end still bent down to gather the ashes. He did not want to listen to that damn fellow, but he truly did not know much about trance. As he worked, he threatened Curse. "Hey, where exactly is that gift you mentioned?" Aiden did not answer and continued collecting the ashes. Seeing that, Curse asked in confusion, "Weren't you doubting me just now? Why are you collecting so much now?" After a while, Aiden filled an entire bag with ashes and headed toward another door. Inside was a hidden room. Curse was extremely surprised when he saw it. Aiden explained slowly, "This really is a hidden dungeon. Our master may indeed be a bit strange, but he wouldn't go so far as to toss us a dungeon full of nothing but liches." Hearing that, Curse curled his lip disdainfully and said, "Having liches at all is already strange enough." Aiden angrily cursed him out, and the two bickered like cats and dogs, but Aiden kept moving forward. He did not stop until he saw something glowing. Curse was so startled that he could not utter a word. The corner of Aiden's lips lifted slightly. "You saw it in the previous life too, didn't you?" Curse's tone carried some dissatisfaction. "How could I forget? If it weren't for that thing, I wouldn't have lost our battle." What appeared before the two of them was a shield. The Benson's Soul Shield, equipment stained by the madness of Benson's soul. Aiden had not seen it for a very long time, and he quickly took it into his hand. That madness had once tainted its user, and because of that, he had suffered greatly in the past. But this was already the second time, and one of the reasons Aiden liked this shield was that it could transform into a bracelet to wear, unlike other bulky equipment. Just then, the shield suddenly turned into a vortex, wrapped itself around Aiden's hand, and before long transformed into a bracelet. He could carry it anywhere, making it extremely convenient. Perhaps because it was such a familiar piece of equipment, it made Aiden recall his time as the Dragon Slayer King. He even remembered those frenzied screams. Reading his thoughts, Curse mocked him. "Like master, like disciple. I'm guessing you're not normal either." Aiden could not be bothered with him and shouted into the empty air, "I know you've been watching everything. Show yourself." The moment the words fell, a rabbit appeared in front of him and spoke in a glib voice. "I've been waiting for you to call me, you bastard. Ah, no, esteemed guest. It seems you wish to conduct a transaction." It introduced itself as Rabbit, the merchant spirit of the Friendly Spirit Shop. If Aiden needed anything at all, whether medicinal herbs or weapons, its spirit shop had it all. Merchant spirits are spirits with an overwhelming obsession with money. The spirit shop is where these merchant spirits gather, and the merchant hat on their heads is the sign that identifies them. Normally, whenever someone clears a dungeon, the shop sends a spirit to trade for the spoils obtained inside it. But Aiden was no ordinary person. At that moment, Rabbit smiled smugly and said, "Are you planning to trade the Benson shield in your hand? I can offer you a very good price for it." "No, I'm not selling." Aiden refused without the slightest hesitation, leaving Rabbit so shocked its eyes went wide. "You're not selling it? Then what do you want to trade?" Aiden spoke calmly. "I want some information. I want to know where the tree folk live in the Western lands." Hearing that, Rabbit's lips curled into a cold smile as it said disdainfully, "So you want to buy information about the tree folk settlement?" "Honored guest, information about the tree folk is very expensive. Even just the location of a small village would cost 2,000 gold coins after discount." Not only did Aiden not object, he actually raised the price. "Make it 4,000 gold coins." 4,000 gold coins? What? At that number, Rabbit's eyes immediately lit up. Curse was also baffled by his actions and asked suspiciously, "Why did you suddenly double the price? Did you owe this guy something in your previous life?" Aiden shook his head with a smile. "I don't owe him anything. I'm just doing what I was taught." Hearing that, Curse became even more confused. "Taught? What exactly were you taught?" Aiden gave an extremely sly smile. "The art of squeezing merchant spirits dry, as taught to me by my master." After saying that, he jerked his chin toward Rabbit. "Give me the location of the tree folk settlement, and on top of that, hand over 4,000 gold coins." "Hurry up," Rabbit asked in displeasure. "Wait, you're not paying 4,000 gold coins to buy the information. You want both the information and 4,000 gold coins? Did fighting monsters damage your brain or something?" Aiden clicked his tongue and smiled. "No, I'm making a deal. I want to sell you what's behind my back. How about it?" In an instant, Rabbit's face changed drastically, and it cried out in alarm. "How can a human like you be this shameless?" Aiden drew his sword with a wicked grin. "If you don't want it, just say so. I can destroy it right now." Seeing that it didn't answer, Aiden raised his voice and pressed, "Hurry up." Rabbit just stood there, stunned speechless. It had never imagined that a mere mortal like him would know about the dungeon core. Everyone else was completely unaware of its existence. If it told its seniors that it spent money buying a dungeon core, they would ridicule it. But if it failed to recover the core, it would be fired. It remained trapped in indecision. Aiden decided to gamble and aggressively started walking toward the back with his sword in hand. "Fine then, I'll destroy it." Seeing this, Rabbit immediately panicked and screamed, "Wait, hold on. I'll buy it. I said I'll buy it." Aiden smiled in satisfaction. "You should have said that from the start." After the deal was struck, Rabbit took out a bag of coins and handed it to Aiden. Aiden curled his lips and said, "This pouch of platinum should definitely be worth 4,000 gold coins. Pleasure doing business, little Rabbit. Until we meet again." With that, he turned and left. Rabbit stared at Aiden's back, wanting to cry, but having no tears. "I hope I never see you again, you damned scoundrel. Do you think you can swindle a merchant spirit and just walk away? Try going to the tree folk village. No mortal has ever returned alive from there." Thinking of that, Rabbit became full of anticipation again. Elsewhere, unaware of Rabbit's intentions, Aiden happily walked out carrying the money pouch. Lau was leaning against the carriage outside, looking extremely worried. Aiden had been inside for half a day already, and he didn't know whether he should go in and look for him. Just then, Lau saw Aiden step out from inside and shouted joyfully, "Young master, you were gone so long, I was worried sick." Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help but cut him off. "Stop. That's kind of nauseating." Sometimes he truly wished Lau would treat him the way he used to. This was way too terrifying now. He just couldn't get used to it all. He was straight, after all. Thinking that, Aiden turned to the others and suggested, "Anyway, has everyone rested enough? We're heading to the Imperial capital now." That night, at the entrance to the Benson Soul dungeon, a figure in a black cloak slowly stepped inside. A low voice rang out, "I finally found it. But why is no one here?" Looking around at the surroundings, the person let out a dissatisfied sigh. "The thing I came to get is gone. It should have been here. How did this happen?" The next day, in the Imperial capital, Aiden's group finally arrived. The carriage stopped at the city gate, and Aiden stepped down from it, handsome like a movie star. The people of the Empire really were different from ordinary folk. Someone came forward to greet him the moment he got off the carriage. The man bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome to the Imperial capital, young master. I will escort you to the palace guest quarters." That was how he appeared on the surface, but inwardly, he was full of contempt. He had originally thought Kars would be the one coming, but instead, it was this useless layabout. However, since Aiden's reputation had already spread all the way to the capital, the man knew he definitely wasn't simple, so he decided he absolutely must not offend him. With that in mind, the servant dared not delay and led Aiden to his resting place. The moment he arrived, Aiden flopped onto the soft bed and exclaimed, "Even the beds in the palace guest rooms are on a whole different level." But very soon, Aiden's attention shifted to another issue. Tonight, the Dark Mages would launch a large-scale attack, and many people had been killed or injured last time. At that moment, Curse suddenly jumped in and asked, "Then why don't you go warn them?" The corner of Aiden's mouth lifted into a cold smile. "This is a good opportunity. I can't let it slip away so easily." Curse asked suspiciously again, "So what you mean is you don't care if people get hurt or die?" Aiden replied with a cold laugh. "Do you think I'm like you? In my previous life, I was a hero who saved the world. I already have a plan." And so the night passed. The next morning, the banquet officially began, filled with endless laughter and chatter. But when Aiden appeared, the atmosphere instantly fell silent, and not a single person spoke. Clearly, everyone had heard of his reputation. Aiden paid no attention to the whispering around him and walked straight ahead. He had been treated like this for quite some time already. He figured people were all the same, whether mercenaries or nobles. Aiden had no reason to waste time with them. There were 3 people he absolutely had to meet. At the same time, in a corner of the palace, a man was quietly standing there enjoying the banquet. He smiled in satisfaction and said, "As expected, the wine in the Imperial Palace is the best. If only I could import this kind of wine into the magic tower of my kingdom." Just then, Aiden walked over and greeted him. "Great Mage Gustav Dora, it's an honor to meet you." This man was the chief Archmage of Angus. Gustav was slightly startled and asked suspiciously, "You know me?" Aiden smiled unconsciously and replied cheerfully, "Of course. Aren't you a mage from the magic tower of the Kingdom of Angus? When Angus is mentioned, you're the foremost figure." Hearing that, Gustav turned sharply and said coldly, "If you're trying to curry favor with the Magic Tower Kingdom, you've come to the wrong person. My relationship with the upper echelons of the Magic Tower isn't good." Aiden paid no mind to the rejection and calmly said, "I've read the book you wrote, Gustav, on the feasibility of applying Magitech. I found it incredibly interesting." His words startled Gustav, and his gaze began to truly focus on him. His voice trembled as he asked Aiden whether he had really read that book and whether he truly found it interesting. Aiden gave a slight nod. "I couldn't help being amazed by such a never-before-seen method of presentation." At that, Gustav suddenly threw an arm around Aiden's shoulder and burst into excited laughter. He marveled that unlike the people of the Imperial Magic Tower, Aiden could recognize the greatness of Magitech and possessed such extraordinary insight. Faced with Gustav's enthusiasm, Aiden could only laugh awkwardly. He casually played along, saying he had never seen any field so useful and wondrous. But in truth, every time he read that book, he fell asleep. Regardless of the helpless expression on Aiden's face, Gustav continued rambling endlessly about theories no one could understand, until Curse finally couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up, "Dragon Slayer King, please shut that guy up." Aiden was helpless too, and could only tell Curse to pretend she didn't have ears. While enduring Gustav's nonstop chatter, Curse asked Aiden, "Why do we need someone so obsessed with Magitech? This stuff isn't even included in the hierarchy of magic." Aiden slowly explained that, although Magitech might be considered useless right now, in the future it would become a technique indispensable to everyone. Hearing that, Curse understood. It seemed this Gustav would become famous later on. Aiden reluctantly admitted that he really did become very famous. Gustav once caused a horrifying accident unprecedented in history and was dubbed the mad terrorist of the Magic Tower, Gustav Dora. After hearing that, Curse frowned and asked, "A terrorist? Wasn't he supposed to become famous because of Magitech?" Aiden continued, saying that he would probably cause an incident during one of his experiments soon, after which his magic would be sealed and he would be expelled from the Magic Tower. Later, Gustav would rely on the technology he developed himself to attack the Magic Tower, nearly destroying the entire Magic Tower Nation. Of course, he was ultimately stopped by the Magic Tower Nation and the Great Mage Sora. In any case, it was precisely because history had nearly destroyed that nation that Magitech was finally acknowledged. Aiden ignored Gustav, who was still cackling and talking beside him, treating it all as meaningless babble. But Gustav's enthusiasm did not diminish in the slightest. He kept saying that this was the first time he had ever had such a deep discussion about Magitech, and even worried that he might have said too much because he was overly excited. though not very willing. Aiden still shook his head with a smile and said, "Not at all. That conversation just now was very eye-opening. I hope we can have an even deeper discussion the next time we meet." Just then, a loud shout cut off their conversation. "Aden Humi." Aiden was startled and looked toward the person who had just arrived. Who was calling him? The face really did look familiar, but Aiden couldn't remember him at all. At that moment, the young man roared aggressively, "You thief! How dare you steal the heirloom treasure of our Cetus family? I will never forgive you." Aiden stared at him blankly. Gustav, standing nearby, spoke first. "Did something happen between you and young Master Tian?" Aiden indifferently shook his head. "No, this is my first time meeting him. It's just..." At that point, Aiden suddenly remembered something. Right? This person had just mentioned the Cetus family. Looking more closely, he really did resemble Tirid. No wonder he looked familiar. So this was the Cetus family's young master, Tirid's son, Tian Cetus. Aiden smiled politely and said, "Young Master Tian, it's a pleasure to meet you. Just now I was wondering whether we had met before. But now I realize you really do look just like your father." Before he could finish speaking, Tian angrily cut him off. "Shut up, you swindler. How dare you deceive my father and steal our family heirloom?" Hearing that, the people around them immediately turned their attention this way and began whispering among themselves. After spotting the Beelzebub at Aiden's waist, they all started mocking him with disdain, saying that there was no way he had defeated that boss through his own strength. Hearing the gossip around him, Aiden let out a helpless sigh. "There seems to be some misunderstanding. I won this through a completely fair wager." Tian shouted unwillingly, "I've heard plenty lately about your disgraceful conduct. Do you think I believe someone like you could block my father's sword and win that wager?" Aiden started to get angry and retorted, "Young Master Tian, you're going too far." Even Curse was surprised. She hadn't expected Aiden to be this patient. Tian, on the other side, showed no intention of backing down and snorted coldly. "Too far? Then prove you're not a fraud." He declared that if Aiden beat him in a sword duel, he would kneel and apologize. But if Aiden lost, then Aiden had to return the heirloom and kneel to beg forgiveness. Aiden cursed inwardly, feeling that this guy was becoming more and more arrogant, just as stubborn as his father. He hesitated and said, "A sword duel at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet? If the Crown Prince were to find out." Before he could finish, a low voice cut in. "How interesting. A sword duel on my birthday banquet." Aiden and Tian both froze and turned around, only to see a young man walking toward them. It was the Crown Prince of this kingdom. Mas? No one dared be disrespectful and hurriedly bowed in salute. Tian was somewhat startled as well and quickly bowed his head. "We greet the future son of the Empire." In truth, he felt this Crown Prince had arrived at a very inconvenient time. Mars smiled at him. "I just overheard a very interesting conversation." Tian replied in a low voice, "Please forgive us, Your Highness. We are willing to accept any punishment for this disturbance." Aiden, on the other hand, felt a little regretful, thinking that thanks to the Crown Prince, that fool Tian had been spared. He also spoke respectfully. "I'm deeply ashamed," Mars casually suggested. "No need to apologize. Raise your heads." However, his next sentence was anything but courteous. "Young Master Tian, young Master Aiden, I would like to watch the two of you duel. Right here. What do you say?" Those words caught both of them completely off guard. This Crown Prince really was meddling too much, wasn't he? Seeing their reactions, Mars spoke again. "You both possess combat records and martial skill to be proud of. If you can display your talents for me, that will be the finest birthday gift I could hope for." Those words reminded Aiden of something. This man had also been quite famous in his previous life. Mars was the strongest contender for the throne, but he had one bad habit. He was a complete battle maniac. Aiden couldn't refuse the Crown Prince's request. What was he supposed to do now? While Aiden was hesitating, Tian had already agreed. "It will be my utmost honor. I obey your highness's command." The reason he agreed was because Tirid, who had never acknowledged him, had acknowledged Aiden instead. He wanted to expose Aiden's true face, reclaim the family heirloom, and restore his father's honor. Thinking that, Tian glanced at Aiden, who was trembling beside him, and sneered confidently. Where had all that confidence from earlier gone? Now he was shaking like a pathetic coward, truly a disgrace to his family. Even Curse grew somewhat worried and asked suspiciously, "Hey, Dragon Slayer King, are you sure you're okay? However, not long after, Aiden revealed a crafty smile and said, "Your Highness, while I do not care for fighting, how could I dare refuse your command?" Curse silently observed a 5-minute moment of silence for Tion. And so, at Mars's request, Aiden and Tion prepare to fight. Sitting in his chair, Mars said cheerfully, "To ensure safety, the use of sword aura and support items is forbidden. I greatly look forward to both of your performances." Tion respectfully nodded. "Your Highness, I guarantee this will be a splendid match to behold." Then, he turned to Aiden and confidently declared, "I will prove here and now that the rumors about you are entirely baseless nonsense." Aiden curled his lip, looking disdainful. Can we start now?" That attitude sent Tion into a fury, and he gritted his teeth as he cursed. "You brat, what a foul mouth you have." The moment the words left his lips, he rushed forward with his sword like the wind. Seeing that Aiden remained standing still, Tion felt contempt rise in his heart. This amateur warrior beat father? What a joke. The match would end here in a swift and boring fashion. However, no one knew who would truly prevail. Before Tion's sword could even reach Aiden, Aiden had already flicked him hard on the forehead, and the pain pierced straight to the core. Seeing this, Mars couldn't help smiling with interest. At the same time, another young man watching the match felt somewhat embarrassed. Tion had lost far too easily. Unexpectedly, Aiden had no intention of ending it there. He put on a hesitant expression and said, "I was too startled, so my hand slipped. It just so happened you were standing right there. I got lucky." Then he looked toward Mars and suggested, "Judging a person's skill based on a random mistake by either side is really too difficult. Please consider this round void." Mars agreed without hesitation. "Very well, then this round is nullified. Both sides should focus even more." Tion bit his lip fiercely, thinking that he had only been careless. No matter what kind of scoundrel Aiden was, a knight was still a knight. He didn't know how to use a sword. But why was Aiden making that disgusting face? Tion's eyes grew resolute, and he ground his teeth as he said, "This time I'll give it everything I've got." Aiden nodded indifferently and taunted him with an infuriating expression. Of course. Come hit me. Vanish from my sight. Whatever works." Those words ignited the fire of anger inside Tion. He tried to remind himself not to pay attention to the other side's mockery, but he was still trembling with rage. Immediately after that, Tion charged forward with his sword again. It was just that his attacking speed was too slow. Aiden casually dodged and avoided it with ease. Aiden frowned as he watched Tion's sword path, and inwardly he couldn't help sighing. As expected of the Count's son, his sword path was as straightforward as the Count's, but the weakness was far too obvious. Aiden raised his sword and successfully parried, then said coldly, "Compared to the Count, your sword path is too weak." That sentence directly enraged Tion, and he gritted his teeth as he barked, "What did you say? My sword path is weak." Aiden snorted coldly. "The Count's strikes are powerful and precise, but young Master Tion, your swordsmanship right now looks no different from imitating the Count." Tion pressed his lips together hard. He dared say he was merely imitating? Aiden curled his lip and said, "The swordsmanship that defeated your father, the thing you've always been curious about. I'll let you witness it." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in Aiden's hand began dancing through the air, moving so fast that Tion couldn't track it all. Tion realized he couldn't parry it either. Thinking that his father had lost beneath such a blade, Tion found it a little absurd. Right then, the tip of Aiden's sword suddenly curved, slipping around Tion's blade and making Tion's eyes widen in horror. In a flash, Aiden's sword tip struck Tion's face, and blood flowed out. Seeing this, Curse couldn't help saying, "I thought you would hold back, but it looks like you're taking this more seriously than I expected." Aiden said indifferently, "If I don't beat him unconscious, I bet he'll keep attacking until he dies." By now, Aiden had already knocked Tion to the ground. Tion had never expected to lose to a kind of swordsmanship he had never seen before, and unwilling to accept it, he stood up once again. Aiden let out a light laugh. "So you could still block that, huh?" While he was thinking, Tion charged forward furiously and shouted, "I am Tion Cetus, the eldest son destined to lead the Cetus family." Unfortunately, in Aiden's eyes, he was just a brat who had only recently started learning the sword. Aiden directly unleashed the mercenary king's swordsmanship, Night Killer. In just a few seconds, Tion's sword was knocked away, and his body collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Fortunately, someone caught him in time. That person said sternly, "It seems my friend caused quite a bit of trouble while I was away." "It's fine. I was feeling a little uncomfortable anyway," Aiden replied flatly. But when he looked at the man, he couldn't help being startled, then let out a sigh of relief. In that case, there was no need to go searching all over for him anymore, because this person was one of the 3 people he had wanted to meet after coming here. Just as Aiden was lost in thought, the man spoke again. "It is an honor to meet you, young Master Aiden." This man was Sinbeda Dioges' younger brother. Daer, from the Grand Duke Sia's territory. The Sia's duchy was known as the strongest knightly family, and there was even a saying passed down about them. Among all who inherited their bloodline, not a single one failed to become a swordmaster. Looking down from above at Daer, who was skillfully handling the guests, Aiden couldn't help feeling deeply emotional. If he had been reincarnated into that family, he would probably have become a swordmaster long ago by now. That man was hailed as the genius of their family. At this moment, Curse spoke again. "I'm hearing the name Daer for the first time. If you want to meet him, isn't now the best opportunity?" After hearing that, Aiden shook his head and refused. A better opportunity is still ahead. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a powerful gaze coming from behind him. What was that? Aiden quickly turned around and looked, only to see a crowd of people surrounding him and enthusiastically introducing their daughters to him. "Young master, young master, young master." The voices buzzed endlessly in Aiden's ears, nearly driving him mad. He hurriedly ran elsewhere, and only then did the air around him recover its peace and quiet. He sighed helplessly. "They won't chase me all the way here, will they?" Curse jumped out again and said with a smile, "Dragon Slayer King, don't you think those nobles are filthy? Just a moment ago, they were still looking down on you." Aiden gave a slight shake of his head. "What's there to care about? Aren't people all like that? When you succeed, they cling to you. When you lose your value, they throw you away. Don't trust me too much either. In the end, I'm human too. I trust you." Curse suddenly said that, but Aiden couldn't handle the emotion and felt rather uncomfortable. Curse leisurely continued, "Compared to a human, you're more like a troll, so my trust in you is at 100%. The warmth from before instantly turned icy. Aiden cursed in displeasure. "You're dead. When we get home, I'm going to drink 100 bottles of divine medicine." Just as the 2 of them were silently sparring, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "The swordsmanship you used just now, it was the Mercenary King's, wasn't it?" Those words made cold sweat break out on Aiden's back. She had recognized his master's swordsmanship. More importantly, Aiden recognized this presence. Sure enough, the last person he wanted to meet had come to him of her own accord. Thinking that, Aiden did not turn around and calmly said, "Have you seen that kind of swordsmanship before?" The girl gave a slight shake of her head and smiled. "No, I haven't, but I've heard of it. The Mercenary King's swordsmanship can render every defense meaningless. If he had been a knight, he surely would have reached extraordinary heights." Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help complaining inwardly. Make him a knight? If that title couldn't be exchanged for money, he'd tell you to feed it to the dogs. Even so, Aiden didn't say it aloud. He just smiled calmly and replied, "That's right. But isn't this banquet a little boring? I hate formal occasions like this." No matter how much the person before him altered her appearance, how could Aiden forget her existence? After all, he had fought her hundreds of times. He stared at the person beside him. After a long while, the corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. "Isn't that right, Miss de Florence?" In an instant, the air around them seemed to drop into an ice pit, so cold it made one shiver. Feeling there was no point hiding it any longer, Nista returned to her original appearance and said coldly, "So you already knew. Then answer me this. How did you awaken the sword at your side?" The moment he saw Beelzebub, Aiden had known Nista would come, but unless he was insane, there was no way he would tell the truth. He laughed awkwardly and explained, "I got help from a friend." But Nista saw straight through his trick and snorted coldly, dodging the question on purpose. Immediately afterward, her aura erupted, terrifying Aiden. Then Nista coldly said again, "I'll ask you one more time. Where did the demonic energy in your body come from?" Aiden pressed his lips tightly together. As expected, what dense and lethal magical power. She had actually recognized the energy of the Lord of Hell. Maybe they would discuss this later. Though they had once crossed swords in his previous life, this time perhaps he could try doing something different. Thinking that, Aiden slowly opened his mouth. "I'm on your side." Nista narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, "My side? You speak as if you know me well." Aiden smiled unconsciously, raised his brows, and said with a grin, "Leader of the Dark Mages, Florence Flame, the Silver Witch, the last bloodline of the Dark Magic Kingdom Florence, head of the White Moon Wisdom Society. Is that enough?" Nista's expression instantly stiffened, and even her aura dropped considerably. She pressed her lips together. "How do you know so much?" Aiden smiled sincerely and replied, "We don't have much time. Something is about to happen." But Nista was dissatisfied with that answer and said seriously, "Stop evading. Answer me." Just then, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the open space below. Nista's face changed to fear in an instant. She clenched her fists and pressed her lips together. Dark magic used to summon the undead? I didn't expect them to go this far. Aiden smiled calmly. These people always follow the same pattern. You look like you have a lot of questions for me. But let's deal with this first. Without waiting for her to reply, Aiden continued, "You came here to capture the dark magic heretic Chaos, didn't you?" Those words only shocked Nista further. He even knew she had come here to capture Chaos? Just who exactly was this man? After a long silence, she finally said indifferently, "We'll continue this conversation next time." The moment she finished speaking, Nista's figure vanished without a trace. Aiden was not surprised at all and remained calmly standing there. He would leave that side to Nista. Now it's time to deal with this side. At that very moment, a large number of undead poured out from the magic circle in the banquet hall. The knights appeared one after another to stop the undead, and even Tion joined the battle. After all, he was a swordsman and could easily cut down undead. Tion glanced at the crowd and shouted, "Don't be afraid. They're just a bunch of weak undead." Up on the higher floor, Aiden was still standing there. Curse suddenly jumped in and said, "Even that young count has high-level sword aura." Aiden replied calmly, "Reaching high-level sword aura means he's very strong. It's just that he picked the wrong opponent a moment ago." In stark contrast to Aiden's relaxed attitude, the area below had descended into utter chaos because a gigantic undead had appeared. Tion's expression immediately turned grave. "This is too dangerous. We need to wait for reinforcements." Right then, a figure suddenly darted past, shocking Tion. The one who made a move was Dayer, who charged straight forward and began cutting down enemies. Seeing this, Curse couldn't help sighing. That Dayer guy looks like he's about to reach Swordmaster level, doesn't he? Aiden gave a slight nod in agreement. "You're right. He's at the quasi-Swordmaster stage. Tion is very strong, but having a friend and rival like Dayer really makes him unlucky." At that moment, Curse suddenly asked in confusion, "But why aren't you helping them? Why are you just standing here, taking it easy?" Aiden curled his lip and replied, "They can handle it themselves. Besides, there's something I need to confirm." Curse asked, puzzled, "Something you need to confirm?" Amid the mindless horde of undead below, an undead clad in iron armor suddenly appeared. Tion sensed its presence and immediately shouted, "I can feel an enormous energy, an enormous demonic energy." In the middle of the chaotic battle, that armored undead slowly advanced, its eyes glowing red as it continuously muttered Dayer's name. After locking onto Dayer's position, it immediately tightened its grip on the sword in its hand and stepped back with its left foot to gather strength. A tearing sound cut through the air. Dayer, who had originally been shielded behind Aiden, suddenly. Aiden controlled his power, making this Death Knight feel momentarily unsettled, its red eyes narrowing slightly. In an instant, a wall of energy appeared between Aiden and the Death Knight. Seeing this, Aiden couldn't help smiling in satisfaction. As expected of a quasi-swordmaster, when he gets serious, it's genuinely hard to believe. If Dayer's attack landed head-on, even the Death Knight would be torn to pieces. Dayer drew back his spear and muttered with a frown, "I can't sense any presence from him at all." The moment he finished speaking, he sensed killing intent rushing toward him, and his expression instantly darkened. The Death Knight leaped down from the air and slashed down viciously. However, its blade struck something, making its whole body tremble uncontrollably. This enraged the Death Knight so much that it ground its teeth. The one who had blocked its attack was Aiden, who wore a provoking expression and said with a grin, "Naya Naya, got blocked again? Too easy. Seriously, too easy." Those words successfully infuriated the Death Knight. It roared furiously, "I'll kill you first." The moment it finished speaking, it swung its blade again. But Aiden and Dayer worked together with perfect coordination, one defending and the other attacking, leaving the Death Knight powerless. In the blink of an eye, the area had turned into ruins, with slash marks everywhere. But the Death Knight was extremely dissatisfied, its anger written all over its face. On the other side, Dare hid behind Aiden, panting twice before saying, "We've blocked every attack, but we still haven't managed any effective counterattack. How are we supposed to wound him?" However, the person in front of him didn't answer at all. Aiden merely lowered his head, hiding the smug look on his face. Dare was a little confused and called out in bewilderment, "Young Master Aiden?" But the only reply he got was Aiden's idiotic laughter. Seeing this, the girl sighed helplessly. Isn't the Dragon Slayer King's condition a little strange? Beelzebub, are you controlling him again? The Beelzebub sword in Aiden's hand trembled slightly, as if protesting. No, Lord of Hell, it wasn't me. Just then, Aiden suddenly spoke up. I'm perfectly clear-headed, so don't worry. Curse immediately snorted. Who's worried? Stop talking nonsense. I'm only saying that if you die, I'll be in danger too. Aiden smiled faintly and said cheerfully, no need to be shy. It's not that I can't attack. I've simply chosen not to. Hearing that, Curse asked in shock, You've chosen not to? Aiden nodded indifferently and slowly explained, Right now, with my power alone, I can't injure him. That's why I need the power of this shield. Curse became even more confused and asked hazily, You're planning to fight using the spirit shield? Aiden gave a mysterious smile and answered briefly, The Benson spirit shield is wrapped in spiritual power, but has been tainted by madness. Just as you said before, the more the user uses this shield, the more it fills with madness. And the user's power increases in direct proportion to that level of contamination. That's the state I'm in right now. The moment he finished speaking, Aiden's figure vanished without a trace. This sudden move startled the Death Knight, and before it could react, Aiden had already slashed across it. Aiden smirked smugly. I can reach the Quasi-Sword Masterclass now. Behind him, Dare was completely stunned at the sight. What is this? Was he hiding his strength all this time? Although the earlier battle had already made Dare realize Aiden was strong, he never expected Aiden to have reached the same Quasi-Swordmaster level as himself. No, that wasn't all. Dare felt Aiden's strength was enough to overwhelm that Death Knight. At that moment, Aiden had no idea what Dare was thinking. He was simply pleased with his own performance and said with a pout and a grin, The madness has made me drift a little off course. Curse said helplessly, Dragon Slayer King, it seems every piece of equipment you use, starting with Beelzebub, is abnormal. Aiden shrugged indifferently and replied, The better the equipment, the more flaws it has. Curse cursed in dissatisfaction after hearing that. What kind of sophistry is that? People always say equipment reflects part of its owner's nature. However, perhaps because too much time had passed, the madness was starting to become unbearable. Aiden had to end the battle quickly. Thinking that, he activated the agility ring. At the same time, the Death Knight charged at him too, but now Aiden was as fast as lightning, his figure vanishing in an instant. The Death Knight cursed under its breath, You little insect, die. But the moment the words left its mouth, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the distance, making it blanch in terror. By the time it reacted, a huge dent had appeared in its waist. The Death Knight bit down viciously on its lip and roared in fury, I can't see where you are. You ain't. Aiden sneered, I'm right here, you slow bastard. The moment he finished speaking, another slash came down, opening a large wound across the Death Knight's back again. Watching the battle from the outer perimeter, Dare's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Aiden had become even faster than before. He had grown so powerful that if Dare stepped into the fight now, he'd only get in the way. On the battlefield, Aiden suddenly burst with killing intent and said coldly, Go on ahead and wait there. I'll be sending your master, the Night King, down to join you soon enough. Almost at the same moment, his sword unleashed a chain of consecutive slashes. Gnashing its teeth unwillingly, the Death Knight whispered, Death, if I die, the mission will fail. As it said this, its footing suddenly became steady, and the next instant it charged forward like a moth to a flame. Dare, who had been calmly observing the battle, suddenly saw the Death Knight rushing toward him, and panic flashed across his face. In the next moment, the opponent's body closed in on him. Roaring madly, the mission must not fail. From behind, Aiden was startled by the sight. Why did this guy suddenly lose control? I was just about to finish him off. But at that moment, Aiden realized another problem, and his pupils contracted involuntarily. Dare was equally horrified, muttering, What the hell just happened? The Death Knight's blade had already swung in front of Dare. Aiden had intended to help, but now he couldn't even take care of himself. The side effects of the agility ring had appeared. If this continued, everything would unfold exactly according to Sinbetta's plan. Dare would die. In the blink of an eye, the situation became critically dangerous. If that blade fell, Dare would be killed on the spot. Fortunately, right then, Tian appeared from who knew where. Gripping his long sword, he rushed forward and knocked the attack away. Even though he knew the enemy was far stronger than him, and that he might not be able to defeat it, he couldn't let his friend and rival die in a place like this. In that instant, Tian suddenly recalled Aiden's words. Aiden had once said that his sword was far too light compared to Tirit's. After realizing the deeper meaning behind those words, Tian's steps began to fill with confidence. The sword in his hand activated its magic power and came down without hesitation. Just like that, the Death Knight's body was cut in two. Before it vanished, it was still muttering about its mission. Sadly for it, in the end it turned to dust. The very moment the Death Knight fell, the surrounding horde of undead vanished as well. The soldiers were slow to process what had happened, but once they came to their senses, they all looked toward Tian in disbelief and whispered, "One strike killed the Death Knight." Did young Master Tian defeat it? Then they began gathering around him, cheering non-stop. "Young Master, you defeated the Death Knight, as expected of the inheritor of the Sword Master bloodline." There wasn't even a trace of joy on Tian's face. Dare also walked over from a distance and smiled as he praised Tian. "You've finally become a quasi-sword master, and you even saved my life." He said that Tian truly was his rival, and that he would definitely repay this debt. Tian glanced at the hand Dare was extending, hesitation flickering in his eyes. In the end, he still reached out and shook it. After surviving the calamity, the banquet hall was finally filled with joyful cheers. Only then did Dare remember there was one more person, and he hurriedly said, "Also, we shouldn't forget him, young Master Aiden." But when he turned to look, Aiden had already vanished at some point, and the place was empty. Frowning in surprise, he said, "Where did he go?" Hearing Aiden's name, Tian's expression grew grave. He still didn't truly feel that he had really defeated the Death Knight. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the castle, Aiden was trembling as he staggered forward step by step. Forcing his strength upward was indeed eating away at his body. Now that his mission was complete, it was time to go home and rest. Sensing that thought, Curse couldn't help saying, "Shouldn't you enjoy the joy of victory a little?" Aiden allowed a weak sigh. "If I don't rest now, I'm afraid I'll fall asleep and never wake up again. So what victory is there to enjoy?" That said, it's still too early to celebrate. This is only the first step. Thinking about how that Sinbeda is colluding with dark mages. Who knows what other schemes he has behind the scenes. In the past, Curse would have read all of Aiden's thoughts. She slowly said, "At least the timing worked out." Everything almost developed exactly according to that Night King's plan. Aiden couldn't be bothered with her and slowly walked forward. Before long, he saw Nista standing beside a pile of corpses like a god of slaughter. There was still a streak of blood on her face. She raised her hand and wiped it away, her expression completely blank. Seeing this, Aiden couldn't help sighing in admiration. He had said it before. Nista, this woman, was absurdly strong. Luckily, she had dealt with those chaos creatures in time, and the summoning spell had been destroyed, which was why the Death Knight disappeared. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, Lao ran over from a distance and anxiously asked, "Are you all right, my lord?" A horde of undead suddenly attacked outside. Aiden's body trembled as he said, unhappily, "Do I look all right to you? Where the hell did you run off to just now?" Lao gave a helpless, bitter smile. "I'm sorry. I ran into the undead horde." Aiden was utterly speechless with him. After giving a few instructions, he had Lao help him back to his room to rest. After a night of chaos, the Imperial Palace once again welcomed the dawn. At that moment, Aiden was still lying under a warm blanket, sleeping in a very ungraceful position. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his aching eyes, and sighed to himself, "I passed out the moment I got to my room. I wonder how many hours I've slept." However, he didn't notice that a stranger had appeared in the room. It wasn't until Nista spoke that he jolted in shock. "You can sleep a little longer." Aiden instinctively let out a loud scream that almost reached the heavens. But Nista said calmly, "No matter how loudly you scream, no one will come. I've already set up a soundproof barrier in this area. Is that so?" After calming down, Aiden only replied indifferently. He had known this would happen sooner or later, but he hadn't expected her to show up the very next day. Thinking of that, Aiden asked in confusion, "How did you get in here?" Nista answered coolly, "Breaking into a place like this is easier than crushing a goblin to death. Now it's your turn to answer me." At that point, Her aura changed instantly, and she asked coldly, "How do you know me?" Aiden was slightly taken aback, and his expression immediately turned serious. Having to face such thick killing intent right after waking up was really too much. But Nista didn't care what he was thinking and said coldly, "If you try anything, I'll kill you immediately." Aiden frowned at her, steadied himself, and said, "I only want to maintain a friendly relationship with you, Nista, because we share the same goal." Nista looked a little surprised and quickly reined in her killing intent. "An Imperial Royal like you shares the same goal as me?" she asked suspiciously. "Do you even know what my goal is?" Before she could finish, Aiden cut her off. "Because I despise dark mages." The moment those words left his mouth, Nista's expression darkened instantly, and killing intent erupted from her once more, leaving Aiden momentarily stunned. Why was this girl's temper so unpredictable? Nista narrowed her eyes at him and barked coldly, "Say that again. What about dark mages?" Aiden remained unruffled and said calmly, "These days, dark mages seem to have forgotten their own principles." Those words plunged Nista into shock once again. Ignoring her reaction, Aiden continued, "Not long ago, someone once said that dark magic was originally a power created to purify lands tainted by dark mana and to fight monsters. The dark mages of today have gone astray. The conduct of those traitorous dark mages needs to be set right." Aiden feels the same way. He doesn't like those traitorous dark mages either, especially the group that caused chaos by attacking the Imperial Palace yesterday. As he said this, he stepped down from the bed with a friendly smile and asked, "Is that enough to maintain an amicable relationship?" Aiden's words left Nista rooted to the spot in shock. Not only did he know the true nature of dark magic, a fact known only to members of the royal family, but he even clearly understood the existence of dark mages. Was this real? Or was this just a way to get out of a difficult situation? Seeing that she didn't answer, Aiden smiled again and said, "You can think it over a little more. In exchange, I'll provide you with some useful information." Nista narrowed her eyes and said, "Do you really think there's something someone in an intelligence organization like me wouldn't know?" Aiden nodded calmly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Of course. Because only I know this. This is something that will happen in the future. Here's the situation." Before he could finish, the door suddenly opened. Lau entered with Tion and said with a smile, "Young master, you have a visitor." Tion didn't notice the situation in the room and said, "Young Master Aiden, I need to talk." But after seeing the overly suggestive posture between Aiden and Nista, Tion immediately froze like a block of wood. The sound of a door shutting quickly rang out, and he vanished with it. Realizing they had misunderstood, Aiden hurriedly shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. Young Master Tion, let me explain." Only after a while did Aiden let Tion come back in, but the atmosphere was rather awkward. Tion still hadn't forgotten what he had just seen, and after coughing lightly, he asked, "So, are you done being busy?" Aiden sighed helplessly. "It's not what you think. We were just talking." However, no matter how Aiden explained it, Tion's expression made it obvious that he had already formed a serious misunderstanding. At the very least, before sending Nista away, Aiden had managed to tell her everything he wanted to convey. Going back a few minutes earlier, Aiden had told Nista what he needed to say, but she had cried out in shock, "You want me to believe something like that now? Bacon Territory is going to suffer a drought? That place is known as Fertile Land. It's an agricultural region that hasn't suffered a drought even once since the Empire was founded. And now you're saying it will suddenly be struck by drought? It's far too hard to believe. Please trust me. A drought will come within the next 3 months." Aiden nodded firmly, then hurriedly urged, "More importantly, we need to stop Tion. If this keeps up, people are going to get the wrong idea about me." Hearing that, Nista asked in annoyance, "You're afraid of being misunderstood? You're already famous for being a bastard." Aiden sighed and pushed her outside as he said, "Just trust me for now. We'll talk later." Nista shot him a glare and warned coldly, "This had better not be a lie. Otherwise, even if you run, I'll find you and deal with you." Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help shivering. The drought clearly hadn't arrived yet. So why did he feel so cold he was getting goosebumps? In any case, once the drought came, Nista would believe him. Back in the present, Aiden looked at Tion and asked, "What did you come to my office for?" Tion hesitated for a long while without answering. Aiden narrowed his eyes and continued, "Did you come to challenge me again?" But he didn't notice that the arm Tion had hidden under his sleeve was clenched so tightly that veins were bulging. After a long silence, Tion finally said in a low voice, "Though I hate to admit it, you truly are the rightful owner of that sword. Just as my father said, you're more worthy of that sword than I am." Aiden couldn't help feeling confused. What the hell is this? Why is he suddenly saying something so obvious? He asked suspiciously. You came all the way here just to say that? A trace of hesitation and awkwardness crossed Tion's face, and the next second, he suddenly lowered his head in thanks. Thank you. Aiden was even more baffled. He suddenly bowed and thanked him. Was this really the arrogant young master from yesterday? While Aiden was still confused, Tion continued, If it weren't for you, I would have lost my best friend. I am deeply grateful. Everyone says I was the one who killed the Death Knight and protected the royal family, but I think you probably noticed too, Aiden. That undead disappeared before my sword actually struck it. But in that moment, I also clearly saw the method of breaking through to the Swordmaster realm that you taught me. Hearing that, Aiden finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Tion would be stubborn like his father, but it seemed he had been mistaken. However, Aiden had relaxed too soon. After expressing his gratitude, Tion followed it up with a battle-filled declaration. In that case, young Master Aiden, I acknowledge you as my rival. The expression on Aiden's face instantly stiffened. Tion, on the other hand, smiled happily and said, You're the second rival I've acknowledged after Daer. Be honored. He said that one day he would defeat Aiden and reclaim his family's heirloom, so Aiden had better not let his guard down. At that moment, Aiden had the overwhelming urge to hit someone. He took back what he had said before. Tion and Tirad really were cut from the same cloth. Like father, like son. After that, the two talked a little longer about a few other things, then went their separate ways. A few days later, Aiden's group finally set out on the journey home. Lao and Aiden sat in the carriage, and Lao slowly said, We're about to reach Remus territory. Aiden nodded calmly. I know. How's your injury? Lao hurriedly replied, Thanks to the miracle medicine you gave me, my injuries have completely healed. To receive something so valuable, I am deeply grateful. Aiden couldn't help smiling and said smugly, That's why you should treat me a little better, you bastard. Lao nodded without hesitation. Yes, my lord. At that moment, Aiden glanced at the pile of gifts beside him and sighed inwardly. The royal family was truly rich. They had given him a huge amount of money as a thank you gift, enough to buy several luxurious villas. Because of that, he had bought some things he needed, along with gifts for his parents and colleagues. Aiden had even chosen suitable presents based on each person's preferences. He should really have picked out Alice's gift himself. He wondered whether the child would like it. Looking at the teddy bear among the gifts, Aiden hoped she would. Several hours later, in Maryland within Remus territory, Aiden's carriage entered the city. To everyone's surprise, a great crowd of citizens had gathered, cheering continuously to welcome Aiden. Congratulations, young Master Aiden. Long live the African prince. Our young master protected the royal family from the zombies. Sitting inside the carriage, Aiden felt a little displeased hearing those nicknames. He hadn't expected the news to spread so far. Curse couldn't help teasing him. As the saying goes, good news travels far. Aiden sighed helplessly. No matter what, even though I've seen this kind of thing many times, I'm still not used to this kind of welcome. But right then, his gaze landed on something, and he immediately shouted, Good grief, what is that? He pointed at a golden statue of a man by the roadside. Curse noticed it too and asked in confusion. That face looked strangely familiar. While Aiden was still bewildered, Lao smiled and explained, Actually, to commemorate your victory over the troll, the Duke secretly had this prepared. Hearing that, Aiden shed bitter tears and muttered to himself, Father, why would you do this? But when he saw the sculpted muscles on the statue, he praised it instead. Isn't it pretty good? Hearing that, Curse immediately cursed in disgust. That's revolting. I'm going to throw up. A short while later, at the Duke of Remus's estate, Aiden entered with Lao. He glanced at Lao and instructed him, I'm going to see Father. You clean up this pile of gifts. After that, Aiden went alone to Fred's room, cursing inwardly the whole way. Why they made something that horrifying without telling him? He had to talk to his father. Aiden walked down the corridor alone and passed several servants. Though they still greeted him, he noticed something strange. Everyone's expressions were odd today. Had he done something that made them uncomfortable? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was all that ugly statue's fault. It made Aiden look like some kind of pervert. Filled with indignation, Aiden arrived at Fred's door and knocked. He pushed it open and entered, forcing a smile as he said, Father, I'm back. I saw the statue. However, Fred suddenly said apologetically, I'm sorry, son. Aiden was a little surprised. Was it really that serious? Fred had apologized so quickly that it almost made Aiden feel like he was the bad one. He hurriedly smiled and said, that statue's fine. But Fred sighed helplessly and said, I tried to stop them because they were people you brought back, but the matter slipped beyond my control. Those words confused Aiden, and he asked suspiciously, Father, what are you talking about all of a sudden? Fred slowly explained, the father and daughter you brought back were taken away by the Inquisitor under the Holy Flame Order. Hearing that, Aiden suddenly realized the people his father meant were Joseph and Alice. Fred sounded troubled as he continued. The Inquisitor said they were carrying out their duty, but when they demanded to take the father and daughter away, I refused because they were people you brought back. But Joseph himself said he would obey the order. Since he went willingly, there was nothing your father could do to stop it. The more Aiden listened, the harder it became to suppress his anger. He slammed the table hard. Pressing his lips together, he asked, "They were taken to the Holy Flame Church's main headquarters, right, Father?" Fred was a little surprised by his reaction and answered hesitantly, "I believe so." After getting his answer, Aiden turned and walked out, leaving Fred standing there in shock. Fred hurriedly called after him, "Son, remember this well. We are not allowed to interfere with the three great religious orders. If we do, not only you, but our whole family will." Before he could finish, Aiden waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Father. I'm only going there to say one final goodbye to them." Fred frowned at him for a long moment before saying, "If that's the case, then be careful." After that, Aiden left the room. At that moment, Curse manifested and said, "Dragon Slayer King, your inner self and your outward appearance really are very different." Aiden's expression was somewhat ugly as he said coldly, "If I said what I really wanted to do, I'd be arrested immediately. They dare lay hands on my people. If they dare touch those two, I'll crush everything." The three great temples on the continent were the Fire Temple, the Temple of Justice, and the Temple of Slaughter. These places represented and symbolized their respective gods, and even the Empire could not easily interfere with them. Those chosen by the gods, who represent divine will, are called apostles. They are intermediaries who convey the will and power of the gods in the mortal world, the link between humanity and divinity. But the current situation of the Fire Temple is different. Unlike the other temples, the Fire Temple has gone decades without an apostle. A temple with such great prestige, once it loses the symbolic figure of an apostle, will inevitably begin to decline. Over the past few decades, the power of the Fire Temple has steadily leaked away, and now only 1/5 of its former strength remains. At that moment, Aiden's carriage arrived. After traveling for a while, the driver spoke up. "We're here." Aiden quickly jumped down from the carriage, stretched a little to loosen up, and felt refreshed. Back when he was still a mercenary, he had always ridden in carriages like this. It really brought back memories. Thinking that, Aiden turned to Bob-on and said, "We got here this quickly thanks to you." "Thanks." Bob-on smiled politely. "You are one of our important clients. This much is nothing." Bob-on had used a shortcut known only to merchants, which allowed Aiden to arrive much faster. That was also why Aiden continued using this merchant group after selling that gigantic monster. At that moment, he remembered there was still someone else beside him. Lau kept retching nonstop, and Aiden sighed helplessly. "Lau, if you keep this up, you're going to throw up all the food from yesterday. Just rest here." After saying that, Aiden glanced at the temple before him. Although its power had waned, it was still one of the three great temples. With that in mind, he looked at Bob-on and said, "By the way, you were right." Bob-on sighed. "Didn't I tell you? The Holy Flame Temple is under lockdown right now. You won't be able to get in, but you insisted on coming, so I brought you here." Just then, below them, a man arrived with a little boy and begged for treatment. However, the guards at the gate refused him outright. Aiden found it a little strange. Logically, at a time like this, the main hall of the Holy Flame Temple should have been busy treating the townspeople's injuries. Yet instead, the priests at the entrance were blocking everyone out. The lockdown probably started around the time Joseph and his daughter were taken. There had to be some connection. Seeing Aiden's puzzled expression, Bob-on asked, "How do you plan to get in?" Aiden smiled faintly and curled his lip. "When have I ever run out of ways?" As he said that, the corner of his mouth lifted into a sly grin. Seeing that expression, Bob-on felt a little uneasy. What kind of trouble was this guy planning to stir up now? A short while later, at the entrance of the Holy Flame Temple, the priest standing guard suddenly discovered an intruder. The person who came was Aiden. He walked up from a distance and calmly introduced himself. "I am Aiden Remus of the Remus Ducal House. I have business inside." Hearing that, one priest immediately stepped forward to stop him. "My apologies, but the temple is not allowing outsiders inside at the moment. No matter who you are, you may not enter." Aiden remained firm. "I have to go in." The priest refused to give way, and neither side was willing to back down. They ended up arguing right at the gate. Aiden lost patience and coldly ordered, "Open the door." The gate priest finally snapped as well and angrily said, "Hey, I said no." Before he could finish, his body suddenly flew into the air and Aiden slammed him straight to the ground. Another priest, seeing this, flew into a rage and gritted out, "You dare attack a temple guard. Even if you're from a ducal house, don't think you'll escape punishment." Unfortunately, Aiden showed no sign of yielding. He swung again and drove a punch straight into the man's neck. Just like that, the two guards were knocked out atop the platform. Bob-on, watching the scene unfold, was utterly speechless. There was a saying that old habits died hard, and it fit this situation perfectly. At the same time, after dealing with the guards, Aiden strode into the temple at ease. He did not forget to remind Curse, "Be careful." Curse asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly worried about me?" Aiden slowly explained, "Because this place is overflowing with divine power." Just as he said that, the moment the doors opened, Curse immediately felt deeply uncomfortable. The priest inside saw the doors open and thought it was time for a shift change, only to find Aiden walking in instead. Aiden paid them no mind and remarked, "It's really spacious in here." At that moment, Curse asked doubtfully, "By the way, do you know where Joseph and his daughter are?" Aiden casually shook his head and said, "It's fine. I have a way to find them." Curse asked in surprise, "Then how are you going to find them?" He only said he had a way and offered no further explanation. Just then, a large number of priests had already gathered there. Curse suddenly thought of something and asked suspiciously, "You're not planning to kill all of them, are you?" Aiden gave a faint smile. "I'm not crazy enough to turn the whole temple into my enemy. I just need to ring the knell of lamentation." The moment he finished speaking, he activated the ring of agility and swept past the priests like the wind. Curse still did not understand. So she asked, "What's the knell of lamentation?" Aiden slowly explained, "It's one of the rules of the Holy Flame Temple. When common people suffer injustice or contract an incurable illness, they can ring the bell to request an audience with the high priest. But later, people started ringing it over trivial matters. So the Holy Flame Temple moved it to the top of the sanctuary to keep anyone from ringing it easily." Hearing that, Curse asked again, "Then why don't they just get rid of the bell entirely?" Aiden had wondered the same thing and curled his lip. "Like I said, it's a rule. They can't remove it." Seeing the direction Aiden was running, the priests immediately shouted a warning. "The intruder is heading for the bell tower. Catch him no matter what." But they simply could not keep up with Aiden's speed, and he ran farther and farther away. The bell was even farther away than he had expected, and he had already activated the ring of agility for the third time. After a while, the distance between Aiden and the bell kept shrinking, and the knell of lamentation came into view. Aiden curled his lips in satisfaction. As long as he rang that bell, his entire plan would come to fruition. But protagonists often ran into obstacles, and right now was one of those times. A priest appeared from nowhere and swung an iron hammer at him. A loud crash rang out as dirt and stone exploded everywhere and dust filled the air. Fortunately, Aiden had dodged just before the hammer fell. He bit his lip fiercely. He had been only a hair away from success. That strike had been unbelievably precise, even though he had used the ring of agility. At that moment, the priest spoke. "I can overlook you defeating the other guards, but I cannot allow you to ring that bell." This man was named Bali, the highest-ranking guard of the Holy Flame Temple and the guardian of the knell. Seeing Bali's robust build, Curse exclaimed, "Dragon Slayer King, is that guy even human?" Aiden shook his head faintly. "Don't ask me. This is the first time I've seen a beast man that looks this human." Immediately after, he drew his sword. The key issue was that he had already used up the ring's daily charges. He had no other choice. Thinking that, Aiden said in a low voice, "If you block my way, I'll take you down. Move aside." Hearing this, Bali immediately burst into a contemptuous laugh. "An intruder threatening me? Ridiculous. So your sword aura has reached an advanced level, has it?" As he spoke, he gripped the iron hammer tightly and charged without hesitation. Bali snorted coldly. "Intruder, thanks to you, I haven't had this much fun in a long time." Aiden did not dare relax and hurriedly raised his sword to block. But the other side's strength was far too great, and his face instantly turned ugly. "You're this strong without any mana?" In terms of raw muscle power, Bali was even stronger than Marquis Thierry. Aiden had never seen anyone with such terrifying strength, not even in his previous life. Bali suddenly burst in a loud laughter again. "No one in the temple can endure my attacks. but you're pretty strong. Now you've got me interested. Hearing that, Curse could not help but sigh. The stronger humans are, the crazier they get. Is that normal? Aiden sighed helplessly. No, it's just that you keep running into freaks. The two of them started bickering again, while Bali continued pressing the attack. Aiden had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight. The bracelet on his wrist suddenly flashed, and in an instant, the Benson Spirit Shield appeared in his hand. He intended to block Bali's attack with the shield and counterattack afterward. However, the moment the hammer came down, the shield shattered in an instant. Aiden's pupils contracted, and shock was written all over his face. He was struck by Bali's hammer and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Curse shouted anxiously, "Dragon Slayer King." Aiden's body was sent flying like a kite with a cut string, crashing violently to the ground as dust billowed everywhere. He lay there motionless. Bali walked over from a distance, looked at his miserable state, and smirked. Down already? Intruder, what a disappointment. I thought I'd at least get a proper warm-up. Even so, he seemed to be in very good spirits. Then, Bali stepped into the cloud of dust and roared savagely. "Now I'll send you off to meet the gods." The moment he finished speaking, something suddenly shot past Bali. His pupils shrank. That kid could still move after taking that hit head-on. It had truly been dangerous. If Aiden's movement had been off by even a little, he would have fallen into grave peril. Hidden within the dust cloud, he had thrown a sword infused with aura. Bali gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, "Not a bad effort, but unfortunately, your last struggle has already come to nothing. A knight without a sword has only one road left, death." After saying that, he swung his hammer again and rushed at Aiden. However, Aiden showed no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile that was 3 parts smugness and 7 parts mockery. Seeing that smile, Bali grew uneasy. "What are you laughing at? Have you gone mad because you're about to die?" It was then that he realized something. The direction that sword had flown in was the knell of lamentation. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The sword had reached the bell. Under Bali's helpless gaze, the sword tip struck the knell of lamentation. Bali's expression shifted wildly. Curling his lip, he said, "I see. Your real target was this bell." At that moment, Aiden's low voice rang out. "The bell has been rung. Now bring out the high priest." As soon as he finished speaking, his body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. Bali shook his head helplessly and muttered, "This time, you really got me." The sound of the knell of lamentation echoed throughout the silent temple. Aiden's goal had finally been achieved. A little while later, in the main hall of the Holy Flame Temple, Aiden was able to walk again after receiving treatment. He rolled his neck and kept marveling. The Holy Flame Temple's healing arts really live up to their reputation. Curse cried out in alarm, "Let's get out of here already. These people are way too rough." Aiden asked in mild surprise, "Rough? What are you suddenly talking about?" Curse hurriedly explained, "They poured pure divine power into you to heal you. You were unconscious, so you didn't know, but for me it was outright torture." After hearing that, Aiden cursed her out. "Serves you right." The two of them started bickering like cats and dogs again. Just then, there was suddenly a knock at the door outside. After that, a priest appeared and smiled as he said, "My apologies. I came to check on your condition. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Hakan Cotton, the Vice High Priest of the Holy Flame Temple." Aiden sized him up, then politely introduced himself. "I am Aiden Remus of the Remus Ducal House." He had heard many stories about this Vice High Priest. It seemed the old man was not quite like Aiden had imagined. Curse read his thoughts and asked suspiciously, "You know this Vice High Priest too?" Aiden nodded faintly. Of course, he was the successor to the office of High Priest, and also the worst and final High Priest in the history of the Holy Flame Temple. He was the one who led the entire temple to ruin. He was an exceptionally capable man, one who managed to destroy a temple with hundreds of years of history in the blink of an eye. Aiden had been quite curious about what he looked like, and in the end found that the man appeared more upright and proper than he had expected. Thinking that, Aiden said awkwardly, "I sincerely apologize for trespassing into the temple." Hakan shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry about it. Since you rang the bell, you are now a guest of the temple. Please do not be concerned." As he spoke, he pointed to Bali beside him and continued explaining, "Priest Bali said he wished to see you again." Bali stuck his head in and smiled at Aiden. "A pleasure to meet you again, young master." The moment Aiden saw him, his expression turned ugly. So it was that frighteningly strong monster of a man again? Still, it was not appropriate for him to show open disgust, so he could only force a smile and say, "Priest Bali, it's good to see you again." At that moment, Bali spoke apologetically. I am very sorry that your shield was broken. There are many fine shields in the temple. You may choose whichever one you like. Aiden waved the offer away. It's fine. My shield is a bit special. It can restore itself. Hearing that, a glint of interest flashed in Bali's eyes. How fascinating. Curse had already guessed as much, and she slowly said, just as I thought, it's connected to the spirit realm, which is why it can restore itself. Aiden replied casually. That was not the kind of shield that would break from some ordinary blow. It was definitely because it had been attacked earlier by the Death Knight and had not fully recovered yet. It would probably take another 4 days or so to be repaired completely. Until then, Aiden would have to be more careful. Thinking that, Aiden looked at the 2 men outside the door and said, by the way, since I rang the bell, I want an audience with a high priest. He needed to speak with the current high priest about Joseph and his daughter's detention. Hakan immediately looked troubled and replied, by the rules, you should indeed be granted an audience with the high priest. But unfortunately, it is very difficult to meet him at the moment. Instead, the person currently holding the highest authority will meet with you. Aiden instinctively frowned. He could not meet the high priest. First there had been the lockdown, and now, even after ringing the bell, he still could not see him. Something had definitely happened to the high priest. Even so, Aiden did not say it aloud, and followed behind Hakan with his doubts. He had originally thought he would be able to meet the current high priest, Curdle. Hearing him mention that name, Curse asked suspiciously, do you have some sort of connection with Curdle? Aiden replied indifferently, in my previous life, I owed him one. When my life was in danger, he helped me. He's rather hard to read. In his previous life, Curdle had saved him without asking for anything in return. If it had been Aiden, he certainly would have demanded all kinds of compensation before saving anyone. Hearing that, Curse curled her lip and mocked him. You sound more like the demon Talos from hell than anyone else. As usual, they could barely exchange 2 sentences before starting to quarrel again. At that moment, Hakan stopped in front of a door. He smiled slowly and said, this is the one who currently holds the highest authority in the temple. Aiden nodded faintly to show he understood, but his heart was full of questions. Who exactly was this person? A proxy, and one whose authority was even greater than the vice high priest's. Did such a person really exist? No matter who the other party was, Aiden was determined to make them return Joseph and his daughter. After that, the 3 of them entered the room. Hakan respectfully bowed and announced, this is the one who rang the bell. Aiden looked up, only to see a little girl smacking away at her food. His expression instantly froze. Joseph, standing beside her, was equally shocked to see him. Young master, why are you here? Aiden had never expected to find Joseph and his daughter here. He asked in surprise, why are you here? What shocked him even more was that Bali and Hakan were both bowing respectfully to the pair. Bali said in a deep voice, we greet the holy vessel of the temple, the attendant of the fire god, the one who represents the holy Alice. Hearing that, Aiden cried out in shock, what? A holy vessel? A little while later, after receiving a tremendous shock, Aiden was brought by Joseph to a private room to talk. He glared at Joseph and said unhappily, explain. Joseph, knowing Aiden was angry, Joseph hurriedly smiled and said, I will explain everything. But first, allow me to introduce myself properly. With that, he rose from his chair and bowed. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Joseph, a member of the 7 Stars Council, and an attendant of the Fire God. The 7 Stars Council? Aiden was so shocked that he sprang up from the table. The 7 Stars Council was made up of the 7 greatest alchemists in the Holy Flame Temple. No wonder he had never seen an alchemist as outstanding as Joseph in his previous life. Seeing his reaction, Curse asked in surprise, is it really that shocking? Aiden explained seriously, the Holy Flame Temple monopolizes all the alchemists on the continent, and those with the highest skills among the 7 Stars Council hold power. After calming down, Aiden asked again in confusion, with someone of your status, why did you stay hidden out there with your daughter? Joseph hesitated for a long time before speaking. Once every 40 years, a saint is born and ascends to the throne of high priest. The chosen saint fulfills that role for 40 years. After 40 years pass, a new saint is born. The candidates for the new saint are marked with a holy brand from birth. But 10 years ago, the saint candidates bearing the holy brand began to be murdered one by one. From those who had just come of age to 1-year-old children, not a single one survived. Alice is also one of those who bears the holy brand. What parent could just stand by and watch their daughter be murdered? So they fled to the farthest place they could find, somewhere the temple would never discover. Hearing that, Aiden nodded in understanding. Then Joseph continued sadly, but recently, something earth-shaking happened. A saint candidate was murdered inside the temple itself. Aiden felt a chill run through him. During this period in his previous life, he remembered that nothing like this had happened in the Holy Flame Temple. What on earth had happened? A few days earlier, at the Remus ducal estate, a group of priests had barged in, only to be stopped by Spen. Let me make this clear once again. Without the Duke's permission, no one is allowed to take these guests out of the estate. The priest leading them demanded in dissatisfaction, "You dare obstruct the temple in carrying out its duties? No matter how prestigious the Duke may be, if he obstructs the temple's mission, he will bear the corresponding consequences." And so the two began arguing loudly, making a racket like a marketplace. Just then, the door was suddenly pulled open. Seeing the man who came out, Spen immediately warned, "You shouldn't be coming out at a time like this." The priest also raised a hand in greeting. "Joseph, it's me." The person who had appeared was Joseph. He looked at Spen and hesitantly asked, "Sir Spen, may I speak with him?" In truth, he did not want to trouble Aiden, so he had stepped out himself. In the end, Spen agreed to let them meet. That priest entered Joseph's room. Joseph had no intention of listening to nonsense and asked directly, "Cass, how did you know I was here?" He also demanded to know that if Cass had known where he was, then why had he not come earlier and instead waited until now to do all this? Hearing Joseph's reproach, Cass looked somewhat ashamed. "Actually, I thought you had died after fleeing. But when I discovered that no new sinner had been born, I realized I was wrong." He had learned Joseph's location through the destruction of the Cerberus Society. That was why he came to bring Joseph and Alice back. Joseph glared at Cass and said coldly, "But you still shouldn't have forced us like this. There may still be people in the church targeting the sinners. I can't entrust Alice to a place that dangerous." Cass's pupils involuntarily shrank, and he said with difficulty, "But we had no other choice. There's a reason we must bring you back to the church no matter what." Returning to the present, Aiden exclaimed in shock after hearing the story. "The high priest is sick?" Joseph lowered his head heavily and sighed. "That's right. Neither holy arts nor medicine can heal him. In the worst-case scenario, the sacred flame may go out, bringing the church to ruin. Therefore, in 4 days, they intend to perform the awakening ritual to turn Alice into the saint, and then use her power to heal the high priest. That way the sacred flame will burn brightly again, and the temple can recover its former authority." At this point, Joseph said apologetically, "I am truly sorry for causing you trouble. I didn't have time to explain." After hearing that, Aiden fell silent and did not say a word. Seeing this, Joseph's heart started pounding. He guessed that Aiden might be angry. In truth, Aiden was not angry at all. He was only wondering what exactly had happened. According to the timeline, this should have been when Joseph was running around trying to save people. He was certain that High Priest Curdle's illness was supposed to appear 3 years later, after some other event had occurred. Why had it happened earlier? Aiden began to speculate. Perhaps the future had already begun to change because of him. A little while later, after fully understanding the entire situation from Joseph, Aiden left the room. Now that Joseph had given him permission to stay here, he needed to find out where the future had begun to diverge. Knowing what Aiden intended, Curse set an alarm. "We have to stay in this damn place even longer?" Aiden answered casually, "If we can figure out what caused the past to change, we may be able to leave sooner, so cooperate a little." While he was thinking, Bali stopped and pointed to a room. "This is the High Priest's chamber. As I said earlier, you only have 5 minutes." Aiden nodded faintly and stepped inside. The moment he entered, a foul smell hit him straight in the nose. Aiden looked at the person lying on the bed. It was Curdle. He lay there motionless like a corpse, his complexion deathly pale. Aiden recalled how, in his previous life, this gentle old man had died before Aiden could repay him. He had intended to do so in this life, but what was this now? But at that moment, Aiden noticed something unusual. Black energy was shrouding Curdle's body. He frowned reflexively. What is this strange, yet familiar energy? Curse suddenly spoke up. "Didn't you see it many times in your previous life?" Aiden looked confused after hearing that. "I've seen it many times." Curse slowly explained. "It's the Dragon Slayer King's curse." The moment those words left her mouth, Aiden's face instantly turned ugly. Curse continued, "Under normal circumstances, ordinary people can't see a curse, but because my soul is inside your body, you're able to see it. And this curse is structured in a very precise and systematic way. It's a weak curse that was built up over a long period of time, until Curdle's body finally collapsed under it." Hearing that, Aiden clenched his fists so tightly that his nails bit into his palms and drew blood. Curses were the signature of mages, and the fact that it had accumulated over such a long time meant the high priest had always been facing assassination attempts from mages hidden inside the temple. So even in his previous life, it had never been an illness at all. Thinking that, Aiden asked again, how do we break this curse? Curse answered calmly, this curse is already fused with him. A curse this severe is very difficult to undo, even for the caster himself. But if there's any way, it would definitely require every mage who understands its structure, or else, as Joseph said, pouring as much divine power as possible into Curdle's body. Aiden mulled over her words. That meant Alice would become a threat to the one who cast the curse. If the high priest recovered, all the effort spent accumulating the curse would vanish into thin air. So the other side would most likely target Alice. He needed to tell Joseph to strengthen the girl's protection. Just then, a sudden scream rang out from outside. Aiden immediately turned his head. He recognized it as Alice's voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Aiden rushed outside, his lips pressed tight. Had they already made their move? At that moment, Aiden was worried not only about the little girl's safety, but also about the black mage's scheme behind it all. When Aiden arrived, he saw a crowd gathered outside Alice's room. He pushed through the crowd and called out in alarm, "Alice, are you all right?" However, after taking in the scene around him, Aiden felt confused. It did not look like an intruder's attack. He looked at the woman standing nearby and asked, "What happened?" The woman shook her head in fright. "I didn't do anything strange. I only put out the candle so I could refill the oil," and then the child suddenly screamed. Hearing that, Aiden looked toward the edge of the bed. Alice was sitting there, trembling all over. He more or less understood the problem. At the ducal estate, the child had always slept with the light on. It seemed Alice still had not escaped the psychological trauma of being locked in the basement. Thinking that, Aiden walked over to Joseph and said, "Joseph, could you ask everyone to leave?" Although Joseph was somewhat puzzled, he still escorted everyone out in the end. The bedroom door soon shut with a bang. Meanwhile, Alice was still trapped in fear, hugging her head and trembling as she kept murmuring, "It's so dark. It's so scary." But then a warm voice sounded out, jolting Alice awake from that abyss of fear. When she looked up, she saw a strong hand extended toward her. Aiden looked at her sincerely and said softly, "It's all right now, Alice. No one can lay a hand on someone of mine, not even the Lord of Hell. So don't worry, Alice." The moment she saw him, tears overflowed from Alice's eyes. She could not hold back any longer and threw herself into Aiden's arms. Alice sobbed like that, soaking Aiden's clothes with her tears. But he did not find it bothersome at all, and instead patiently comforted her. A little while later, the crying in the room finally stopped. Sitting beside her, Aiden asked gently, "Do you feel a little better now, Alice?" She nodded faintly, but her expression was still stiff. Aiden asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" After hesitating for a moment, Alice finally spoke. "Is it really okay for me to become a saint? Because, you see," at that point, she faltered, then continued sadly, "the saintesses in the fairy tales I read are all strong, brave, and beautiful. Is someone timid like me really allowed to become a saintess?" She said she was neither kind nor special. All she wanted was to go back to Aiden's home and play. Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help flicking Alice on the forehead. The sharp sting made the little girl yelp, her eyes instantly welling with tears as she looked at him in grievance, as if asking why he had done that. Aiden slowly explained, "You've been overthinking just because of a few little things you heard. You don't even know what a saint really is." Alice asked curiously, "Then do you know?" Aiden gave a faint smile. "Of course. Who do you think I am? In the past, the saint and I were friends. It's just..." At that point, he suddenly stopped. The betrayal from his previous life surfaced in his mind once more. Did someone like Spica even deserve to be called a friend? Unaware of what he was thinking, Alice stayed by his side and happily asked, "What kind of friends? Really friends?" At that moment, Aiden reached out and rubbed her head, smiling calmly as he said, "A saint doesn't need to be kind or brave. In the end, a saint is still human. If you want to be angry, then be angry. If you want to cry, then cry." Aiden said, then told Alice that she could come home anytime she wanted. Hearing that, the little girl immediately nodded happily. "Okay, Aiden." Just when it seemed their conversation was over, Alice suddenly asked, "But, new big brother, you said you two were friends, right? Were you close friends?" Aiden shook his head. "Not like that. We used to be friends." It took Aiden a great deal of effort before he finally managed to soothe Alice. Only after long, while did he step out the door letting out a helpless sigh. I almost brought trouble onto myself. This is even more exhausting than a full training session. Even Curse couldn't help remarking, just listening to that made me feel like I drank a whole bottle of holy water. Joseph, who had been standing guard outside the door the whole time, hurried over the moment he saw Aiden. "My lord, is Alice all right?" Aiden gave a slight nod. "Yes, you can go in and stay with her now." Without hesitation, Joseph pushed the door open and entered, not forgetting to thank him. At that moment, Aiden noticed someone else still standing nearby and asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" That person was Hockenkotten. He slowly explained, "I heard there was a little trouble, and you handled it very well. You saved a saint, the future of our order, so I had to come in person to thank you." "Ha! It's nothing." Aiden smiled politely, then reached out to shake Hawken's hand. The instant their hands touched, Curse sensed a surge of dark energy. Her expression immediately turned ugly, and she quickly called out to Aiden. Slightly startled, Aiden asked in confusion, "What's wrong all of a sudden? Why are you calling me?" Curse said in a grave voice, "That man is a dark mage." The moment those words fell, Aiden's expression hardened, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Haken was actually a dark mage? A little later, in an underground secret chamber beneath the Holy Flame Temple, Haken was there, slamming the table in fury. His face was twisted with hatred. "That damn brat. I can't believe he ruined everything. I should have chased down and killed that runaway carrying the Holy Seal." At that moment, another priest stepped forward to calm him. "Please, calm yourself, my lord." But Haken wouldn't listen at all and roared angrily. "How am I supposed to stay calm? This order is supposed to belong to me. No one can take it away. One of those holy envoys getting here." At the question, the priest immediately answered. They said they'll arrive soon. "I'll inform you the moment they do." Haken's brows drew tight, his voice cold to the bone. "It doesn't matter when they arrive. We just need to kill that girl. The saint will be eliminated by an assassin during the ceremony. 2 days from now, the saint will awaken, and when that happens, I will become the leader of the Holy Flame Temple." As he said that, Haken broke into a triumphant laugh like a madman. At the same time, a shadow was secretly observing him. It was Aiden. He had guessed there was a dark mage inside the temple, but he never expected it to be that old man, and not only that, he wasn't working alone. Curse jumped out at that point and said with a grin, "I sensed dark magic the moment you shook his hand. That's why I warned you. And I think it's a pretty powerful kind of magic too." Aiden gave a cold snort and cursed in disgust. Filthy dark mages. Aside from those two, there might still be more dark mages inside the temple, but several things were very strange. Hearing that, Curse asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Aiden couldn't understand why the situation in Castle was even worse than in his previous life. Could it be because he had saved Alice? First, he needed to find out exactly who the holy envoys Haken mentioned really were. Elsewhere, outside the Holy Flame Temple, a figure silently appeared. Staring into the empty air, the person murmured, "I don't know who you are, but I'll drag you into the darkness." At once, another voice replied, "Hard to believe that before such an important event, I still don't have enough information. Couldn't you have handled this better?" Hearing that, the first speaker immediately snapped back in displeasure. "We've had to delay everything because of you. Besides, who could have guessed that brat carrying the Holy Spirit was still alive, and that Aiden would be here too?" Aiden, who was nearby, had heard their entire conversation, so this was why Haken had changed his plans. Still, that other voice sounded strangely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Then the person gave a cold snort and said, "Because he got promoted too quickly, the Lord will end up suffering the consequences too, won't he?" That remark immediately enraged the other party. Without hesitation, the man grabbed him by the throat, and a cold voice rang out again. "How dare you threaten me? If you don't learn to control that mouth of yours, I'll break your arms and legs." The other man was being choked so badly he could barely breathe, and hurriedly begged for his life. The other person let out a cold snort, then threw him to the ground. Stepping out of the shadows, he warned icily, "There won't be a next time." Watching this, Aiden held his breath and waited, and at last saw the man's face clearly. But the instant he did, his pupils contracted. It was none other than the Red Knight, Benny Behalma. When Aiden said that name aloud, Curse asked in confusion, "Does that guy have something to do with your previous life?" Aiden answered at once, "I believe so. He's one of Sinbeda's lackeys." At that thought, rage surged through him. Now everything's finally starting to make sense. Sinbeda really is a bastard. In his previous life, Sinbeda never shut up about dark mages ruining the world, and even volunteered in the name of knighthood to exterminate them. So the souls of those knights had been rotten from the very beginning. Today, Aiden had seen plenty of their ugly true faces. Curse was still puzzled, but why would they help Haken become the leader? Aiden replied slowly, probably because of the inheritance. The succession of a powerful family isn't determined by strength alone, but also by the important forces backing it. Since Daer was injured in that explosion, Sinbeda naturally set his sights on the position of first heir. Now the situation has changed, because I saved Daer. But I don't understand why Sinbeda can still be this shameless. That traitorous bastard. In the burst of his anger, Aiden failed to notice that he had let his aura leak out. By the time he realized it, a powerful killing intent was already rushing straight at him. At some point, Benny had already lunged toward Aiden, crazily shouting, "So there's a little rat hiding here." Without hesitation, a streak of sword light imbued with magic slashed toward Aiden. Aiden didn't dare be careless and quickly dodged aside. He frowned instinctively. The swordsmanship was still as ferocious as ever. Had that man noticed his presence long ago? Just then, the priest from before ran over to stop them. "If you make this much noise in the middle of the night, it's going to put me in a very difficult position." Benny glared at him and said coldly, "I don't think that's something a useless fool like you, who couldn't even notice a rat following you, should be saying. You're completely worthless. Get out of my way." The moment those words left his mouth, the priest's face turned ugly. Grinding his teeth, he cursed inwardly, "How dare you?" But he only dared complain in his head because he was afraid of dying. So he quickly turned and fled. Seeing him run off like a beaten dog, Benny clicked his tongue, his face full of contempt. If he hadn't been on a mission, he would have cut that idiot down on the spot. Then he turned his gaze back to Aiden and snorted coldly. "Hey, little rat, since you managed to block my sword, your skills must be decent. What is someone like you doing here?" Aiden refused to back down. "And what if I ask you the same thing, and you don't feel like answering?" His reply caught Benny off guard, and he curled his lips into a grim smile. Interesting. Although Aiden was provoking him, he knew that risking his life against this man right now would be too difficult. The best option was still to retreat. The moment he thought it, Aiden moved like the wind. But of course, Benny wasn't about to let him go. In the blink of an eye, he caught up, blocking Aiden's path. He said coldly, "There's nothing fun about playing with a coward. You'll talk soon enough. I'm really looking forward to seeing how long that stubborn mouth of yours lasts." The instant he finished speaking, Benny charged like a madman, forcing Aiden to raise his sword to defend himself. Watching his frenzied manner, Curse couldn't help remarking, "I'm amazed. There's actually a human more like Talos than you are." Aiden thought the same. That's true. He's one of the craziest people I've ever met. But now was no time to chat. Aiden's current situation was terrible. Benny was at least at the peak sword light level, while Benji's spirit shield was still recovering, so Aiden couldn't use it. But there was another way, and Benny would realize it soon enough. On the other side, Benny attacked relentlessly, clearly trying to drive Aiden into a corner. But after only a few exchanges, he noticed something. He recognized the swordsmanship Aiden was using. His expression immediately darkened. Taking advantage of Benny's momentary hesitation, Aiden quickly spoke. "Red Knight Benny Behelma." Hearing that, Benny's movements halted. He cried out in shock, "How do you know my name?" "That's impossible." Before Aiden could answer, Benny smugly concluded, "Now I get it. The moment I realized your swordsmanship resembles my lord's, I should have figured it out sooner." He assumed Aiden was one of Daer's people. Aiden felt a bit helpless and could only apologize to Daer in his heart. Then he said slowly, "Do you really think you can still walk away safely after colluding with dark mages? Shut up, you stupid dog of those damned heavy cavalry." Benny cursed, then swung his sword again. Aiden did not counterattack at all. He only focused on defending. He realized that after taking him for one of Daer's subordinates, this guy had become even crazier. What a chaotic family. When they snarled, they all sounded exactly alike. This Red Knight had serious personality issues. The easier a person flew into a rage, the easier it was for him to lose his reason, and the harder it became for him to notice what was happening around him. He had no awareness at all of what was going on nearby. Another sharp clash rang out as the two swords struck each other in rapid succession. Benny laughed arrogantly. "Do you know anything besides defending? With just this little bit of skill, you can't beat me. You know that, don't you?" But the moment he finished speaking, blood suddenly began running from his nose. He raised a hand to wipe it away, his eyes filled with confusion. Before he had even recovered from his shock, a powerful sense of danger made Benny panic. A streak of sword light flashed toward him. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but was still knocked back several steps. His sense of balance was gone. What exactly had Aiden done to him? Seeing this, Aiden was extremely pleased. By the time Benny noticed, it was already too late. Aiden's original skill was resonance. Every time his sword touched an opponent, it created a ripple of magical power, causing vibrations in the flow of magic inside the opponent's body. The disturbance was extremely faint and hard to detect in an initial exchange, which allowed him to disguise it as a kind of illusion. But if it was allowed to keep building up, it became a deadly poison. If Benny had been only an ordinary knight, he certainly wouldn't have held on this long, but he still managed to grit his teeth and endure it. After being forced back by Aiden, Benny flew into a rage and started roaring. "You think a few dirty tricks like this are enough to defeat me? Bring out everything you've got." Aiden curled his lip and replied in a deliberately irritating tone, "I don't feel like it. Why don't you come catch me? Look how impatient you are." Benny grew even angrier and snarled, "Dare's dog." Aiden immediately shot back, "Shut up, Simbetta's dog. Dogs shouldn't bark in the middle of the night." Benny's face went green and white in turns, as ugly as if he had just stepped in filth. Grinding his teeth, he spat, "How dare you let my lord's name come out of that filthy mouth of yours? I'll tear you apart." Then, he gripped his long sword and charged again. Aiden remained calm where he stood, raising a brow in provocation. "I'm so scared. Guess there's nothing I can do then." As he spoke, a glass vial appeared in his hand, and he hurled it straight at Benny without hesitation. Benny hurriedly knocked it aside with his sword and sneered disdainfully, "Are dirty little tricks all you know?" But the moment he finished speaking, the vial suddenly exploded, and thick smoke spread through the pitch-black night. Along with it came Benny's furious roar. "You bastard, don't run. Get back here and fight me. I'll tear you into 100 pieces." Unfortunately for him, there was already no one left around him. Benny grew so angry that his face turned red as a tomato, furious enough to look like he might explode on the spot. He threw back his head and started cursing at the sky. "You bastard. All you know how to do is run like a stray dog?" Just what I'd expect from Dare's hound. Unfortunately, Aiden couldn't care less about him. He had already escaped successfully. Curse asked in confusion why he had chosen to run instead of finishing Benny off. Aiden answered helplessly that at his current level, defeating a knight at the peak swordlight stage without a spirit shield was impossible. Luckily, he still had Cass's custom smoke bomb. Although Cass had hesitated a little when Aiden asked for it, it didn't matter now. He had managed to shake Benny. At present, he absolutely could not let that dark mage escape. Elsewhere, the priest who had fled from the battlefield between the two was now desperately running for his life. He wanted to report to Haken that someone had seen through their identities. But things did not go as he hoped. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out behind him. "Trash like you is always causing trouble." The priest panicked and tried to dodge, but it was already too late. A sharp sword flash struck, and he was sent straight to the underworld. Early the next morning, in the dark mage's cellar, Haken was still there, but the fury in his chest was exploding like fireworks. He slammed the table and roared, "When the world happened, the man guiding the knight has vanished, and the knight himself is nowhere to be seen." Haken suspected he had been betrayed or that the man had been captured by someone. But no matter what, today's sacred ceremony absolutely could not be allowed to go wrong. He had no time to think too much. At that thought, Haken suddenly remembered something and broke into a crazed smile. "I still have a perfect candidate. I can use that brat." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Holy Flame Temple, where the Saints' awakening ceremony would be held, everyone had gathered. The place was packed like a sea of people. Joseph held Alice tightly and cried nonstop. "My daughter is really about to become a saint? This can't be happening." Alice let out a helpless sigh. "Dad, stop crying. You're embarrassing me." At that moment, Aiden walked over with a smile. "Alice, do you remember what I told you?" The little girl's face instantly brightened when she saw him, and she nodded. "I remember, Brother Aiden. I'm going to make the Holy Envoy pay back every bit of trouble it caused me with interest." Hearing that, Joseph looked at Aiden in bewilderment. "Young Master Aiden, what exactly did you teach my daughter?" Scratching his head, Aiden laughed and said, "Oh, just a few survival principles so she won't be the one getting taken advantage of. She should go in now, right?" Although Joseph hated to let go, he still had to let Alice walk into the hall. The priest beside them hurriedly advised, "Lord Joseph, no one other than the saint is permitted inside. The child will be perfectly safe, so please calm down." But Joseph still wouldn't stop, crying miserably. "Alice, take care of yourself, my girl." Standing to one side, Aiden couldn't help sighing. He was acting as though he'd never see his daughter again. Just then, Haken suddenly appeared from behind, speaking with a sincere smile. "Young Master Aiden, could I trouble you to come over here for a moment?" Aiden was a little puzzled, but still followed Hakan to a corner of the temple. Frowning, he looked at the man and asked, "What could be so important that you have to hide in the shadows to say it?" Hakan shook his head lightly. "No, I simply want to give you a small gift to repay you for everything you've done." As he spoke, he opened the wooden box in his hands. Inside was a divine medicine pill. He smiled and said, "This is the highest quality pill left in the temple. It's extremely rare and incredibly difficult to refine." Hakan said that if he gave this to Aiden openly, the entire temple would go mad. So he had to meet him somewhere secluded and hand it over personally. The moment he saw what was in Hakan's hand, Aiden lit up with delight. "Really? Are you sure I can take this?" Hakan nodded indifferently and said calmly, "Of course. You are the one who saved the future of the entire Holy Flame Temple." As soon as he finished speaking, Aiden took out the divine medicine and, without hesitation, threw it straight into his mouth. Seeing that, Hakan smiled smugly. The instant the pill was swallowed, veins bulged on Aiden's face, and then his eyes suddenly lost focus. His grand plan had succeeded. Hakan smiled in satisfaction. What an idiot, falling for it so easily. It was a medicine infused with a hypnotic brainwashing curse. Even a sword master would have no choice but to obey his commands. Thinking of this, Hakan immediately said, "Young Master Aiden, I command you." Aiden nodded like a machine. "Yes, Master." Leaning close to Aiden's ear, Hakan whispered, "Now, immediately take the back route I prepared and go kill that child in the awakening ceremony." Elsewhere, on the path Alice had entered, dense holy power was now winding itself around her. Not long after, a brilliant flame appeared before Alice. Recalling what the bishop had told her, she remembered that he said she had to step into the flames to meet the holy envoy. He had said the fire wasn't hot, but what if it really was hot once she stepped in? She felt very scared. But Aiden had said that Alice had to make the holy envoy repay the trouble it had caused her. So at that moment, she was no longer afraid. She slowly climbed the steps. Then, filled with determination, jumped into the flames. "Time to pay your debt, holy envoy." At the same time, a figure appeared behind Alice. It was Aiden, only there was no focus at all in his eyes. At the same time, outside the entrance to the Holy Flame Temple, Joseph was still crying nonstop in anguish for his daughter. Standing behind him, Hakan concealed his smile. A reckless intruder storms into the temple and kills the saint. What a perfect script. In the end, he would be able to become the temple's high priest. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly rang out from behind. Hakan and the others turned around in shock, and the one leading them was Bali. He shouted loudly, "Everyone stop right there." It wasn't just Bali. Behind him were many priests carrying weapons. The moment people saw them, frightened whispers immediately broke out among the crowd. What are they doing? They're actually wearing battle armor. Hakan was equally shocked, and he hurried over to question Bishop Bali. "Do you not know the awakening ceremony is in progress? How dare you appear here dressed like this?" Bali looked at him calmly and said flatly, "I know the awakening ceremony is underway, but I'm here for something even more important." Then he turned to the crowd and shouted, "Among the people gathered here, someone has colluded with the forces of darkness. That is why I came here regardless of the consequences." Hearing those words, Hakan's expression immediately turned ugly. How did they find out? The crowd behind them also fell into panic. Afraid of being exposed, Hakan pointed at him and snapped, "Nonsense! You dare slander our brothers and sisters in the temple by claiming someone has joined hands with darkness? Spreading wild rumors like this. You have no right. It's my order." Before he could finish, a deep voice rang out. The moment he heard that voice, Hakan was even more horrified. He recognized it. The surrounding priests were also stunned, because the one who had appeared was High Priest Curdle. At this moment, Hakan's face looked terrible. How had Curdle managed to purge the curse Hakan had placed on him over so many years? Other than the saint, could there really be someone else with enough holy power to do it? Or had someone betrayed him? High Priest Curdle looked at Hakan and said coldly, "It's over." "Vice High Priest." "No, Dark Mage Hakan." Hakan bit his lip viciously. After scheming for this moment for decades, he had still been exposed at the last instant. In an instant, the priests behind him broke into panicked discussion. No one had ever imagined that he was a dark mage. Hakan ground his teeth in fury. He had planned for this moment for decades, only to fail. But very soon, a cold smile curled on his lips. No, he still had a way out. With that thought, Hakan immediately calmed himself and said, "If you're calling me a dark mage, then it seems you still haven't fully recovered. You have no idea how worried I've been about you. He quickly tried to shift the blame. It seems there's been some misunderstanding. In truth, young Master Aiden is the dark mage. I happened to overhear him say he was going to kill the saint. We need to find him and stop him at once. However, the moment Hakan finished speaking, Aiden slowly emerged from the Holy Flame Temple with a sword in hand. Seeing him, Hakan looked as though he had grabbed a lifeline and shouted, "Aiden, you scoundrel, what have you done to the saint?" "The saint?" Aiden let out a cold laugh, then said cheerfully, "She's carrying out the ceremony safely." When he saw that focus had returned to Aiden's eyes, Hakan immediately panicked. "You actually broke the curse? How could you possibly break it on your own?" To explain that, one had to go back to the night before the battle with the Blood Knight. Aiden had been standing leisurely by the window, then looked toward an ancient tree opposite him and said, "I know you're watching me. Nista, want to talk?" There was no answer in the darkness of the night, but an owl appeared. After hesitating a little, it flapped its wings, flew over, and landed on the windowsill. It was Nista in disguise. Getting straight to the point, she asked, "What exactly are you plotting, Aiden Remus?" Aiden curled his lip. "I know you've already seen everything. The Chaos Society is making its move. They're our common enemy. I'll keep an eye on the Chaos Society, so help me with one thing." Nista looked at him warily and asked suspiciously what thing. Aiden gave her a mysterious smile. "Lend me that." After hearing what he wanted to borrow, Nista fell silent in thought. After a while, she asked in confusion, "Why do you suddenly need an anti-magic tool? Are you planning to go to war with the Chaos Society?" Aiden shook his head lightly. "No, I just want to use it to counter the curse on High Priest Curdle." The curse crippled his body, but his mind remained clear. He must have known Hakan betrayed him, so as long as Curdle wakes up, we can arrest those traitors. Hearing that, Nista nodded. "That makes sense. In that case, this should be useful." As soon as she finished speaking, a glow of magic appeared in her hand, and soon a ring appeared in Aiden's. Nista slowly explained, "This is an item I made myself. It's called the Anti-Dark Arts Ring. If the High Priest wears this ring, the curse will be suppressed." But Nista still warned him to be careful. "It seems the Chaos Society has already brainwashed most of the temple's people. I suspect they'll want to do the same to you." Hearing that, Aiden smirked and said, "No need to worry about that. I already have a terrifying curse on me. A weak little curse like that can't touch me at all." Curse knew he was referring to her, and angrily snapped, "Dragon-slaying king, are you mocking me by comparing me to a curse?" Aiden admitted it too. "If not you, then who else?" And just like that, the two started bickering again. In the end, it was still Curse who gave way for the sake of the divine medicine. Back in the present, Aiden looked at Hakan and smiled. "Hakan, you're finished." At this moment, Hakan was trembling all over with rage. Just then, the surrounding priests all began questioning Hakan at once, but he didn't say a word. Curdle also spoke up in an attempt to persuade him. "Give it up, Hakan. For the sake of our many years together, I can at least." Before he could finish, Hakan cut him off coldly. "Give up? Do you understand the humiliation of not being chosen by the sacred flame? I spent my entire life hoping to become a holy man. Do you understand what it feels like to lose the purpose of your whole life?" Hearing that, Curdle suddenly spoke with some guilt. "Hakan, I beg you." But by then Hakan had already been swallowed by the flames of his fury. He couldn't hear a thing and began roaring, "In that case, I'll turn all of you into undead corpses. Become one of my followers." Bali glared at him coldly and said, "High Priest, I can't stand by and watch this any longer. Seize him at once." Hearing that, Hakan Cotton let out a scornful shout. "You think you can defeat me? Those of you who share this black blood, lend me your strength." The moment he finished speaking, streams of black energy suddenly appeared all around them. It wasn't just Hakan making his move. Several hidden priests were also beginning to attack. The armored priests carrying weapons did not retreat in the slightest and immediately stepped forward to block them. But before they could do anything, their eyes lost focus, clearly showing that they had been controlled. As they kept muttering, "Lord Hakan, we will obey your command." Then they immediately turned on the other priests who had not been controlled. At that moment, Bali had already drawn his warhammer. He roared furiously, "How can so many traitors be among the five of us? In the name of the sacred flame, kill them." Unfortunately, before he could launch his attack, Curdle interrupted loudly. "Priest Bali, Stop. Bali froze and looked at the high priest in confusion. Your Grace, why? Curdle ignored him and shifted his gaze to Hakan. Just how much lower are you willing to sink? Hakan gave a cold snort, mocking Curdle. You're sharp, I'll give you that. I was planning to sit back and watch you slaughter one another. As you can see, I've already used dark magic to control most of the members of the temple. Try laying a hand on me, and I'll make every last one of them kill themselves. Hearing this, Curdle's expression immediately turned grim, while Hakan became even more smug. You're out of options now. Give it up, Curdle. Just then, Aiden's voice suddenly rang out, cutting into their conversation. About 15, right? Those words made Hakan turn around in shock, only to see Aiden's figure flashing like lightning as he darted through the control priests. Very quickly, 2 priests had already fallen. Then he raised an eyebrow and smiled. 2 taken care of for now. Seeing this, Hakan flew into a rage and roared. I said I'd make them commit mass suicide. Who cares? Aiden shrugged indifferently, curling his lip as he said, go ahead and kill them if you want. Anyone who didn't know the situation might have thought Aiden was the villain here. His words completely enraged Hakan, and the old man screamed madly. You think I wouldn't dare? With a single order from me. They'll. But before he could finish, Aiden flashed a savage grin. Be my guest. I really don't care. I'm not from the temple anyway. He said the only thing he cared about was beating the members of the Chaos Association into the ground. The moment Aiden said those words, Hakan's face became extremely ugly. This brat actually knew he was a member of the Chaos Association. That meant from the very beginning, the target had been him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he immediately gave the order, kill him. In an instant, a group of controlled priests launched their attack. Seeing that, Kurz could not help but jump in and ask, You're not planning to kill all these innocent people, are you? The corner of Aiden's mouth lifted slightly as he let out a faint laugh. Am I really that cold-blooded? Kurz was speechless, as if she would believe that. Aiden, however, remained calm. The Chaos Association put curses on so many people because one person's power alone wasn't enough. If I break the curse on a few of them, the rest will be freed automatically. At that moment, Aiden pulled several glass vials from inside his clothes and instantly sped forward. He charged straight at the priests, without hesitation throwing the vials at them. In the blink of an eye, smoke covered the entire area. Hakan ground his teeth. What the hell is this cursed smoke? That bastard is actually using such despicable tricks. Hurry, kill him. At the same time, Aiden landed steadily from above, his gaze turning resolute. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning once more and shot forward. As time passed, Hakan's expression grew uglier and uglier because he could feel the number of dark mages steadily decreasing. Thinking of this, his body began trembling violently, a plan that had taken 10 full years to set in motion. How could it fail like this? Unwilling to accept it, Hakan was left with only one final choice. At the same time, inside the thick smoke, one priest was desperately trying to flee while crying out for help. Unfortunately, Aiden sent him to his death with a single slash of his sword. He gave a cold snort and cursed inwardly, still pretending to be innocent. You reek of dark magic energy. Finding you is easier than turning over my hand. Including Hakan, only 6 remain now. But then Aiden suddenly realized something strange. The number of dark mages was dropping sharply. What was going on? Was Bali doing something? Just then Curse spoke up again. They haven't disappeared, Dragon Slayer. Aiden asked in confusion. What do you mean? Curse explained calmly. The power of darkness is gathering in one place. What you're sensing is Hakan's doing. At that moment, Hakan's entire body was engulfed in black energy. The sight terrified the surrounding priests, and they began begging, Hakan, please spare me. I'm begging you. But there was no way Hakan would let him go. The black aura had already begun devouring him. Hakan shouted triumphantly, I offer up their lives, and half of my own, O noble of hell, descend upon this place. Hearing that, Aiden's face immediately darkened. A noble of hell? Could it be what he was thinking of? On Bali's side, he was terrified as well and cried out, What in the world is that thing? Curdle trembled in fear. Is this world about to meet its end? At this moment, the sky had turned pitch black, completely shrouded in dark magic. However, not long after, the priests whose eyes had been consumed by purple lost that color and returned to normal. Very quickly, all the priests were freed from control. The curse had been broken. Bali immediately shouted, Everyone, gather up. The real battle begins now. Just as he said, the energy in the sky had not yet dissipated. He muttered in shock, I've never seen such an evil aura. Under everyone's horrified gaze, that energy suddenly descended from the sky and slammed straight into the ground. Bali paniket. What is this? A thunderous explosion rang out, and the ground split apart. The priests who could not dodge in time were buried beneath the rubble. Bali had thought he too would be swallowed up, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself completely unharmed. Fortunately, Aiden had shielded him. Aiden had no time to explain and quickly urged, "Priest Bali, evacuate everyone to safety immediately, as far from here as possible. Leave the temple." The reason he said this was because within the smoke, a blurry silhouette had appeared, accompanied by a low voice that sounded as though it had come from hell itself. So, this is the air of the mortal world? There was a hint of admiration in the tone. What a beautiful world, like a dream. I am astonished that such lowly, tiny creatures are able to live here. Hearing that voice, Aiden's expression became extremely grim. Damn it, that bastard Hakan summoned something serious. What appeared before them was a demon from hell, with two long horns growing from his head and a pair of enormous wings on his back. He spoke in a deep voice. I never thought I would meet him here. How unexpected. Who was it that summoned me? Only then did Hakan speak up. Demon, I am your master. I sacrificed half my lifespan to summon you. Now obey my command and kill all those. But before he could finish, a sharp burst of energy sliced across his neck. In an instant, Hakan's head fell to the ground. The summoned demon let out a cold snort and withdrew his hand. I thought the one who summoned me would at least have a delicious soul, but Mephisto finds him too filthy. I have no desire to make dessert of his soul. Aiden bit his lip hard. Mephisto, the hell demon who brought destruction. In Aiden's previous life, this one had been extremely cunning, a high-ranking demon. Even sword masters would find it troublesome to face a high-ranking demon like him. In his previous life, Aiden might have been able to bring him down in a single strike, but not now. At that moment, Aiden suddenly realized that all the priests behind him had already collapsed unconscious on the ground. What had happened? Curse could not help but warn him. He has a special ability called Illusion Mist. Those who inhale the mist and fall into nightmares will have their life force drained by him. Of course, I won't let that happen to you. Hearing that, Aiden was a little surprised. He had thought he understood the other party well, but just who exactly was she? Curse continued. Mephisto, the demon of deception and trickery. In my past life, he dared to deceive me too, but in the end, I captured his soul. Hearing that, Aiden could not help sighing. He even dared to deceive the Lord of Hell? Is he insane? Just then, Mephisto suddenly brought his face close to Aiden's and gave a cold snort. What an interesting human. A trace of alarm flashed across Aiden's face. When had he gotten so close? Ignoring his reaction, Mephisto continued, "To think you can still move inside my mist. I wonder what flavor your soul would have." As expected, he truly was a high-ranking demon. Merely facing him already put immense pressure on Aiden. Noticing his anxiety, Curse hurried to reassure him. "Don't be afraid. Mephisto hasn't fully recovered his strength yet. That man's summoning ritual was extremely unstable, so Mephisto doesn't even possess half of his original power." Aiden was still hesitating over what to do. Mephisto continued, "My poor, tiny prey." At that moment, the corner of Aiden's mouth lifted, and he shot back, "Woof, woof. You sure bark loudly." Mephisto. Those words made Mephisto freeze. He cried out in shock. "How do you know my name?" Aiden gave a cold snort and said icily, "You're quite famous in the mortal world, too. I heard you're the pet the Lord of Hell drags around like a dog on a leash. If you don't know how to please the Lord of Hell, I can teach you a few tricks." Hearing that, Mephisto erupted in fury and roared, "Pet? Teach me a few tricks? How dare you? I am a noble demon. You arrogant human, how dare you say such things in front of me?" The moment he finished speaking, Mephisto immediately lashed out with his sharp claws at Aiden. However, Aiden dodged, and the ground was torn to pieces. Grinding his teeth, Mephisto cursed, "For the rest of your life, I'll make you taste what it feels like to have your soul torn apart, just like I did back then." Aiden was startled. "Just like he did back then? Curse, what exactly have you been hiding from me?" Curse hesitated for a moment before answering. "I only used him for some experiments on demon souls. For example, whether after his soul was torn apart over and over again and then restored, he would still retain his consciousness." Hearing that, Aiden could not help exclaiming, "For a moment there I forgot who you were. You're a lunatic too." Unwilling to lose, Curse shot back, "I'm definitely not as insane as you." Aiden could not be bothered to waste words with her. He needed to think about what to do next. There were too many people here, they needed to change locations. But Mephisto seemed to have seen through his thoughts and lunged violently toward him. "Where do you think you're running, you lowly human?" His sharp claws struck once more, tearing through the surrounding air. sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Fortunately, Aiden dodged in time, but he could not help sighing. You said he doesn't even have half his power, and he's still this strong? No sooner had he spoken than his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block the giant foot Mephisto kicked at him. Unfortunately, the opponent's strength was far too great, and Aiden was kicked flying, slamming heavily into a wall. The intense pain made him groan. Mephisto laughed excitedly. To endure one of my blows and still remain standing, you really are no ordinary human. Aiden ground his teeth, his brows tightly furrowed. He couldn't use Benson's spirit shield because it needed time to recharge. There was only one way to defeat him. Though Aiden didn't particularly like it, thanks to the high-grade potion Haken had given him, all of his skills had risen by one level, including the one he had never expected. He really didn't know whether he should thank that old man or not. Thinking this, black energy began to coil around Aiden's sword. In an instant, Mephisto's expression darkened. That aura is... Beelzebub's improved gluttony technique could now release the souls it had devoured by transforming them into wraiths. Aiden immediately shouted, "Skill, Wraith's servitude." As he cried out, the long sword in his hand suddenly gleamed, and dark energy wrapped around it. At that moment, Mephisto's face grew even uglier. Isn't that something only mages who wield dark power can use? How can he? In the very next instant, a low voice rang out. "Master, please give your orders." Following that voice, a huge figure appeared, standing before Mephisto. Aiden curled his lips into a smile. The real contest starts now. Experimental subject number 1 of the Lord of Darkness. Those words made Mephisto roar in fury. "You bastard. I'll show you what true hell is." Unaffected by the chaos outside, Alice was still carrying out the ritual inside the temple of the fire god. Looking at the scene around her, the little girl cried out excitedly, "Where is this? It's so beautiful." Just then, a low voice suddenly came from ahead. "It's been a long time since I've seen a human." Looking toward the sound, she saw a man in a black robe slowly walking toward her. This person was the fire god. He coldly said that he needed to go back to sleep, and since she had already received the holy power, she should leave at once. Alice then pointed right at his face and asked, "Are you a god?" The fire god could not help but stare in surprise. "Did you just point at me?" Just as expected, Alice declared loudly, "Do you know how much I suffered just to meet you? I'm going to get back everything I'm owed with interest." Hearing this, the fire god immediately frowned. This bold child dared to collect a debt from a god? How could such a thing exist? He wondered whether someone had ruined this little girl's upbringing. Still, being idle was boring, and this at least might amuse him a little. Thinking that, the fire god smiled. "Very well. I will compensate you, including for this life and your previous one." Alice frowned slightly and muttered in confusion. "Previous life?" The fire god did not answer. As he continued condensing divine power, he whispered, "Child whose fate was altered by one who lost his own destiny. I hope this new journey of yours will be different." Outside at that moment, Beelzebub was summoning his fire magic. The blazing flames filled Mephisto with fear, forcing him to fly all over the place to dodge. But Beelzebub pursued relentlessly, which made Mephisto furious. How irritating. Why should I be afraid of fire magic? Compared to that one's flames, this is nothing. Seizing the chance, Aiden charged fiercely from afar, snorting coldly as he said, "You actually got distracted by a mere high-level parlor trick like that." Experimental subject number 1. Hearing this, Mephisto's face became extremely ugly. He had forgotten that Aiden was still there. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Aiden had already severed his arm. Mephisto's body spun several times in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Aiden landed on the ground as well and sneered. "You thought facing a high-level parlor trick meant you could ignore me?" Struggling, Mephisto forced himself back up, his body trembling from blood loss. Gnashing his teeth, he cursed, "You dare! My arm and my beautiful wings! I will never forgive a useless creature like you." Aiden put on an infuriating smile and said, "Experimental subject number 1. Why don't you try begging the Lord of Hell for a new arm and a new pair of wings? Who knows, maybe you'll even get a cute pair of angel wings." At that moment, Beelzebub gathered fire magic once more, preparing to attack again. Seeing this, Aiden curled his lips in a cold smile. "Forget it. Don't bother anymore. Just die here." Mephisto cried out unwillingly, "No." With a boom, brilliant flames exploded and swallowed him in a sea of fire. Aiden raised his brows smugly. Sorry, Curse. Looks like you'll have to find another test subject. Curse gave a cold snort. Worry about yourself first. My test subject doesn't die that easily. Hearing that, Aiden narrowed his eyes at the blazing flames, which were beginning to weaken. Sure enough, a moment later, Mephisto slowly emerged from within the fire. Aiden's expression instantly turned grim, and he pressed his lips together. I knew Mephisto was a high-ranking demon, but how did he survive that attack? And his arm and wings have regenerated too. Curse explained in a low voice. Mephisto is different from other demons. The reason he could become a high-ranking demon is because he possesses the strongest regenerative ability among demons, and fire is ineffective against him. Hearing that, Aiden frowned deeply. Fire is ineffective, but he clearly looks terrified of flames. Curse continued. Mephisto really is afraid of fire, because when I experimented on increasing his fire resistance, I threw him into the hottest hellfire and left him there for a very long time. Aiden sounded displeased when he heard that. So you're the one who caused his fire trauma. At this point, Mephisto had returned to normal form. His arm and wings were fully healed, and his imposing aura had returned with them. He looked down at Aiden arrogantly and said, Your little tricks are useless. Have you seen the gap between us now? Curse asked in confusion. Do you have any other strategy? Aiden frowned angrily. He wasn't sure whether he could defeat the enemy, but he could not abandon everyone. Thinking this, he charged forward once more. Mephisto was no less aggressive and rushed to meet him head-on. With a thunderous bang, an earth-shaking explosion erupted, sending smoke and dust everywhere and reducing the area to ruins. Mephisto slowly walked forward and said coldly, Is this all you can do? In contrast to him, Aiden had been beaten badly and collapsed onto the ground. Standing above him, Mephisto looked down and laughed smugly. You're stronger than ordinary people, but you're still nowhere near enough to stand against me. Aiden opened his eyes to look at him. Just like before, he could not focus. He felt unbearably sleepy. Was this the end of his second life? He should have made those people suffer the consequences of their actions. Aiden knew there were still many people he had to protect. In his previous life, he should have been able to become even stronger. While he was thinking, Mephisto launched his attack. To die by my hand. Consider it your honor. At this point, Aiden was completely unable to resist. His breathing was shallow. It really was about to end. The last thing he saw was Curse's face. Somewhat dissatisfied and unwilling, Curse said, You arrogant, idiotic dragon slayer. Fine then. Take it and use it. Use my power. In an instant, the power of the Lord of Hell awakened. That absolute suppression made Mephisto's heart pound wildly, and his body involuntarily dropped to its knees. His expression turned ghastly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he kept muttering, This is... Just then, Aiden's body began radiating dark light. A moment later, he abruptly opened his eyes. The more Mephisto looked, the more horrified he became, muttering without end, Why is it this kind of light? This must be... Before Mephisto could finish, Curse, within Aiden's body, coldly cut him off. Kneel! Although Mephisto was unwilling, he still found himself forced to kneel. Frowning, he muttered, It has to be that madman. Then Mephisto raised his head to look at Aiden and spoke respectfully. I failed to recognize you. To behold the Lord of Hell is truly an honor. The authority of the Lord of Hell was an extremely familiar and innate power of the Lord of Hell. The absolute right of dominion belonging only to the one chosen to rule hell. All demons, as well as the inhabitants of hell, feared their ruler, and that was precisely why the Lord of Hell could reign there, and why Mephisto felt such terror. Aiden himself was somewhat astonished, thinking to himself, This authority is even stronger than I imagined. Curse said coolly, Have you now witnessed my greatness? Dragon Slayer, all of hell trembles before me. After saying that, Curse let out a somewhat helpless sigh. I really can't believe I've ended up like this now. Aiden could not help smiling and cheerfully replied, No one asked you to beg me. I'm a magnanimous one here. You're amazing, great Lord of Hell. In stark contrast to Aiden's delight, Mephisto was trembling under Curse's absolute suppression. After a while, he finally raised his head and spoke. My Lord of Hell. Hearing that, Aiden immediately let out a mocking laugh. narrowed his eyes at him, and said, "Right, I almost forgot you were still here. I'm very angry right now, so come over here and help me vent." Those words made Mephisto's face look as foul as if he had stepped in filth. Pressing his lips together, he cursed inwardly. "This is awful." Sometime later, a figure appeared on the road leading to the Holy Flame Temple. Alice had finally completed the ritual and was slowly walking out. But the closer she got to the temple doors, the clearer Aiden's voice became. The little girl happily ran outside, calling Aiden's name again and again. But when she saw the scene before her, her pupils involuntarily shrank. Alice asked in confusion, "Big brother Aiden, what are you doing?" Hearing her voice, Aiden immediately turned around, waved, and smiled. "Hey kid, the awakening ritual wasn't interrupted, was it? Did you get a good look at the god's face?" Alice calmly nodded, but soon pouted and said, "But that weird old man didn't give me anything at all. He just kept glowing, so I came back empty-handed." As she said that, she suddenly noticed something, craned her neck to look at Mephisto lying behind Aiden, and asked innocently, "Big brother Aiden, what's wrong with that big bat? It looks hurt." Aiden was briefly taken aback. He couldn't mention curse, so he blurted out an explanation. "That one? It's a friend of mine's pet." After he said that, Alice simply stood there blankly, not understanding at all. Aiden smiled faintly and continued, "We took it out for too long, so it's resting." Hearing that, Alice finally nodded innocently. "I see." Hearing Aiden's explanation, the girl cursed in dissatisfaction. "Dragon Slayer, are you making fun of him on purpose?" Aiden laughed awkwardly. "All right, I can't exactly tell her the truth." At that moment, Alice walked over to Mephisto and said sympathetically, "Poor little bat, you must have had a hard time." After saying that, she reached out and patted his head, gently saying, "Good job, little bat." But just then, Mephisto's body suddenly burst into flames, frightening Alice so badly that she hurriedly jumped back. "You scared me to death, little bat." Mephisto clutched his head and screamed, "Heavens, my body is evaporating. Please stop this fire resistance test. I know I was wrong." Seeing this, even Aiden was somewhat surprised. That flame was holy power. Alice had truly awakened. While he was still thinking, Curse jumped in to remind him, "Dragon Slayer." Without waiting for more, Aiden immediately replied, "Yeah, I know." As he said that, he bent down to pick up his sword and reminded Alice, "Close your eyes, kid." Then Aiden slowly walked toward Mephisto, who was still screaming nonstop. "Goodbye, Mephisto." He said it coldly, as if seeing him off on his final journey. Right after that, Aiden ordered Beelzebub to devour him. Seeing the giant mouth opening toward him, Mephisto trembled even more. Impossible. Glutton King Beelzebub is here too. Unfortunately, there was no one to answer his question. In an instant, his entire body was absorbed by Beelzebub. Only then did Aiden finally let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. The moment he finished speaking, his tired eyes closed, and his body swayed before collapsing, frightening Alice out of her wits. A few days later, after a fierce battle, peace finally returned to the Holy Flame Temple. But soon afterward came a series of hunts for infiltrated heretics. Countless people were arrested, and a massive internal purge was carried out within the temple as well. Aiden gave the priests who had been knocked unconscious by Mephisto's mist a brief explanation, saying that he had helped Alice awaken and had defeated the Dark Mages. This incident made Aiden realize that he was still far too weak. The people who had betrayed him could have dealt with Mephisto easily. Even if he met them again now, he still would not be their equal. He had to become stronger. While Aiden was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "What are you thinking about?" Startled, Aiden turned around and saw High Priest Curdle walking toward him. In confusion, he asked, "Why are you here?" It seemed that thanks to Alice's holy power, Curdle had fully recovered. Curdle looked at him with gentle eyes. "It's thanks to you exposing the infiltrated heretics within the temple that we were able to clean this place up so quickly." Hearing that, Aiden merely smiled it off. "I'm just glad I could help a little. I have a very good detector for dark magic." But curse inside him immediately cursed in dissatisfaction. "I should have just let you die in the first place. Now I regret it." Curdle was deeply grateful to Aiden, and regardless of status, he bowed his head and said, "Also, I came late because of the chaos in the temple. On behalf of the entire temple, I sincerely thank you." Aiden was somewhat surprised by his action, but Curdle paid it no mind and continued, "Without you, I could not have survived, nor could we have found the missing saint. The Holy Flame Temple might even have been destroyed. To him, Aiden was the savior of the Holy Flame Temple. After hearing that, Aiden smiled, and only after a long pause did he finally say cheerfully, I just owed someone in the temple a very great debt of gratitude, so I'm only repaying it. Curdle asked in slight confusion, You owed someone from the temple a debt of gratitude? Who was it? Aiden recalled the Curdle he had met in his previous life and smiled meaningfully. A rather noisy old man. He said helping others needs no reason. Curdle had no idea that the person Aiden was talking about was him, and he smiled sincerely. I'm very glad someone from the temple would think that way. Aiden only looked at Curdle and said nothing more. I've already repaid everything I owed from my previous life, old man, principal and interest alike. Now we're even. At that moment, Curdle suddenly spoke again. There's still one more thing I want to tell you. He said he had heard why Aiden was staying here. Alice was the future of the temple. By the rules, she had to remain here to receive her education, and all this time, she still had not been able to formally begin it. However, considering the incident 10 years ago, when those bearing the mark were murdered, as well as the recent accidents, the temple had failed in its duties and failed to preserve its credibility. Curdle understood that it was wrong to stubbornly force the saint to stay solely for the temple's future, so he had decided to establish a branch temple in Remus territory. Aiden was extremely shocked to hear this. But this way, Alice could study there while also remaining in Remus. Moreover, the establishment of a branch temple in Remus was good news in itself. The temple established branches in cities based on strength and influence, so a branch in Remus would symbolize the power of the Remus family. Meanwhile, deep within the gloom forest, two strangers appeared, clearly plotting something shady. The leader said in a low voice, I have a feeling the Red Knight is definitely dead. He was always impulsive and clumsy. He continued that they could not afford another mistake, and had to proceed carefully to ensure that Lord Sinbeda could become the next Grand Duke. So these people were Sinbeda's loyal hounds. Villains like them were obviously up to no good. After everything at the Holy Flame Temple was settled, Aiden rode a carriage back toward Remus territory. This time, he was once again riding in the merchant Popon's carriage. As usual, it rattled nonstop. Lao, motion sick from the ride, looked as pale as a floating corpse. Seeing this, Aiden could not help complaining. Why do you look even worse than I do? Lao quickly waved his hand. It's nothing. How could I possibly feel unwell? Aiden had once told Lao to go undercover and scout the number of Chaos Society members, but he had ended up struck by that damned curse, rapidly aging and all that, and in the end they had still needed Alice's help. There was really no helping it. Thinking of that only made Aiden even less pleased, and he clicked his tongue. When we get back, I'll train you even more harshly. Hearing that, Lao immediately panicked, but knowing he could not refuse, he fell silent and instead changed the subject. By the way, young master, where did you put the reward the temple gave us? It must be a lot, right? Aiden paused slightly, then took out a bag. It's all in here. Seeing what he was holding, Lao exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that a spatial bag? That's a rare divine artifact. It prevents the items inside from rotting or rusting. They actually gave you something that valuable. Aiden nodded lightly and smiled calmly. We got plenty of other things too, like fairy silk. However, while packing to leave, I discovered something strange in the temple. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a purple egg out of the bag. Muttering in confusion, he asked, What kind of egg do you think this is? Lao observed it for a while, and only after thinking for a long time did he say, No idea. It's about the size of an ostrich egg, but judging from the strange magical power coming from it, I don't think it's an ostrich egg. Aiden sighed. I took it out of a suspicious room along with this ancient book. He had tried reading it too, but it was written in a language he did not understand. Just then, Lao realized something was wrong and said helplessly, Wait a second, young master. You said you found it in a suspicious room with that book. Don't tell me you didn't discover it. You stole it. Aiden froze slightly, then pouted and said, No, not exactly. To be precise, I didn't steal it. I just saw a room that looked like no one had entered it for decades, and it was giving off strange magical power, so But before he could finish, Lao shouted furiously, Young master, you can't steal from the temple. Even if they revere you as the savior, they still won't forgive you. We have to return it immediately. Of course, Aiden refused, and Lao could not persuade him. The carriage sped onward until they reached a snowy mountain region. Aiden and Lao trudged through the snow with difficulty, shivering from the cold. A short while later, they stopped before the gates of Sita City. Lao asked in confusion, "Aren't we going home?" Aiden curled his lip and looked at him. "Did I ever say I was going back to my territory?" Lao continued, baffled. "But you said you trained me when we got back." Aiden looked slightly surprised, snorted softly, and asked, "Were you actually looking forward to that hellish training?" At the words hellish training, Lao immediately wilted and sighed. "No, but why do we come here? Are you here to see Count Tirid?" Aiden shook his head. "I will see him, but that's not why I came. I have business in the Death Forest within Sita's territory." Hearing that, Lao asked curiously, "What kind of business?" Aiden explained slowly, "I heard tree folk live in that forest. I need them to make the highest grade elixir." By then, the two of them had reached the city gate, but the guards stopped them. One guard said coldly, "Halt, this is Sita's territory. The Count is not here at the moment. Without a prior appointment, outsiders are not permitted to enter. Please come back another day." The words sounded ordinary enough, but Lao sensed something unusual and immediately shouted, "You're speaking to Aiden Remus. He is the eldest son of Count Remus. He's here to see Count Tirid, so get out of the way." But instead of making the guards respectfully step aside, Aiden's identity only made them flare up with anger. Aiden was slightly surprised. What's wrong with them? One guard could not hold back and snapped irritably, "Are you seriously asking that? In our eyes, you're the thief who stole the Cetus family's treasure, and the one who beat the Lord's son at the imperial banquet." Hearing this, Aiden finally realized where the issue lay. He had done too many things and completely forgotten about it, but he quickly put the matter behind him. He had his own way of getting in. With that thought, he drew the sword at his waist. Curse asked suspiciously, "What are you plotting now? You're making me worried." Aiden held the sword out in front of the two guards, put on an infuriating expression, and said, "If I show you this sword, will you let me in? Obviously, someone in your territory owns this sword." The moment they saw it, the two guards grew even angrier. They gripped the hilts at their waists, forcing themselves to suppress their rage. One of them impatiently tried to drive him away. "Young Master Aiden, we have confirmed your identity. But as I said, the Count is away, so please come back another day." Aiden clicked his tongue, then asked, "What about Tyan?" The guard's face turned furious, and through gritted teeth he said, "Young Master Tyan is very busy. If you don't have an appointment, please leave. If you insist on staying, we will have no choice but to use force." Hearing such disrespectful words, Lao was about to charge forward and hit someone. "How dare you speak to the young master like that?" But Aiden stopped him and clicked his tongue. "I understand. Looks like there's no other way." As soon as he said that, the two of them turned and walked away. Seeing this, the guard immediately grew smug and said disdainfully, "You should have gotten lost sooner." Unfortunately, he had underestimated Aiden. Could someone whom the Lord of Hell regarded as a villain really be driven away that easily? The answer was no. After taking only a few steps, Aiden stopped and said something puzzling. "That should be enough." Lao, standing beside him, had no idea what he was trying to do and asked, "What are you planning?" Aiden did not answer, only giving a mysterious smile. "If I need an appointment to get in, then I'll make one right now." Having said that, Aiden took a deep breath. The guards were even more confused, and some even thought he was feeling unwell. But what he did next would make them regret their actions. Aiden turned toward the castle, opened his mouth wide, and roared like a cry from the abyss. "How have you been since I beat you senseless?" His voice echoed throughout the entire territory. Although no one replied, he was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, he curled his lips smugly. Before long, hurried footsteps came from the castle ahead. Without even looking, Aiden already knew who was coming and said with a self-satisfied grin, "Tyan, long time no see." Sure enough, Tyan came rushing out of the castle like a tidal wave, his face full of indignation. He grabbed Aiden by the collar and demanded, "You dare bring up something that humiliating right here in my territory? What the hell are you thinking?" Aiden put on the look of a scoundrel and shamelessly pointed at the guards. "They said I couldn't get in otherwise, so I had no choice." The guards' faces instantly darkened. Seeing that Tyan had not let go, Aiden smiled and suggested, "How about we go inside and talk?" And just like that, after that utterly shameless stunt, Aiden was brought into the castle by Tyan. Sitting on a comfortable leather chair, he smiled and said, "The hide on this chair is really nice." Then he asked curiously, "Is Count Tirid very busy? I heard he went out on business." Tyan replied in a low voice, "My father is currently at the Slaughter Tower, because an abnormal situation has occurred in the Dead Zone under the Slaughter Tower's control. They also suspect that the Execution Devil King that appeared in our territory came from there." Aiden frowned when he heard that. Sure enough, strange events had begun occurring around this region. Before long, several Calamity-class monsters, including the Mad Dragon, would begin to appear. In his previous life, he had been too busy dealing with those upheavals to investigate the cause behind them. But now that matters were becoming clear, all Aiden needed to do was grow stronger quickly, find the cause, and stop it from happening. While he was lost in thought, Tyan asked suspiciously, "But why did you come to our territory?" Aiden was pulled from his thoughts by Tyan's voice and looked up. "I want to go to the Death Forest." Tyan's expression immediately turned heavy, unable to believe what he had heard. "Do you even know what kind of place that is?" "The entire forest is filled with toxins, with undead, poisonous plants, and monsters everywhere." Aiden merely shrugged indifferently and said calmly, "That's exactly why I want to go in. I want to harvest a rare poison herb that only grows there." Tyan was somewhat speechless after hearing that, and only after hesitating a long time did he say, "I know you're not normal, but your tastes really are strange." He told Aiden that his luck was bad and that he had chosen the wrong time. Right now, no one could enter the Death Forest. True to its name, the Death Forest was an extremely deadly forest within Count Cetus's territory, filled everywhere with hungry, ferocious monsters and overgrown poisonous herbs. However, even in a place that seemed to reject life itself, people still existed. Criminals and those too poor to pay taxes had chosen it as their refuge. At this point, Tyan's expression dimmed slightly as he muttered, "But recently, bandits have appeared in the Death Forest, and they seem to be raiding the villages with all their might. Not only that, ever since they appeared, there have been constant reports of missing people throughout Count Tyrid's territory. Therefore, people believe the two matters were connected. Count Tyrid had decided to send knights to eliminate the bandits. Even if they were only farming villagers, they were still citizens of the territory, and no one could stand by and watch them be harmed by bandits. So, if Aiden wanted to enter, he would have to wait until the bandits were dealt with, or give up." As soon as he heard that, Aiden shook his head without hesitation. "That won't do." At those words, Tyan's expression softened slightly. "Don't tell me you're worried about those farming villagers, too? Could it be that you really do still have some compassion left?" Well, he was overthinking it. Aiden was only worried the bandits would find the tree folk before he did. If they learned of the tree folk's existence, they would definitely hunt them down like mad and sell them. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Pressing his lips together, he thought, "No choice. I can't let those bandits steal the divine medicine." Perhaps because he felt that made him seem a little cold-blooded, he justified it by telling himself he wanted to save the villagers. The system, having read his thoughts, was speechless. "Dragon Slayer, so now you're finally revealing your true intentions." Aiden did not care, and looked up at Tyan as he said sincerely, "I'll help you too. Let's go wipe out those bandits." A few hours later, at the entrance to Cetus Fortress, Aiden and Lao were stretching and warming up, preparing to go gather tree folk. No, to go eliminate bandits. The moment he saw the two of them, Tyan's expression turned displeased. Someone could not even hold back, and stepped up beside Tyan to voice his dissatisfaction. Pressing his lips together, he said, "Young Master Tyan, are you really planning to bring those burdens along?" Those words made Tyan's face darken at once. He asked coldly, "What did you just say?" The man did not feel he was wrong at all, and mocked them bluntly. "Just look at how timid they are, and how frail they look. They'll only get in the way of the mission." And more importantly, Aiden made Thierry and Tyan lose all face. So as a knight of Cetus, I absolutely cannot accept this. However, hearing that only made Tyan even angrier. Pressing his lips together, he asked, "As a knight of Cetus, you say?" As he spoke, he grabbed the man by the collar and forced him down, coldly demanding, "To you, is a knight's pride really more important than the suffering of our people? How dare you call a young master who is risking himself for Cetus a burden? Right now, it is your thoughtless words that are truly staining the honor of Cetus and of Tyan." Tyan even assured him that both Thierry and he had already acknowledged Aiden's strength. He was genuinely very strong. Although his actions really could be rather irritating, just thinking about that look in his eyes when the subject of divine medicine came up made it hard to feel favorable toward him. At that moment, Tyan stepped in front of Aiden and said, "Young Master Aiden, thank you. This will be a dangerous mission." Aiden shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing. I like helping others. But is the combat strength of this team enough? Those bandits are bold enough to wreak havoc in the Death Forest, so their numbers surely aren't small." At that, Tyan let out a helpless sigh. You think I don't know that? That's why I hired a mercenary. Aiden could not help but be startled. Could it be someone he knew from his previous life? Right at that moment, someone walked over from behind them, her voice clear and pleasant. Is everyone ready? Hearing that voice, Tyan immediately brightened. She's here. Aiden also turned around with interest, wanting to see which familiar face it was. But the moment he got a clear look, his expression changed instantly. Seeing his face, Curse asked suspiciously, "Why are you so surprised? Did you know her in your previous life?" Aiden immediately denied it. "No, this is our first meeting. However, I can identify her background." He asked Curse, "Don't you sense it?" At the same time, the woman had already stepped forward and greeted them. "Sorry, everyone, I'm late." She introduced herself. "My name is Lunia, servant of the great god of slaughter." Hearing her introduction, Lao blurted out in shock. "A servant of the great god of slaughter? Then does that mean you hired a cleric from the Church of Slaughter?" Aiden also remarked, "Young Master Tyan, the place where you hire mercenaries is pretty interesting." Lao then murmured in confusion, "But she doesn't look like the rumors. I heard the clerics of the Church of Slaughter can erupt in rage at any moment, but she looks so gentle and beautiful." Aiden could not help giving a bitter smile. "At first, I thought the same thing." Lao asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Aiden did not explain much, only pursing his lips. "You'll understand later." Lao. At that moment, Lunia stepped in front of Aiden and said with a smile, "I've heard about you before. You're the son of Duke Remus, aren't you?" Aiden gave a light nod. "That's right. Nice to meet you. I'm Aiden Remus. It's been a long time since I teamed up with a cleric of the Church of Slaughter." Hearing that, Lunia's eyes lit up at once. "So you've worked with the senior brothers and sisters of my order before?" Aiden nodded lightly. "Yes, once a long time ago. That was someone reserved and quiet." Lunia failed to notice the dissatisfaction in his words and cheerfully said, "All the clerics in our order usually work as mercenaries during their pilgrimages, so you must have run into them a few times back then, right?" Without waiting for Aiden to answer, she raised both hands to the sky and cheered. "This must be fate. Just call me Lunia. Let's all do our very best and punish those evil people together." Aiden felt rather helpless. The Church of Slaughter was one of the three major religions, and its holy power specialized in combat. As a cleric of this order, dealing with a group of bandits truly was an easy matter for her. Once everyone had assembled, Tyan gave the order, "All right, we depart now for the Death Forest." A few hours later, in the gloomy, deathly Death Forest, Tyan led the group deep inside. As he walked, Aiden observed the surroundings and said quietly, "This forest looks more normal than what I'd heard." Tyan explained, "That's because the villagers cleared this path for collecting supplies." Aiden did not think much of it after hearing that, because he had already sensed a strange aura. Curse noticed it as well. It felt like a stream of evil energy seeping up from underground, as though they were standing in hell itself. It had been a long time since she had encountered a place like this. Its reputation was indeed well-deserved. After hearing Curse's description, Aiden's expression grew grave. A forest radiating evil energy and toxins. It only showed how admirable the people living here truly were. Yet that damned Robbies had actually dared to deliberately shove him into a dangerous place like this. Next time, he would definitely teach him a lesson he would never forget. Thinking of that, Aiden looked at Tyan and asked, "Is this really all right?" His words left Tyan somewhat puzzled, and he asked blankly, "What are you talking about?" Aiden smiled faintly and said hesitantly, "As far as I know, your father, the Count, doesn't like mercenaries at all. Even if she's a cleric of the Church of Slaughter, Lunia is still a mercenary. Is it really okay for you to hire her like this? What if he gets scolded?" Tyan obviously knew that, but he said firmly, "Yeah, if my father finds out, he'll definitely chew me out. But that doesn't matter. When people's lives are on the line, who has time to be picky about methods? Besides, mercenaries have more experience dealing with bandits than knights do." All things considered, hiring a mercenary was the obvious choice. Hearing Tyan's explanation, Aiden could not help remarking, "You're smarter than I thought." Once again, he felt that Tyan was not much like his father. Hearing that, Tyan cursed in dissatisfaction. "Well, obviously. You idiot. Did you only just now realize my true worth?" After a while, Tyan's group had penetrated deep into the forest, and at last a village appeared ahead of them. However, the moment he saw the scene before him, Tyan cried out in horror, "What is this?" The knights behind him could not hide the shock on their faces either. Lunia let out a weak sigh. "Oh, exalted god of slaughter." Even Aiden was no exception. He gritted his teeth and pressed his lips together. Damn it, we came too late. Why were they reacting like that? Because what lay before them was not an intact village. but scorched ruins. There were 5 farming villages in the Death Forest, and the very first village they came to had been flattened. Every house had been burned down, and not a single person had survived. Worried, they hurried on to the second village, only to find the same tragic scene. Carrying their unease with them, they went to the third village, and finally fell into despair when they reached the fourth. Looking at the devastation before him, Tyan could not stop himself from trembling. This is already the fourth village. The previous 3 were no different from this one. They were all reduced to ruins. No matter how hard we search, we can't find a single survivor anywhere. Even a farming village should have guards. So why does this look like a completely one-sided massacre? Aiden was certain these were absolutely not ordinary bandits. Who exactly were they? Just as he was lost in thought, a knight suddenly shouted, "There's someone alive here!" Hearing that, Tyne immediately ran over in delight. In a corner of the ruins, 2 figures were trembling non-stop. When they lifted away the wooden board covering them, they saw 2 children curled up tightly together. Without hesitation, Tyan crouched down before them and spoke gently. "We're Knights of Cetus. We came to protect you. You'll be all right now." Upon hearing that, the boy immediately asked in a trembling voice, "Knights of Cetus? You came to protect us." Right after that, the little girl threw herself into Tyan's arms and burst into tears. He patted her back to comfort her and said in a low voice, "We came too late. I'm sorry." At that moment, the boy suddenly cried out desperately, "If you're really knights, please save our parents." Tyan could not help sighing. "I'm very sorry, but I'm certain your parents have gone to a peaceful place." "No." The boy shook his head violently and said with complete conviction, "The attackers took our parents and everyone else somewhere else. They must still be alive." The moment those words came out, Tyan's expression immediately sank, and he said with pressed lips, "What did you say?" "They took everyone away." Following the 2 children's directions, Tyan led the group onward. They headed deeper and along another route. Aiden was still very puzzled. Why had they taken everyone away instead of killing them? They still did not have enough information. Perhaps they would find some clue in the last village. So they pressed forward without hesitation. But just then, a faint movement suddenly came from the forest. Though the sound was very slight, Aiden still caught it. He quickly shouted, "Young Master Tyan, there's someone here." Everyone stopped at once. Tyan pressed his lips together and cursed angrily. "Is it those bastards? Good. I'll make sure they pay for what they've done." As he spoke, his gaze became extremely resolute. At the same time, a group of people rushed out from the edge of the woods. Aiden's group was preparing to assume fighting stances, when Tyan suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop!" Everyone was a little stunned, not understanding why he had said that. Tyan stared fixedly at the people opposite them, then curled his lips into a smile. "Not bandits. Long time no see." At the same time, the leader on the other side also quickly gave an order. "Lower your swords." What appeared before them was a group of people Tyan knew well. Their leader was Marcus, the village chief of the farming village. Looking at Tyan, he asked in confusion, "Young Master Tyan, why are you here? Have you come to help us?" Aiden asked in surprise, "You know him?" Tyan nodded lightly and explained, "Marcus was one of our knights 10 years ago. I heard he retired after being seriously injured. I didn't expect to run into him here." Then, he stepped up in front of Marcus and greeted him. This welcome doesn't seem very enthusiastic. Marcus sighed apologetically. "Sorry, bandits have been showing up a lot lately, so..." At that point, he suddenly paused, then said with emotion, "You've changed a great deal. I almost didn't recognize you." Before he could finish, a pair of hands had already come to rest on his shoulders. Tyan lowered his head and let out a relieved breath. "Thank heavens you're all right." Hearing that, Marcus cried out in alarm, "Don't tell me the other villages have." Knowing Marcus had already guessed, Tyan sighed. They were ambushed. Those villages were almost completely wiped out. Fortunately, at least your village is still relatively safe. Safe. Marcus could not help giving a bitter laugh. "It's too late for that. Let me take you back to the village first." A short while later, at the stronghold of the final village in the Death Forest, the situation there was actually not very good either. The villagers had been attacked, and their injuries were extremely severe. Moreover, ordinary magic potions had no effect on their wounds. Fortunately, our all-capable male lead, who has everything, had arrived. Aiden handed them a bottle of medicine and said, "Sir, ordinary magic potions won't heal those kinds of wounds. Use this potion instead." Looking at the item in his hand, one villager cried out in disbelief, "Are you really giving us such a precious potion?" "Thank you." Aiden showed no particular reaction. He swept his gaze over everyone and said loudly, "Any wound that emits a black glow was caused by dark magic. Please come receive holy potions for treatment." At those words, the villagers began stepping forward to receive his potions and tend to their injuries. At that moment, Aiden felt lucky that he had brought such a huge supply of holy potions. Curse could not help jumping in to mock him. I thought you cared more about money than other people's lives. It really took him by surprise. Aiden cursed angrily. Who do you think I am? But this isn't free. I'll make Tyan compensate me for it. And I can't just let those bastards get what they want either. Hearing that, Curse immediately nodded. Just as I thought, you haven't changed at all. Right as he was bickering with Curse, someone carrying a child came over and asked, "Can we use this to treat the child's injuries?" Aiden had been about to nod and say, "Of course." But before he could finish, he noticed the child in the person's arms. The child was wrapped up tightly all over and looked human at first glance. But on closer inspection, it was not human. Aiden was certain that the boy was a treant. Meanwhile, near Marcus's village, a group of masked men was moving in this direction. One of them cursed furiously, saying that those failures who had once been driven out of the city were still putting up fierce resistance. The person beside him reminded him that the one-armed old man was his prey, so he wasn't to touch him. Then he looked toward the Dark Mage walking ahead and said, "Dark Mage, last time you couldn't use your full strength. This time, give it everything you've got. Understand." He even arrogantly challenged him. "Is this how you people help others? We can take all the food and valuables, since you said you only want people, right?" Hearing that, the Dark Mage let out a cold snort and thought disdainfully, "Arrogant bastard. All you have is brute strength, yet you still spew so much trash." He said aloud, "Just bring the people you capture to the place I designate." The bandit leader snorted coldly, swore at those damn Dark Mages, and then left. The Dark Mage narrowed his eyes at the man's retreating figure and thought to himself, "Once this succeeds, I'll make use of these bandits too. Those wretches should make decent research materials." In a house at the edge of the village, candlelight flickered, illuminating the dim room. Even after being treated, the treant boy was still unconscious. A while later, he slowly opened his eyes and muttered groggily, "Where am I?" Hearing the child's voice, Aiden, who was sitting beside him, immediately spoke. "You're awake?" Aiden's voice startled the treant boy. Trembling, he begged, "Please don't kill me. My meat doesn't taste good. Please don't eat me." Aiden sighed helplessly after hearing that. "I'm not going to eat you, so don't be afraid." But Curse could not help scolding him. "With that expression on your face, how is he supposed to believe you won't eat him?" Aiden's expression really did look a little sinister. Licking his lips, he smiled and said, "I already told you I'm not going to eat you." But the treant boy did not believe him at all and burst into tears. "I am poisonous. If you eat me, you'll get a stomachache." Aiden merely shrugged, then said calmly, "Settle down and eat this." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of medicine, and an aroma immediately drifted into the treant boy's nose. The boy sniffed twice. Though he clearly craved it, he still hesitated and asked, "Is it really okay for me to eat this?" Aiden gently shook his head. "It's fine. I don't have any use for this pile of corpse bone powder anyway." After receiving that reassurance, the boy immediately began chewing what was in his hand. The moment he swallowed it, his eyes lit up. "It's delicious." Aiden could not help smiling. As expected, he really liked corpse bone powder. Curse smugly boasted, "I told you trants can't gather enough corpse bone powder by themselves. Now you see how lucky you were to listen to me, right?" Aiden could not be bothered with her. Instead, he looked at the trant boy and asked, "By the way, why were you injured and unconscious here?" Hearing that, the trant boy suddenly snapped back to his senses. "That's right. Where did all the others who escaped with me go?" Aiden recalled what the villagers had said and slowly replied, "The people who brought you to us said you were the only one they found injured and unconscious outside. They barely noticed anyone else there." But how could that be? The boy began to panic. Before he could finish speaking, Aiden interrupted him. "Do you know what happened in this forest? If you tell me the truth, maybe I can help you." The treant boy hesitated for a moment. His parents had always warned him never to trust humans, but what other choice did he have now? Before the boy could make up his mind, a frantic alarm bell suddenly rang out from outside. The guards immediately shouted, "We're under attack. The bandits are back." Hearing the sound, Aiden instinctively frowned. Those bandits came back again. Then he glanced at the treant boy and said slowly, "If you're going to keep silent, then there's nothing I can do. For now, stay hidden here." After saying that, Aiden stood up and prepared to leave. The treant boy was still hesitating. The only thing he could do now was hope this person was different from other humans. After a long while, he pursed his lips and asked, "Can you really save our forest? You're not like those other humans, right?" Aiden glanced at him and then gave a small nod. Outside at that moment, the bandits had already reached the village gate. Tyan's night order had long been waiting there to protect the villagers. However, none of them noticed that behind the bandits, a dark mage had already begun channeling magic. Curling his lips into a smile, he said, "I've never seen them before. Are they knights from this area? The more people there are, the more sacrifices I'll have for my ritual." Not bad. With that, he began casting a spell. Awaken. Return from hell. The moment the dark mage finished speaking, a group of zombies appeared. The knights' expressions instantly turned grim. Just as they were overcome with shock, a clear, sharp voice rang out. "So you're the mastermind behind this vile scheme." The one who had arrived was Lunia. She was small in stature, yet she carried a war hammer even larger than Bali's. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged straight into the bandits' encirclement, ignoring the knights' frantic attempts to stop her. At that moment, Tyan stepped forward and said, "Just leave her be." A knight still hesitated. "But they outnumber us." Tyan answered calmly, "You may not know this, but in a situation like this, no one is more suited than she is. A mad priestess with the face of an angel, a warrior born for slaughter, one who grants death in the name of the gods." That was how a priestess of the Church of Slaughter was described. While they were speaking, Lunia had already vanished from sight. When she appeared again, she was already in midair, poised in a perfect combat stance. Swinging her gigantic warhammer, she laughed wildly. "Haha, death shall fall upon those burdened with monstrous sins." The instant she finished speaking, her giant hammer smashed into the ground, splitting the earth open at once. The dark mage panicked at the sight. "What the hell is that? Where did a monster like her come from?" Lunia smirked. "In the name of the god of death, please grant your follower the use of this power once more." The giant hammer in her hand came crashing down again. She was only one title below Thor, and the war hammer in her hand truly resembled a thunder hammer. Each strike sent another bandit to the underworld. By now, the dark mage's face looked as ugly as if he had stepped in filth. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "She wiped out all the bandits and the zombies I just summoned too, damn it." Right after that, he cast another spell. "Curse of death, devour that mad woman." The moment the dark mage finished speaking, black mist shot toward Lunia. However, in the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared. The dark mage instantly panicked. What now? But he failed to notice that she had somehow already appeared behind him. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Lunia brought her giant hammer down without hesitation, crushing his head flat in an instant. Blood sprayed everywhere like rain. Thanks to Lunia's fierce might, the zombies were completely exterminated, and the bandits were either captured or killed. The attack ended in total failure. A knight of Cetus stepped forward and reported, "We've surrounded the remaining bandits." Tyan gave a small nod. "Understood. Well done." "Did they say what they did with the villagers they abducted?" The knight shook his head slightly. "About that, they don't know either. They said they only took things they could sell for money. As for the villagers, they dumped them wherever that crafty mage told them to. But now that dark mage is dead as well." Hearing that, Tyan's face immediately darkened. "Does that mean we have no way to save the villagers?" Just then, Aiden suddenly walked over and said, "Tyan, there's still one way." Tyan was startled and looked at him in confusion. "Where did you go just now? Wait, is there really still a way to find them?" Aiden nodded calmly. "There is indeed a way, but," he added, "those people don't have much time left. We need to move quickly." Turning back to the moment the village was attacked, the Treant boy had told Aiden everything. Aiden exclaimed in shock. "The dark mages captured all the Treants." The boy nodded lightly. "Yes, they captured me and locked me up, but I managed to escape. But there weren't only Treants there. I also saw what looked like many ordinary humans being imprisoned too." Aiden frowned slightly and thought for a long while before speaking. They locked humans and Treants together. Could they be preparing some kind of large-scale summoning ritual? Or are they planning to turn them all into zombies? No matter which it was, he could not accept it. They dared lay a hand on his miracle medicine. Kurz could read his thoughts and was utterly speechless. She snapped harshly, "What kind of person are you exactly?" Returning to the present, Aiden explained the whole matter to Tyan. As expected, Tyan cursed in fury. "Those vicious bastards. What kind of scheme are they plotting?" Aiden shook his head slightly. "It seems even the child doesn't know much." Tyan knitted his brows and asked anxiously, "Then how are we supposed to find them?" Aiden replied slowly, "One of the escapees told me where they're hiding. I plan to go there and monitor them." As soon as Tyan heard this, he proposed, "Leave that to us. We'll handle it properly." Aiden immediately shook his head and refused. "No, I can't dump something this dangerous on you and let you go save them alone. I'm going to." Tyan was so moved his eyes filled with tears. Gratefully, he said, "I Ahem, I never thought you were such a noble person. I truly misjudged you before. Of course. Aiden closed his eyes and smiled, but inwardly he sneered nonstop. Why are you suddenly crying, old man? Shaking off those thoughts, he began considering another issue. Chaos itself was not the problem. If what the tramp boy had said was true, then things were exactly as Aiden suspected. Inside an extinct volcano in the Death Forest, someone approached from afar and asked the dark mage coldly, "How much longer?" The other hurriedly replied, "I've completed the basic framework. Now, I just need to melt down the essence of the sacrifices and let it absorb them, and it will be finished." At this point, the dark mage asked with suspicion, "Have the people from the 5th village still not brought back the sacrifices?" The other person gave a small nod. "It seems they haven't returned yet, but they should be back soon." Hearing that, the dark mage smiled strangely. "Hee, very good. Once they return, my work will be complete as well." Once that gemstone was finished, his lord would be one step closer to his goal. The other person felt delighted and thought to himself, "Lord Sin Beta, please wait just a little longer. Dare's Clyman will surely help you become the Grand Duke of the Duchy of Sires." At the same time, outside the volcano, Aiden had arrived and was frowning at the mountain before him. He began to calculate. So the dark mages are controlling the Trant village inside this extinct volcano. Curse also said in surprise, "This is really beyond anyone's expectations. Who would have thought the mastermind behind all this was that King's Knight?" Earlier, the tramp boy had mentioned a name he had overheard, and Aiden had vaguely guessed it was Dare's. The tramp boy had also confirmed that it was that man, together with the dark mages, who attacked the Trant village, cut down the guardian spirit tree, and imprisoned the Trants. Aiden naturally knew that man and the Red Knights. Dares was one of Sinbetta's 3 dogs, Dark Knight Dare's Clyman. He had to confirm whether this was really the Dark Knight the Trant had spoken of. To do that, Aiden had wanted to secretly bring the tramp boy along for identification. But that stubborn Tyan insisted on tagging along, saying it was a matter within his territory, which annoyed Aiden to no end. Tyan aside, the most irritating part was that Lunia also noisily insisted on coming. The whole way here, any monster she saw, she killed, completely carrying herself like a crazed butcher who would strike down anyone in her path. At that moment, Lunia was slaughtering the spider swarm that had just appeared, leaving Aiden feeling rather helpless. He was certain she had only come along because she was bored. Thinking that, he could not help saying, "She wiped out all those dark mages and bandits, didn't she?" Ty nodded slightly. "That's right, she really is amazing." Yet the more Aiden thought about it, the stranger it felt. He asked Curse if she thought the same. Curse said casually, "You don't even need to think much to know it's strange." Who wouldn't think someone as bizarre as her is strange? Aiden felt the same way. Lunia was far too obedient. She even listened to whatever they told her. Hearing that, Curse cried out in horror, "Are you even in your right mind? In what way does she look obedient to you?" Lunia and the word obedient have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Aiden shook his head slightly. "You don't understand. The female bishops of the Holy Church. Those butchers are all mad. They drown themselves in meaningless violence. Besides, for an ordinary field bishop, she's far too strong." Lunia not only dealt with all the bandits and dark mages who destroyed the village, but she also easily crushed monsters enhanced by magic. At that level, she has to be at least a senior bishop, perhaps even higher. That made Aiden feel something was deeply wrong, because the one who should have appeared there was Saint Spica. Therefore, while thinking things over, Aiden decided he needed to keep a closer eye on Lunia. Lunia said, "Let's keep going." Sometime later, they arrived at a village inside the extinct volcano. Aiden's group hid outside it. Frowning, he asked, "Is that your village?" The tramp boy nodded slightly. "Yes, there should have been a fairy tree in the center of the village." But at that point, the boy faltered. Aiden had already guessed it. Just as the boy said, the fairy tree was the source of the spirit's power, so they had cut it down to weaken the trance. In dark magic, using spirit folk as sacrifices was far more beneficial than using humans. Thinking this, Aiden could not help frowning. What exactly were these people planning to do with the humans and the trance? Just then, his gaze fixed on the area below. Dares stepped out of the village with his long sword in hand. Aiden snorted inwardly. He had still been worried the tramp boy might have mistaken him, but thankfully, it really was that damn Dark Knight bastard. The moment Tyan saw Dares, he angrily shouted, "So he's the one behind all of this? I'm going to kill him." But Aiden raised a hand to stop him. "Young master, please wait." "What?" Tyan asked in confusion. "He attacked my territory and took my people to use as sacrifices. You wanted to let him off that easily? He doesn't even even look that strong. If you and Lunia help me, we can definitely beat him. Aiden shook his head slightly and said slowly, Young master, please calm down. Look around. He isn't alone. He has several dark mages with him. The three of us can't take them all down right now. Besides, that Dark Knight is no ordinary opponent. Aiden knew him very well from his previous life. Dare's strength was on par with Sinbetta's. By now, he had almost certainly reached master rank. After all, his combat skill was extraordinary. In terms of pure individual ability, he was the finest knight Aiden had seen so far. Even if the three of them attacked Dares together right now, victory was far from guaranteed. If the villagers got dragged into the fight, the losses would be catastrophic. There had to be another way. While he was thinking, Aiden saw Curse materialize in front of him. He asked in confusion, Hey, what are you doing? But Curse did not answer right away. She closed her eyes and concentrated for a long while before speaking. Ever since we stepped into this forest, I've sensed a deeply unsettling presence. So was that thing. Aiden did not believe her and snorted coldly. The only unsettling thing I can see is your backside. Get out of my face. Hearing that, Curse was extremely dissatisfied. I'm only trying to help you. How can you talk about my backside like that? You humans can't sense it, but my senses picked it up immediately. Aiden curled his lips indifferently and asked with mocking disdain, Amazing, amazing. So what exactly did you smell? His attitude clearly showed he did not believe her. But Curse acted like a magnanimous adult, refusing to stoop to a petty child, and snorted before answering. The moment Aiden heard it, his face went deathly pale. He could not believe his ears. His hands clenched tightly into fists. It was obvious he was furious to the extreme. Now, Aiden finally understood. A number of strange things had happened here, but this explained everything. Thinking that, Aiden suddenly remembered something. Wait, what if he used that? Right after, he said slowly, I've got a plan. Tyan looked at him in confusion. You mean a way out of here? Aiden nodded calmly. Turning toward the treant, he asked, Kid, you said you know this forest inside and out, right? The boy nodded lightly. Yes. What? Instead of answering, Aiden looked at Tyan and smiled. Young Master Tyan, are you willing to do anything for your people? Without hesitation, Tyan nodded. Of course. For my people, I would fight to the death. Hearing those words, Aiden gave him a sinister smile. Really? You're not allowed to take it back. At the sight of that smile, a chill ran through Tyan, and he had a bad feeling. This definitely could not be anything good. Aiden did not care and turned to ask Lunia for help instead. Since she found it entertaining, she immediately agreed. A short while later, Tyan was in the left side of the forest. Unfortunately, his condition was not exactly good, because a horde of monsters was chasing him from behind. As he ran, Tyan shouted, Aiden Remus, you bastard! Are you trying to kill me? Meanwhile, on the right side, a pack of man-eating fiends was also preparing to fight. But the moment they saw their opponent, they dropped everything and fled for their lives, cowardly to the extreme. And who was their opponent? Who else but the crazy beauty Lunia? She was in an extremely excited state. This game of hide and seek is so fun. Dear little man-eaters, if you don't want to die, don't let me catch you. And just like that, a chase immediately broke out. The monsters so terrified they nearly lost their souls. From a concealed spot above, the treant boy was left rather speechless by the sight. Looking at Aiden, he asked, Are you trying to create a monster wave to scare the dark mages into running away? Only half right, Aiden answered with a curl of his lip. I'm using these monsters to awaken a real monster to deal with them. Because I'm certain that Snake, after starving for hundreds of years, must be absolutely famished by now. Just as he said, deep underground, a demon lay buried, waiting for the right moment to rise up and devour everything. No sooner had Aiden finished speaking than he noticed the treant boy trembling nonstop. He sighed and asked, Are you scared? Kid. The boy shook his head slightly and pressed his lips together. No, I just feel angry and ashamed. If only we were as strong as you. Before he could finish, Aiden cut him off coldly. Don't worry, they'll pay for what they did to you. Besides, they owe me too. Then he smiled and asked, By the way, I still don't know your name. The treant boy hesitated for a moment before answering in a whisper. Easy, that's my name. Aiden nodded calmly. Alright, Ez. Do you remember what I told you back in village? Earlier, Aiden had asked the boy what he would get in return if he risked himself to save him. At the time, Izzy had thought about it for a long while, then said firmly, If you save our whole village, I've heard that our tears are very valuable to humans. So I swear on my honor, however many tears you want, I'll give you that many. Nodding in satisfaction, Aiden smiled. Good, it's a deal. From now on, you need to care about yourself more than your family. At the time, Izzy had no idea why Aiden said such a thing, but Aiden did not explain. Back in the present, ignoring Ez's reaction, Aiden drew the sword Beelzebub and shouted coldly, "Supreme power, answer your master's call. Summon the demon Mephisto." The moment he finished speaking, Mephisto appeared and said in a deep voice, "Master, have you summoned me?" Although Aiden's strength was still insufficient to summon him completely, this temporary form was enough for now. Thinking that, Aiden immediately said, "Mephisto, I have a task for you. Go to the lower region of this forest, find a pack of poisonous lizards, and drive them to the mouth of the extinct volcano halfway up the mountain. As you command, my lord." Mephisto accepted the order without hesitation. Then he spread his wings and shot into the sky. Aiden watched his departing figure with satisfaction. Having supreme power and being able to command a high-ranking demon like this at will was truly convenient. He had to get stronger quickly and draw out Mephisto's full potential. Thinking that, Aiden glanced at EZ and said, "We should get moving too." EZ looked at him blankly and asked, "Where are we going?" Aiden smiled unconsciously, then asked with a slight curl of his lip, "What's wrong?" "I have to keep my promise. Let's go save your villagers and your family." At last, inside the extinct volcano, Dare stood in an open area, lost in thought. Up to now, he still had not received any news from the men who had gone to the 5th village. Could they have been killed? But he quickly dismissed the idea. No one here had that kind of ability. Thinking that, Dares felt somewhat reassured. He walked to the lake in front of him and looked at the ripples spreading across its surface, unable to hide his surprise. He muttered to himself, why would calm water ripple like that? Before Dares could understand what was happening, the ground began to shake violently. He immediately became alert. Something was charging this way. Just as he expected, someone really was running toward him from the other side. Dares was shocked. That thief, the one running toward him, was Tyan. And he was not alone, because behind him was a countless swarm of monsters, dense as ants, in hot pursuit. In a panic, he shouted, "I'm going to settle this with you. Aden Humi." In an instant, Dare's expression became just as ugly. Pressing his lips together, he said, "There are too many of them, but I'm sure I can." However, before he could finish, he sensed something behind him as well. When he turned around, he discovered a pack of man-eating fiends sprinting toward him as though death itself were chasing them. And what death was chasing them? It was Lunia. At that moment, she looked no different from a complete pervert. Dare's expression changed once again. This time, he no longer felt sure of victory. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Poisonous man-eating fiends? What are they doing here? Don't they normally live deep in the forest? What the hell is going on?" But the threat still did not end there. Another pack of lizards was also charging this way. They were not running here without reason. Mephisto was pursuing them from behind while continuously warning them, "If I catch you, I'll tear you into 100 pieces, you lizards." And so, all three sides of Dare's experimental base were surrounded. Dare shouted in panic, "Stop them all!" Hearing his yell, the knights quickly rushed out to block the monsters. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Aiden and EZ slipped inside. Guided by EZ, they quickly entered a room. The boy looked at Aiden and said, "They're here." In that dark room, many Trey ants were being imprisoned. EZ hurried over and called out, "Everyone, it's me." The moment they saw the boy, the Trey ants inside were immediately stunned. "EZ, are you alright? Have you come to save us?" EZ nodded hard and said hurriedly, "I told you I'd come back and save everyone." But when he saw how many people were inside, panic flashed through Ez's eyes. He asked in confusion, "Why is it only you all here? Were the others locked up somewhere else?" His words instantly made the Trent's expressions turn ugly. After hesitating for a long time, one of them finally answered, "We're the only survivors left, EZ. They said they would use the others as sacrifices, and then they took them away." The moment those words were spoken, Ez's hands, gripping the bars, began to tremble. He sighed and said, "I came too late." Hearing that, Aiden patted the boy on the shoulder to comfort him. "This isn't your fault. It only proves that they're devils." Then he told the boy to step back and warned the others inside to stay away from the bars as well. Once everyone did as he said, he drew his sword. Without hesitation, Aiden cut the cage apart, freeing all the trance inside. He swept his gaze over them and said, "I know all of you are confused right now, but I want to ask something. Do any of you know where the others were taken? If Aiden went there, perhaps he would discover what those people were really trying to do." At the same time, outside, a fierce melee was underway. Dares led the knights in cutting down monsters, and the dark mages had also joined the fight. Quite a few monsters had fallen, and blood flowed like a river. Just then, deep underground, drawn by the smell of blood, a monster began to stir. It slowly opened its ferocious eyes, and the first thing it felt was unbearable hunger. It stretched its massive body upward, making the ground quake violently. Sensing the disturbance, Dares grew even more alarmed. What is it this time now? At that moment, the water began to tremble at an astonishing speed. Inside, Aiden sensed it too and smiled in satisfaction. It's finally awakened. The Serpent King, Basilisk. Almost at the same time, the giant snake rose from the water. Dare's face turned dark with rage, and he cursed. Damn it. Going back a little earlier, Curse had told Aiden the identity of the monster beneath the ground. Unable to believe it, he asked back, "You're saying this is Basilisk's lair?" Curse replied calmly, "This dense toxic energy can only belong to it. Its venom is extremely potent. Even a single bite is enough to kill a swordmaster." Aiden frowned when he heard that. Strange. Basilisks usually live in the southern part of the forest, the complete opposite direction from here. It should be somewhere warmer. So why is it here? Hearing this, Curse cursed in annoyance. "If I knew that, do you think I'd still be trapped inside your weak human body right now? In any case, it's definitely been starving for hundreds of years. Its guts must be twisting with hunger by now." Back in the present, staring at the giant serpent before him, Dares cursed in fear. Damn it. Of all things, it had to be a basilisk. Even so, he gripped his long sword tightly and shouted with determination, "We will never retreat. I won't let it interfere with my lord's plan. Come at me, you beast." With his roar, the basilisk opened its fang-filled mouth and lunged at him. At the same time, in the underground laboratory, a dark mage was still bent over, absorbed in his experiment. He wasn't frightened at all by the monsters attacking outside. In fact, he even considered it a good thing. If he could make use of the monsters and humans killed in this beast tide, he would be able to complete this gem sooner than expected. At last, the world would know his name as a great dark mage. What he failed to notice was that Aiden had appeared behind him at some point. Raising an eyebrow, Aiden said with a grin, "Oh, what's this? Doesn't look like an ordinary gemstone." "Huh?" The dark mage cried out in alarm. WHUR. Before he could finish, he was slammed onto the table and killed on the spot. Aiden withdrew his hand, then looked at the blood-red gem on the table and murmured, "Is this the gem the Treant mentioned? What exactly is this thing?" With that, he reached out to pick it up. The instant Aiden touched it, the gem suddenly began to glow. Startled by this sudden turn of events, he exclaimed, "What is this? Why is it glowing all of a sudden?" At that moment, the system displayed a notification as well. "You have fulfilled the conditions for a hidden clue. The incomplete gemstone has been absorbed by the user. Aiden just wanted to throw it away and shouted, "What the hell? This disgusting gem is being absorbed by my body? What exactly was that dark mage doing with this thing?" But after a while, the blood-red color gradually faded, and Aiden didn't feel anything unusual. What exactly was that gem? When he absorbed it, the system said it was still incomplete. He had no idea what it was, nor did he know how to get it back out. After thinking it over and getting nowhere, Aiden decided to put it aside for the moment and just treat it like extra baggage he had to carry around. Reading his thoughts, Curse cursed in displeasure. "Did you just call me baggage?" As a Dragon Slayer King, Aiden merely shrugged indifferently and curled his lip. "I never said you were baggage. More importantly, shouldn't we finish dealing with this mess now?" Curse refused to let it go and pressed him. "Answer me, Dragon Slayer King." Elsewhere, the basilisk kept launching relentless attacks, and quite a few people had already become food in its jaws. Even Dares was exhausted now, his sword hand trembling nonstop. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "Damn it, the poisonous mist is making it impossible for me to move. If it were that lord, he could finish this thing in a single blow." Just then, the basilisk shifted its target to him. Its venomous fangs slowly approached Dares. He tightened his grip on his sword and thought, "If only I could imitate that lord's sword strike just once." At that thought, a flash lit up in Dare's eyes. In the next instant, he unleashed a sharp sword strike at the giant snake, and the basilisk died on the spot from that very blow. Seeing this, Dares finally let out a sigh of relief. "I did it. Have I taken another step toward wielding the sword like that, Lord?" But was that really the truth? At that very moment, a low voice suddenly rang out. "Congratulations. You've become a sword master and a dark knight at that. Goodbye." Dares frowned instinctively. He had never heard this voice before. "There's someone here?" But before he could react, a long sword pierced straight through his chest. The one who struck was Aiden. Aiden said coldly, "Wait in hell. I'll be sending your master down to join you soon enough." Ambushed, Dare's body trembled from massive blood loss. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "You dare? Who are you?" Aiden gave a cold snort, his voice brimming with killing intent as he replied, "Me? I'm the one your master calls his friend. After saying that, Aiden had no intention of wasting more words on him and coldly ordered Beelzebub devour him. At his command, black energy rose around the blade, and Dare's body was quickly swallowed whole without leaving a trace. Before closing his eyes, he still wanted to report this to his master. But sadly, he vanished into thin air, not even a single bone left behind. Aiden withdrew his sword and couldn't help sighing. Even at death's door, you cared more about your master than yourself? Simbeta, you really do have a loyal subordinate. Then, he walked over to Basilisk and muttered, I never expected him to kill the Basilisk anyway. Just as expected of Sinbeta's hound. I was planning to kill the Dark Knight first, then deal with the exhausted Basilisk. TCH whatever. They're both taken care of now, so who cares? As Aiden walked, Curse asked suspiciously, but Dragon Slayer King, why are you climbing into Basilisk's mouth? Aiden smiled casually and said, since I came all this way, of course I should take what needs taking. Basilisks are full of valuable materials, you know that. Its fangs can be made into weapons, its hide can be turned into armor, and most importantly, basilisk venom. It's so potent that if used like a poisonous herb, it can make the body immune to all toxins. Curse watched Aiden clean out the basilisk's corpse like a bandit. Aiden grinned happily and said, I've looted everything useful. Now, let's go check on the Treants. But before he could leave, Curse suddenly called out to stop him. Aiden turned back in surprise and heard Curse say in a low voice, look at its upper jaw. There's something there that this sluggish snake should not have. Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help mocking her. Hey, do you really have the right to call it sluggish? Even so, he still walked over to inspect it and soon discovered a purple gem. He murmured, it's a magic soul stone. Aiden reached out and picked it up. It was a valuable item, after all. A magic soul stone was a stone that contained dark magical power. Powerful monsters weren't unusual, but why would something like this be inside Basilisk's mouth? Just as Aiden was thinking about it, a sudden light enveloped the gem, and his spatial pouch began to shake violently as well, leaving him stunned. Not only that, the pendant he carried on him flew out on its own. This was the gift his master had left behind in the Lich Dungeon, so why was the magic soul stone reacting to the pendant? While Aiden was still confused, the magic soul stone suddenly slipped from his hand, and in the blink of an eye attached itself firmly to the pendant. Aiden frowned instinctively. Could this have originally been part of the pendant? At that moment, the system displayed another notification. This item can increase affinity with magic and the dark attribute. After reading it, Aiden was utterly shocked. This is definitely a divine artifact, made specifically for dark mages. And it's soul-bound, too. At that thought, he immediately tried to throw it away in irritation. Why do you things always cling to me without even asking permission? Get lost. But another accident occurred. The pendant suddenly flashed with light and then vanished without a trace. When it appeared again, it was already hanging neatly around Aiden's neck. This made him shout furiously. Damn it, why do these things always insist on doing whatever they want? It really sticks like a leech. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take it off, and Aiden was furious enough to explode. Just then, Robbie suddenly appeared and cried out cheerfully. Congratulations on conquering the dungeon. I'm Robbie's from the spirit shop. Aiden was already suppressing his anger. And the moment he heard that voice, he immediately wanted to vent on Robbie's. Only then did Robbie's realize that the person below was the Jinx he had met before, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Aiden glared at him and asked coldly, You're saying I conquered the dungeon? Terrified, Robbie's denied it. That must be a mistake. Aiden let out a cold snort and barked sternly. The core is right here. Should I crush it underfoot right now? Robbie's felt that his luck was truly rotten. He had barely appeared before running into this disaster of a man again. He had no choice but to persuade Aiden to calm down. But right then, he noticed the pendant around Aiden's neck. Robbie's looked like he was being forced to kneel in punishment, both hands raised, his whole body trembling as he cried and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I can't believe it ended up in this guy's hands. Aiden couldn't be bothered with that and continued questioning him. So you mean the entire Death Forest is actually a dungeon? Trembling, Robbie's nodded and replied, yes. Hearing that, Aiden thought to himself. He had once heard that when the energy of a powerful monster influenced the surrounding environment for a long period of time, that place would turn into a dungeon. It seemed that really had happened here. As soon as he thought that, Aiden suddenly remembered something and broke into a sinister smile, speaking in a suspicious tone. All right. I almost forgot. Aiden's anger was blazing fiercely now. Cracking his knuckles, he wore a cruel smile and said, "You knew full well that place was dangerous, and yet you still deliberately told me about the Trant village. You dare play tricks on a customer?" Having his guilt exposed, Robbie's face went pale as he panicked inwardly. How did he find out? He desperately denied it. There must be some misunderstanding. I didn't mean anything by it. Aiden clearly didn't believe him and threatened. Didn't mean anything by it? Then should I report to the hat seller that there's a spirit merchant deceiving customers? The moment he heard that, Robbie's panicked completely. "H, how do you know?" Aiden smiled meaningfully. "Robbie's, do you think the hat seller would still let a low-rank merchant keep this position after that?" Robbie's immediately began kowtowing in terror, begging for forgiveness. "I, this lowly merchant, have committed an unforgivable sin by daring to toy with a valued customer. I sincerely apologize." He promised he would do anything to make it up to Aiden and begged him not to report him. Seeing Robbie's earnest attitude, Aiden said leisurely, "Fine, I'll let you off this time. But I have one condition." Robbie's asked in confusion, and that would be? Aiden looked at him with dark eyes and slowly formed a frightening smile. "Sign an exclusive contract with me, and I'll forgive you." Realizing Aiden's true intention, Robbie's entire body stiffened. That was because a spirit merchant could only sign an exclusive contract with one person in their entire life. The customer had to sell all items collected from dungeons to that spirit merchant. In return, the merchant was forbidden from revealing any information about the customer and had to fulfill their requests. An exclusive contract was based on mutual trust, so merchants had to be extremely cautious before signing one. Robbie's gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "You think I'd sign something that important with a swindler like you? I'd rather have my liver torn out." But the next moment, all of Robbie's stubbornness vanished when he saw that Aiden looked like the sort of person who would really do anything. He thought again, this human might actually rip out his liver and eat it. What a nuisance. Quite some time later, Aiden seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood, humming little tunes as he walked. Curse, unable to understand, asked, "Why are you so excited?" Thinking back to successfully signing the exclusive contract with Robbie's, Aiden grinned wickedly. "Of course I am. He took me to such a dangerous place, so I'm definitely going to squeeze him dry down to the marrow until the end of his life." Suddenly, someone behind him shouted his name. Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Aiden reacted at once. The person turned out to be none other than Tyan. He charged toward Aiden like a mad dog. Pretending to be clueless, Aiden wore an innocent smile and said, "You did well. So calm down." Curse commented sympathetically. Anyone who's been thrown into the middle of a monster horde by someone would have trouble calming down. Aiden felt that Curse's words were reasonable enough, but unexpectedly, Tyan wasn't angry at all. He simply put a hand on Aiden's shoulder and said, "Thank you, young Master Aiden." That left Aiden stunned. Tyan then continued, "Without your strange and devious plan, I wouldn't have been able to save my people. I might even have lost all my knights." After hearing that, Aiden instead felt uncomfortable all over. What was this weird guy doing? Seeing that he didn't answer, Tyan suddenly handed Aiden a token. He said quietly, "Here, take this." Aiden hesitated a little and asked, "What is this?" Tyan answered slowly, "This is my family's token. Whenever you need it, our family will lend you the power of Cetus once." Aiden couldn't help being astonished. "A token? With this, I can order Tyan and the count around however I want." And he's handing over something so precious, so casually. Looking at the token in his hand, Aiden said awkwardly, "But are you sure I should be accepting something like this?" Would Count Tyrrhed really agree? Seeing that Aiden was still worried, Tyan smiled decisively. "It's fine. You're the benefactor of our family." Aiden was impressed by Tyan's sense of loyalty, and with an amused smile, he asked, "You're pretty reckless yourself, aren't you?" Suddenly remembering something, Aiden changed the subject. "Right? What did you do with them?" Tyan also realized what he was asking about. "You mean those Trants?" At that moment, the Trants were standing facing the fallen giant ancient tree, every face full of sorrow. Tyan sighed and continued, "They aren't my people, so there's nothing I can do. Handle them however you want. Come to think of it, that child traveling with you is a Trant too, right?" Aiden was a little startled. "So you knew?" Tyan replied calmly, "We've been together this whole time. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Aiden could only laugh awkwardly. "Fair enough. Then leave it to me." After that, Aiden walked toward the Trants. He passed through the crowd and stopped where EZ was standing. Seeing the child's somewhat sorrowful expression, Aiden asked with concern, "Are you okay? Why are you standing here?" EZ lowered his head, his eyes distant, and said, "We're guarding the last remains of the spirit tree. The spirit tree is a sacred being, a branch of the world tree planted by our Trant ancestors in our homeland. Therefore, it carries the entire history of the Trants. Moreover, the spirit tree is their guardian deity the one that protected this village, and also the friend who grew up with EZ. As he spoke, the boy gently placed his hand on the rough trunk and said in a trembling voice, "We want to treasure this final moment with a friend who's been with us for so long." Aiden couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. A friend you can trust completely? At the very least, the spirit tree's friends are better than mine. Thinking that, Aiden gave a bitter, self-mocking smile. Who gets jealous of a tree? As he thought that, he reached out and touched the trunk. Suddenly, Aiden heard a cry for help. "Please save me." Startled, he frowned. Did the spirit tree just speak? Is it sentient too? But what does it want help with? Wouldn't it be better to ask those trance? Before Aiden could keep questioning it in his own head, the spirit tree spoke again. "You are the only one here who can hear my voice. I can speak with you thanks to the spirit slumbering on your left hand." Aiden glanced at his bracelet. Is it talking about Benson, the spirit shield? That made sense. Benson was a spirit too. The spirit tree whispered again. "I too will sink into eternal sleep, just like other living beings. But I do not want my friends to grieve. So please help them." Hearing the spirit tree's plea, Aiden said in a low voice, "I'm a mercenary. I don't do things that bring me no benefit." But when he glanced at EZ, his tone changed. "However, the reason I came here in the first place is because someone hired me to. Before you were about to ask for help, another spirit had already asked me to save this village." Looking at the spirit tree, Aiden softly bid it farewell. "So don't worry. Rest in peace." Hearing that, the spirit tree was finally at ease and answered calmly, "Thank you. My final wish has now been fulfilled." The spirit tree immediately began to dissolve. Before disappearing completely, it did not forget to bestow a blessing upon Aiden. The benefactor of spirits shall forever be protected. As soon as the blessing ended, Aiden's whole body was suddenly enveloped in light. Seeing this, all the Traiants were utterly shocked. Their mouths fell open as they said in disbelief, "The spirit tree actually blessed a human? Impossible. That means..." Suddenly, EZ shouted loudly, "That's..." In Aiden's palm, countless shimmering blue lights were gathering, and before long they formed seed. Aiden asked blankly, "What is this?" EZ answered excitedly, "It's the spirit tree's seed. With it, we can plant the tree again and restore our power." Aiden frowned and muttered, "The spirit tree's seed." He thought helplessly, "Why is it always leaving me with things like this?" But then he sensed something was off, and swept his gaze across the Traiants. "What's with the way everyone's looking at me?" The hopeful, sparkling eyes of all the Traiants made Aiden feel awkward. Even EZ said, with a happy smile, "The one who receives the spirit tree's blessing becomes the chieftain of the Traiant tribe." Before Aiden could even recover from one shock after another, all the Traiants had already shouted in unison, "Long live the chieftain. We leave everything in your hands, chieftain." Realizing this calamity was unavoidable, Aiden immediately exploded in rage, cursing inwardly, "That damn spirit tree. How dare you decide this on your own? This is even worse than the contract you made with EZ." Aiden screamed inwardly, wanting to call the spirit tree back, but his voice only echoed through the mountains and forest, and no one answered. At the same time, inside Aiden's body, Curse suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he really was the one who could fulfill the wish within a bracelet. A few days later, in the Duchy of Remus. At that moment, Aiden and his father were standing in the courtyard of Count Remus's estate. The Count said absent-mindedly, "I'm glad to see you return safely." But looking at the Traiants standing before him, he couldn't help feeling bewildered. "Ever since you came back, it feels like our house has had more and more guests." Aiden replied with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect things to turn out like this either. I got tricked." As he said that, Aiden cursed inwardly in irritation. "That damned spirit tree, forcing me to become chieftain." Even though he said he'd been tricked, gaining access to the accumulated tears of the Traiant tribe within his territory was basically like winning the lottery. Thinking that, he suddenly noticed something. Alice was riding on the back of a giant dog. Where did that thing come from? The moment the dog appeared, EZ was so frightened he nearly wet himself and ran for his life, trembling as he cried, "Help, chieftain!" Alice paid absolutely no attention to EZ running for dear life and mischievously ordered, "Choco, go." Seeing that Aiden still didn't seem to understand, Fred slowly explained, "That guide dog just kept getting bigger." Aiden turned in shock and repeated, "Guide dog?" Fred explained again, "A few months ago, people started noticing that dog. It was very obedient and ate anything, so we fed it. It seemed to listen well to Alice, so they started taking it for walks and before long it grew this huge. Aiden still seemed stunned, staring blankly at the puppy. How can a guide dog grow this big? That's unbelievable. Curse was quite willing to explain it for him. I think the main reason is you. Not understanding what she meant, Aiden muttered. What did I do? I haven't even touched it. Curse continued, recalling the past. Back when you attacked the goblin village to save your younger brother. Didn't you give that guide dog a potion to awaken its sense of smell? It was that same dog. Because its sense of smell was enhanced, it may have found and eaten a lot of herbs. In the end, that probably awakened magical power in it, which is how it grew to that size. Aiden finally remembered, and he let out an awkward sigh. Since he had been enduring constant exhaustion these past few days, as soon as he returned to his room, Aiden sprawled out on his beloved bed, feeling the warmth and comfort of home. Aiden smiled contentedly. How long has it been? Nothing compares to my own bed. But then Aiden suddenly sat upright. I can't just stay like this. There's still a lot to do. Curse asked, what do you mean? Aiden reached into his spatial pouch and took out the bottle containing basilisk venom. He wanted to drink it and make his body immune to every poison. Curse was speechless at Aiden's reckless spirit and sighed. Sometimes I feel like you're looking for death. Aiden replied calmly, it's fine. I've already eaten a lot of poisonous herbs to build resistance. Once I drink this, it'll all be complete. After that, Aiden didn't hesitate in the slightest and downed the entire bottle of venom, as if he were drinking a barley milkshake. Just then, someone pushed open the door to Aiden's room. It was the younger kids, saying that brother Aiden had a visitor. But the moment they poked their heads in, they saw Aiden drinking something. One of the boys asked curiously, what are you drinking? I've never seen medicine like that before, but the color looks really strange. Having just finished drinking it, Aiden turned around as if nothing had happened and replied, this? Basilisk venom. The room instantly fell silent. The moment he processed those words, Cass lunged over and roughly tried to make him throw it up, all while cursing. No matter how hard life gets, you can't just give up on living like this. Spit out. Aiden struggled and said, I'm not going to die. Let go of me. While the two brothers wrestled stubbornly, with neither willing to give in, Aiden's body suddenly began to react. The poison had taken effect. Seeing this, Cass panicked even more. Aiden didn't care. It was only when the system notified him that he had successfully adapted to basilisk venom that he finally let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, the sharp sound of high heels suddenly echoed down the hallway outside, growing clearer. Cass was still anxiously urging Aiden to throw up the poison, but Aiden stubbornly kept his mouth shut. A moment later, Nista walked in from outside, saw the scene, and joked, you brothers really are close. A little while later, in the sitting room, Nista sipped her tea leisurely without saying a word. Curious, Aiden asked, what brings you all the way here all of a sudden? Nista calmly set down her teacup on the table, then slowly spoke. Aiden was a little surprised. You came all this way just to do that. He suddenly sensed that something about Nista had changed. Aiden was startled. Did she just call me Lord Aiden? Did I hear that wrong? In his previous life, she had wished for nothing more than to kill him on the spot, let alone speak so politely. Why was she acting like this all of a sudden? Was that greeting some kind of final farewell before killing him? Coincidentally, Nista suddenly rose to her feet at that moment. Aiden was immediately terrified and blurted out, wait, I don't know what I did wrong. But I'm sorry. But contrary to what Aiden imagined, Nista did nothing at all from beginning to end. She simply bowed her head solemnly in silence. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Nista Florence, leader of the Florence Flame Dark Mage Unit, head of the White Moon Information Guild, the last bloodline of the Florence family, the only one who walks the path of darkness. I pay my respects to the Lord of Hell. Shocked by Nista's words, was she talking about Curse? Seeing his reaction, Nista slowly explained, I saw everything. There is no need for you to hide it. Aiden asked sharply, what do you mean? Saw what? Recalling that day, Nista calmly recounted, at the Holy Flame Temple, the demon that was summoned called you the Lord of Hell. I saw it. Caught red-handed. Aiden stammered, you mean? Nista continued, pointing at the pendant around Aiden's neck, and that pendant as well. Startled, Aiden picked up the pendant to look at it, and asked, what about this? Nista replied slowly, it is not merely an ornament. Its name is Barak, the lost treasure of the Florence royal family. It is a sacred relic that only responds to those with Florence blood. In other words, without Florence blood, you would not be able to wear it. Aiden frowned in thought. So, in short, the Florence family of dark mages were descendants of the Lord of Hell, and this pendant had attached itself to him because of the Lord of Hell. Thinking that, Aiden immediately cursed that damned curse in anger. Bastard, shouldn't you have told me this sooner? Curse sneered at once. You never asked. At the same time, Nista was feeling anxious and uneasy as she recalled her earlier rude behavior. She couldn't believe that she had failed to recognize him, and had even acted so disrespectfully. Sadly, Nista said, "I don't know why someone as great as you would descend into this world in such a form, but you must surely have some grand purpose." At that point, Nista bowed to Aiden. "Please command me, great Lord of Hell." "I, Nista Florence, will obey your will, whatever it may be." Aiden felt extremely uncomfortable inside. Nista had completely misunderstood. The truth was, but if he had Nista as his subordinate, he would be able to use the White Moon Information Guild whenever he wanted. He couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Thinking that, Aiden smiled in satisfaction. Since he was already acting, he might as well see it through. He struck a noble pose and said, "So, you recognize me? Good eye." With the most confident tone he could manage, Aiden continued, "I am pleased to meet my descendant. That's right, I am the Lord of Hell." By the time their conversation ended, the sun was already beginning to set in the west. The moment Aiden returned to his room, Curse started scolding him. "You bastard, how dare you impersonate me? You should have acted more solemn and majestic. That's the only way you could live up to the title of Lord of Hell." Aiden had no mind to pay attention to Curse's noisy shouting. He just sat there and thought. There were still many things from his previous life that he hadn't figured out, and now there was this necklace as well. Besides, although it hadn't been part of the plan, if Aiden made use of White Moon's intelligence network, it would become much easier for him to track the traitor's whereabouts. That said, in his previous life, he had been the hero who defeated the Lord of Darkness, while in this life, he was impersonating the Lord of Hell. Everything was different now. Early the next morning, in the forest near the Monster Mountain within Remus territory, Aiden was inspecting the place where the Treants would live. The moment everyone saw him, they burst into loud cheers, and all he could do was respond with an awkward smile. The boy Easy happily ran over and said with a grin, "It seems everyone really likes the forest you chose for us, sir." Aiden casually went along with it. "Really? That's good then." In truth, he had simply picked a random place in the territory for them to settle. As long as they liked it, that was enough. Putting that aside, he asked curiously, "The spirit tree doesn't look any different from other trees. It grows faster, sure, but in the end, it's still just a tree. Still, in only 2 days, it's already grown this much. Isn't that a little too fast?" As his eyes lit up as he replied, "It's all thanks to Saintess Alice, sir." Hearing that, Aiden blurted out in surprise, "Oh." Easy calmly explained, "Yesterday, Saintess Alice infused the spirit tree sprout with holy power. So that's why it grew so quickly." Aiden hadn't expected that at all. It seemed that little girl's holy power had even more uses than he had thought. Easy suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Aiden. "Also, the Vice Chief told me to report that the thing you requested has been completed, and he asked me to bring you to him." Aiden replied casually, "It's done already? Let's go." After that, the two of them went to see IH, who is currently the Vice Chief of the Trance. Aiden took out the purple dark egg for him to examine. After hearing IH out, Aiden frowned and asked, "According to what you're saying, the egg I brought is a spirit beast?" IH answered slowly, "That's right. I can clearly feel the spiritual power radiating from it." Aiden had given it to the Treants, originally thinking that the egg obtained from the Temple of the Fire God might belong to the spirit race. He hadn't expected it to be a spirit beast instead. Spirit beasts were extremely rare. Whether in his previous life or this one, this was the first time he had ever seen one. At that moment, IH spoke again. "Normally, it absorbs the surrounding energy in order to grow, but this egg seems to have fallen into a deep sleep, so no external source of energy can reach it." Aiden asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Does that mean it can't hatch anymore?" IH explained unhurriedly, "If concentrated forms of energy, such as aura or holy power, are infused into it, it will continue to develop." He added, "But that doesn't mean you can just feed it energy at random. Depending on what kind of energy the spirit beast absorbs, while still in the egg, its appearance and temperament will be different. For example, if a dragon-type spirit beast egg absorbs water energy, it will become a water dragon. On the other hand, if it absorbs fire energy, it will become a fire dragon. Also, spirit beasts regard those who share the same source of energy as their kin. So if you continuously infuse it with energy, it will be much easier to tame." After hearing IH's explanation, Aiden stared at the egg, already forming plans of his own. In other words, he could feed it the power he wanted, give the spirit beast that attribute, and tame it in the process. Then IH continued, I've also finished translating this document for you. Gratefully, Aiden said, thank you. Could you read it aloud to me? Without hesitation, IH opened the book and read, This is the script of the ancient spirit race. This book appears to be part of a human mana cultivation technique. After hearing that, Aiden sighed in disappointment. Honestly, I had been hoping for something rarer than that. What a pity. IH handed the book back to him and said calmly, I'm not very knowledgeable about these things, so I can't help you much more. Aiden nodded lightly and left with the book and the egg. Before leaving, he waved goodbye. Thank you, Mr. IH. Once I get Lichbone powder, I'll bring it to you. IH looked absolutely delighted upon hearing that. Back in his bedroom, Aiden crossed his legs and began reading the book. But the more he read, the more irritated he became. What even is this stuff? The one who wrote this book must have come from another continent, or maybe the East. He had heard that the Temple of the Fire God also originated from another continent, so that would make sense. The girl watched his focused expression and asked in confusion, Why are you reading that? Haven't you already mastered mana cultivation? Aiden curled his lip and replied, I'm just curious about the techniques used in other places. In truth, she was right. This book really wasn't of much use to him. Thinking that, Aiden suddenly sprang to his feet and gritted his teeth in anger. What a waste of time, reading this half the day for nothing. Then all of a sudden, it seemed as though he realized something, and his eyes widened in shock. Seeing his strange reaction, she asked curiously, What is it? Aiden had no time to explain and seriously warned her, Wait, be quiet for a second. As if enlightenment had struck him, Aiden buried himself in the book again. There were many strange terms in it. At first he hadn't understood them, but now the more carefully he read, the clearer they became. This mana cultivation method was extremely similar to the technique Van Kien had taught him. More precisely, it was an upgraded version of it. With this, Aiden could improve the techniques he still hadn't fully mastered. Who had written this book? No, that didn't matter. What mattered most right now was that he had found a way to become stronger. As soon as the thought occurred to him, Aiden headed to his private training yard. He pondered for a long time before finally beginning to focus his mind. As he recalled the contents of the book, he followed them step by step. The chi mentioned in the book was mana, while the dantian was the core. The book taught how to control them. Just by practicing one section of it, his mana began surging forth. It roared like a flood, becoming stronger than ever before. After a while, the mana finally dispersed, and Aiden also felt rather exhausted. Seeing that he wasn't reacting, Curse asked with some concern, You're not dead yet, are you? Aiden fell silent for a moment, then smiled in satisfaction. This is amazing. It even exceeded my expectations. Suddenly, the system notified him Aiden had acquired a new mana cultivation skill. In an instant, mana began circulating around Aiden's body. He said in astonishment, No way. The flow of mana can actually become this smooth. I can feel the mana moving. But there was one thing that left him deeply puzzled. Aiden raised his head and looked into the air. At that moment, Curse's form looked somewhat different. He muttered suspiciously, Why do I feel like you've gotten bigger? He clearly remembered this thing being tiny before. So why had it suddenly become this large? Aiden took a step back in disgust. Why? Because Curse's current appearance looked horrifying. Her old cute little cheeseball shape had been far better. Of course, Curse knew exactly what he was thinking and immediately cursed him out angrily. I can read your thoughts, you bastard. After yelling that, she sized up her own body and happily said, You're probably the reason my body has gotten bigger. The stronger you become, the more of my original power returns, so I'm gradually reverting to my true form. Aiden furiously pointed at Curse and shouted, You parasite! I train myself half to death, and you just suck away my power. Curse refused to back down and pointed back as she snapped, Without me, you would have died ages ago and ended up drifting somewhere in the void. Neither of them gave an inch, and they bickered noisily like they were in the middle of a marketplace. After finishing his training, Aiden returned to his room and continued reading the book. He still couldn't believe that he had learned an upgraded version of his master's mana cultivation method. How fortunate. Maybe this really was fate. Previously, this book had been completely useless to him, but now Aiden could understand most of it. Still, there was one passage he didn't fully grasp. Aiden had a feeling that, once he understood that line, he would reach the next realm. At the same time, elsewhere, in a slum within the kingdom of Imotalia, a man wearing a patched and ragged cloak was walking along. It was Gustav. His curly hair covered half his face, and as he walked, he angrily cursed those bastards from the magic tower. Just thinking of them filled him with resentment. They had actually mocked the technique he created as trash. And yet, Gustav kept working tirelessly. As long as he completed it, they would have no choice but to acknowledge him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Frustrated, Gustav clawed at his hair. It's almost done. Just a little more, and I'll show them what Magitech really is. He vented his anger on a roadside stone, kicking it away with all his strength as he shouted, "They dared to expel me and look down on my achievements. Damn Magic Tower, I will definitely take revenge." But Gustav needed money. He needed someone who could help him. And when he thought of help, something suddenly came to mind. That's right. Didn't Aiden seem really interested in my technique before? At last, Gustav saw a glimmer of hope. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "That guy definitely saw how incredible my research is. He'll support my research." Having said that, he immediately decided to go find Aiden. A crazed smile slowly spread across Gustav's face, making him look exactly like a lunatic. At the training grounds of the Remus Knights, Lou was currently swinging his sword with all his might. As he gradually grew tired, he kept panting heavily, recalling what Aiden had said in the forest. Lou tightened his grip on his sword. He had once sworn to protect Aiden, yet now he was merely a guard who only burdened Aiden. He was still too weak to protect Aiden. Even if he couldn't become as strong as Aiden, he at least had to become strong enough not to hold him back. Meanwhile, in Aiden's office, he was receiving a guest. Looking at the man across from him, he said, "So what you're saying is, Alice absolutely has to join the pilgrimage." Joseph gave a helpless smile and said, "That's right. It's a rule of the high priest of the Holy Fire Temple. Anyone who becomes a holy officiant through the awakening ritual must join the pilgrimage that crosses the continent during the same year they become a holy officiant. There are no exceptions, so it seems Alice must do the same. However, because Alice awakened at a younger age than any other holy officiant, I'm very worried about letting her go on a pilgrimage at this age." Hearing that, Aiden asked, puzzled, "Can it be postponed until Alice becomes the saintess?" Joseph replied, "I've already asked the Holy Fire Temple, and they said everything depends on the holy officiant in question. And when I asked Alice," recalling how little Alice had looked that day, Joseph seemed somewhat surprised. The girl had said with utmost determination, "I want to go on the pilgrimage." Joseph had tried to persuade her anxiously. "Think it over a little more. According to the route, you'll have to travel across the entire continent. Who knows what dangers might happen along the way?" Alice shook her head and smiled. "It's okay, Father. Haven't all the other holy followers returned safely before? Besides, if I violate the rules set by the high priest, it'll become troublesome." At this point, Joseph hesitated for a moment before continuing. In the end, she still decided to go on the pilgrimage. However, the current high priest put forward one condition. Aiden looked at him blankly, waiting for the rest. Joseph stared at him for a while before finally saying, "The strongest person of the Remus family, who is currently serving as the saintess's guard, must accompany one representative of the church as her protector." Upon hearing that, Aiden felt as though he had just swallowed a fly. Curse also didn't miss the chance to mock him. She popped out and sneered, "That's you, dragon-slaying king. Who else could it be?" The more Aiden thought about it, the angrier he got. The old fox really dared to make use of him. Just then Joseph continued, "Oh, I don't intend to waste your time for nothing. If you refuse, I'll think of another way." Aiden thought for a while before replying, "No, I'll go." The girl asked in confusion, "Are you sure you can make this trip? You still have a lot of things to do." Aiden explained inwardly, "No, this is actually a good thing. It gives me a reason to travel freely across the continent. I was planning to go take revenge anyway. First, I'll deal with that Night King, Sinbeda." It was finally time to begin his journey of revenge. Hearing that, the girl laughed and said, "So you're finally making a move. But why do you want to kill that knight first instead of the other traitors?" After a long silence, Aiden answered, "Because by convention, the Empire's second prince becomes the leader of the Alchemy Hall. So Kansas is definitely studying alchemy right now. Sora was the youngest Grand Mage, so that monster is probably already so strong people call him a genius. As for Spica, she's likely being protected by the Slaughter Church. Like Alice, she'll become the next saintess." After hearing that, the girl asked rather unpleasantly, "So what you're saying is the Night King is the fattest prey right now?" Having been hit right on the mark, Aiden smiled awkwardly and replied, "Let's just say that." But even though Sinbeda had suffered countless hardships in the past before obtaining the title of Night King, and although he had now learned mana cultivation techniques to become even stronger before setting out on revenge, Aiden still needed more thorough preparation. Just then, there suddenly came a knock at the door. Philippe pushed it open and entered, looking apologetic as he said, "Forgive the interruption. "Young Master Aiden, but could you spare some time to meet someone?" Aiden asked in surprise. "What's this about?" Philippe hesitated before answering. "A beggar is asking to see you. He claims he was once the chief mage of the nation of the Magic Tower, Arab Oris, and says that if I mention that you met him at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, you'll recognize who he is." Aiden pieced together Philippe's words and finally realized who it was. A short while later, Gustav was allowed into the room by Aiden. He looked like he hadn't eaten in ages and was devouring 2 loaves of bread like a refugee. Seeing that, Aiden said helplessly, "Slow down a little, Mage Gustav Dora." Gustav startled and stopped chewing. Looking embarrassed, he said, "Sorry, I must have looked rather unsightly just now." Gustav truly was in a miserable state. He had looked fairly neat at the birthday banquet, so apparently quite a lot had happened to him recently. Seeing Aiden trembling, Gustav thought the young man was sympathizing with him. So he said, "I knew that young master would understand the sorrow and loneliness of a genius. As expected of a son of the Remus family, I knew you would understand how I feel." But what Gustav didn't know was that Aiden was actually trying with all his might not to burst out laughing, so hard that his whole body was shaking. If he kept laughing, he might actually die from it. He truly had no idea why the man was making that expression. He had almost lost his life there. Thinking that, Aiden took a deep breath to calm himself and muttered inwardly, don't laugh. But he really couldn't hold it in, so he had no choice but to turn his head away to hide his amusement. Gustav, sitting opposite him, was still completely innocent, believing that Aiden truly understood his feelings. He was delighted that he had found the right person. Immediately afterward, he excitedly began talking about his research, saying that all he needed was sponsorship of 1,000 gold coins. Aiden looked at Gustav sharply and pressed him. 1,000 gold coins? Are you serious? Gustav grew somewhat uncertain and timidly said, 500 gold coins would be fine too. He nervously thought that asking for such a large amount truly was excessive. Even knowing that, though, who would lend money to a madman thrown out by the Magic Tower? Gustav was extremely worried that no one would ever acknowledge his magitech. However, just as he was sinking into despair, Aiden suddenly spoke. 50,000 gold coins. Gustav froze all over when he heard that. Ignoring his reaction, Aiden continued. 1,000 gold coins is nowhere near enough to cover your research expenses. Just take 50,000 gold coins. And if even that isn't enough, I'll provide you with more. Stammering, Gustav asked, You really intend to sponsor my research? Aiden replied calmly, But I have one condition. Tense, Gustav asked what the condition was. Inwardly, he thought, could it be that you want to make me a slave of the Remus family? While he sat there anxiously worrying, Aiden said thoughtfully, Those people in the Magic Tower are always so arrogant. I hate looking at them. And now, I want to see what expression they'll make. So I hope you can use the results of your research to defeat them, and let me see their faces. I want you to make them regret the narrow-mindedness and pride they've clung to all this time. Astonished that Aiden's condition was so simple, Gustav asked with some doubt, That's really all? Aiden smiled cheerfully. That's right. That's my only condition. If you agree, I won't just sponsor you. I will also grant you the title of Baron, and return to you the piece of territory that the Magic Tower seized. Gustav couldn't believe his ears. You mean, you'll not only sponsor me, but even take me in as a retainer of your family? Why would you be willing to do this much for me? Ignoring Gustav's astonishment, Aiden laughed heartily. I'm just following my instincts. I have a feeling you can create something truly extraordinary. Hearing that, Gustav was moved to tears. This was the first time anyone had acknowledged his magitech. The first time anyone had told him that trusting him wasn't a mistake. Thinking that, he clenched both fists and said firmly, I will definitely do as you say, young master. Gustav declared that he would make those people in the Magic Tower regret everything and force them to bow their heads and apologize in despair. At that, Aiden merely smiled without saying anything. But in the corner Gustav couldn't see, Aiden was desperately trying not to laugh out loud. He pressed his lips tightly together. Facing that expression and holding back laughter was truly too difficult. Gustav, meanwhile, once again romantically misread the situation and assumed Aiden was doing all this for his sake. What a kind person. Gustav swore he would be loyal to Aiden. The negotiation ended, and after Gustav left, Aiden's whole body went limp. He let out a long breath of relief. He finally left. I seriously thought I was going to suffocate from holding back my laughter. Cernu asked curiously and suspiciously, Is that Magitech stuff really so powerful that it made you hand over gold coins on the spot? Aiden replied matter-of-factly, Of course. You really don't know about this? Magitech weapons were one of the key factors in holding back the demon army during the final war. If those weapons hadn't existed back then, that war might have been lost long ago. More importantly, the first-generation Magitech weapons Gustav made for the tower were astonishing, and the one who made them that astonishing was Sora. Time rewound into the past. This had happened in his previous life when he was still Aiden Ambriel. The magic tower was being directly bombarded by fireballs, but those fireballs were immediately absorbed by armored machines. In the blink of an eye, the flames vanished without a trace. Standing outside, Sora couldn't help but remark, "You've made something rather interesting." Hearing that, Gustav burst into smug laughter. "This is the power of Magitech that all of you used to look down on. Come on then, you bastards of the magic tower. I'll grind your magic into pieces." Unwilling to be outdone, Sora raised his staff coldly and cruelly, pointing it straight at the sky. Through a magic circle, flames gathered into an enormous fireball. Looking at Gustav, he arrogantly said, "Let's see how long it lasts." Gustav, in an extremely excited state, wore a provocative, battle-hungry smile as he shot back. "Fine then, bring it on. You damn magic." Under the assault of Grand made Sora's 7th circle spell during that terrifying attack on the magic tower, Gustav's weapons had proven almost impossible to stop. It was only after that event that people truly began to recognize the value of technology. Back in the present, Aiden had just finished sword training. A month had passed since Gustav joined hands with him, and the man had shut himself away in the workshop the entire time, making something. Before the pilgrimage, Alice's pilgrimage would begin tomorrow. Had Aiden perhaps expected too much? Forget it. He had to stop worrying about such pointless things and focus on revenge. "Just wait, Sin Beta." At that moment, Lou hurried over from afar. He said, "Young Master Aiden, I have something I wish to say to you." Aiden asked in puzzlement, "Lou, what is it?" Lou answered firmly, "I heard that you will be joining Saintess Alice's pilgrimage. I cannot let you step into such a dangerous journey alone. Please allow me to go with you." Aiden scratched his head awkwardly. "So, you're planning to protect me? I'm stronger than you. So what exactly are you?" Before he could finish, Lou cut him off. "I will prove it to you. I may not be as strong as you, but I'm no longer who I used to be. I can prove it right now." Aiden smiled with interest. "Looks like you're ready to prove yourself. I know you've been training alone at the practice grounds all this time. Did you really gain some new insight?" And so, the two of them immediately stood facing each other and took their combat stances. Aiden couldn't help recalling Lou from his previous life. Lou had once declared that if both his arms had been intact, he would have become a sword master long ago. In that case, Aiden wanted to see just how strong Lou could become with healthy arms. At that moment, Lou gripped his long sword tightly, his gaze filled with resolve. "All right, here I come." As soon as he said that, Lou's eyes sharpened and he charged fiercely at Aiden. His speed was astonishing, and Lou swung his sword again and again, forcing Aiden onto the defensive. Aiden calmly observed and evaluated him. "Your sword strikes have become sharper and heavier. But how should I put it? Right now you're exposing more openings. Perhaps because you're too focused on attacking and ignoring defense." He had been looking forward to this day all along, and yet it was disappointing. Aiden sighed in boredom and felt there was no need to continue this match. Thinking that, he mercilessly thrust the tip of his wooden sword toward Lou. The unforgiving point drew closer and closer to Lou's face. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happened. Aiden's wooden sword suddenly cracked and shattered. By the time he came back to himself, he discovered that at some point Lou's arm had turned to stone. Lou narrowed his eyes at Aiden, his gaze unwavering. Without the slightest hesitation, he launched another attack. Aiden hurriedly dodged to the side, his eyes full of shock. He could actually use his fist to smash a wooden sword? Thinking that, Aiden stopped moving and asked curiously, "How did you do that?" That wooden sword was reinforced with aura. Its hardness was on par with an iron sword. Lou slowly explained, "This is something I came up with while training on my own. I possess something other people don't. When I thought of that, the mana spasm condition that you once treated for me suddenly came to mind." Hearing that, Aiden's eyes widened in surprise. Lou continued, "I thought about making use of my petrified arm for defense. Recalling the sensation from when I was still afflicted, I concentrated mana into it. As you can see now, I can make my arm as hard as stone whenever I want." Only then did Aiden realize that what he had thought were openings were not weaknesses at all, but traps. Cerna mocked, "I've lived this long and still never seen anyone make use of their own illness like this." Seeing Aiden remain silent, Lou spoke again. "Of course, I know this is just a trivial trick compared to your martial skills, but I've always been trying, so I won't be left behind. Please let me come with you. Aiden said nothing. He simply turned and walked away, eventually passing by Lu under the latter's stunned gaze. Sadly, Lu blamed himself inwardly. Had it still not been enough to earn young master's acknowledgement? Just then, Aiden suddenly said, "Why are you still standing there? We leave tomorrow, so go pack your things." Hearing that, Lu's eyes lit up. "You're willing to let me come with you?" In what sounded like a disguised compliment. Aiden clicked his tongue and said, "Having a sturdy shield on the road isn't so bad." Lu bowed deeply and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Aiden said nothing more and turned to leave. After that, he smiled to himself. This guy was a genius, in both his previous life and this one. Perhaps Lu really had always been right. The free night, Lu. In the blink of an eye, the next morning had arrived. Everyone had gathered early at the city gate. Joseph hugged Alice tightly, sniffling as he said, "Alice, you absolutely must come back safely." Alice's cheeks flushed red, and she reminded him shyly, "Father, everyone's watching. This is so embarrassing." Fred felt goosebumps rise all over his skin and said with a pout, "Aiden, I'm sorry I can't behave like that, Father." Aiden shook his head. "It's fine. I wasn't expecting that anyway." His attention quickly shifted elsewhere, and he curiously asked Fred, "But Father, did you prepare this strange carriage?" Fred shook his head. "No, this is my first time seeing it too." Who would even? Before he could finish, Gustav popped out from who knew where and said excitedly, "I've been waiting forever to hear that. Young Master Aiden." Aiden cried out in surprise, "Whoa, you scare me." "Wait, Gustav." Ignoring his reaction, Gustav hurried over to the carriage and proudly introduced it. "This carriage is the first successful masterpiece of Magitech. I rushed to build it in order to keep my promise to you." As if someone had fitted his vocal cords with an extra engine, Gustav went on and on about the carriage's various functions. It took quite a while before he finally stopped. Aiden immediately clapped and offered perfunctory praise. "I see. Good work." But Gustav still wasn't done. He ran over with a book in hand and whispered into Aiden's ear, "This is the instruction manual, just in case you run into danger." Aiden blankly accepted the book. Gustav gave him a mysterious smile and said, "But only use it if you're in danger. If you use it before then, you'll be in trouble." Aiden was starting to feel uneasy about this carriage. What exactly had Gustav done to it? With a helpless sigh, Aiden looked elsewhere and asked, "Come to think of it, Cassie, are you sure you want to come along? This is going to be quite a long journey." Cassie nodded. "I'll be fine. There should always be an alchemist by your side. Besides me, who else could look after you if you fall ill or get hurt? And I'd like to get some fresh air too." Aiden replied politely, "Then I'm very grateful to have you with me." But as he said that, he felt as if a giant wall had suddenly appeared in front of him. Bali, huge as a human wall, hurried over and said in a booming, powerful voice, "Long time no see. We'll be traveling together for a while, so I look forward to working with you." Aiden gave a slight nod. Likewise, looking at these unexpected additions to the group, he thought in exasperation. Since this is the Holy Fire Temple's pilgrimage, it makes sense they'd send their strongest bishop. Even so, he still couldn't quite believe that from now on he had to stay beside this giant gorilla of a man. In any case, now that everyone was assembled, Aiden quickly pulled himself together and declared loudly, "All right, let's go." Now the real revenge would begin. When people are too preoccupied with one thing, they can't stop thinking about it. That day, Aiden had fallen beneath a blood-red sky, betrayed by the people he had once considered friends and pushed into an irredeemable abyss. Aiden jolted awake from the nightmare, his forehead drenched in sweat. Alice noticed that Aiden was in a bad mental state and asked suspiciously, "Another nightmare?" He didn't answer, only sat there with his lips pressed tight. Seeing him sit up, Alice cheerfully said, "You're awake?" Aiden nodded. Did you sleep well?" Looking at Chaco at his feet, he felt a little helpless. Alice had wanted to bring it along, so he had told her they couldn't take a dog that was too big because it would attract too much attention. It had understood him and shrunk itself down. He had guessed right. It really was a spirit beast. But what on earth had it eaten to get this big in the first place? Just then, Alice smiled and asked, "I was just talking with Father. Do you want to speak with him too?" Hearing Joseph wailing noisily, Aiden burst out laughing. "He looks like an idiot." He answered Alice, "No need." Alice gave a small nod. "Oh, all right." The more he looked at it, the more curious he became about the protective ring the tree ant had given him. It was probably made from the trunk of a fairy tree and blessed by a wind spirit. That was all he knew, but it didn't matter. The important thing was that once you put on the ring, you could contact each other regardless of distance. Thinking about that dream made Aiden's expression turned even uglier. That damn dream left him deeply anxious. Could he really trust these people? The carriage kept rolling onward. After a while, Bali spoke up. We're almost at Katin City. Aiden let out a helpless sigh. He had no time to let his thoughts run wild. Sinking into the past would only harm himself. Right now, he had no choice but to trust these people. Inside Katin City, people bustled back and forth, and the place was extremely lively. What stood out most was that nearly all of them carried weapons. Aiden's group also entered the city. Looking at the commotion around her, Alice couldn't help remarking, "There are so many people carrying weapons." Aiden replied calmly, "Of course." Cat-Tan City was also famous as the city of mercenaries. Dungeon City Cat-An was a city surrounded by 80 dungeons. Mercenaries from all over the continent flocked here to clear them, and the city itself was governed by an order established by the Mercenary Association. Suddenly remembering that those words belonged to the knowledge of his previous life, Aiden covered for himself by adding, or at least that's what the books say. This was the first time in this life he had ever come here, and he had almost exposed himself. At the same time, Lou said seriously, "This place is full of disgusting mercenaries. It's outrageous. And those reckless mercenaries are even the ones managing this city, which says enough about the law here." The moment he finished speaking, he got punched. After hitting him, Aiden stormed off in irritation, leaving Lou sprawled pitifully on the ground, aggrievedly saying, "Why'd you suddenly hit me?" Bali turned his head and asked, "Is what you mentioned earlier true?" Aiden answered bluntly, "Yeah, I'm sure of it." He let out a cold snort to suppress his irritation, then said seriously, "The Holy Fire Temple's assault team is plotting something here too, and I'm certain it's nothing good." While cleaning up those bastards' laboratory, Aiden had found orders recording the experiments they had carried out here. If it was written down, then at the very least it should be accurate. In any case, he needed to gather more information about Chaos. After hearing this, Bali broke into a sinister grin. Rolling his eyes, he continued, "Excellent. I was furious last night before going to bed because I felt so powerless. So I need to seize this chance to vent my anger." Seeing this vengeful side of Bali, Aiden suddenly felt lucky. Good thing he's an ally. Bali then asked, "So what's the plan now?" Aiden answered casually, "I've already made one." Mercenaries were usually drifters who treated the whole world as home, gathering every kind of rumor from across the continent. This place was also where all kinds of information converged. So for now, they should go to one of the two major mercenary guilds that manage the city, the Medila Guild, and ask what had happened here. At that moment, someone asked doubtfully, "Then what about the other guild? The more sources, the better. So why not go there too?" Aiden replied indifferently, "You mean the Umbra Guild? They're not exactly clean." At that point, he felt he wouldn't be able to gather any decent information there anyway. The girl continued, "If you're suspicious, then why not use the White Moon Information Network managed by Florence?" Aiden said calmly, "I'll ask them too. But the residents here should understand their own city best, so their information ought to be the most accurate." Aiden thought that in order to meet the guild master, he had to become someone they genuinely wanted to receive. With that in mind, he stepped up to the front doors of the Medila Mercenary Guild. Just as expected, there were quite a lot of mercenaries gathered here. They were chatting and laughing loudly. Seeing the scene, Aiden couldn't help smiling. It had been a long time since he had felt this familiar sensation again, the musty smell of the guild hall and the noisy mercenaries. When the female guild clerk saw Aiden approach, she immediately put on a bright, professional smile and said, "Welcome to the Medila Guild. How may I help you?" Aiden said calmly, "We've come to register a mercenary party." She asked in confusion, "None of the 5 of you have ever joined another mercenary guild before, correct?" After Aiden confirmed it, the clerk handed him forms to fill out. A little later, the clerk handed Aiden several wooden tags and instructed him, "Your registration is complete. Since this is your first time registering, you'll receive E-rank bronze cards. Please be careful not to lose your identity cards." Looking at the card in his hand, Aiden thought, an E-rank mercenary card? It really brought back memories of when he had first started out as a mercenary. Mr. asked curiously, "Can't you just go directly to meet the guild master? Why go through the trouble of registering as mercenaries?" Aiden explained inwardly, "Mascus Medila is an S-rank mercenary known as the Shadowblade. He's extremely cautious, so meeting him isn't easy. But if a newcomer rises through the ranks at an astonishing speed, even someone as suspicious as Mascus won't be able to resist inviting them." Following custom, the female clerk smiled and said, "Congratulations on joining the guild. Wishing you a brilliant future and money pouring in like water." Right after that, Aiden and the others headed for the Rabbit Cave dungeon. As they walked, Bali said excitedly, "I'm kind of nervous. This is my first time entering a dungeon." Aiden reassured him calmly, "This is the lowest level dungeon. No need to make such a big fuss." Even as he said that, Aiden had already made his own calculations. He thought to himself, no matter how low the level, it's still a dungeon. He had already left Cassie and Alice at the end, just in case something went wrong. At that moment, the girl asked doubtfully, "Is this the only way?" Aiden replied helplessly, "There's no other choice." Alice needed more actual combat experience. At the very least, she had to learn how to protect herself, and monsters in a low-level dungeon were ideal for this kind of training. It wasn't like your damned former master, who threw you into a hidden dungeon and then disappeared without a trace. Just then, a creature suddenly appeared. Alice innocently cried out, "Look, it's a rabbit!" But perhaps realizing these rabbits were nothing like ordinary ones, her face turned pale. Because right in front of them was a pack of mutated rabbits with vicious eyes. The leader was even baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at them nonstop. Aiden glanced at Bali and said, "Bishop Bali, just as I said, leave one alive and kill the rest." Bali replied without hesitation, "No problem." The moment he finished speaking, he took several steps forward, facing the pack of mad rabbits alone. One of the rabbit monsters lunged at Bali like lightning, as though it wanted to devour him whole. But he showed no panic at all, calmly tightening his grip on the hammer in his hand. Without a single wasted movement, Bali smashed its head apart with a hammer, killing it on the spot. Witnessing one of their own cleanly crushed flat, the rabbits all cowered and no longer dared move. On the other hand, Bali broke into a terrifying smile. At that point, it was hard to tell which side was actually the villain. In a spine-chilling tone, Bali asked, "Anyone else want to come at me?" Seeing this, Aiden couldn't help feeling helpless. So monsters would hesitate too when they realized the enemy was strong? That was understandable, especially if they had nearly died under that hammer just now. At that moment, Bali pointed his hammer at the rabbit in front of him and ordered, "You, get over here." It wasn't just Bali who was frightening. The rabbit could also sense that Aiden and Lou standing nearby were no different from demons. It trembled violently and didn't dare move. Then suddenly, its eyes lit up. That was because it noticed the only person without killing intent, Alice. It immediately switched into hunting mode. Inside the damp cave, it stared fixedly at the girl, and soon the sound of physical blows echoed out. But surprisingly, it was Alice who was beating up the rabbit monster, throwing violent punches at it. Alice cursed, "I'm not a carrot, you damned rabbit." Seeing this, Bali shrank his neck back and said helplessly, "That's the 14th one. I've never seen anyone infuse holy power into their fists like that. Did you teach her?" Even Aiden was surprised. I only told her to try applying magic power to martial arts. I didn't expect it to be this strong. Ordinary priests only used holy power in battle to strengthen their weapons and bodies. In other words, holy power normally served only a supportive role and nothing more. But now Alice was circulating holy power through her body just like ordinary martial arts energy. Holy power and magic power couldn't be mixed. It was fortunate it had worked. Perhaps it was thanks to all the top-grade elixirs Joseph had fed her since childhood. Once she became a saintess, holy power flowed along the already existing channels of magic power. That was why, unlike other priests, Alice could use holy power in exactly the same way one used magic power. Aiden would never forget the spinning kick this girl had thrown on the very first day they met. At that moment, he had realized she possessed that person's aptitude, which was why he had taught her that person's martial arts. Cernu asked doubtfully, "Who are you talking about?" Aiden didn't hide it and answered calmly, "The iron-blooded saintess Spica. She was a monster of absurd strength after combining holy power with practical combat martial arts." Just then, Alice unleashed the finishing blow and ended the rabbit on the spot. Cold sweat broke out on Aiden's back. He had created a monster. Cernu also sounded a little frightened. "I can feel the place where the iron-blooded saintess hit me before starting to ache again." Very quickly, the monster pack was completely defeated and lay scattered across the ground. Aiden's group headed toward the dungeon treasure. Alice said excitedly, "It's a treasure chest." Aiden reached out and patted her head, smiling. "You cleared the entire dungeon by yourself, so this is your reward." Alice's eyes lit up. "Really? Can I take everything?" After getting his nod, the girl used her small hands to open the treasure chest. As soon as she opened it, Alice happily inspected the contents and said while looking through them, "There's a bracelet, a set of armor, and lots of other treasures. But what's this hat?" Before anyone could understand what was going on, Rabbit appeared and said playfully, please accept your spirit merchant. But before it could do anything, Alice punched it. Perhaps stimulated by the mad rabbits from earlier, the moment she saw a rabbit, the girl widened her eyes and shouted, "You savage rabbit!" Rabbit didn't even have time to react before Alice had punched it hard enough to make its nose bleed. It angrily protested, "What are you doing? You dare attack me, you violent mortal!" But the girl paid no attention at all. Alice loudly ordered, "Get down here right now, you ill-mannered rabbit." And so, a girl and a rabbit got into a fierce argument inside the cave. A few days later, in Medela, a shocking piece of news had recently drawn the attention of the mercenary world. A certain group had swept through every newly erupted dungeon, not leaving a single one for anyone else. At first, the mercenaries couldn't understand how they had managed it, but after seeing the captain of that group, everything became clear. While the mercenaries were busily discussing it, the bell over the door suddenly rang. Someone had clearly entered, and it was Aiden's group. The moment they stepped through the door, they drew the attention of the mercenaries inside. One person looked at Bali and whispered to the others. Just like that, they openly discussed Aiden's group, but his team didn't care much and walked straight to the reception desk. Alice blinked and greeted them. "Hello." The female clerk warmly replied, "Hello, my princess." Then she looked at Aiden and said, "I heard the news. Congratulations to all of you on successfully conquering your 10th dungeon." Aiden politely expressed his thanks. But that wasn't all. The female clerk smiled again and continued happily. "Thanks to your achievements, your rank has been promoted to B rank." Suddenly, a strange man interrupted her. He stepped closer to the clerk and whispered something to her. After hearing it, she frowned and hesitantly asked, "Really?" Once the man nodded in confirmation, she turned to Aiden and said, "Please come with me." Hearing this, Aiden asked in confusion, "What is it?" She slowly explained, "Guild Master Mascus wants to see you." At that, the corners of Aiden's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Mission accomplished. A little later, they arrived at the Guild Master's office. With professional poise, the female clerk led everyone inside. A man was already waiting there, and when he heard them enter, he nodded in greeting. This man was Mascus, the Guild Master of Medela. The moment he saw him, Aiden recognized the face exactly as it had been in his memories. He must have heard the rumors and called us here out of curiosity. As he was thinking that, Mascus took a few steps forward, then bent deeply at the waist and said with solemn respect, "Welcome, Saintess Alice of the Holy Fire Temple. I am Mascus Medela, Guild Master of the Medela Mercenary Guild." Alice grew so nervous she started sweating, thinking uneasily, "We've been found out." Ignoring her reaction, Mascus turned and greeted Aiden as well. "Welcome, young Master Aiden Remus." Aiden smiled awkwardly. "I figured you'd know who we were, but I didn't expect it to happen this quickly." Mascus calmly nodded. "I know everything that happens in this city. Besides, all of you are far too conspicuous for me not to notice." Hearing that, Aiden asked doubtfully, "If you already knew who we were and still called us here, then I assume there's something you need from us?" Mascus seemed surprised by Aiden's sharpness and answered with praise, "You're very clever. The truth is, I really do have a request. More precisely, I need Alice's help." At this point, sorrow flashed in Mascus's eyes. "I have a daughter." Before he could finish, someone hurried in from outside and shouted, "Guild Master, it's urgent. Miss Sack's condition has worsened. She's burning up with fever again." Mascus immediately became frantic. At the same time, Aiden was deeply shocked. Mascus has a daughter? Why have I never heard of this before? What exactly happened? A little later, in Sack's room, just as the messenger had said, the girl's condition was indeed not looking good. Mascus hurried over to check on her, then let out a pained sigh. "Not long ago, my daughter came down with a strange illness. No treatment or medicine can cure it. My only hope was Alice's blessing." Then he looked at Alice and pleaded, "Please save my daughter. I swear I'll do anything." Hearing those words, Aiden quickly calculated in his heart. Anything? He had come here intending to turn this man into an ally, and this was truly a golden opportunity. Thinking that, he turned to Alice and asked, "Can you do it?" Alice answered softly, "I'll try." As soon as she spoke, a stream of holy power appeared in Alice's hand. Without hesitation, she covered Sack with it, murmuring, "Dear God, please save this child." The instant she offered her prayer, Sack's entire room filled with light. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. From beginning to end, Alice maintained the posture of channeling holy power to heal Sack, trembling all over from exhaustion. But notably, Sack's condition showed no sign of improving. Alice didn't want to give up so easily and was about to try again when Mascus sighed and said, "It won't work. Thank you." Then he hurriedly took out a pill. and put it into Sack's mouth. The moment she swallowed it, the redness on the girl's flushed face immediately faded back to normal. Seeing this, Aiden asked in confusion, "You had medicine?" Mascus explained gloomily, "This only stabilizes her condition temporarily. I bought it from the Umbra Guild for an absurdly expensive price. I thought Alice might be able to save her, but it was all for nothing. If this keeps up, then to keep buying medicine, I may end up having to sell this entire guild." Aiden frowned and thought, there are too many strange things about this. If it were an illness or a curse, holy power should have cured it. Most importantly, Alice's holy power couldn't even relieve the symptoms, yet medicine from the Umbra Guild worked. Looking at Sack lying pitifully on the bed, Aiden couldn't help feeling sympathy. What exactly is wrong with this child? Curse suddenly jumped out and said, "I think I know the cause." Startled, Aiden quickly asked, "You know?" Curse didn't explain right away and only said, "Summon the Spirit Shield Benson." Aiden asked in confusion why. Curse smiled smugly. "The Spirit Shield Benson can help you see a world humans normally can't." Hearing this for the first time, Aiden couldn't help being shocked. "The Spirit Shield Benson can let me see a world humans can't see? And I didn't even know it could do that." Having no other choice, Aiden summoned the Spirit Shield while warning her, "If you're lying, I'll have Alice splash you with holy power." In an instant, a swirling stream of black energy appeared in the air, along with countless spirits surrounding Sack. Curse smugly laughed and said, "See? I told you I was right." Seeing those spirits, Mascus anxiously asked, "What the hell are those things?" Aiden slowly explained, "They're the souls of the dead and wandering spirits. They're like parasites, clinging to humans and draining their life force. They were invisible. I didn't know before that the Spirit Shield could make ghosts visible, even though I used it in my previous life too. Well, she is a dead spirit herself, and she left a fragment of her soul inside the shield. Normally, only 1 or 2 wandering spirits would latch onto a person, but this was the first time he had ever seen so many attached to a single individual. Beside him, Curse explained, "That's because this child was born with extraordinarily strong soul attraction." Hearing that, Aiden was puzzled. Curse continued, "Soul attraction is the power to draw in and communicate with spirits. The stronger this ability is, the more spirits you can see that others cannot. By forming contracts, you can become a spirit mage. But Sack's soul attraction is far higher than that of ordinary spirit mages. That powerful energy has turned her into a fat, tempting prey. If this continues, they'll drain all her life force." Aiden suddenly understood. So that's it. That's why holy power is useless on her. The moment it drives those wandering spirits away, they come right back. He looked up at the swarm buzzing around Sack and said with displeasure, "They're too noisy. Drive them away." Curse smiled like a devil. "Easy." The moment she finished speaking, she manifested in front of the spirits and shouted, "Get lost. You filthy trash." The spirits recognized Curse's voice and aura and immediately began trembling in fear before quickly vanishing from sight. Seeing the spirits disappear with his own eyes, Mascus shouted in extreme joy, "The wandering spirits are gone. My dear, are you all right?" Then he hurriedly turned to Aiden and asked, "You were the one who drove those wandering spirits away, right?" Aiden acted very modest. It's nothing much. This is only a temporary solution. We need a long-term answer." Curse also spoke up. "As you already know, this is very strange." Aiden asked back, "What's strange about it?" Curse replied slowly, "Someone with soul attraction this strong should long since have had a high-level spirit protecting her. But there isn't a single spirit by Sack's side, only these stray ghosts." Hearing that, Aiden asked worriedly, "Then does that mean this child still hasn't formed a contract with a spirit?" Curse shook her head. "No, if that were true, those wandering spirits would have killed her long ago." Aiden still didn't understand. So Curse continued, "The spirit that formed a contract with her has disappeared." Aiden asked in shock, "How could that happen? Did it die? Why would it betray the contract?" Curse sighed and explained, "No. If it had died by now, another spirit would have come to form a contract and protect her." By reflex, Aiden frowned and asked, "How can we find that spirit?" Curse answered calmly, "You need to ask a spirit. Through it, we can find out what any spirit is doing or where it is." Hearing that, Aiden thought of someone, though he wasn't sure whether that brat would know. The kid did look rather spirit-like. Thinking of this, he contacted EZ through the bracelet. "Can you talk to me?" EZ quickly replied from the other side, "Chief, long time no see. Are you having fun on your trip?" Aiden had no time for small talk and went straight to the point. "I have a question. Do you know how to search for spirits and find out what they're doing?" EZ shook his head. I can't, but Cynthia probably can. Aiden felt a little puzzled by the unfamiliar name. EZ hurriedly explained. She's the wind spirit who formed a contract with me. She should be able to find the spirit you're looking for. Hearing that, Aiden urgently said, then please help me. That spirit formed a contract with a little girl in Caton City. EZ quickly relayed the matter to Cynthia. The two little drawings merged into one, and after checking for a while, Cynthia gave an answer. EZ hurriedly reported back to Aiden. She found it. There's a spirit exactly like the one you described. Aiden pressed eagerly. Really? Are you sure? EZ replied at once. Its name is Pestilence. It's the spirit of infectious disease. Aiden was so shocked that he froze. EZ said awkwardly. One of Pestilence's spirit friends said they were actually very close. Since Pestilence has been missing for a month, that friend has been very worried too. Aiden frowned slightly. Isn't that like the lich bone powder for the trance? Why would it go around sharing itself with friends? This spirit of disease seemed to have deliberately approached other spirits. EZ added one more thing. Pestilence seems to be a spirit that was once hurt because humans called it an ominous spirit, so it's very afraid of humans. Therefore, you have to be extremely careful when looking for it. Aiden felt a trace of sympathy and thought. Of course, it's afraid of humans. The word pestilence alone is enough to terrify people. With that in mind, he finally said slowly, "Thank you, Z. You've helped me a lot. We'll talk later." After that, Aiden began recounting the entire incident to Mascus. After hearing it all, Mascus's hand resting on Sack kept trembling uncontrollably. After hesitating for a long while, he finally spoke. "I understand what you're trying to say. I heard that my wife's grandfather was once a soul mage, so this child also has a soul-attracting force, which makes her prey for wandering spirits." Aiden patted him on the shoulder in comfort. "You don't need to blame yourself. First, we need to find out where that spirit went. We'll gather every clue we can." At that moment, Lao suddenly spoke up. "But, young master, don't you think something about this is strange?" Aiden frowned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Lao slowly voiced his guess. "This child definitely fell ill because those wandering spirits drained away her vital energy. But if that's the case, why did that pill from earlier work on her?" Aiden froze for a moment. That's right. How had he not thought of that? Mascus nodded in agreement as well. That man was obviously untrustworthy, but the pill really did work. What exactly was in it? Just then, Cassie, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke. To put it simply, it was poison. The moment she finished speaking, Mascus's face turned extremely ugly. He shouted in disbelief. "That's absolutely impossible. I clearly saw her getting better back then." Aiden curled his lip. "That was just a trick, something to make her look like she was recovering. This pill forcibly twists the patient's magic power and weakens their life force. Once the life force grows weak, those spirits assume the patient is dead and leave. If you keep giving her that stuff, she'll die young." After hearing this, Mascus's body began trembling uncontrollably. Choking back emotion, he said, "You mean, all this time, I've been feeding her poison?" Frowning in confusion, Aiden asked, "But how did the Umbra Guild manage to create medicine like this?" It's as if they knew exactly what made her sick. Mascus collapsed to the ground and cursed furiously. "That bastard." As soon as he said that, he turned and prepared to leave. The move took Aiden by surprise, and he asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" With dark eyes, Mascus replied, "Thank you, young Master Aiden. From here on, I'll handle this matter personally." As he spoke, his eyes blazed with hatred, veins bulging all over his body. "Umbra, that bastard. I'll punch him until he's dead." Hearing that, Aiden immediately grabbed Mascus's arm and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Don't let your anger make you lose your reason." Mascus bit his lip and roared in dissatisfaction. "What are you talking about? You heard what that guild master did to my daughter too." Aiden merely shook his head. Calmly, he said, "If you charge him like this, they'll just make excuses and claim they didn't know what kind of medicine it was. You know better than anyone how crafty they are." He urged Mascus to stay calm. "I know how to deal with this." Mascus narrowed his eyes at Aiden. After hesitating for a moment, he finally brought Aiden to his room and took out a large number of documents for him to read. Mascus said slowly, "This is all the intelligence we have on the Umbra Guild. It includes information on the guild members, Guild Master Jalen Umbra, and all of their hideouts across the continent." Aiden read through the documents intently. There really was a lot of information, but it was all surface level. There was nothing useful here. Reading his thoughts, Curse jumped out and said, "This is already a lot. But why are you looking through information on enemy members? Did someone catch your interest?" Aiden replied, "I'm looking for someone I can use." Looking at the pile of information, Aiden thought to himself, "If only I could find someone I knew in my previous life." Curse thought that made sense too, so she carefully flipped through the documents with him. Then she suddenly pointed at one person and spoke up. Following where Curse pointed, Aiden frowned slightly. Ackman? I've never heard that name before. But very quickly, he reacted and showed a sinister smile. With a cold snort, he said, "You're right. He does look very familiar." Meanwhile, at a tavern in Katten City, a group of people were making such a racket that it was infuriating. They were members of the Umber Guild. They were unbelievably obnoxious. Whenever they heard someone talking about them, they would swagger over and arrogantly bark. Big Brother's enjoying himself. What's it to you? The other person would shake their head in fear. And no, nothing. At that moment, Ackman raised his drink and laughed. What are you doing? Don't just stand there. Come back and drink. After that, they happily resumed drinking. Ackman was so delighted he practically wanted to leap for joy. Life really was full of ups and downs. His former name had been Anko, and he had once been the guild master of the Cerberus Guild. Back then, the word failure didn't exist in his dictionary, and there was nothing he feared. Life had been wonderful, until Aiden appeared and destroyed everything. Because of Aiden, the guild was dissolved, and its members abandoned Anko. Worse still, Joseph's daughter had become the saintess of the Holy Fire Temple. If they found out Anko was still alive, the church would execute him without hesitation. So he changed his name, changed his appearance, and started a new life in the Umber Guild. Even the 3 major churches had failed to discover he was hiding here. Just then, someone suddenly walked in from outside, speaking in a mocking tone. Thank the heavens, I finally found Ackman. At those words, the Umbra men immediately reacted and roared in anger. Who the hell dares call our boss by name? Looking to die? Don't you know who we are? Being called by name. Anko was just as furious, threatening. You've ruined my mood. I don't know who you are, but you're dead for sure. But the moment he saw the person clearly, his face turned deathly pale. His eyes went blank, and trembling, he asked, "Why you? How did you find me?" The one who had come was Aiden. Aiden gave him an evil smile and said, "Come outside and talk for a bit, Anko." "Oh no, I mean Ackman." Not daring to refuse, Anko could only follow him outside. The result was that he got beaten black and blue. Not only that, his underlings didn't survive either. In the blink of an eye, they were all sprawled across the ground. Aiden raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you." Trembling all over, Anko replied, "It's an honor that you recognized me. Young master." He could hardly believe Aiden had managed to find him. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could Aiden be planning to hand him over to the Holy Fire Temple? If so, his life was over. Thinking of that, Anko clenched his fists. No, there had to be some way to escape the monster in front of him. And yet, Anko suddenly dropped to his knees, clasped his hands together, and begged, "I'm willing to do anything. Please spare me. I'll tell you everything I know." Aiden couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. He had originally intended to beat him up first before hauling him away, but this was even better, less trouble. He was very pleased. A little later, in the guild master's office, Mascus finished listening to the testimony of Anko, who had just been captured. Killing intent radiated from him as he coldly asked, "So the Umbra Guild is conducting experiments on human bodies?" Anko obediently answered, "Yes, sir." He said that ever since Katten City became a dungeon hub, people had often gone missing there without anyone noticing. It was the perfect place to gather experimental subjects without arousing suspicion. Hearing that, Aiden thought to himself, human experimentation. Could this be the Black Mages from Chaos? With that thought, Aiden suspiciously asked, "Where are they conducting these experiments?" Anko honestly replied, "I don't know the exact location, but I heard they're carrying them out in a dungeon near the city." Aiden was shocked. Seeing his reaction, Curse asked in confusion, "Is it really that surprising?" Aiden found the whole thing absurd. Normally, dungeons were business territory for spirit merchants. Once a dungeon was cleared, the merchants sold the items, extracted the core, and the dungeon disappeared. But if someone was conducting human experiments inside a dungeon, that was a different matter entirely. Spirit merchants would never tolerate anyone touching their territory. Moreover, although spirit merchants were bound by rules that prevented them from harming humans, in an abnormal situation like this, humans could be treated as intruders, allowing the merchant to unleash its true power. At full power, a spirit merchant possessed absolute strength inside a dungeon. Even a rookie merchant like Robbie's could kill an intermediate expert in an instant. Curse asked thoughtfully, "Then why haven't they thrown the intruders out yet?" Aiden sighed. "There is one way. If someone promises enough benefits, a merchant can sign a secret contract. After that, it won't report anything to the center and will let the intruder use the dungeon however they like." At that moment, Mascus glared angrily at Anko again and asked, "For a guild, this is a huge issue. Who's backing them from behind? Do you know?" Anko did not answer at once. and try to play dumb. But Aiden threatened him with a frightening look. "If you don't answer honestly, I'll hand you over to the church." Those words carried tremendous weight, and Anko immediately opened his mouth. Their backer is Grand Duke Sias. The moment he heard that name, Mascus's expression changed in shock. Aiden, on the other hand, ground his teeth in rage. "That bastard again." Mascus cried out in alarm. Why would Grand Duke Sias, who commands the powerful army in the north, be colluding with the Umbra Guild? Anko answered softly, "Not just them. It seems several other organizations are involved too." Mascus furiously clawed at his hair. "Damn Umbra. The trouble they've caused is even bigger than I imagined. With the Sias family involved, we can't afford to act recklessly." Aiden's face darkened. Ever since hearing about the human experiments, he had begun to suspect it. Sinbeda was definitely working with those chaos forces again. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Gnashing his teeth, Aiden said, "Crush them." Full of concern, Mascus said, "The opponent is the family of Grand Duke Sias, a house that surpasses even the master rank. You may be strong, but..." Before he could finish, Aiden coldly cut him off. "Are you really going to let the people who harmed your daughter walk free?" At that moment, Aiden shouted with utter resolve, "They touched your family, so I'll lend a hand. We'll destroy Umbra and the Sias family." Helplessly, Mascus said, "You just want revenge yourself, don't you?" How hypocritical. Still, he was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Aiden to be this fired up, even for someone else's family. But he still sighed and said, "Thank you, but I still haven't thought a way. Where do we even start?" Aiden put his hands on his hips and said confidently, "I've got a way." Mascus asked suspiciously, "Really? What should we do?" Aiden smiled mysteriously. "Of course. Taking out trash is my specialty." Right now, he was already looking forward to another dirty little scheme from Sinbeda. Elsewhere, at the spirit trading company within Robbie's territory, Robbie sat there hugging a blue orb, his expression extremely grim. Humans did not know that a dungeon core was actually a magic stone containing an enormous source of magical power. That was why they were so valuable to the main income source of spirits and merchants. But ever since meeting Aiden, not only had he been forced to pay money to buy cores, he had also been made to work for Aiden like some slave. What was going to become of his merchant career? Just as Robbie's was still lost in thought, suddenly the sound of footsteps rang out. It was a mid-rank spirit merchant named Pest. He asked the rookie merchant Robbie's, "So you're here?" The moment he saw Pest, Robbie's jumped up in fright and backed away. "What wind has brought you to this lowly place, sir?" Pest clicked his tongue as he looked at him and curled his lip. "What exactly have you been doing lately? Your profits are so miserable, they're hard to look at." Robbie scratched his head in panic. "I'm sorry, sir. It was all due to my negligence." Hearing that, Pest scolded him. "You're too stupid. You can't even break through the beginner level." Inwardly, Robbie's cursed furiously, that filthy rat. But he still suppressed his anger and pressed his lips together. "Thank you for your leniency." However, Pest suddenly showed a sinister smile. "In any case, I expect slightly better results next time." With that, he snatched Robbie's bag and rummaged through it. Robbie's had intended to stop him, but Pest's sharp gaze frightened him into backing down. Pest snorted coldly. "A mere rookie dares resist a mid-rank merchant like me." Robbie's clenched his teeth and said tightly, "And no, sir, you may take it." With another cold snort, Pest replied as if it were only natural, "Of course. That's the proper attitude." Then, he grabbed Robbie's bag and, without the slightest hesitation, dumped the entire contents into his own mouth. Even so, Pest was still dissatisfied. "That's all? I practically had to use everything I had to lure that spirit. You're completely worthless." Pest tossed the bag aside with contempt. "I hope next week you can bring me better results." Robbie's lowered his head and answered softly, "Yes, Lord Pest." After Pest left, his fury immediately exploded. That filthy rat. One day, he would make Pest pay for this. Beneath the silent night, two mysterious giant figures were quietly making their way somewhere. A little later, the two stopped at the back entrance of the Umbra Guild Hall. The guards quickly blocked them. "Stop right there. State your names." One of the two angrily barked, "Move aside. You trash." That instantly enraged the guards, and they cursed back at once. "Are you crazy? Get lost." The figure behind him then loudly shouted, "How dare you speak so insolently? Do you know who you're talking to? Can't you recognize this armor and greatsword?" The gatekeeper looked at the two in confusion, muttering under his breath, "What the hell is he talking about?" But another guard seemed to realize something and quietly tugged his companion's sleeve. "Wait, is he from that place?" Looking at the black armor of the man before them, they gradually pieced it together. a large, powerfully built knight in black armor, carrying a great sword on his back. Only then did that man introduce himself. I am Dares Kleiman, the Black Knight of Lord Sinbada. Call your guild master out here at once. A few hours earlier, in Aiden's room, Curse looked at Aiden holding a red cloak and asked, "How are you going to handle this? You're not planning to storm it again, are you?" In a cheerful mood, Aiden said, "After spending some time with me, you understand me a little now, don't you? You're right, we're going to storm in, but absolutely not recklessly." Curse asked irritably, "What, so we're going to storm in politely?" Aiden blinked and laughed. "Exactly. You really do understand me best." Curse became even more displeased. "What, are you mocking me?" Aiden smiled mysteriously and said, "Grand Duke Sias is backing the Umbra Guild. If we disguise ourselves as Knights of the Duchy, they'll let us through." Curse asked in alarm, "You're planning to ask that mortal enemy of yours, Sinbada, for help?" Aiden clicked his tongue and replied seriously, "Don't you remember that Sias Knight who got trapped in Beelzebub? I'm going to use that Black Knight's insignia." And so, Aiden summoned Dares in the appearance of a knight and brought him into the Umbra Guild Master's chamber without issue. Jalen Umbra sat across from them and formally said, "It is an honor to receive you, Lord Black Knight." Aiden secretly observed him. They seemed completely unaware that the real Black Knight was already dead. Then again, only a fool would go around loudly announcing that he had just lost one of his core members. At that moment, Jalen lowered his head and apologized again. "My subordinates failed to recognize you because we did not know you would be coming in person. I apologize on their behalf." Then his sharp gaze suddenly shot toward Aiden, and he asked, "However, who is this person accompanying you?" The disguised Dares kept a calm expression and said, "He is a black mage under my command. Pay him no mind." Naturally, Jalen did not suspect a thing. He continued, "But what wind has brought you here? Is this some kind of surprise inspection?" Fake Dares calmly repeated what Aiden had instructed him to say. "You seem to have quite a lot of intelligence. I need to verify whether everything is normal. Take me to the dungeon." A little later, in the secret underground dungeon beneath the Umbra Guild, Jalen led Aiden and the others there. Walking behind him, Aiden inwardly marveled. No wonder they couldn't find it. It was right under the guild the whole time. However, the deeper he went, the more horrified he became. What appeared before them was a vast number of iron cages, each one imprisoning monsters. Aiden frowned in thought. Just what kind of experiment were they conducting that required so many monsters? At that moment, Jalen took the initiative to speak. "Sir Knight, your timing is perfect. We just made a breakthrough in our experiments." As he spoke, he quickly walked forward, raising a hand to point at two people lying on stretchers. Proudly, Jalen introduced them. "These two are our latest results." Then he loudly issued an order, "B12, B14, stand up." As though they had been programmed, the two immediately obeyed and stood. Aiden frowned slightly. These two looked no different from ordinary people. Jalen, completely unaware of what Aiden was thinking, went on, "We preserve their human form while granting them monster abilities. The regeneration of Cho and the feral strength of Aurora E. And not only that, please look." The moment he finished speaking, one of the two reached out and grabbed the long sword lying on the table. In an instant, a stream of energy surged along the blade. Aiden's eyes widened in shock. He had not expected these experimental subjects to be capable of using sword aura, and the color of the battle aura they gave off was rather unsettling. While Aiden was still stunned, Jalen kept boasting, "We're upgrading their swordsmanship to the level of advanced sword aura. Combined with beast power and perfect mental control, they will be absolutely loyal." He was convinced they would soon achieve mass production, and when that happened, the dream of possessing an immortal army would become reality. These immortal warriors who have conquered death will soon devote themselves to Sinbada. The moment Aiden heard those words, "Blood Knights," his expression immediately darkened. Furious, he clenched his fists so tightly that veins bulged across the backs of his hands. He knew them far too well. Through voice transmission, Curse asked, "Did you encounter them in your previous life?" In a low voice, Aiden said, "The Blood Knights were the most elite organization under Sinbada after he became Grand Duke. During the Calamity-class monster wave, and even in the Great Taro's War, they achieved countless glorious feats. Their fanatical loyalty and death-defying spirit turned Sinbada into a legend, praised as the King of Knights." Curse nodded in realization. "So this is where that title came from." Aiden thought bitterly. "So this is how the Blood Knights were made? How long has Sinbada been doing this?" Meanwhile, Jalen was still speaking excitedly. "Sir Knight, do you remember me saying that the human body is too fragile to bear monster traits? We found the solution. Fake dares immediately pressed. What solution? Jalen did not answer. Instead, he focused on opening a large door. Seeing this, Aiden instinctively frowned. There was something behind that door. Before long, the giant door slowly opened, and what met Aiden's eyes were massive chains. Jalen enthusiastically introduced it. This is what helped us solve the problem. Aiden looked inside. Sure enough, just as he had expected, this was where they had hidden it. The thing bound tightly by those chains was the pestilence spirit. Jalen raised an eyebrow and smiled. That is the pestilence spirit. We sealed it here and extracted its power, the werewolf curse, then injected it into the test subjects. Simply put, the werewolf curse is a curse that transforms a person into a wolf. After learning of this curse, Jalen had searched everywhere for it, and at just the right moment, a spirit merchant had delivered it to him. It truly seemed like fate itself. At this point, Jalen's smile grew even more arrogant. Before long, Mascus won't even realize what brought him down, and the Medela Guild will belong to me as well. Aiden could endure no longer. His face darkened as he said, "Sounds like I've heard enough." Hearing that voice, Jalen angrily cursed. "How dare you interrupt while I'm speaking? Do you think you're qualified to stand on equal footing with me?" Aiden could not be bothered with him and coldly ordered, "Kill him." Jalen's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth. "You." Before he could finish, the disguised dares obeyed Aiden's order and swung his blade straight through Jalen's body. As the finishing blow landed, Aiden removed his disguise and said while walking forward, "It's time to save the spirit and end this." Suddenly, a sharp blade shot toward them from behind in a surprise attack, piercing straight through Dare's body. Sensing danger, Aiden turned around, only to see that Jalen was somehow still alive. He said coldly, "You dare kill me?" Aiden's eyes widened in shock. He clearly had been stabbed through. The being before him was no longer human, but a monster. Pointing his sword at Aiden, Jalen shouted, "Who the hell are you?" The moment he finished speaking, Jalen unleashed a sword aura overflowing with battle energy and slashed at Aiden. Aiden bit his lip. Dares had clearly killed him, so why was he still standing here? Aiden quickly drew his own sword to block. His strike was much faster. Before Jalen could injure him, the other man had already taken a full blow. A large chunk of Jalen's abdomen was torn open, blood pouring everywhere. Yet in the blink of an eye, the wound sealed shut completely. Without hesitation, Jalen continued his frenzied assault on Aiden. Aiden stepped back and frowned, muttering, "Red battle aura, absurd regenerative power." Seemingly realizing where the problem lay, Aiden raised his head to look at him and said with contempt, "So you turned yourself into a blood knight too? Idiot! Idiot!" Jalen let out a soft snort and coldly replied, "The real foolishness would be refusing to make use of such terrifying power. Thanks to it, I was finally able to break past the bottleneck of half-master rank." He even praised the Black Knight's soul control ability, along with Aiden's audacity for daring to challenge him. Aiden didn't look like an ordinary person either, so Jalen said he would not bother asking who had sent him. At that point, Jalen's smile turned wicked. "Submit to me. I'll grant you this power and give you a high position in the leadership." Aiden lifted a hand and dug in his ear. "Leadership? Sounds tempting," but his tone was full of scorn. "Though I'm not sure you'll still have a guild left to lead." Jalen froze at his words. "What are you talking, Abu?" Before he could finish, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. A subordinate rushed in and shouted, "Guild Master, something's wrong. The Medela Guild is charging in. They're attacking our guild." Jalen stood rooted to the spot in shock. At the same time outside, Mascus was leading his men in an all-out assault, and Umbra's people could not hold them off at all. Jalen bit his lip and muttered, "Why is Mascus here? Don't tell me this was your doing too, you bastard." Now that he had been called out, Aiden smiled. "What's wrong? Didn't like the little gift I prepared for you, Guild Master Jalen Umbra?" Jalen roared in fury. "You shameless bastard. I'll kill you right here." With that, he charged forward savagely. But Aiden easily avoided Jalen's attack without a scratch. Aiden's gaze suddenly turned cold. He was about to show Jalen the very thing he had sacrificed himself for. Jalen's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell is that?" In an instant, crimson flames engulfed Aiden. He said coldly, "I created this sword art to cut through dragon scales. Only the dragon-slaying king can truly master it." At that moment, the burning battle intent in Aiden's eyes filled Jalen with unmistakable fear. Aiden strode proudly through the flames and shouted, "Dragon-slaying king sword art, scale flaying." The moment he finished, he stepped forward and split the other man's body in two with a single slash. Unable to endure the intense pain, Jalen let out a miserable scream, collapsed to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was filled with fury. The wound was not healing at all. Wait, this smell. Aiden clicked his tongue and said, "Is that all you've got? In theory, your whole body should be burning to ash right now. But thanks to a new magic power technique, I've managed to use a sword art that only great sword masters should be able to perform." Jalen's wound was being burned and could not regenerate. Clenching both fists, Jalen seethed. Why was he being humiliated like this by some brat? He bit his lip. He didn't want to do this, but there was no other way. With that thought, Jalen threw his head back and shouted, "Oh, dungeon, I, Jalen Umbra, your contracted party, request the summoning of the merchant spirit Pest." Aiden was shocked to hear that. Just then, the surrounding rocks began to crack apart, and a magician's hat appeared out of thin air. Pest emerged from it. In a low voice, it asked, "What is it, Jalen Umbra?" Aiden was also observing Pest. So this was the one who had secretly sold off the dungeon, kidnapped the pestilent spirit, and concealed it from the Merchant Council. Seeing that no one answered, Pest spoke again. "You actually used your emergency summoning right. Looks like your situation is quite critical." As if grabbing hold of a lifeline, Jalen hurriedly shouted, "I need your help. Help me deal with this guy." Pest's eyes turned sinister. But interfering in internal dungeon matters comes with an extra surcharge. Jalen nodded at once. "I'll pay with everything I have. Now kill him immediately." Pest looked satisfied with that answer. "Very good. Deal." The moment it said that, its body suddenly swelled, and an oppressive pressure instantly spread through the air. Aiden felt that pressure and couldn't help pressing his lips together. Curse also jumped out and said, "He's as strong as a sword master." Aiden shook his head. "No, even stronger than that. Humans can't fight a merchant spirit once it goes all out inside a dungeon." Aiden narrowed his eyes at Pest and said seriously, "I'm quite certain merchant spirits are not allowed to interfere in anything that happens inside a dungeon. Are you sure you'll be able to retreat safely after this?" Pest gave a sly smile. "So you know about merchant spirits too? But so what? As long as no one catches me in the act, it's fine. So you have to die." With that, it bared its fangs at Aiden. But Aiden remained strangely calm and said, "You know, the ones who say that are usually the ones who get caught the easiest." Pest snapped angrily. "What kind of nonsense are you babbling about?" Aiden knew he couldn't defeat a merchant spirit using its full power inside a dungeon, but he still had one final trump card left. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Robbie's report was indeed correct. The voice made Pest tremble in fear. A figure appeared abruptly in midair, with Robbie's following behind. The person spoke sternly. "It's been a long time, Pest." Pest lowered its head in terror. "It's been a long time. My respects, Chairwoman." The one who had arrived was the chairwoman of the Merchant Council. Chairwoman H narrowed her eyes at it and said coldly, "It seems we need to have a talk." Chapter 52, Chairwoman H of the Merchant Council. She was the chairwoman of the Merchant Council, revered by all spirit merchants. She usually appeared in the human world for only two reasons. First, to warn humans about serious anomalies occurring in dungeons. Second, to deal with matters related to spirit merchants. A few hours earlier, Robbie's had been extremely frightened when he saw Aiden, but what panicked him even more was Aiden's next proposal. He asked in horror, "You want me to call Chairwoman H of the Merchant Council?" Following Anko's words, Aiden calmly replied, "A spirit merchant is forming a contract with the Umbra Guild. That violates the laws of the Merchant Council. You know, I can't defeat a spirit merchant, so you need to explain the situation to Chairwoman H and bring her here." After hearing that, Robbie's was furious enough to explode. Chairwoman H was incredibly busy, yet Aiden had insisted that he make the call, which was how things had ended up like this. At that moment, H spoke appreciatively. "Thank you, Robbie's." Robbie's was overwhelmed by the honor and stammered in alarm. "It was nothing, Chairwoman." Aiden also praised him. "Perfect timing, Robbie's." Seeing this, Jalen murmured fearfully. Even Pest is trembling in fear. "Who exactly is she?" Pest shook violently and asked in panic, "How did you get here? Please, hear me out first. There must be some misunderstanding in all this." A crushing aura radiated from H. She gave a cold snort and snapped. "A misunderstanding? Do you really think I don't know what you've done?" Pest's eyes widened, its face full of shock. At that moment, it was terrified, afraid she knew everything it had done. "What do you mean by that?" H said coldly, "I have long known about your selfish profiteering. I kept watching, hoping you would realize your mistakes and change. But now it's over." Aiden watched quietly. This was no longer his affair. But Robbie's felt tense as well, waiting to see what consequences Pest was about to face. The more Pest heard, the more panicked it became, and it quickly begged, "Chairwoman, please wait, I can explain." Unfortunately, H had no interest in listening. She coldly uttered 2 words, "dismissed." Immediately after that, a flash of light suddenly flared and swallowed Pest in an instant. H raised her hand, withdrew the light, and smiled in satisfaction. In her hand was now a tiny mouse, trembling nonstop. After dealing with everything, H finally turned to Aiden and said, "I heard everything from Robbie's. As for the trouble caused by the spirit shop, I'm deeply sorry." Aiden merely replied flatly, "It's fine." H lightly snapped her fingers and said seriously, "Words alone are not enough. That is not the principle of our shop." So, the moment she finished speaking, a pouch appeared in Aiden's hand. He was extremely surprised. This was H's compensation. She had placed several useful items inside for his upcoming journey. Aiden thanked her softly, but inwardly, he was deeply shaken. A gift from Chairwoman H of the Merchant Council was certainly no ordinary thing. H felt it was time to leave and quickly said goodbye. "Then I shall take my leave first." But Aiden stopped her. "Wait, may I ask one question?" H looked puzzled and asked back about what. He answered calmly, "How am I supposed to save the pestilence spirit trapped in there?" H said slowly, "That child is sunk in a deep sleep. Even if the outer seal is broken, its consciousness will not recover. The only way to awaken it is through a formal contract. Of course, Aiden has another option to choose from, one that may be better for the contractor." Aiden frowned. The other option she meant was probably to erase that spirit entirely. H knew he understood what she meant, so she said nothing more and turned to leave. "If this is enough to answer your question, then I shall be going." This time, he did not stop her. Aiden gave a slight nod of thanks. Before leaving, H suddenly said something cryptic. "May your journey go smoothly, Lord Aiden Ambriel." As soon as she said that, she vanished into the air, leaving Aiden frozen in place, his eyes full of confusion. Why did she know that name? But no one answered him. He was the only one left there. At that moment, Curse jumped out and said, "Did she just call you by the name from your previous life?" Aiden didn't answer. He was still confused. How did she know the name from his previous life? That meant some beings had not been affected by this reincarnation. As for this Chairwoman H of the Merchant Council, had he overlooked something? Thinking of that, he suddenly smiled. "Right, I almost forgot." With that, Aiden turned and looked at Jalen behind him, his gaze eerily sinister. Jalen was trembling violently. The next day, in Catan City, news spread everywhere that the Umbra Guild had been completely attacked by the Medela Guild. Their dirty deeds were also exposed in the news reports. Everyone was delighted that Mascus had destroyed them and restored peace to the world. In the Guild Master's office of the Medela Guild, Aiden held a newspaper and was in a very good mood. "Congratulations. You become the hero of Catan City." Mascus also thanked Aiden. "It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I might have lost both my guild and my daughter." Saying that, he glanced at Ackman and asked hesitantly, "Are you sure we can trust him? You were the one who recommended him." Seeing that the other party didn't trust him, Ackman shouted, "I'll do my very best." Mascus looked at him like he was sick in the head. Aiden paid him no mind and said calmly, "Even for Medela, managing another major guild would be difficult, especially the guild of an enemy. It's best to have a puppet in place. He won't dare betray us." As he said that, his expression turned eerie. "But if he does, I'll hunt him down to the very end." Hearing that, Ackman was so terrified he nearly lost his soul and tearfully swore, "Me? No, absolutely not. I don't even know what the word betrayal means." Curse, who was sitting beside him, asked, "You're not planning to tell him about chaos and the Sias Duchy?" Aiden shook his head. "It's useless. Even if I expose the truth now and reveal that the Sias Duchy was involved with Sinbeda's influence, he could easily sever all ties and walk away clean. I need something with more weight to bury Sinbeda. For now, I'll move carefully and wait for the right moment." The Holy Fire Temple, the Forest of Death, and everything that had happened in Catan City. Thinking of all that, Aiden couldn't help sighing. Then he looked intently at Mascus, at the child trapped in stone, and asked, "Have you decided how to deal with this yet?" Mascus hesitated for a moment, then said helplessly, "You said before that there are 2 ways to save Sack. Either she forms a formal contract with the pestilence spirit Black, or we break the stone, which means erasing Black, and then find another spirit for Sack to contract with." Aiden gave a slight nod. Sack doesn't have much time left. The choice is yours. Mascus pressed his lips together slightly and said gloomily, "The pestilence spirit doesn't seem evil at all. It has never caused any trouble. I know people have always been prejudiced against pestilence spirits, ever since that sinful pestilence alchemist, Radasala, turned the entire southern continent into hell. I don't want Sack to become target." As he said that, Mascus's body began to tremble uncontrollably. I know it's wrong, but I won't change my decision. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, gripped his sword tightly, and prepared to strike down. But at that very moment, Sack ran out from her room and cried out loudly, "Father, stop!" Mascus was stunned. "Sack, why are you?" Before he could finish, she angrily shouted, "Don't hurt my friend." No one noticed that when she said those words, black, inside the sealed stone, suddenly stirred. Sack ran over and stood in front of the sealed stone, her eyes full of determination as she said, "Don't hurt my friend." Mascus hurried over to her and asked in confusion, "Sack, how do you?" Aiden frowned in thought. He hadn't told Sack because he felt the matter was too shocking. So how had she found out? Could it be? With that thought, he looked toward Alice, who was standing at the doorway. Sure enough, she honestly admitted, "I told her." That's Sack's spirit. Even if it's a difficult decision, it should still be your choice. Mascus helplessly advised, "Move aside, sweetheart. That spirit is very dangerous." Sack stubbornly shook her head and insisted, "You don't understand anything, father. It has always been protecting me, and now I have to protect it." Black, inside the sealed stone, seemed ready to awaken because of her words. Going back to the past, when Sack was 5 years old, that was the first time she realized someone had always been by her side. In a dark alley in Catan City, Sack was terrified because standing before her was a large dog 8 times her size. It bared its teeth and claws at her, frightening her into screaming. Right then, something like a spirit appeared, causing the large dog, which had been about to attack, to suddenly freeze. In the next moment, the big dog abruptly left, leaving Sack standing there blankly, unable to understand what had just happened. From that point on, Sack realized that someone had always been protecting her. Even when her mother left, and she was all alone, even when Sack cried her eyes out because of the wound on her leg, that spirit had always remained by her side. So at this very moment, Sack was absolutely determined to protect Black. The saint has told me that the lost spirit is the reason I got sick, and this spirit is the reason I've been safe all this time. As she said that, she bit her lip and said sadly, "Do all the people who protect me have to disappear? Does my friend have to leave me too, just like Mother did?" Mascus was shaken by her words and hurried to explain, "Sack, that's not it." But before he could finish, Sack stubbornly asked, "Then answer me, Father. If I make a contract with this spirit, will you hate me too?" Hearing that, Mascus roared in panic. "You know that would never happen, Sack." In front of everyone, Sack said quietly, "That's enough for me, Father. I don't care what other people think. As long as I have you and my friends by my side, that's enough." She could not let the friend who had always protected her die because of her. She begged him to accept Black as part of the family. Mascus hesitated for a moment, then lowered the sword in his hand and sighed. "All right, Sack, as long as you're healthy and happy, that's enough for me." He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. "I am sorry, Sack." No one noticed that Black, inside the sealed stone, also shed a few tears. It seemed to have heard the entire conversation. After everything was settled, Mascus sat across from Aiden and said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Aiden. I will always remember everything you've done for me." Aiden replied flatly, "It's only part of the deal. No need to be polite. But are you really all right with this?" Sack has now become a witch who possesses a pestilent spirit. Mascus said helplessly, "To be honest, I don't like it. Obviously, this will only make Sack's life harder. But if this can make her happy, then that no longer matters." He promised he would raise the child well, keep her safe, and help her develop her full potential. Therefore, Mascus would treat Black as a blessing rather than a dangerous creature. After all, that spirit was now also part of his family. Aiden understood what he was thinking and said in a low voice, "Mascus, since that's the case, I have a proposal for you." He said he would write him a letter of recommendation. "What do you think about sending Sack to study at the Remus estate?" Mascus was stunned. Aiden slowly explained, "You must have heard the frightening rumors about Radosala. The power of a pestilent spirit is extremely dangerous. Right now, Sack needs to study sorcery so she can control that spirit freely. There are spirits living in my estate too, and if she can learn directly from them, she will become a great sorcerer." Mascus hesitantly asked, "But is it really all right for me to accept such a huge favor? Why are you being so generous, willing to help us like this?" Aiden laughed. "Helping you? Oh, don't put it that way. This is also just part of a transaction." Mascus became even more puzzled after hearing that. Aiden smiled and said, "My condition is that in the future, when I need Sack's power, you must support me. I promise I won't misuse her strength." Mascus agreed without hesitation. "As long as you need help, no matter where it is, we'll always be ready. Not only Sack's power, but the entire Medela Guild will also do everything it can to support you." Aiden smiled in satisfaction. Once Sack could control the power of the pestilent spirit, she would become tremendously useful. Besides that, drawing the Medela Guild in as an ally was also a major advantage. After that, the two shook hands and reached this agreement. At the same time, in the frozen region of the northern continent, someone who had appeared there for unknown reasons sighed and said, "Even the Umbra Guild has been wiped out. Everything's become a complete mess." Another person stood beside him. The ice around them was littered with monster corpses, clearly killed by the two of them. The man standing behind him suddenly knelt and said respectfully, "Please forgive me for bringing such bad news." The other glanced at him and asked suspiciously, "So, have you found out who was behind it?" He hurriedly reported the results of the investigation. According to the Red Knight, the sword they used looked very similar to yours. So this incident is very likely connected to Daer. Hearing that, the man in front of him immediately flew into a rage. Those pieces of trash from that fallen kingdom. I never should have trusted them in the first place. As soon as he said that, he furiously swung his sword through empty air, causing a violent tremor in the atmosphere. However, the moment he sheathed it again, his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing this, the subordinate immediately rushed forward to support him. "My lord, please drink this potion quickly." The subordinate urged, "Please calm yourself, Lord Sinbeda." So this person was Sinbeda, and the one beside him was the White Knight, one of his 3 most loyal hounds. He quickly drained the potion in one gulp. After a while, Sinbeda's condition improved slightly, and the bloodshot in his eyes faded. He said furiously, "Damn it, having to depend again on the medicine of those filthy people. I am truly pathetic." If his energy core had not been damaged 7 years ago in the battle against the invading monsters, he would not be suffering such pain now. Perhaps he ought to consider himself lucky that he had not gone mad after that disaster. Crushing the potion vial in his hand, Sinbeda said in disgust, "I don't need the Blood Knights, the Holy Fire Church, or anything else. The highest priority is finding a gemstone that can replace my energy core. Once that's done, I'll be able to reach the Master Realm." At that point, Sinbeda's eyes were full of determination. "I must become the next Grand Duke." Meanwhile, in Aiden's room, he was staring at the stone in his hand in dissatisfaction. What the hell is this thing? It was what Chairwoman H had given him, so it definitely wasn't ordinary. Curse quickly jumped out to explain. "That's a contract stone." Aiden frowned in surprise. "A contract stone?" Curse casually nodded. "It can help you form a contract with spirits or spirit beasts from the spirit realm. It can summon high-level spirits. It's a rare treasure in the human world. You just need to pour mana into the stone." Hearing that, Aiden nodded in understanding. "I see." Then he began channeling mana into the stone. Very quickly, the stone turned green. Seeing this, Curse looked extremely entertained as it then shifted to red. "Looks like we're about to get a good show." Almost at the same moment, flames began to wrap around the gemstone and swept across the room in the blink of an eye. Aiden held the stone, so hot he almost threw it away. He shouted, "Fire! My hand!" Suddenly, he stopped yelling and quickly calmed down. Frowning, he muttered, "It doesn't feel hot. I've definitely seen flames like this before." As soon as Aiden said that, a reproachful voice suddenly came from within the flames. "You dare summon a being such as myself into a cramped place like this?" At that moment, Curse also chimed in mockingly. "You've summoned something very strange, a mythic-class spirit beast." What appeared before Aiden was a fire phoenix. The flames surrounding it blazed so fiercely they seemed capable of scorching flesh itself. In his previous life, Aiden had also seen people contracted with spirit beasts, but most of them were only low-tier spirit beasts. Those who could contract with mid-tier spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. So how had he managed to summon a mythic-class spirit beast with nothing but a contract stone? Even in his previous life, he had never seen anything like this. He asked in confusion, "Was I the one who summoned you?" The Fire Phoenix replied casually, "To be precise, I came looking for you. I am the king of the divine birds. My child said that it owes you its life." Aiden was utterly stunned by those words. He had no idea what it was referring to. "Owes me its life?" At that moment, a small fire phoenix appeared and let out a clear cry. Seeing it, Aiden finally understood. The mother phoenix spoke again. "You saved my child from the mage who intended to absorb it. As this child's mother, and as its king, I wish to thank you." But after seeing Aiden, it seemed somewhat surprised. Aiden asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" The Fire Phoenix's eyes seemed able to see through everything about Aiden. It said calmly, "Reincarnation, poison resistance, dark energy, and even Benson's shield. For a human, that is truly too much to bear." It also mentioned the disgusting curse he carried. Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help laughing. Curse, however, was furious enough to want to rush forward and hit it. What did that woman just say? Disgusting? You damned bird-headed thing. Aiden couldn't be bothered with him and seriously asked, then, are you willing to form a contract with me? The mother phoenix replied slowly, under normal circumstances, a tiny life form like you could never control my power. But with that strange stone inside your body, there may still be a possibility. Aiden thought he'd heard wrong. Was it talking about the strange stone his body had absorbed in the forest of death? Thinking of that, he asked suspiciously, then, do you know what that stone is? It shook its head lightly. I'm sorry, I don't know. But in ancient times, there was once an existence who possessed a stone extremely similar to it. A king like me became small and pitiful in front of that existence. Of course, the energy inside Aiden was still far inferior to theirs, but it believed that Aiden possessed enough skill to control it. Aiden fell silent in thought. The Fire Phoenix continued, very well, human. Are you willing to form a contract with me? Aiden immediately snapped out of it. How could he possibly miss such a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity? Yes, I am. That answer greatly pleased the Fire Phoenix. It spread its wings wide, and the flames surged violently once more. It slowly introduced itself. My name is Pyrance. As a descendant of the primordial flame, capable of purifying all things, I shall form a contract with you. To complete the contract, tell me your name. Aiden looked at it steadily and slowly spoke his name. Aden Humi. However, the moment Pyrance heard that name, it suddenly froze. After hesitating for a long time, it asked again, human, do you have another name? Aiden couldn't help being startled. A moment later, he spoke the name from his previous life. As soon as he did, the flames surged once more and enveloped both Aiden and Pyrance. Time passed, and only when the flames finally began to subside did the system announce, Aiden has successfully formed a contract with the fire attribute Mythic-class Spirit Beast Pyrance. For days later, at the north gate of Cat-Tent City, a carriage was traveling along the road. It belonged to Aiden's group. Alice sat to one side, holding Coco, so upset she looked ready to cry. We only just started getting closer. Cassie comforted her. Dear Saintess, once this pilgrimage ends, you'll still be able to see it again. Lau also spoke up. I will ask Lord Joseph to approve a visit to Cat-Tent City. She could only let out a long sigh. Then, Lau looked toward the tightly shut door. Is Aiden still sleeping? Aiden wasn't asleep. He was simply lying on the bed deep in thought. In his hand was a mercenary badge, the badge of an S-rank mercenary. He had received it some time ago. Before they left that day, everyone had been given their ranks. Bali was rank A, and Lau was rank B. After receiving theirs, everyone was very curious about Aiden's rank, but when they learned that he was S-rank, they were all rendered speechless. Seeing their reaction, Mascus hurriedly explained, mercenary rank is determined by each person's ability and achievements. Of course, as long as you improve your skills and gain experience, you can rank up, so there's no need to worry too much. Aiden looked at his badge, then said, you've worked hard. Mascus shook his head slightly. It's nothing. By the way, where are you planning to go now? He answered seriously, we're going to the Sias Duchy. I have some matters to settle there. Mascus finally voiced the question that had been bothering him. Young Master Aiden, may I ask you something? Aiden frowned at him and asked suspiciously, what is it? Mascus raised a hand to cover his mouth and spoke so softly that only the two of them could hear. He asked whether Aiden knew that someone in the Sias Duchy had been planning the previous incident. Aiden was extremely startled by the sudden question. Mascus said that every time the name was brought up, he could feel Aiden's anger, as though Aiden clearly knew they were the ones pulling the strings from behind. Aiden looked at him expressionlessly, at a loss for words. Mascus didn't mind and continued. After what happened to Sack, I can't even describe how furious I am at their filthy actions, especially because it completely goes against the prideful nature they usually show. But right now, there's nothing I can do. So I want to ask you for a favor, even if it may be selfish. I hope you'll help me punish those people. If you can do that for me, I will follow and support you wholeheartedly. Hearing that, Aiden gave a sly smile. This was exactly what he wanted, and he was more than willing. The two shook hands like true comrades. The enemy of my enemy is indeed my best friend. Let those bastards pay for the rotten things they've done. Pulling himself back from his thoughts, Aiden couldn't help letting out a sigh. Everything had truly begun. Just then, someone loudly announced, we're almost there. Aiden slowly opened his eyes, ready to welcome the new journey about to begin. A beautiful realm came into view. The Sias Duchy was right ahead of them. Sometime later, in the city center of the Sias Duchy, countless soldiers and civilians moved about in a bustling stream. Aiden's group blended into the crowd. Cassie couldn't help complaining, it's so crowded here. Nobles and knights from all over the continent have gathered here. Alice, on the other hand, was so excited that her eyes were shining. Aiden calmly explained, because the martial tournament is about to begin. It's a festival held every winter, a competition held in memory of Gigasias, the man who sealed the Frost Queen and founded the duchy. In addition, because winter often brings monster attacks, it is also regarded as a ritual to pray for a peaceful winter. There are only a few festivals like this on the continent, which is why so many people have flocked here. Even the people of the duchy set aside their work to watch the tournament. As he said that, Aiden smiled brightly, as if victory were already in his grasp. And I will be entering this tournament. Everyone was thrilled to hear it. Bali said excitedly, "That sounds interesting." Lao asked in surprise, "But why would you want to take part in something that dangerous?" The others were curious too. "You suddenly want to join the tournament? Didn't you come here for revenge?" Aiden replied calmly, "I did come here for revenge. But if I win this tournament, I'll be able to obtain an item from the Sai's family treasury, along with a vial of elixir. I need that elixir to reach the Master Realm. And most importantly, what comes after the tournament?" After hearing that, Curse asked, somewhat confused, "What happens after it ends?" Aiden smiled faintly and said, "After the tournament ends, the sealed Frost Queen will awaken. The Frost Queen is the embodiment of calamity, commanding an army of death from the desolate frozen plains. Once she awakens, all the surrounding lands will be turned into a dungeon. To defeat her, the northern nations once mobilized the 6 great knight clans, including the Sais Duchy, along with the strongest fighters from the martial tournament. However, the entire expeditionary force was annihilated, and the few lucky survivors were reduced to little more than hollow shells. In that desperate situation, Sinbeda and the Blood Knights under his command stepped in and saved the northern continent. He and his subordinates defeated the Frost Queen. He became the new Grand Duke of the Sais Duchy, won everyone's admiration, and was granted the title of King's Knight. But the Sinbeda of now is completely different from the man Aiden knew in his previous life. There's nothing admirable or noble about him. First, Aiden had to win the martial tournament, then join the campaign against the Frost Queen. And when Sinbeda was exhausted from the brutal battle against her, Aiden would personally finish him off. Seeing Aiden lost in thought, Alice poked her head out and asked, "Brother Aiden, is the food not good? You look so pale." Startled, Aiden shook his head. "No, it's nothing." Just then, Bali looked around and said, "Now that you mention it, this cheap restaurant is unbelievably crowded. Looks like this really is one of the biggest festivals on the continent." He was right. At that moment, the restaurant was packed. Aiden nodded with a small smile. "That's right. Everyone's in high spirits." Just then, someone else entered the restaurant. That person walked up to Aiden's table and hesitantly asked, "Sorry to bother you, but there aren't any empty tables left. Would you mind if we shared yours?" Aiden's group looked up and saw the bright smile of a young boy. They immediately made room for him to sit down. The boy happily introduced himself. "Nice to meet you all. Do you mind if I introduce myself? I'm Lao, a mercenary." Aden replied flatly, "I'm Aden. We're traveling with our team on an expedition. Are those your companions?" Lao nodded slightly, pointed to the person beside him, and said, "This is my younger brother, Lady O. He's a little shy." Aiden turned to look at the other person standing beside them. Before Lau could answer, Cassie suddenly moved from where he was sitting. He took a sip of water and said with a pout, "I didn't expect to run into a disguised golden tiger in a place like this." Lau was greatly surprised by that remark. "What did you say?" The red cat was just as rare. The disguised golden tiger smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Beirut." Cassie gave his name as well. Aiden asked in surprise, "A golden tiger? You really don't look like ordinary adventurers." Barrett smiled. Funny hearing that from someone taking a red cat along on an expedition. Alice spoke up. "By the way, I've been curious since earlier. What is it that you're holding?" Suddenly called out, Lady O jumped in surprise. Trembling, he asked this. After hesitating for quite a while, he finally explained, "It's called a pipa. It's a traditional instrument from my homeland. It's a little embarrassing, but I'm the team's musician." Alice's eyes lit up, and she chirped excitedly. "Really? I'd love to hear it." Lady O looked a little flustered right now, but seeing the girl's pleading eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. "If you want to hear it, I can play a piece, but I'm not that good." Right after that, his hand settled on the strings. His slender fingers began to pluck them, and a clear, resonant melody filled the air. The moment Aiden heard the tune Lady O was playing, his eyes sharpened at once. The people around them, hearing the music, began turning to look. Bali and Lao both loved the piece, and their moods brightened as they listened. Ladio paid no attention to those around him, focusing only on his playing, like a true master musician. Then Curse jumped out with a laugh. Mixing music with energy? This kid is very talented. The energy in the music is resonating with everyone else's. Ladio really did play beautifully. Even he himself did not realize he had become the center of attention in the whole hall. Everyone around listened in rapt silence, not a single person making a sound to ruin the wonderful moment. Lao did not seem surprised by the scene at all, and simply sat there quietly enjoying it. After a while, the music finally came to an end. Only then did Ladio open his eyes and say slowly, "That is the sound of this instrument." The moment he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the crowd. Even Cassie could not help praising him. "Thank you for that moving performance." Young man, Lao, unconcerned about looking foolish, burst into tears. "This is the first time I've ever heard something so moving." Alice jumped up excitedly. "That was amazing, big brother. You were so cool." Lao teased. "Another fan already. As expected of my my younger brother." Blushing red, Ladio shouted, "Shut up." Barrett chimed in as well. "Be honest. Weren't you enjoying everyone cheering for you too?" The boy yelled angrily. "Even you too, Brother Barrett." After the meal ended, everyone dispersed. Before leaving, Lao did not forget to say goodbye. "We'd love to talk more, but our schedule is packed, so we have to go now." Aiden did not try to keep them. Lao smiled and said, "There's more preparation involved in registering for the martial tournament than I expected." Hearing that, Aiden became interested at once. "You're joining too? What a coincidence." The moment he said that, he suddenly remembered something and widened his eyes in shock. Aiden asked in a low voice, "You said your name is Lao, right?" Lao raised a brow and smiled. "That's right." After getting that confirmation, Aiden stepped forward without hesitation, stood directly in front of him, and spoke in a voice full of fighting spirit. "Looks like next time we meet, we'll be opponents. See you at the martial tournament." Lao returned his gaze with equal challenge. "Fine by me, Aiden. But don't think I'll go easy on you just because we know each other." With that, he led his people away, their figures gradually swallowed by the night. Curse popped out again and asked, "What was that about just now?" Aiden pursed his lips. "What exactly are you implying?" She said casually, "It was only for a moment, but you definitely let off killing intent, didn't you?" Aiden explained slowly, "Because I think I know who that was." "Did you know him in your previous life?" Aiden shook his head indifferently and said, "No, but I heard a few rumors." A swordsman traveling with a disguised demi-human and a genius musician, the champion of the Size tournament, the brutal demon sword, Lao. Hearing that, Curse nodded in understanding. "So, in your previous life, he was the tournament champion? But why was he called the brutal demon sword?" Aiden recalled the old story. After receiving the prize, a bottle of divine dew, he vanished without a trace. He never took part in the battle to eliminate the Frost Queen at all. After disappearing for 2 years, he resurfaced in the Sias Duchy as a mad, slaughtering demon. After parting ways with Lao's group, Aiden led everyone to their lodgings. But the moment they saw the place, all of them were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out. Alice asked excitedly, "Your friend is really letting us stay here?" Aiden grinned smugly. "Of course. Bali Frounet, using personal connections to enjoy luxury during a pilgrimage. Doesn't that go against the original goal of concealing our identities and understanding the hardships of ordinary people?" Aiden waved him off. "It's fine. This is a valuable experience for Alice. It helps her understand the power and influence of connections. Isn't that the perfect pilgrimage?" Bali was left speechless. Aiden took the lead and entered the building, where Nista was already waiting. After arranging accommodations for everyone, she and Aiden went into the parlor to talk. Sitting across from her, Aiden asked in a low voice, "How have things been lately?" She replied, "Thanks to the information you provided, we've eliminated several of Chaos's smaller units. Lately, the number of branches connected to Sias has been decreasing. It seems some internal friction has developed between Chaos and the Storm Knight, Sinbeda." Aiden frowned thoughtfully. From the attack on the Royal Palace to the incident at the Fire Temple, then the experiments in the Forest of Death, as well as the Blood Knight experiment at the Umbra Guild, there had been one failure after another. Internal discord was hardly surprising. Thinking of that, he continued, "Do you think they've realized I'm the one behind this?" Nista shook her head confidently. "The odds are extremely low. To personally eliminate those filthy heretics, as expected of the revered incarnation of the Demon King. Seeing her like this, Aiden grimaced in fear. Had Nista just blushed at him? In his previous life, she had wanted to kill him. Aiden shivered slightly, then hurriedly changed the subject. More importantly, what about the thing I asked you to find? Nista answered calmly, I brought it. With that, she opened a box containing the 7 pieces of star steel Aiden had requested. The moment he saw them, a delighted smile spread across his face. Star steel was a mysterious or imbued with power, capable of conducting electricity with astonishing efficiency. It was unimaginably rare. Many people could live their entire lives without seeing even a single piece. Its value was enough to trade for 10 luxurious villas. Aiden said gratefully, these ores are incredibly precious. Thank you for helping me find them, Nista. Nista replied coolly, it was nothing. But what do you intend to use them for? He smiled cheerfully. I want to forge them into armor for myself. I already have a sword and shield, but even now, I still haven't found armor that suits me. Nista hesitated, but star steel is famous for being extremely difficult to forge. Finding a blacksmith skilled enough to work it won't be easy. Aiden said calmly, there is one man, a blacksmith capable of making exactly what I need. Early the next morning, in a dark alley in Sias, Aiden seemed to be searching for something. He wandered around for so long that even Curse got annoyed enough to manifest. We've been wandering around for 2 whole hours. You keep saying it's not here. Are you sure this blacksmith really exists? Aiden nodded firmly. I told you he exists. His forge is just a little hard to find. You have to discover it yourself. Just then, he spotted a small house hidden deep in the alley. He cried out in delight. Found it. Curse asked suspiciously, but there's only a door here. Aiden answered calmly. To ordinary people, it really does look like just a lone door. But for me, it's different. With that, he took something out of his pocket. Curse asked curiously, what's that? Aiden replied slowly, the key to open this door. Then he inserted the key into the lock. In an instant, a dazzling burst of light flared up and enveloped the entire door in the blink of an eye. Aiden slowly pushed it open and stepped inside, where rows of iron armor came into view. Seeing those things, Aiden could not help feeling a little nostalgic. It had been a very long time since he had seen them. Curse spoke up then. This is space compression magic. Aiden replied casually. Some races possess that talent. They're born carrying their workshop with them. The condition to enter is an S-rank mercenary badge. As soon as Aiden stepped inside, he heard the sound of hammering, accompanied by a heavy voice. Who dares enter my workshop without permission? Aiden stepped forward and greeted him. Blacksmith Hitos, I'm here to commission a set of armor. Hitos turned his head slightly and asked in surprise. An armor commission? Curse asked doubtfully again. This is the blacksmith you were talking about? He looks awfully wrinkled. Aiden smiled, but his craftsmanship is no joke. Hitos was the very blacksmith who, in Aiden's previous life, had forged the armor Aiden wore when he faced Curse. Hearing that, Curse immediately made it clear she did not want to hear any more. At that moment, Hitos stepped forward and sized him up. You're really an S-rank mercenary? You're so scrawny and weak-looking. Can you even lift a sword? Aiden nodded with a smile. Of course. I even have a platinum badge. See, Hitos shook his head and refused him on the spot. The human world must be insane these days, giving an S-rank mercenary badge to a weak little brat like you. I need to raise the standards for entering this workshop. Then he flatly threw him out. Go on. There's no equipment here suited to someone like you. There are plenty of other blacksmiths out there. Aiden did not panic at all. He clicked his tongue and smiled. What a pity. I had thought we might talk while enjoying a very rare white liquor from the kingdom of Drakia, White Dragon's Tears. With that, he took out a jar of liquor and said regretfully, but it seems I'll have to find another blacksmith. Hearing that, Hitos was completely stunned. What? White Dragon's Tears? Aiden said nothing, merely turned toward the door and said, I'll be going then. Hitos rushed over frantically to stop him. His attitude did a complete 180 in an instant, changing faster than flipping a page. Let's talk a bit. Just talk. And so, immediately afterward, the two of them began drinking together. Once Hitos was slightly tipsy, he grew much friendlier. Humans really are good at brewing fine liquor like this. So then, what's your name? Aiden politely introduced himself. Hitos nodded with a grin. All right, Aiden. He could not stop marveling at the flavor of the drink. This is the best liquor I've had since that rascal Wani gave me some 20 years ago. Hearing that, Aiden fell into thought. He remembered his previous life, when Wani had brought him to meet Hitos, after which Aiden had caused complete chaos there. And an enraged Hitos had chased him around with a hammer like he was chasing off a stray dog. But as Aiden gradually matured, Wani disappeared, and Hido's had been deeply saddened by it. In this timeline, where there was no Aiden, Hido's sense of emptiness after Wani's absence must have been even stronger. Thinking of that, Aiden hurriedly smiled and said, "All right, we've had enough to drink. Can we talk about what I need now?" Hido's nodded without hesitation. "That's right. I've already accepted the good liquor, so I can't let you leave empty-handed. Tell me what you want." "There's no weapon or armor I can't forge. In the icy mountains north of Sias, atop one of the peaks, there's a gigantic mass of ice. Looking closely, one could see that a person was sealed inside it. At that very moment, that person suddenly opened their eyes. Meanwhile, Aiden left the forge in an excellent mood. It felt wonderful to see Hido's again after so long. The armor and dagger he had ordered would need 4 days to finish, and the Frost Queen would not awaken for another 10 days or so. So there would definitely be enough time. There was also the key that could teleport Aiden back to Hido's forge, and that would be very useful. While waiting for his equipment, he continued the pilgrimage to the Sias Temple, which was the main purpose of this trip. Just then, a commotion rising from the street below caught Aiden's attention. He saw crowds of people gathered on both sides of the road, constantly shouting Alice's name. Hearing people call for her, the girl happily leaned out of the carriage window and waved to them. "Hello, everyone. It's so nice to meet you all." Hearing her sweet voice, the people below practically had hearts in their eyes. Aiden was speechless at the sight. Curse sighed. Judging by the situation, the Saintess seems to be enjoying this treatment quite a lot. Aiden nodded. "I think so too. Oh well, just let her enjoy herself. There's nothing wrong with that." The carriage proceeded into the Sias Temple, where many people were already waiting. A priest at the front respectfully said, "Barkus, priest of the Sias branch of the Holy Fire Temple, greets the Saintess. We also welcome the Saintess's companions." Looking at the priests, Bali muttered unhappily, "Honestly, that talking gorilla is a priest?" Aiden could only sigh helplessly. Even the cooks and cleaners of Sias all looked exactly the same. At that moment, Barkus walked up to Aiden and smiled. "It is an honor to meet the benefactor of our church." Aiden replied politely, "The pleasure is mine. I am Aiden Remus." Still, the enthusiasm of their welcome for Alice seems even greater than I expected. "I had no idea Alice was this famous," Barkus said frankly. "Normally, the altar should always be burning with holy fire, but because for the past 10 years there has been no apostle to sustain it, the holy fire went out. With the holy fire of an apostle, the temple will shine once more, and the faith in the hearts of the believers will be rekindled. That is why everyone is so excited about Alice's arrival." Aiden looked at Alice and asked, "Can you do it?" The girl nodded firmly. "Of course. I've done it once before, so I'm not afraid." As soon as she finished speaking, Alice bravely stepped forward. Standing beside her, Aiden watched the girl like a father watching his daughter. His child had grown so much. Alice walked up to the altar, looked at her palm, and murmured, "If I pour divine power into this." The next moment, divine power appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, Alice infused it into the altar, and in an instant, flames burst forth. The girl cried out joyfully, "I did it!" But what was even more astonishing was that the flame she created shot straight into the heavens. Seeing this, the priests below were overcome with emotion. The holy fire of the Holy Fire Temple has returned. After 15 years, the almighty light of the fire god Faith. Barkus, too, was overwhelmed, tears of joy streaming down his face. "I never dared imagine I would see the holy fire burning once again." Then he turned to Aiden and asked, "Young Master Aiden, isn't this miraculous? This truly is the flame of the fire god Faith." However, Aiden stood there blankly. No matter how many times Barkus called him, he did not respond. His eyes were wide with shock. What was this feeling? It was the method of cultivating mana he had learned last time from the ancient text of the Holy Fire Temple. That skill was commanding Aiden's body to absorb the flame. Thinking that, he raised his hand into the air. After hesitating for a long moment, Aiden clenched his fist. Immediately, the flame seemed to receive an order and flew toward him without hesitation. Streams of fire shot straight at Aiden. Seeing that, Barkus shouted in horror, "Young Master Aiden, danger!" Almost at the same moment, the fire erupted fiercely, large enough to swallow everything. Lau also panicked and cried out worriedly for the young master. Behind them, Bali stood frozen in shock. The holy fire burns anyone it does not acknowledge as its master, yet now it's touching young Master Aiden. When the world is going on, no one understood what was happening. The flames still blazed brilliantly, while Aiden stood within them, eyes tightly shut and utterly focused. Its warmth was indescribably soothing. Just then, Pyron's voice rang out as well. "My successor, I shall grant you eyes that see through all truths. No lie strong enough exists to deceive you." Aiden slowly opened his shining eyes. A moment later, the flames finally dispersed. Lao rushed to him without hesitation. "Young master, are you all right?" They kept pinching Aiden's cheeks and feeling his forehead to make sure he was truly unharmed. Only Barkus remained standing there in terror. This makes no sense. He was just engulfed by holy fire. How is he still alive? Bali stepped forward to explain. "I knew he absolutely wasn't ordinary." Hearing that, Barkus immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Priest Bali answered calmly. "There is a prophecy that has been passed down within the church since long ago. Before his death, the Pope of the Holy Fire Temple told the order that the Chosen One would appear. Given what we've just seen, are you certain Aiden is the apostle of the Holy Fire Temple?" While Aiden was trying to avoid everyone's fussing, he suddenly froze. He glanced around and found everyone staring at him with burning eyes. Before he could even understand the situation, the priest suddenly shouted, "Long live the apostle of the Holy Fire Temple. The apostle of the Holy Fire Temple has appeared to protect us." Wearing a thoroughly bewildered expression, Aiden muttered, "Apostle." Their sudden kneeling terrified him. Barkus led the crowd in respectfully prostrating themselves on the ground. "We greet the apostle of the Holy Fire Temple." Aiden muttered, trembling, "I've got a bad feeling about this. What happens if I don't accept that identity?" Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone instantly dropped flat and shouted, "An earthquake! Watch out for falling rocks." Aiden frowned on instinct, sensing that something was wrong. "No, this isn't an earthquake. Something definitely happened." At the same time, atop the icy mountain, the great mass of ice had shattered, and the person sealed inside slowly stepped out. Then, a shrill scream rang out and echoed into the clouds. The moment he heard it, Aiden's expression darkened. That scream, was that the Frost Queen? Just as he suspected, the Frost Queen had broken her seal. But it clearly was not yet time for her to awaken. Heaven and earth began to overturn with the Frost Queen's appearance. Piercing sounds rang out one after another, and people clutched their ears in agony. At that moment, it was no different from hell. In the midst of the pain, someone saw something appear. Had at some point, was now floating in midair. She slowly spoke, "Hello, everyone. Thank you all for always using our store services. I'm the owner of the Soul Store, the Merchant Hat." Hearing that, everyone was shaken at once. Why would someone of such high status appear here? Hat smiled and explained, "Today, I have an important announcement. At this very moment, a legendary grade dungeon, the Frost Queen's Nest, has appeared." The people stood rooted to the spot, so terrified they could not speak, trembling as if struck by lightning. The Frost Queen had returned? They immediately panicked and scattered in all directions. "It's the Frost Queen. She's going to destroy everything again. If you want to live, run." Meanwhile, inside the Holy Fire Temple, Aiden stood at the highest point, deep in thought. Why had she awakened earlier than expected? But putting that aside for now, the more immediate issue was that those two were making a huge fuss. The Spirit Shield Benset was raging because its queen had returned, while Beelzebub was burning with fighting spirit to protect its homeland. Aiden was so exasperated he felt like coughing up blood and tried desperately to suppress it. "You idiot, what right do you have to speak? Shut up." Suddenly, the sword emitted a fluctuation of magical power. At the same time, Aiden's eyes began to shine brilliantly, as though he could see through everything by means of that energy. Aiden saw the Black Knight, along with his voice, "My name is Dress. I once served as a knight under Lord Sinbeda." Aiden also saw the memories of when he had served Sinbeda. "With my mana core in this condition, I can never recover my former power. If this continues, I may lose the position of Grand Duke to Dane." At that point, Sinbeda looked behind him and spoke. "Black Knight, bring back the dark mages who came to see me. Tell them I accept their proposal." He said that if this jewel were completed, he could use it to replace his mana core, and once it was complete, he could reclaim the title of Grand Duke. The memory ended there. Aiden was utterly shocked. These are the Black Knight's memories. The holy fire from earlier had granted him a new power called Fire Eyes. The system said it was an authority comparable to that of a god, but he had never expected it would let him see a soul's memories. Kerr spoke up then. More importantly, the mystery of the ruby you absorbed has finally been solved. He nodded lightly. That's right. No wonder controlling magic has become so much easier ever since I absorbed that stone. One thing Aiden was certain of was that Sinbeda did not have much time left, so he would try to create another replacement core. Curse frowned, but didn't Florence already say so? The current relationship between the King's Knight and Chaos isn't good at all. If that's the case, then how exactly does he plan to create a replacement core? Aiden gave a faint smile. Do you know why the descendants of the Size family are absurdly strong? Curse hesitated before guessing. Because they were trained in a harsh environment? Aiden shook his head. No, it's because the first Grand Duke defeated the Frost Queen and absorbed her true body. That true body contains a source of pure energy that no elixir can compare to. That bastard Sinbeda is definitely hunting the Frost Queen's true body. Because of that, Aiden absolutely could not let him succeed. Just as he was thinking that, someone walked up and greeted him. It's been a long time, young Master Remus. Hearing the voice, Aiden turned around. The newcomer was, of course, Dane, who greeted him amiably. Long time no see. Dane gave a small nod in return. I wanted to come and greet you personally. Aiden asked in surprise. You knew I was here? Dane smiled slightly. I heard your family became the Saintess's sponsor and that you were escorting her on her pilgrimage. Aiden's mouth twitched. Wasn't this pilgrimage supposed to be kept absolutely secret? Kerr sneered. People always say, there is no such thing as a secret in this world. Aiden, however, could not be bothered to pay her any attention, his expression turning serious. Dane asked whether he had come because of the Frost Queen. Aiden nodded in admission and said that the Holy Fire Temple needed a representative to attend an emergency meeting. Hearing that, Aiden began sorting through and piecing together the information. A sly smile soon spread across his face. Only the highest-ranking figures of the Holy Fire Temple are allowed into that meeting, right? Dane felt a little intimidated by the look on Aiden's face and answered hesitantly that. Probably yes. After hearing that, Aiden was in an excellent mood. In that case, someone known as the Apostle of the Holy Fire Temple and revered by the entire church will be the perfect candidate, wouldn't he? The corner of Dane's mouth twitched, and he awkwardly forced out the words, yes, I suppose so. Aiden had achieved his goal and looked extremely excited. Then let's go. Dane still had no idea what was happening and just stood there in a daze. Aiden confidently declared again, I'm the one you're looking for. Sir Dane, let the Apostle of the Holy Fire Temple accompany you to meet your father. Someone beside him asked suspiciously, You've already got a plan, don't you? He answered leisurely, Of course. I was planning to pay the Grand Duke a visit anyway. Now he had an absolutely perfect plan. At the same time, in Sinbeda's office, he was discussing schemes with his subordinates. Only after quite a while did he slowly speak. So the Frost Queen has finally awakened? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? His two subordinates stood to the side and listened. Sinbeda said with a smile, Everyone believes the first Grand Duke defeated the Frost Queen, but that is only half the truth. The first Grand Duke did defeat her, but even in defeat, she could not be completely destroyed. Her true body shattered into many fragments and scattered across the northern continent. Those fragments turned the entire northern continent into a land of eternal frost and also infected the monsters there, making them far stronger. One of those fragments seeped into the body of the first Grand Duke, strengthening the inherited power of the Size family. At this point, Sinbeda slammed the table in fury. After all these years, the Frost Queen had finally gathered her full body and awakened. That meant that if he could capture the Frost Queen and absorb her entire true body, he would become invincible. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately ordered White Knight, Red Knight, prepare to march. We must get there first, kill her, and absorb her true body. The two men immediately bowed and accepted the order. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. A man rushed into the room and shouted, Lord Sinbeda, it's an emergency. Sinbeda frowned and asked in confusion, What is it? Panting heavily, the man said with difficulty, It's Duke Sias. He just handed the Frost Queen target over to an outside force instead of the Night Order. Sinbeda was so shocked that he sprang to his feet and shouted in disbelief, An outside force? In an instant, his face filled with rage. Grinding his teeth, he said, I clearly told Father that I would personally handle this hunt. Why did he suddenly hand it over to outsiders? Sinbeda glared at the man and asked through clenched teeth, Who exactly are they? His two subordinates were also waiting for the answer. The man did not dare delay and immediately replied, The Holy Fire Temple. Hearing that, everyone froze. Sinbeda cursed furiously, Those scoundrels. Are they really determined to meddle to the very end? The man continued, I heard that the one leading this hunt is someone who's been making quite a name for himself lately. Sin Beta frowned and asked, very famous? What is his name? Aiden Remus, the man said softly. In an instant, Sin Beta trembled with rage, murderous intent filling his eyes. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, Aiden Remus. I must meet him in person. Going back to a short while earlier, Aiden had been recommended by Dane to meet his father, Duke Sias. After hearing Aiden's proposal, the Duke frowned and asked, so what you mean is, you will handle the Frost Queen hunt for us? Aiden raised a brow and smiled lightly. To be exact, Your Grace, I am proposing a deal. Hearing that, the Duke could not help but feel interested and asked in a deep voice, a deal? Let's hear it. Aiden replied calmly. As you know, the Frost Queen is a disaster-class monster. Even many sword masters would struggle against her. Even if the elite knights of Duke Sias were sent out, they would still suffer heavy losses. Instead, my companions and the Holy Fire Temple will take on the task of subjugating the Frost Queen. After hearing that, the Duke fell silent in hesitation for a moment. After a long while, he finally asked, what do you want? Aiden was not in the least bit hurried. He smiled calmly, then said mysteriously, leave everything to me, from this land itself to all the spoils gained from it. Dane hesitated and said, young Master Aiden, isn't asking for the whole territory a bit too much? My father definitely will. But before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted. However, I want one more thing as well. This time, it was Aiden who was interrupted. The Duke suddenly called out in a low voice, Aiden Remus, correct? Hearing that, Dane turned around sharply, an awkward look on his face. Aiden, on the other hand, only smiled. The Duke then slowly said, compared to words, I trust actions more. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet shifted slightly. In an instant, the sword at Dane's waist had been drawn. Without another word, the Duke swung the blade and lunged forward, his eyes full of resolve. Though somewhat startled, Aiden still raised his sword to block. But the other man's strength was overwhelming. Aiden pressed his lips together slightly, as expected of a high-ranking swordmaster. He only swung lightly, and my hand is already numb. Seeing this, Dane hurriedly ran over to stop them. Father, he saved my life. How can you suddenly attack him? The Duke said nothing. Only after a brief stalemate did he withdraw his sword. Then he slowly said, it seems you're not all talk. Then what is the final condition in the deal you are proposing? Hearing that, Aiden could not help but think that the man really was just as rough as the rumors said. But he did not say it out loud, and instead answered, the final condition of my deal is. Sometime later, in Aiden's room, he sat on the bed looking at the vial in his hand. He murmured to himself, this was supposed to be my reward, and now it has become my final condition instead. Sure enough, I can tell this elixir might help me break through the bottleneck I'm facing right now. With that, Aiden swallowed it without hesitation. His body reacted immediately. Icy magic power poured into Aiden like a massive waterfall. There was so much mana that his body might not be able to absorb it all. But Aiden could not allow even a drop of that precious mana to go to waste. All of it belonged to him. Seeing him trying to control the mana, Lucas shouted anxiously, if this keeps up, your mana will go out of control. Release it now. Absolutely not. Aiden shouted stubbornly. Time passed second by second, and the mana radiating from him grew stronger and stronger. He reminded himself that he was just a little bit away. The invisible wall binding him was collapsing. A moment later, Aiden's room burst with dazzling light, and invisible whirlwinds shook the space without end. At last, the mana dispersed, and the whirlwind stopped with it. Another person had appeared in the room, with enormous wings and a pair of horns on her head. Curse had taken human form. She smiled happily and said, it seems the more your power returns, the more complete my form becomes. Just then, Aiden suddenly clenched his fist and threw a punch without hesitation. Unexpectedly, his fist passed right through Curse's body. Curse snapped in displeasure. What on earth are you doing? Seeing that he could not hit her, Aiden pouted unhappily. I thought that once I became a sword master, I could finally beat you up properly. That only made Curse even angrier, and she roared fiercely, you arrogant little brat. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. After receiving Aiden's permission, Nista entered from outside and reported, my lord, the preparations are complete. Aiden nodded in satisfaction and said cheerfully, good. Then let's leave at once. The next morning, at the peak of the snow mountain where the Frost Queen had awakened, the area was forever shrouded in fog. The higher Aiden and Nista climbed, the more clearly they felt it. Nista could not help but remark, this isn't ordinary fog. Aiden nodded. Yeah, it's a rather troublesome kind of magic. The The primary reason Sias's elite Night Order was wiped out during their first attempt to subjugate her was this very banshee fog. It forces people to relive their greatest fear over and over again until they go mad. However, it was ineffective against Aiden because he possessed fire eyes, allowing him to see through the path within the mist. The second reason for the Night Order's failure was now appearing right in front of him. He gave a cold snort and said, "There really are quite a lot of them." A massive undead army had blocked the path of the two of them, but Aiden had no need to confront them head-on. Thinking that, Aiden looked at Nista and asked, "Can you do it?" Nista slowly replied, "Because of the fog, I can't see anything, but I'm certain I can feel them. The cries of those undead, their desperate screams begging for salvation and fear. Undead are beings trapped in the records of their former lives, unable to pass on. They endlessly repeat the agony of death until their last shred of consciousness shatters into nothingness. They moan and howl in despair." As she spoke, Nista began to wield her magic. This is why black mages exist, to grant the blessing of death to these suffering souls, to bring salvation to these lost spirits. She was merely carrying out the duty entrusted to her. In the past, the priests of the Kingdom of Florence had been priests of the dead, and the Pope as well. She was the last surviving member of Florence's royal family, and also the supreme priestess of the dead. To the families reduced to ashes and stripped of their souls, to those wanderers who no longer know who they are, to those who have lost their bodies but can still feel warmth. At last, the spell was complete, and black air began swirling through the sky. Nista continued chanting, "The flames of Florence have arrived. Surrender your resentment, and all of this, and rest." The moment her words fell, the black aura enveloped the vast horde of undead. Wherever the black air passed, the undead vanished one after another. The undead, burdened with resentment, were finally released. In an instant, not a single undead remained on the snowy peak, and the black aura dispersed into the air. At the same time, deep within the snow mountain, the Frost Queen was resting with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she sensed something and snapped her eyes open. Her face immediately twisted with fury, and the snowfall outside grew heavier and heavier. Seeing this, Aiden snorted coldly. It seems losing all her servants has truly enraged her. In that case, let's go see just how strong she has become. Chapter 60. At the Holy Fire Temple, Alice sat before the altar with her hands clasped in prayer. "Oh God, please help us." All she hoped for was that Aiden would return safely from his battle with the Frost Queen. Naturally, Aiden had no idea someone was praying for him. He rushed straight toward the Frost Queen's underground palace. The higher he climbed, the more brutally cold the temperature became. For an ordinary person, enduring it for long would be nearly impossible. Fortunately, Hitos had already made him a suit of phoenix fur armor. It was not only sturdy, but also warm. Going to him really had been a wise choice. And it was not only the fog. This bone-piercing cold was also one of the reasons Sias had failed. Curse asked in confusion, so that's why they gathered together with those black mages? Aiden did not answer and calmly walked inside. Looking at the surroundings, he could not help sighing. She has built herself an absurdly extravagant palace. No matter how thoroughly they had prepared, they could not ignore the fact that she was a disaster-class monster. In this battle, he would go all out. The moment Aiden appeared, the Frost Queen spoke in fury. "You dare drive away all my attendants? I will never forgive you." As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed a series of freezing currents at him. The Frost Queen let out a shrill scream. "You dare betray my master? Did he never love you? I have no need for a world filled with traitors." Aiden's entire body was covered in a layer of frost, and he frowned in thought. Was she talking about her previous contract master? Vincent was a spirit born from painful emotions and regret. The armor would have trouble withstanding this freezing aura, but of course Aiden had already planned for that. Thinking of this, he shouted at once, "Come out." At his call, Pyronus immediately appeared. It asked in confusion, "You called for me?" Aiden was extremely smug, though the gap in strength between them was enormous, and he could only draw out 1% of its power. That alone would be enough. The moment Pyronus appeared, blazing flames wrapped around Aiden. It looked at the Frost Queen and said, "A king-class spirit, and yet you have fallen so low?" Aiden hesitated and asked, "Can you win?" Pyronus smiled confidently. "Of course, I'm the one who rules flame. Let us give that pitiful child a chance to rest." Seeing the intense flames burning in the dark underground chamber, the Frost Queen's expression immediately darkened. Aiden seized the opportunity and charge forward at once. Then support me. Of course, the Frost Queen was not about to give in so easily. She immediately summoned a giant corpse monster to block his path. But Aiden did not flinch in the slightest and rushed ahead like a moth into flame. With fire eyes, he could see through her weakness. But first, Aiden had to deal with her attendants. Thinking that, he tightened his grip on his sword and swung without hesitation. A giant corpse monster immediately collapsed. Aiden proudly lifted his brow. So this is what it finally feels like to have reached the realm of Swordmaster. Just then, another corpse monster suddenly lunged in for an attack, but Pyronus gave it no chance. A powerful blast of sacred fire shot forward, and under the flame's destructive force, the giant corpse monster began melting like burnt charcoal. Pyronus snorted coldly. I will not let you lay even a finger on him. Seeing all her subordinates defeated, the Frost Queen's body trembled slightly, and she cursed in fury, I will never forgive you. As she spoke, a surge of energy appeared in her hand, and the surrounding ice blocks were covered by that same energy. The Frost Queen shouted again, shatter into 100 pieces. At her words, countless shards of ice shot toward Aiden, yet he still dodged them, giving a cold snort. With fire eyes, an attack of this level was nothing. But then Aiden suddenly froze. The ice masses became enormous, forcing him to retreat again and again. Aiden pressed his lips together. She was continuously using countless advanced spells, and the amount of mana she had was unbelievably vast. While he was still thinking, the Frost Queen shouted once more and summoned another huge surge of energy, making the air around them tremble. Aiden tried to steady himself, an uneasy feeling rising in his heart. Another troublesome attack, but it was all right. With Pyronus supporting him, he would be able to... Unfortunately, Pyronus extinguished that hope. Sorry, contractor. Hearing that, Aiden asked in confusion, why are you apologizing? But when he turned his head, he found a tiny little fire phoenix standing there, and his expression immediately turned ugly. What is this supposed to be? Pyronus said awkwardly, the environment here isn't ideal at all. And you've almost exhausted your mana just maintaining my summon state. Right now, all I can do is help keep you warm. After hearing that, Aiden flew into a rage. Spirits were too greatly affected by the external environment. This barren, freezing wasteland wrapped in cold air was truly the worst possible place for Pyronus. He had seriously underestimated the Frost Queen. Sias's forces had practically been wiped out before they had barely managed to defeat her. Benson's spirit shield certainly would not cooperate with him because it knew its queen had returned. Was there really no other way? There had to be one. He could not give up like this. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in Aiden's mind. Dear God, please help him. Aiden instantly snapped awake. Even he himself was shocked. A surge of power was welling up inside his body. Aiden had no idea what this power was, but Curse cried out in astonishment. In alarm, Curse said, why is holy power suddenly pouring into your body? Get out now. Amid his confusion, Aiden heard Alice's voice again. Please help him. Let him return safely after his battle with the Frost Queen. Hearing that voice, he frowned slightly. So that girl was praying for him. Even Pyronus became filled with power, and it said delightedly, I don't know what happened, but your mana is suddenly overflowing. This should be enough. With this much mana, it could at least bring out 10% of its power. In an instant, everything began to shake violently, as if the Frost Queen's castle were about to explode. Even the thick layers of snow and ice outside started to melt. Feeling the heat radiating from Pyronus, Aiden could not help but marvel. Just the radiating heat alone is melting the Frost Queen's castle. And this is only 10% of your power? The Frost Queen had never expected this and screamed in horror. What is that like? Naturally, Pyronus did not answer. In a low voice, it said, go with your master and rest. The moment it finished speaking, the flames surged forward like a storm, illuminating the sky itself. The Frost Queen was swallowed by the fire and let out a miserable scream. Before the flames consumed her entirely, she murmured, my king. Curse appeared behind Aiden and could not help letting out a soft sigh. With pity in her voice, she gently said, I'm sorry I made you wait so long. Now, rest, child of snow. Hearing that, the Frost Queen smiled in satisfaction. Thank you, my king. Peace returned to the Snow Mountain. The ice, snow, and fog began to fade away, and the mountaintop welcomed fresh air once more. At the same time, in the city of the Sias Duchy, people who had been worried because of the Frost Queen's appearance were astonished to see the ice and snow suddenly melting. The air is getting warmer, and the snow piled on the mountain is starting to melt too. What exactly happened? As they stood there in confusion, the Soul Store suddenly issued an urgent announcement. The legendary rank dungeon, the Frost Queen's nest, has been conquered by Aiden. The moment those words were spoken, the crowd below first froze, then immediately erupted into chatter. But no matter what, the threat had been removed. After their fright, smiles returned to everyone's faces and the whole street filled with cheers. Alice's group was no exception. Their leader had finally returned safely, so how could they not be overjoyed? At the same time, after receiving the news, Dane stood on the city wall with a satisfied smile. The Duke was the same. He let out a long breath of relief. He had not misjudged the young man. But amid the celebratory mood sweeping through the entire duchy, one place had fallen into chaos. Simbetta's room was steeped in dead silence. Benny and the White Knight stood there without saying a word, because their master was in a towering rage. In his fury, Sinbeta kept muttering, "Mine? That thing should have been mine. Because of that nobody, Aiden Remus." At this point, he suddenly roared. If he hadn't appeared, I could have killed the Frost Queen and restored my strength. I have to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Sinbeta, overwhelmed by rage, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Ignoring the concern of his two subordinates, he continued cursing. Who would have thought he was the one who saved Dane at the banquet, and even saved the Saintess of the Holy Fire Temple too? Sinbeta bit down on his lip, growing angrier as he spoke, his voice thick with killing intent. It absolutely cannot be a coincidence. Aiden Remus knew my plan. He is deliberately standing in my way. After saying that, Sinbeta ordered again, "White Knight, bring me the prototype." The White Knight's expression immediately turned grim, and he said hesitantly, "But the prototype was developed for monsters, not humans. Its power is extremely unstable, and there may be side effects." Before he could finish, Sinbeta coldly cut him off. "Are you defying my order?" "White Knight." The White Knight's body trembled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally accepted the order. "As you command, my lord." Sinbeta's hatred was now gnawing at him. Grinding his teeth, he said, "Since Aiden Remus could defeat the Frost Queen, then he is at least a sword master. Even if only temporarily, I need to restore my power to face him. With the Frost Queen's true body in Aiden's hands, I will be able to perfect the blue gem. Even if I have to kill you, I will stop at nothing." Meanwhile, at the Holy Fire Temple branch in Sias, Aiden returned to the cheers of the crowd. The person beside him could not help but remark, "Honestly, watching you gradually get welcomed like a hero is kind of interesting." Aiden gave a soft snort and curled his lip. "Think whatever you want. I only did this so I could get my revenge sooner. Still, it's not so bad. I even got a pretty good cloak. This thing should come in handy." Just then, a bright, cheerful voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Aiden." It startled him. The one who came running was Alice, and she threw herself into his arms. Smiling happily, she said, "Brother, I prayed for God to let you return safely, and it seems he really answered my prayer." Remembering that moment inside the dungeon, Aiden could not help smiling. Alice's prayer truly had helped him a great deal. Thinking that, he patted her head and said happily, "That's right. Thank you. I came back safe and sound." From behind them, Bali also spoke up excitedly. "Who would have thought you could beat a disaster-class monster so easily? Young Master Aiden really has become much stronger." Lau ran over from afar, but before he could hug Aiden, Aiden stopped him with one hand. He smiled casually and said, "You're flattering me. I didn't defeat it by myself. It's just..." Before he could finish, Aiden seemed to notice something and pointed at the furry creature behind them, frowning as he asked, "Hey, what's with that wolf?" Alice smiled brightly and said, "That's Chaco, brother." Aiden stared blankly. "Chaco? Really?" It was no wonder he was shocked. Chaco had indeed changed a great deal, and its body had grown much larger than before. Seeing Aiden's astonished expression, Alice slowly explained, "A few days ago, it got sick and just lay there without eating or drinking. But then one day, it suddenly grew a lot more fur and started changing form." Even after hearing that, Aiden was still confused, murmuring, "It just suddenly turned into this?" Curse thought for a moment and guessed, "It seems it broke through the limits of being a dog and evolved." Aiden widened his eyes in disbelief, and Curse continued, "Aren't humans the same?" just as you surpass your limits to reach the realm of Swordmaster. This dog also broke through its limits and awakened new power. In other words, it is now a Swordmaster among dogs. After hearing that, Aiden was so irritated he nearly exploded. He had worked so hard to break through his limits, so why could this mutt do the same? Of course he was furious. Just as they were talking, a priest suddenly ran over to report, "Sect Master, good news." Aiden pushed Lao away and asked in confusion, "What is it?" The man said solemnly, "We just received word from the Grand Duke's residence. They wish to express their gratitude to you, so they have invited you to a dinner banquet. The master of the Ice Castle, Sinbeda Sias, has sent an invitation to you." The moment he heard that name, Aiden's expression immediately darkened. Alice quickly warned him, "Sinbeda invited you to meet him alone? That's very dangerous." Aiden naturally knew it was dangerous, but that was because if he met the man, he was not sure he could hold back his anger. A few hours later, night fell and a bright moon hung high in the sky. Aiden went alone to Sinbeda's ice castle. But then his footsteps suddenly stopped because he heard someone calling his name. "You are Aiden Remus, aren't you?" That voice made his body tremble slightly. Aiden narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, killing intent filling his face. A figure slowly walked up before him. It was his sworn enemy, Sinbeda. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "I've heard quite a few rumors about you. You're the one who saved my younger brother, aren't you? And not only that, you've made great contributions to the Holy Fire Temple as well." But Aiden did not retreat in the slightest. He let out a cold snort and said, "That's right. So all of this was the filthy work of those black mages. Those worthless pieces of trash are the scum of humanity, just like you." Hearing that, Sinbeda didn't look surprised at all. He spoke with displeasure. "I knew it. You saw through everything a long time ago." Then he asked, "Was it Dane who dragged you into this? Or someone else who held a grudge against me?" "A grudge? You're not entirely wrong," Aiden said coldly. Then he drew his long sword and pointed it straight at him, his voice full of fury. "This is the request of a mercenary who once thought of you as a comrade. He wants you to taste the pain he once endured." Hearing that, Sinbeda couldn't help showing contempt. "A mercenary? What nonsense are you talking about? I've never had anything to do with lowly trash like that, much less called them comrades." Those words only made Aiden even angrier. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "That's right. This is the real you. Everything else really was a lie." Thinking back to his previous life, Sinbeda had once said to him, "Aiden, just your existence alone has already helped us immensely." And there was also that line about Aiden being a comrade he could trust forever. In the end, it had all been lies. Sinbeda had still betrayed Aiden and pushed him to his death. Breaking free from those painful memories, Aiden said coldly, "At least in your final moments, you were honest for once. This is the end of your tragic fate." Chapter 62. In an instant, Aiden's entire aura erupted. Seeing the energy gathering on Aiden's sword, Sinbeda snorted coldly. "I knew it. You've reached the realm of Swordmaster. Only at that level could you have defeated the Frost Queen. That's why I came prepared as well." As soon as he finished speaking, his own aura exploded outward too. Aiden's eyes widened in shock. Sinbeda had now transformed into a monster. Aiden finally understood. So in the end, he had reached the level of Swordmaster as well. The light around him was so sinister that it made people uneasy. At that moment, Curse jumped out and warned, "It seems he absorbed some kind of energy similar to yours, which is how he attained this state. But it's a little different from yours. The feel of that energy is completely unlike yours. What's flowing through Sinbeda's body right now isn't human aura, but a monster's. Perhaps he's the most perfect version of the Blood Knight we've never seen before." Hearing this, Aiden frowned and asked in a low voice, "In your pursuit of power, you went so insane you even destroyed your own body? I almost pitied you." "I don't care." Sinbeda let out a faint snort, curling his lip as he replied, "As long as I take back what you stole, getting rid of this filthy aura from my body won't be a problem." Then his aura shifted again, and he asked coldly, "Where is the Frost Queen prototype? If you hand it over to me, I'll spare your companions." Sinbeda's words made Aiden pause slightly. "What do you mean?" Seeing his reaction, Sinbeda thought he had victory in hand and sneered, "You really are as stupid as you look. You and I are both here, so what do you think my knights are?" By now, Sinbeda's knights had likely captured all of Aiden's attendants and the Saintess. He said that if Aiden didn't believe him, he could see for himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a magic orb appeared in his hand, and he grinned smugly. "Look at this crystal sphere. Your people are my hostages now. But before he could finish, Sinbeda's pupils suddenly contracted, as if something inside the sphere had terrified him. At the same time, at the Sias branch of the Fire God Temple, the White Knight stood at the entrance with an extremely grim expression. Lord Sinbeda had clearly said there would be no powerful enemies, but contrary to their expectations, a bloody melee was unfolding. Bali wielded a gigantic iron hammer, and every knight of Sias he struck was smashed flat. At that moment, he looked like a slaughter-crazed demon, bearing a savage grin. Haha, is this all you've got? What a holy night. Seeing the knights continuously retreat, Benny immediately tried to rally himself. Don't be cowards. Fight for our Lord. But the moment he finished speaking, he sensed something and hurriedly raised his sword to block, successfully stopping Lu's blade. Lu glared at Benny and cursed through clenched teeth. You dared harm our young master. I'll make every last one of you pay with your lives. As soon as he said that, his attack's speed suddenly surged. But Benny was no ordinary man either. He was fully capable of dodging, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Too sloppy. Your attacks are full of openings. To him, Lu looked like a moth flying into the flames. And if Lu wanted to die so badly, Benny was more than happy to oblige. With that thought, he swung the sword in his hand. What happened next was beyond his expectations. The moment it struck Lu's body, the long sword shattered to pieces. Benny froze in shock. My sword. Of course, he had no idea. That Lu's body was like a walking boulder. Ordinary blades simply could not hurt him in the slightest. No matter how Benny slashed, Lu remained completely unharmed. Right after that, the sword in Lu's hand began summoning magic power, and he dashed forward like a gale. Benny had no time to dodge at all, and took the blow head-on. Lu smiled in satisfaction. I can't keep getting in young master's way anymore. Seeing this, the White Knight stared with wide eyes in disbelief. Even the Red Knight was defeated. Then his gaze hardened, and pressing his lips together, he said, There's only one way left. The White Knight ordered the knights to seize Alice. In a battle like this, that frail little girl naturally became the target for hostage-taking. That was hardly strange. The moment the White Knight gave the order, the knights turned and shifted their attention toward Alice. But they failed to notice there was still someone else by her side. Kasi Smail Guikivli. Oh dear, honorable knights, we can't let you harm the saintess. Then she lightly snapped her fingers. The knights charging forward abruptly halted because they saw something flying toward them. Strange bottles had suddenly appeared in the sky, and under their puzzled gazes, the glass bottles exploded, scattering the slime-like fluid inside into the air and sticking it tightly to the knights. In the blink of an eye, a whole group of knights was pinned in place by the goo. Kasi Chakil proudly. This is a fly-catching solution I made from slime fluid. The rest is up to you, Chaco. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of enormous footsteps slowly approached. Seeing the huge body before them block out the moonlight, the knights immediately began to tremble. A monster, Chaco no longer had its usual cute appearance. It had transformed into a beastly form, its eyes gleaming with savage ferocity, as it wildly opened its massive jaws, ready to tear apart the knights before it. Alice, standing nearby, was not afraid in the slightest. Instead, she cheered it on. Great job, Chaco. Charge, Chaco. Just as the girl wasn't paying attention, the White Knight appeared behind her. He had no other choice now. He would have to eliminate the saintess first. But at the very instant he stabbed downward, Alice noticed. The weak look on her face vanished in an instant. She clenched her fist tightly, and holy power gathered around it. The White Knight's eyes widened in shock. What is that halo around her fist? Before he could even see clearly what it was, a punch as heavy as Mount Tai came crashing toward him. Just like that, he was engulfed by Alice's blazing holy power. At the same time, the crystal sphere in Sinbeda's hand shattered as well, signaling the failure of his trashy plan. He couldn't believe it all, trembling as he muttered. Those were 10 knights nearly at the level of Swordmaster. How is that possible? Aiden clicked his tongue and smiled. Unlike the past, this time I chose some pretty amazing companions. Sinbeda clenched both fists, gnashing his teeth as he said, Those people are just pawns. I can replace them anytime. I don't need hostages anymore. Then, like a moth rushing into the flames, he charged forward. Sinbeda's powerful sword light swept toward Aiden in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he said, As long as I take back the prototype, nothing else matters. Aiden raised a brow at him. his eyes full of contempt. In an instant, the entire palace was engulfed in the glow of magic power. Aiden and Sinbeda were clashing fiercely. Sinbeda's moves were vicious, every strike brimming with killing intent. He clearly meant to drive Aiden to his death. Aiden frowned at him and asked in confusion, "Aren't you afraid your noble palace will collapse?" Sinbeda snorted coldly and replied, "It doesn't matter. If it falls, I'll just build a new one. You could never understand the burden I carry." As soon as he said that, he unleashed another string of sword flashes. Aiden dared not slack off and defended with all his strength. As he fought, Sinbeda kept interrogating him. "Do you know the bone-piercing cold of the northern wind? Do you know how savage the monsters of the frozen wastes are?" Every question represented the hardships he had endured. His sword continued slashing down again and again, and at this point Sinbeda roared ferociously, "You know nothing at all." In an instant, a storm of thunder and wind suddenly appeared. The moment he saw it, Aiden's expression immediately darkened, and he quickly leapt into the air to avoid the incoming storm. Sinbeda said coldly, "I am Sinbeda Sias, the Thunderstorm Knight. I am the Lord of Ice Castle, and also the heir to the title of Grand Duke." His responsibility was to become stronger in order to protect the Grand Duchy. He asked Aiden whether he could understand the weight of that responsibility. Aiden landed on the ground from midair, and hearing that accusation, he couldn't help growing furious. "You say I don't understand responsibility? In my previous life, I was hailed by everyone as a hero. I experienced what it was like to bear the burden of tens of thousands of lives that had nothing to do with me." Aiden said coldly, "Responsibility is not a joke. It cannot become an excuse for your filthy deeds. Do you know how many people died because of your greed?" Sinbeda didn't feel he had done anything wrong at all. He calmly replied, "Those were merely unavoidable sacrifices." Hearing that, Aiden let out a cold laugh. This man was beyond saving. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. "All right, I understand now. Now I'm clear on what you really intend." Quietly drawing his sword, he said coldly, "Thank you for helping me calm down. Seeing your face made me lose control a little. I almost forgot my own responsibility." Sinbeda asked in slight surprise. "Forgot what responsibility?" Aiden answered flatly, "To fulfill my promise to rip your heart out with my own hands and crush it." The moment he finished speaking, his aura erupted once more. This time, Sinbeda felt as if he were being seen through by a pair of eyes that could pierce everything. In a trembling voice, he muttered, "What is this?" Utmost terror. Utmost terror was a skill that anyone who reached the transcendent realm could normally obtain. The only factor that determined its strength was killing intent. At this moment, dense killing intent spread out from around Aiden. Utmost terror was a state of slaughter honed through endless killing. Sinbeda could feel it, and his expression turned extremely ugly. "This utmost terror I'm sensing. It truly feels as if it's been dyed red with the blood of hundreds of thousands, even millions of living beings." He didn't know that the person before him was someone who had returned from death, who had survived by stepping over countless monster and villain corpses. Sinbeda's hand, holding the sword, began to tremble involuntarily. He refused to believe it. His feet shifted as he took a step back to gather force. Then he roared and charged. "I must be the strongest. It can only be me." Burning with extreme fury, Sinbeda rushed forward, but Aiden did not yield in the slightest. The two clashed violently. Sinbeda slashed with a sharp strike, and Aiden blocked it and countered with a move of his own. Neither side gave an inch. But right then, Sinbeda's expression suddenly turned ugly, because he realized Aiden's movements were exactly the same as his own. Furious, Sinbeda roared, "What kind of cheap, dirty trick is this?" Aiden Remus let out a faint snort and said coldly, "Dirty trick? Are you spitting in your own face? Isn't this the swordsmanship of Sias?" Countless question marks flashed through Sinbeda's mind in an instant. With a bewildered look, he asked, "When did I ever teach you?" "This is the first time I've ever met you." Aiden coldly replied, "If you're curious, then watch carefully." Then, without hesitation, he shot forward like a whirlwind. He leapt high into the air and brought down the sword in his hand, snorting coldly. "Watch carefully. This is the swordsmanship you taught me." Sinbeda's expression stiffened at once, his eyes full of doubt. Aiden paid no attention to his reaction and focused wholeheartedly on his attack. A sharp slash came crashing down. Sin Beta retreated in alarm, his heart filled with confusion. There was no doubt about it. This really was the swordsmanship of the Sais family. But he was certain he had never met Aiden before. He even started suspecting Aiden was one of Dane's spies. And somewhere hidden in a corner, Dane seemed to be thinking, yes, blame me for everything. Fine, it's all my fault. Sin Beta was convinced his guess was right. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that he had to kill everyone who stood in his way. With that thought, Sin Beta's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and a surge of dark energy immediately erupted from him. Aiden frowned and stepped back to avoid being caught in it, saying coldly, "So in the end, it still came to this." A moment later, Sin Beta's figure appeared again, but now he had completely sunk into madness. Staring at Aiden, Sin Beta spoke in a voice overflowing with killing intent. "I will kill you." Seeing the state he was in, Aiden couldn't help sighing. His magic power had overloaded. It was now backfiring on him, and at this point, he had basically become a monster. Sin Beta had no idea how terrible his current condition was. He kept muttering about that trashy plan. "I'll become the Night King. Everyone will bow to me." Not only that, he kept babbling Aiden's name as well. Clutching his sword tightly, Sin Beta roared madly, "You can't beat me." The moment the words fell, he vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Aiden. Sin Beta had completely lost his reason. Right now, there was nothing in his eyes but slaughter. Aiden bit his lip and focused on defending against his attacks. Chapter 64. Sin Beta had gone utterly mad, his sword swinging non-stop as he laughed viciously. I can feel the power now." Opposite him, Aiden was struggling to endure Sin Beta's sword light. His opponent was continuously weaving magic power into every attack, leaving Aiden unable to find even the slightest opening to counter. He couldn't wait until the magic overload was complete. Just then, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. It was Dane. Seeing the miserable scene around him, he was instantly startled. "What is this? How did things get this out of hand?" In the middle of the fight, the moment Sin Beta saw Dane, he suddenly faltered. Dane recognized him too, and his expression immediately darkened. "Brother Sin Beta? What is that chaotic magic power?" Sin Beta's eyes turned deranged again, and then he stomped the ground and lunged forward. Dane's face quickly sank. At that moment, Sin Beta was charging at him like a raging storm. Dane cried out in shock, "Brother, why did you suddenly? What brotherly bond was left now?" Sin Beta snorted coldly and said, "If not for you, I would never have ended up like this in my entire life. If you had just died in the Imperial Palace, none of this would ever have happened." Hearing those words, Dane vaguely guessed something, but he still asked to confirm it. "What do you mean by that? Are you the one who ordered those dark mages to attack the Imperial Palace?" When the other man didn't answer, Dane raised his voice again. "Answer me, brother." But what awaited him was a merciless blade. Fortunately, Aiden arrived in time and blocked the strike for him, coldly warning, "Dane, this monster is no longer your brother. His magic power has overloaded. Sin Beta Sias no longer exists. He's turned into a monster." Dane froze when he heard that and cried out in disbelief. "How can that be?" Aiden slowly explained, "And by relying on power borrowed from dark mages, Sin Beta has reached the state of a transcendent. If this continues, he'll become a disaster that destroys all of Sias." For a moment, Dane was shaken. Then he tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and said with pressed lips, "We have to stop him immediately. Please help me save Sias." At that moment, Sin Beta roared madly again. "I'll kill anyone who stands in my way." But the moment he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. A spear carrying powerful magic had thrust toward him. Dane said apologetically, "I'm sorry, brother. This is for Sias." But even that wasn't enough. Sin Beta roared furiously, "Dane." His energy immediately exploded outward. Aiden hurriedly raised Benson's spirit shield to defend, then said in a low voice, "Do you remember the banquet in the Imperial Palace?" Dane nodded calmly. "I could never forget it. That was also the strongest monster I've ever faced." But that wasn't Aiden's real point. He continued, "If you remember, then it'll be easier for us to work together now, because we once defeated a monster wielding a long sword together." At that, Dane instantly understood. The two of them charged forward at the same time, perfectly in sync. Sin Beta, on the opposite side, did not shrink back at all. He remained utterly crazed. Aiden and Dane began surrounding him, one attacking and one defending. Sin Beta gripped his long sword tightly, his gaze extremely resolute as he swung left and right, struggling to defend himself. Suddenly, Aiden shouted, "Now!" Dane immediately understood and rushed out from behind, his spear thrusting forward with semi-master level magic power. At the same time, Aiden also joined the attack. Caught between the two of them, wounds began appearing on Sinbeda's body. A loud boom rang out. The ground cracked apart under the impact of the energy, sending shattered stone flying. Hiding behind Benson's spirit shield, Aiden frowned in thought. The overloaded magic state has completely clouded Sinbeda's reason and is forcing his muscles beyond their limits. That means he's stronger right now, but afterward his body will suffer enormous strain and his power will drop sharply. Noticing Sinbeda's body trembling, Aiden immediately rushed out and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Sinbeda and delivered a heavy blow. Not only that, he launched a relentless flurry of attacks, forcing his opponent entirely onto the defensive. Backed into a disadvantage, Sinbeda immediately roared in fury. "You dare!" The moment the words fell, he slashed down with another strike. However, there was no one beneath Sinbeda's blade, and his eyes widened in shock. Unexpectedly, his legs had already been frozen, and his body could no longer move. Seizing the chance, Aiden charged from a distance, snorting coldly, "Farewell, old comrade." As soon as he said that, the longsword in his hand was stained red with blood. Dane couldn't bear to watch and close his eyes. No matter how awful Sinbeda had been, he was still his brother in the end. Aiden, however, showed no mercy. With a fierce surge of momentum, he shouted, "Dragon-slaying king swordsmanship." Hearing those words, Sinbeda was even more horrified. "Impossible, you're the dragon slay." But before he could finish speaking, his body was struck by 2 sword blows. Aiden finished the technique in a pose dramatic enough for the theater, with no joy or sorrow visible on his face. Sinbeda, on the other hand, was drenched head to toe in blood, his body swaying as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Curse appeared and said, "You've finally fulfilled your long-cherished wish for revenge, but it doesn't seem like you're very happy about it, Aiden." She asked, "Wasn't this the only purpose of your life this time around?" Aiden himself didn't know why. Even though he had fulfilled the wish of this life and taken revenge exactly as planned, the feeling was strangely hard to describe. The next day, news of last night's huge disturbance spread throughout the Duchy of Sais. The news of Sinbeda's death was also published in the papers, but the true cause of his death was concealed. People only knew that he had died from magic overload. In the eyes of the common people, he was still a respectable man. As for Aiden, the one who had caused all this upheaval, he seemed unconcerned about such things. He had other matters on his mind. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at his door. Aiden frowned and asked in confusion, "Who is it?" Dane pushed the door open and walked in, saying seriously, "I want to ask you something." Aiden glanced at him and asked, "Has everything been settled properly?" Dane nodded slightly. "Thanks to the information you provided, we managed to arrest everyone who helped Sinbeda commit his crimes. And thanks to you, Aiden, we were able to preserve the honor of Sais. I want to express the sincere gratitude of the Sais family to you." At this point, Dane hesitated for a moment, then, after a brief pause, continued seriously, "But I have one question." Aiden frowned at him, saying nothing, indicating that he was listening. Dane asked in a low voice, "Did you know Brother Sinbeda's plan from the very beginning? The incident in the Imperial Palace, the events at the Fire God Temple, even the experiments in the Forest of Death. No one should have been able to see through those things. How did you discover them and act in advance?" Aiden had known he would be asked about this, and he had already prepared an excuse. Calmly, he replied, "I heard it from a mercenary. That's all I can tell you." Hearing that, Dane could only sigh helplessly. A mercenary, though he didn't quite believe it, he didn't press any further. He quickly changed the subject. "My father hopes the world will never learn the truth of this matter. In exchange, Sais guarantees it will provide you with the greatest compensation within its power." Hearing that, Aiden immediately brightened. "Compensation? That's the best news I've heard." A little later, 2 figures appeared atop a snowy mountain, Nista and Aiden. Looking at the scene around her, Nista couldn't help marveling. To think all of this was buried beneath the snow and ice of Sais. Before them was a pile of magic stones in unbelievable quantities. Some were only the size of a few fingers, some as large as a fist, and there were even massive chunks of magical ore. Nista continued, "This is incredible. These magic stones were buried here, and they even seem to be top grade. A single one might be worth as much as 100 gold coins." Aiden nodded in agreement. The Grand Duke agreed to cover all the construction costs of opening the mine as compensation. "This will be an important area in my plans, so take good care of it. The enemies you still have left are all backed by forces on a completely different level than Sinbeda, so you also need a foothold to balance the situation. With the magic stones here, I'll soon be able to actively recruit my own forces. At that moment, Nista respectfully said, I will carry out all your orders perfectly. Aiden nodded slightly and said with an easy smile, do your best. This place may become where the declining kingdom rises once again. Hearing that, Nista was briefly stunned. A moment later, she smiled in satisfaction. Leave it to me, my lord. A few hours later, inside Hituz's forge, he was swinging his hammer nonstop as he forged weapons when someone came to disturb him again. He glanced at the newcomer and raised a brow. So you came, brat. Aiden walked over from a distance with a jug of liquor in hand and grinned happily. Long time no see. Hituz looked at what Aiden was carrying, then asked smugly, is that what I think it is in your hand? And just like that, the two drunks started pouring alcohol down their throats again. The more Hituz drank, the more excited he became. Human liquor really is top-tier stuff. By the way, did you try out the equipment I gave you? Of course, Aiden replied with a wink and a smile. Thanks to that armor, I easily got through a legendary grade dungeon. Hearing that, Hituz burst into excited laughter. A legendary grade dungeon? Just as expected of that rascal Wan Khan's disciple. Aiden immediately looked startled and asked in confusion, you knew? Hituz smiled unconsciously, curling his lip as he replied, how could I not know? Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm the one who forged weapons for countless generations of kings. There's no way I wouldn't recognize that damned Wan Khan's obnoxious nature. At first, Hituz had not been entirely sure, because he had never imagined Wan Khan would take a noble as a disciple. At this point, he immediately started complaining. That damned Wan Khan. If he was going to take on a disciple, the least he could have done before disappearing was let me know. That blasted old man. Even so, it seemed Wan Khan really had done a few impressive things. Hituz stared at Aiden and asked doubtfully, so, has anyone found Wan Khan yet? Aiden gently shook his head. I still haven't found him. I myself haven't seen Master in many years. But even if Valen tried to kill him, he still wouldn't die. Aiden believed that completely. Hearing that, Hituz broke into a radiant smile again. Haha, you're right. You really do understand him well. Seeing him laugh so happily, Aiden felt much more at ease. Then he continued, I want to ask you something. Hituz raised a brow and asked, you're going to ask me to forge something for you again? Just say it plainly. As long as it's an object, I can forge it. Aiden replied calmly, I want to make a trip to the dwarven kingdom of Stonehenge. The moment he said that, Hituz's pupils suddenly contracted. Stonehenge was a dwarven kingdom deep underground, and no one knew its exact location. The only way to get there was through the forge, which was also why Aiden had come to Hituz. After hearing him out, hesitation flickered in Hituz's eyes. After a long silence, he finally said awkwardly, even though I left that place decades ago, why are you going to Stonehenge? Aiden explained slowly, a huge deposit of magic stones is buried beneath my territory. I plan to sign a mining agreement with the dwarves. Hituz frowned slightly, then sighed. I'll open the way for you, but don't expect too much. Dwarves are a race humans have always feared. Right after that, he rose from his chair and walked over to open a door. In an instant, the scene before them changed. Red earth stretched everywhere, and small weapons could be seen stuck all across the ground. Aiden frowned at the sight. This had to be a dwarven village, with swords planted all around it. But at that very moment, he suddenly realized something. Before he could react, a loud shout rang out all around them. Warriors of Stonehelm, prepare for battle. The moment those words fell, a pair of tightly shut eyes snapped open, followed by countless others. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of giant stone behemoths had surrounded the area. They were monsters invading the dwarven village from outside. Seeing this, Hituz's expression instantly turned extremely ugly, and he shouted in alarm. What in the world is going on? Where are those giant stone monsters? At the same time, Aiden, standing beside him, reacted a little faster. He stepped forward, pulled a great sword from the ground, and without a word, his figure vanished from where he stood. On the other side, the dwarven army also began its counterattack. The leader roared fiercely, smashed those golems to pieces. But the instant he said that, his eyes widened in shock. A flash of sword light cut through the air, and the giant statue was split in two. The one who had struck, of course, was Aiden. What shocked the dwarf even more was why a human had appeared in the dwarven village at all. The swarm of giant stone statues could not help but feel fear. Meanwhile, Aiden was like a god of slaughter, charging forward and cutting them down without pause. With a single swing, he wiped out an entire pack of monsters. and the stone statues shattered one after another into worthless rubble. After unleashing that move, Aiden quickly landed from the air. Seeing this, the dwarves cried out in disbelief. He wiped out that whole pack of golems in a single strike? More importantly, how did that human even get in here? At this moment, Hitu stepped forward and explained, "I brought him." Hearing the voice, the dwarves all turned their heads. The instant they saw who it was, they froze in place. It's Hitus. He's been shut up in his forge for decades. So why is he here now? Hitus couldn't be bothered with idle chatter and said flatly, "First, can you explain the current situation? As far as I know, Stonehelm used to be the most peaceful place there was." Then, the dwarves began cleaning up the fragments of the giant stone statues. Off to the side, Hitus listened as the leader explained what had happened, then exclaimed in shock, "You're saying that a few months ago, a swarm of golems from the ancient dungeons started attacking Stonehenge?" The other dwarf nodded lightly and replied, "That's right. Even though we've driven them back many times, they just keep returning. Stonehenge's defenses have already been cut in half. If this keeps up, we'll be completely wiped out." At this point, Curse jumped in and asked, "Did you know anything about this before?" Aiden shook his head slightly. "No, in my previous life, I never had any intention of going to Stonehelm." Just as the two of them were talking, the leader suddenly shouted, "Wait, is he the hero you brought back to save us?" Hitu shook his head lightly. No, he just wants to meet my younger brother." Hearing that, the dwarf immediately said, "King Hefito is in the castle. I'll take the two of you there." A little later, inside the king's castle, a dwarf led Aiden and the others in. "Your Majesty, you have visitors." Someone was already waiting inside the palace. At the sound, the man said with a trembling voice, "You finally came, Brother Hitus." This person was the king of the dwarves, Hefito. Without hesitation, he rushed over and shook Hitus hard. "You locked yourself away in your forge for decades. What the hell were you thinking?" Hitus looked somewhat helpless. "Sorry, I was too absorbed in my work." But Hefito had no intention of letting him off and angrily scolded him. "You abandoned the responsibilities of a king and buried yourself in your forge. Do you know how hard I've had it? At the very least, you could have come to visit." Listening to the exchange between the two brothers, Curse suddenly said, "That Mr. Hitus was supposed to be king? I thought he was just some workaholic." Aiden curled his lip and replied, "There isn't a blacksmith better than Hitus anyway. The dwarves choose their best blacksmith to be king. Hitus should have inherited the throne because of his exceptional forging skills, but he vanished into his forge without a trace. So his younger brother, the second best blacksmith, became king instead." At that moment, Hitus angrily said, "But what exactly is going on? If things were this bad, you should have told me." Hearing this, Hefito immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "You ran off with the forge key and disappeared. How exactly was I supposed to contact you?" Faced with a rebuke, Hitus looked somewhat guilty. "Is that so? Then I apologize for that too." Hefito gave a light snort, glanced at Aiden, and sighed. "Still, luckily you brought him here. Stonehenge is basically saved now. But why would a human want to come to Stonehenge?" Aiden frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. After a long while, he patted Hitus on the shoulder and suggested, "Could you leave for a moment? I want to speak to your brother alone." Hitus nodded lightly and trudged out dejectedly. In the end, only the two of them remained in the palace. Hefito asked in confusion, "So, what do you want to discuss?" Aiden said calmly, "Actually, I came to discuss business, but judging from your kingdom's current state, this doesn't seem like the right time." Hefito sighed helplessly. Just as Aiden had seen, if not for him, this kingdom might already have collapsed. Because of that, he wanted to ask Aiden for a favor. Aiden asked curiously, "What favor?" Hefito hesitated briefly, then said, "I saw you fight that swarm of golems. Judging from that sword light, you've clearly already reached the transcendent realm. So I want to ask." He wanted Aiden to lend that power to the Dwarven Kingdom. Stonehelm desperately needed his strength right now. This was perhaps the last salvation heaven had granted the Dwarven Kingdom. Hefito firmly believed Aiden was the savior of this land. But under his hopeful gaze, Aiden simply stood there picking his nose like an idiot and even flicked the disgusting thing in his direction as he flatly refused. "No, thanks." Hefito cried out in shock, "You're refusing? Why would you do that?" Aiden shrugged indifferently and curled his lip. "Because I have no reason to help you." Hefito frowned deeply and said fiercely, "If you want payment, then just say so. If you want gold, we'll find you a gold mine. If you want weapons, we'll forge you the finest divine armament in the world." Hearing that, Aiden merely let out a disdainful laugh and said nothing. The other party grew even more anxious. "As long as you defeat those golems, any reward you want is yours." Aiden lowered his head, looked looked at him and asked coldly, "But would that really be enough?" Hefito asked, somewhat bewildered, "What do you mean?" Aiden explained slowly, "Even if I destroy the dungeon core, so the golems stop appearing, would that really make Stonehenge absolutely safe?" "What are you getting at?" Hefito asked with a frown. Aiden said indifferently, "The problem isn't how strong those golems are. The problem is that your kingdom is too weak. Even if I deal with them now, what will your people do the next time a disaster strikes?" Those words jolted Hefito awake. He nodded inside. "You're right. We're too weak." A successful bit of psychological manipulation. Aiden then showed a malicious smile and said, "But, Your Majesty, I have a solution. A method that can strengthen the army of the Dwarven Kingdom." Hefito was startled and asked in disbelief, "There's really a way to do that?" Aiden blinked confidently. "Of course. Let me show you." A short while later, using Hituz's transfer gate, Aiden brought Hefito to the Viscount's laboratory. At that moment, Aiden could not help sighing in admiration. As expected, being able to move anywhere at will from the forge is really convenient. Hituz cursed in displeasure. "You brat, treating my forge like a teleport gate. You're exactly like your master." Hefito looked around in astonishment and asked doubtfully, "But is there really a way here to protect the kingdom?" Aiden nodded casually and said offhandedly, "It's not a method. It's a technology, something even dwarves have never seen before." Hearing this, the dwarves following behind immediately protested. "What could there possibly be that we don't know? When it comes to technology, no one can surpass the dwarves." "Hefito, do you really believe this swindler?" Their endless prattling angered Hefito, and he snapped coldly, "Silence. I trust the person my brother brought here, so just wait and see." Aiden was very satisfied to see this. He had never expected that a single bottle of liquor would be enough to secure a mining deal with the dwarves. But now the opportunity had practically fallen from the sky. Just then, a figure came running out from inside. "Young master, you're here." It was Gustav, who smiled excitedly and said, "I am Gustav, the young master's loyal servant. Welcome, honored guests." When the dwarves saw him, their first impression was, this guy looked exactly like a lunatic. That left Aiden feeling somewhat awkward. Even Hituz could not help saying, "Is that crazy madman your researcher?" Before Aiden could answer, Gustav boasted excitedly, "Thanks to the young master's enthusiastic support, I finally completed it." The moment he said that, he reached out and pulled the covering cloth off something. Gustav said proudly, "This is the first weapon I developed, fused with mech magic. Please behold mech magic, the Gustav Mark magic cannon." Right after that, a handheld cannon appeared before everyone. The dwarves could not help asking skeptically, "You're saying this weirdly shaped thing is a new weapon? It looks like a house pillar." Even Hefito was very curious and asked uncertainly, "Can this really help us defend the kingdom?" Gustav smiled confidently. As the fire god temple once said, "Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. Please witness it for yourselves." After that, they went to a deserted forest with no one around, where a straw dummy had been set up in the distance. Gustav intended to test the weapon's power on that dummy. The dwarves immediately complained. "Golems and straw dummies are on completely different levels. That toy won't do anything against golems." Gustav couldn't be bothered listening to their nonsense and began loading the weapon. In an instant, energy gathered at the cannon's muzzle. Aiden knew how powerful the thing was, so he raised a hand to cover his ears and even warned Hituz, "Old man, cover your ears." Hituz asked in confusion, "Cover my ears? What are you talking about all of a sudden?" In fact, in his previous life, Aiden had seen this kind of weapon once before. It was a masterpiece, but if you didn't cover your ears, you were finished. Almost at the same moment, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. A powerful blast of energy erupted from the cannon's barrel. The deafening roar made their ears ache violently. Clutching his ears, Hefito cried out in pain, "My God, my eardrums!" He remained like that for quite a while, holding his ears and squeezing his eyes shut until the energy gradually dissipated and he finally opened them. But the moment he saw the scene before him, Hefito's pupils shrank uncontrollably. Gustav's shot had directly blasted apart a massive cliff wall. Gustav looked excitedly. Well, outstanding defensive firepower, strength enough to protect a kingdom. Hefito stood stunned for a moment, but quickly regained himself and said in wild delight, "Destructive power. With a weapon like this, we can finally protect the kingdom." A few days later, in the kingdom of Stonehenge, the golems launched another attack. But this time, the dwarven army had been equipped with Gustav's advanced weapons and felt no fear at all. They bombarded the golem horde below without stopping, and wherever the energy blast passed, the golems shattered. Before long, the dwarven army had wiped out all the invading golems. They cheered excitedly. "See our terrifying power? Turn to dust, you damned rocks." It was at that very moment that they finally realized the true power of mech magic. Seeing this, Aiden could not help shuddering. "I've got a bad feeling the number of mad scientists has increased again," he said helplessly. After hearing Gustav's explanation of mech magic, they had all become like this. At this moment, Hefito walked over from afar and said, "So you've come, savior of Stonehenge." The people of Stonehenge haven't been this excited in a long time. Aiden was somewhat speechless after hearing that. This was what he called excited. Hefito bowed his head to him and said sincerely, "From the bottom of my heart, thank you." Aiden let out a small laugh and said casually, "If you're truly grateful to me, then please manage that magic stone mine properly. It's very important to me." Hefito nodded calmly and declared firmly, "I swear on the honor of Stonehenge that I will give it everything I have." Then he asked Aiden to come with him to the forge, because he had something he wanted to give him. Hearing that, Aiden secretly felt delighted. Was it top-quality equipment, or perhaps some expensive gemstone? But reality was not as beautiful as dreams. The moment he saw what Hefito handed over, Aiden's expression froze. It was of all things an apple. Hefito said solemnly, "This is no ordinary apple. What I place in your hand is a second life." A second life? Aiden could not help being surprised. He placed his hand on the apple, and in that instant, a powerful wave of energy surged out. He instinctively frowned. How could this thing contain magic power so abundant and potent that it rivaled a dragon's heart? As if reading Aiden's thoughts, Hefito slowly explained, "Legend says that the fruit of the world tree only bears once every several thousand years. The magic power inside it is unimaginably strong, and rumor even says it can bring the dead back to life. Because you saved Stonehenge from decline, I'm giving you this gift." After hearing what it did, a smile curled at the corner of Aiden's mouth. "Then I won't be polite." The girl at his side immediately complained, "If you're going to pretend to be modest against your conscience, at least hide the smile on your face." In just 2 days, the dwarves had built a village for the Frost Autonomous Region and begun mining operations. Gustav realized he got along very well with the dwarves, so he decided to stay behind and continue researching mech magic with them. As for Aiden, he naturally had to return to the Fire God Temple in Sias. At this moment, he was in his training room, staring thoughtfully at the egg in front of him, growing more dissatisfied the longer he looked at it. He cursed angrily. "Is this the spirit beast egg I got from the Fire God Church last time?" Hearing that, Curse corrected him. "To be precise, you stole it." But Aiden was too lazy to pay her any attention. He placed his hand on the egg, then poured magic power into it. Aiden bit his lip hard. "This time I'm going to find out what you really are." In an instant, Aiden's magic wrapped around the egg, but another kind of energy also began to emerge. He instinctively frowned. Wait, was it absorbing his dark energy? Right before Aiden's astonished eyes, cracks suddenly spread across the eggshell. The light it gave off was so blinding that he could not help raising a hand to shield his eyes. When the light faded, Aiden saw a creature appear. It was a creature with 2 horns and a long tail. Looking more closely, it was a fire-breathing dragon. Aiden cried out in surprise. A dragon. Curse recognized it and said in a low voice, "Not just a dragon. It's a spirit dragon." Aiden asked in confusion, "What's a spirit dragon?" Curse explained slowly, "You can think of it as a spirit that possesses the power of a dragon. They were already extremely rare when alive, and among spirit beasts, they're even rarer." Aiden could not help being stunned. He had seen far too many dragons. Yet now, a dragon-shaped spirit beast had appeared right in front of him. Was he some kind of dragon-slaying king? Thinking that, Aiden stared at it and asked quietly, "Why are you staring at me like that?" The spirit dragon's eyes lit up, and it let out incomprehensible sounds. Aiden could not understand it, but Curse could. She explained slowly, "It wants a name, something like a symbol of its own identity." Hearing that, Aiden frowned and muttered, "A name? I haven't even thought about naming it." After thinking for a long time, Aiden finally said, "Then how about Draghi or Ducky?" The spirit dragon was very dissatisfied with those names and growled once. Aiden curled his lip. "All right, I'll pick another one." He had never named anyone before, so what kind of name would sound good? After pondering for quite a while, Aiden hesitantly asked, "How about Leo?" When the spirit dragon heard that name, It excitedly waved its limbs around, then flew circles around Aiden, clearly in an excellent mood. Seeing this, Aiden could not help asking, "You already know how to fly?" And just like that, Aiden successfully formed a contract with the spirit dragon Leo. Curse nodded in satisfaction as well. "That's a pretty good name, especially coming from you." Aiden replied casually, "I just split it off from my own name. Leo comes from Aiden Byral. That way, every time I see it, I'll remember why I'm here." Just then, Leo suddenly cried out, then turned into a wisp of black smoke and slipped into Aiden's body. Leo's soul entered that blood gem just like that. The blood gem's energy immediately rose to a higher level. Pressing his lips together, Aiden said, "This feeling, did it enter the gem I absorbed before?" But that gem wasn't stable yet. At that very instant, the system suddenly issued a notification. The unstable blood gem has transformed into a complete blood gem. Although a magic core has 68 structural types and is much like a magic heart, at the center of the magic flow, there's only ever a single core used for storage. But right now, Aiden was challenging his own understanding of the world because the blood gem was functioning like a second magic core inside his body. Unable to hide his surprise, Aiden placed a hand on his chest and felt the two magic cores. Even Curse could not help saying, "In all my long life, I've never seen anything like this." After thinking for a moment, Aiden said, "But this feeling, it's not just a second magic core. Leo's magic power is flowing into my body." In his memories, the dragon race had once ruled the human world and possessed nearly limitless magical power. And now he was drawing power from that bottomless well. Perhaps Aiden had reached a realm no one before him had ever touched. A while later, in the Frost Autonomous Region, Aiden was sitting in his office. An owl suddenly flew over. It was Nista's incarnation. She immediately greeted him. "Greetings, Lord." Aiden glanced at her and asked, "Has the matter I told you to investigate produced any results?" Nista nodded calmly and said slowly, "Yes, I came to report on the 3 people you told me to monitor. It's just..." Before she finished, she noticed Leo sitting beside Aiden. She asked in confusion, "But, my lord, is that a dragon?" Aiden quickly scooped Leo up as it stared at Nista like prey, and said with an awkward laugh, "I picked it up in the forest. Did they do anything suspicious?" Since Aiden had interfered with the destined timeline, the future was gradually changing. His actions had likely affected them as well. Suppressing her fear, Nista continued her report. First is the information on Kansas Imitalia. He is the second prince of the Imitalia Empire. He is currently in the Alchemy Tower, but the tower is guarded extremely tightly, and Kansas has never left it. So I couldn't investigate further. Aiden was not surprised at all. That was the tradition of the Imitalia Empire. The first prince inherited the throne, while the second prince studied alchemy and became the master of the Ouroboros Tower. Thinking of that, he asked again, "What about Sora?" Nista answered evenly, "I looked into her as well. She is a force that cannot be underestimated. 1 year ago, at the age of 21, she became the youngest senior wizard, reaching 7-star rank. She is currently in the Anguis Magic Tower, and the conflict between Anguis and the Southern Jungle Grand Alliance has begun to escalate. This conflict isn't anything new, but recently the situation has grown more and more tense." Aiden nodded lightly and said calmly, "That's not strange. Those two sides were never on good terms to begin with. The Southern Jungle Grand Alliance is made up of primitive tribes living in the southern forest, united by the major clans and led by the strongest great chief among them. The alliance built a civilization and magic system that took nature as its ally. But to the magic kingdom of Anguis, which constantly pursues magical advancement and modern civilization, they are nothing more than beasts from ancient times. Usually, the two sides only express their hostility through mutual disdain, but in the end, the tension escalated into war. And the one who appeared on that battlefield was the flame demon Sora. By the power of her own strength alone, she flattened the Southern Jungle Grand Alliance. But that was not because the alliance was weak. If not for Sora, the kingdom of Anguis would have been the one defeated. Pulling his thoughts back, Aiden continued, "Then what about Spica? Around this time, she should still only have been a candidate for the position of Saintess. In his previous life, 4 years after the current Saintess died, she awakened and became the strongest Saintess in the history of the Slaughter Church. But this time, a variable different from his past life had occurred. According to Nista's information, Spica Lunias had become the 54th Saintess of the Slaughter Church, and she had not inherited the position normally. Rumor had it that Spica had personally killed the current Saintess to seize the title. At the same time, on the snowy mountain north of the Frost Autonomous Region, a monster suddenly appeared there, muttering continuously, "The Frost Queen is gone. At last I can avenge my father." The moment he finished speaking, the swarm of man-eating goblins below immediately burst into cheers. The monster launching the attack was named Yukarak, the son of the Frost Ogre Lord. The Frost Ogre Lord had once ruled this mountain range, but his reign had ended beneath Sinbeda's sword. Now his son, Yukarak, carried hatred for humanity and had gathered a powerful monster army over 1,000 strong. But Yukarak had no idea who was in Sias now, nor did he know whether someone would come looking for him. At the same time, Lunia also appeared there. Carrying an iron hammer on her shoulder, she said excitedly, "I've been wandering around this area for 2 weeks, and I finally found someone to ask for directions." Hearing the sound, the monsters immediately turned around. Realizing it was a human, Yukarak ordered that she be killed on the spot. Unfortunately for him, the opponent he had run into was a very troublesome one. Lunia sneered and said, "You can speak human language? Great, then let me ask you for directions." On that day, Yukarak tasted the bitterness of despair under Lunia's fury. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the Autonomous Region, Aiden was guiding Alice and Lou in practice. The girl condensed holy power in her fist and charged straight at Aiden. He did not counterattack, only raised a hand to block while reminding her, "You've improved a lot. Your control over holy power is much more refined now." Even while receiving Alice's attack, Aiden was also ambushed from behind by Lou. But he did not panic in the slightest. He handled both sides with ease and still did not forget to remind Lou, "Your striking power is steady, but your speed is still too slow." And so, while fending them off, Aiden continued instructing his subordinates. At the same time, he was thinking about a problem. Of everyone he had met, Spica was the hardest to read. She could crush monsters with the same lifeless expression as a dead fish. Unlike the other churches, the Slaughter Church is a sect that regards the strongest as the saintess. That is their doctrine. Power and recognition go hand in hand. However, no candidate had ever dared challenge the current saintess, because once someone awakened as a saintess and received the blessing of the Slaughter Saintess, the gap in strength between her and the candidates was as vast as heaven and earth. Moreover, although the previous saintess, the blind saintess, had lost her sight, she had won the title through pure effort and astonishing talent. There was no way Spica could have defeated her. There had to be more to the story. As Aiden was lost in thought, Lou threw a punch at him, but he still dodged it easily and remained immersed in his thinking. More importantly, what action had led Spica to kill the previous saintess and seize the position? Time passed, and the three of them trained for a long while. Just then, Bali suddenly walked over and said, "Young Master Aiden, you have guests, but it's a little difficult to bring them in, so you'll have to go receive them personally." Hearing that, Aiden could not help wondering what kind of guest even Bali was unable to bring inside. At the same time, outside the main gate, a group of knights were trembling in utter terror. A moment later, Aiden finally stepped out. He was also very curious about who had come. But the instant he saw what was outside the main gate, cold sweat broke out across his forehead. There was Lunia sitting on the back of a monster, waving with a smile. "Found you. Long time no see, Aiden." Aiden was speechless. Don't ask him why this crazy woman had shown up here. Heaven only knew. The main issue was her mount. He asked suspiciously, "What's with that frost ogre?" Yukarak said aggrievedly, "I only guided her here." Lunia nodded with a smile. "Thanks to him leading the way, I was able to make it here, though I did have to kill a few people who suddenly attacked me." This girl truly feared nothing. Killing ogres, and then even capturing their leader to use as a guide. Aiden couldn't help saying, "I think I can more or less imagine what happened. Come inside first." A little later, Aiden brought Lunia into the house and let her eat her fill. She ate like a starving ghost. Aiden couldn't help reminding her, "There's still plenty of food, so slow down." Lunia bit into a chicken drumstick and said, "Sorry, I can't help it. I've been lost in the snowy mountains for 2 weeks and haven't had anything to eat." Aiden frowned slightly in thought. Bishop Lunia, whom he had met while hunting in the Forest of Death, was also from the Slaughter Church, right? But why had she suddenly appeared here now? More importantly, there was that ogre. It could speak the human tongue, and the magic power it gave off was comparable to that of a transcendent warrior. It was a Lord-class monster, and yet now it was following a pilgrim around like a pet. There were strange things every year, but this year there seemed to be especially many. Aiden suddenly thought of something and called out in a low voice, "Bishop Lunia." Hearing him, Lunia immediately raised her head and answered, "Yes, young Master Aiden." Aiden narrowed his eyes at her and asked in a deep voice, "You're not just someone who left the Tower of Slaughter on a pilgrimage, are you?" Hearing Aiden's sudden question, the outsider Lunia hesitated for a long time before finally telling him the truth. After hearing it, Aiden was deeply shaken. Aiden asked in disbelief, "So you're a candidate for the position of Saintess of the Slaughter Church?" Linnea blinked and smiled. "Exactly." Aiden reflexively frowned, then asked in confusion, "But I thought there was only Spica." Linnea slowly explained, "That's what everyone thinks. Very few people in the tower know about me. I am the second disciple of the blind Saintess Merida, secretly raised in hiding." Hearing that, Aiden asked suspiciously, "Why did you have to be raised in secret?" Linnea said eagerly, "It's a tradition of the Temple of the Fire God. Aside from the first candidate for sainthood, everyone else is sent out on a pilgrimage carrying a mark. Of course, the moment the saintess dies, that mark shatters." As she said this, a trace of excitement could faintly be heard in her voice. Aiden couldn't help shivering. The people of the Slaughter Church really were all abnormal. Still, Linnea's words explain a lot. The overwhelming strength she had shown in the Forest of Death, as well as how she had subdued a Lord-class monster to use as a guide. Thinking of this, Aiden asked in a serious voice, "Then the real question is, why are you here?" Linnea suddenly stopped eating, and a trace of hesitation flashed across her face. After a while, she slowly said, "The thing is, the Slaughter Church is about to completely collapse. Back at the Tower of Slaughter earlier, the sky there had been dyed a blood-red color. The church's followers gathered at the foot of the tower. Then Spica stood on the high platform and declared loudly, 'O flock of the great god of slaughter, we are executioners who punish the wicked responsible for unjust massacres. But this final generation has drowned itself in peace and forgotten that noble mission.' She said that she herself would be the one to correct all of this." At this point, Spica paused briefly before continuing, "You all know that on the eastern shore lies the Grey Undead Legion. That is the greatest evil we must judge." The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the followers below the platform immediately turned ugly. Spica continued, "We cannot keep ignoring them. It is time to act. Within 1 month, we will launch a holy war, destroy those brutal fiends, and stain that gray land with red blood." Hearing this, the followers were initially stunned, but soon every one of them wore a bloodthirsty smile. In an instant, cheers thundered into the heavens. Seeing this, Spica was extremely satisfied. After hearing this from Linnea, Curse asked in surprise, "The Grey Undead Legion? Those ogres in the wasteland of death?" Aiden nodded. "That's right. The ogres invading our territory are part of it too. It's an undead legion formed from ogres that keep resurrecting. On that gray land, there are hundreds of great ogres leading more than 10,000 other ogres. Even the first-generation Saintess couldn't touch them. She could only prevent them from spilling out of the gray land." Aiden narrowed his eyes at Linnea and said seriously, "Attacking their fortress is no different from suicide. Even if it's one of the 3 great churches, all I see is the Slaughter Church digging its own grave." Linnea nodded slightly and smiled. "That is exactly why I came to find you. Lady Merida left behind a prophecy." Hearing this, Aiden frowned and asked suspiciously, "A prophecy?" Linnea slowly recited, "The monster that has endured in bitterness for so long will seize my daughter's throne and become my false daughter. The pitiful usurper shall seek destruction. On the day the coldest blizzard sweeps across the land, go seek the one who breaks winter's frost and leads spring's colors back. That person is the savior chosen by the fire god. That person shall awaken the ancient emperor buried beneath the black stake and cause him to rise once more. On that day, the tower shall collapse and salvation shall descend." After hearing it, Aiden realized where the problem lay. He muttered to himself, "So the former saintess knew she was going to die. Does 'the usurper seeks destruction' mean that the holy war will wipe out the church?" Linnea did not answer directly and only said meaningfully, "Time will answer that question. Ever since I received the prophecy, I have been searching for you. The one mentioned in the prophecy, the one who breaks winter's ice, leads spring back, and is chosen by the fire god, is Aiden." He felt somewhat helpless. Actually, this might not be a bad thing. It could be the only chance to take revenge on the current saintess of the Slaughter Church, Spica. But a person like him would never work for free. Thinking of this, the corners of Aiden's mouth curled into a smile as he said, "So, you believe I'm the savior mentioned in the prophecy?" Linnea answered calmly, "At any rate, you fit Lady Merida's description the best." Aiden snapped his fingers lightly and said, "But why should I help? There may not even be a worthwhile reward." Linnea replied, just as straightforwardly, "You're right. Everything has its price." Hearing this, Aiden smiled happily and asked slyly, "Since you know that, I assume you came prepared with something?" Lunia slowly said, "Lady Merida also left one final message for the Savior. Once you hear it, you will accept the fate laid out for you." Aiden had no idea what was waiting for him. His eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, just what kind of amazing reward had she prepared? But Lunia then said something he never could have expected. Lady Merida said, "That mercenary is still alive." Those words stunned Aiden, and his expression instantly turned ugly. After talking with Lunia, Aiden returned to his office and sat there in silence for a long time. Curse couldn't help saying, "Looks like the god of slaughter has gotten a firm hold on you." Aiden bit his lip hard, gritted his teeth, and cursed, "If I ever meet the god of slaughter, I'm definitely punching that arrogant face." The girl let out a helpless sigh and asked doubtfully, "Anyway, do you have any plan to stop that crazy saintess and her followers?" Aiden answered calmly, "The prophecy already laid out a plan. Awaken the ancient emperor buried beneath the black stake, so that he rises once more. On that day, the tower shall collapse, and salvation shall descend. But to do this, they would need to prepare many things. First, they needed count-tiered support. Strengthening their forces was the top priority of the plan. They had to make use of everything they had on hand. Fortunately, tiered would probably be easy enough to work with. Like the Tower of Slaughter, the Cetus territory also bordered the Wasteland of Death. If the church and the ogres went to war, Cetus would be affected as well. If he refused, Aiden could simply use Tyen's token of protection. After that, they would have to sneak into the Tower of Slaughter. Hearing this, Curse asked suspiciously, "Wait, what exactly is the plan?" Aiden answered calmly, "There's a secret passage inside the tower that leads to the underground labyrinth, but it's full of deadly traps. Even those at the transcendent level would be in grave danger there. There's only one person who can get through." Meanwhile, in the northern territory of a certain noble, urgent reports rang out continuously through the pitch-black night. The noble panicked and rushed over, seeing that his precious wealth had vanished without a trace. The disgruntled old man shouted, "I increased the security fivefold, and he still managed to clean the place out without any of you noticing a thing." Furious, he ordered, "Go catch him and bring him to me immediately." At the same time, above the territory's skies, a certain rogue appeared carrying a cluster of balloons. Looking down at the chaos below, he was filled with pride and wore a triumphant smile. "Try to find me, there is pointless. As long as my companion is with me, there's nothing this faceless shadow can't steal." The scene shifted to Viscount Hayrace's territory. As he walked, Aiden sized the place up. For an ordinary Viscount, isn't this place a bit too luxurious? So rich he doesn't even know where to spend it. Viscount Gunla Hayrace enthusiastically came forward to receive him. "Greetings, Sir Aiden Remus. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Aiden politely introduced himself. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Aiden Remus." Gunla smacked his lips in praise. "I've heard many rumors about you. To reach this level at your age is truly impressive." Aiden's expression suddenly changed, and he asked flatly, "Anyway, is it really him?" Gunla lowered his head to look at the letter and said through clenched teeth, "After seeing this notice, I think so. It's exactly the same as the letters he sent before attacking other nobles." The old man declared firmly, "It is absolutely the Faceless Man." The contents of the letter were, "When the full moon shines, I will come steal the treasure you always carry with you, the blue sky water jade." The Faceless Man, Aiden said thoughtfully, "Then the moment of the full moon should be tonight." Gunla replied, seething with anger, "That's right. How dare a damn thief insult a noble?" He gave a sinister smile and continued, "No matter what, this will be the last time he runs wild. He may be a master thief, but escaping from Aiden Remus is absolutely impossible." Gunla eagerly led Aiden onward. "Come, I'll take you to where the treasure is stored." Before them appeared a room piled high with gold, silver, and jewels. Gunla was clearly very proud of this place. "This is my vault." Aiden looked around and inwardly marveled. This guy's hoarded quite a lot of treasure. When his gaze landed on something, he abruptly froze. That thing over there was the blue sky water jade, a gemstone shining with a brilliant blue light, placed in a lavish box with several strange symbols carved on the outside. Aiden walked over to the jade box and asked, "This is what the Faceless Man wants to steal?" "This magic is." Gunla immediately answered, "That's defensive magic cast by a mage I hired." Narrowing his eyes, the old man said confidently, "Breaking that magic won't be easy, even for the Faceless Man." Aiden smiled meaningfully. thinking to himself, for the faceless man, that's child's play. In his previous life, the man had even stolen things hidden by Sora's magic. Aiden pondered, how exactly am I supposed to catch this thief whom nobody managed to capture in my previous life? Curse suddenly manifested and drew his attention. Look, dragon-slaying king, there's something good over there. Aiden jumped in surprise. Something good. Following the direction Curse pointed, he couldn't help but stare in shock. Wait, that's... Aiden gave off a dark aura all over, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he said, Viscount Hayrace, you do understand that everything has its price, don't you? Gunla replied loudly, Of course. Just say what you want. Aiden pointed at a short dagger hanging on the wall and said, Then give me that dagger. Gunla asked in confusion. That dagger? The old man cried out as though doubting life itself. But that's just a piece of scrap iron I kept around. I only haven't thrown it away because I'm too lazy. On the surface, Aiden cheerfully said it didn't matter, that he only wanted that dagger. But in his heart, he had already seen through everything. To those who didn't know its true value, it really was nothing more than scrap iron. He secretly rejoiced. With it, catching the faceless man would become much easier. Night fell, and all things sank into sleep. Aiden and Lao kept watch over that precious blue sky water jade. Lao suddenly stood up and cautiously asked, Young master, do you think he'll come? He may already know you're guarding the gem. Unless he's an idiot. Aiden replied calmly, He'll come. He always appears after a warning letter. No sooner had he spoken than the ground suddenly shook violently, throwing everyone into panic. A soldier shouted trembling. What is this feeling? Was that an explosion? Curse guessed. Looks like he's here. Aiden nodded. I sensed it too. The girl said in surprise. 2 presences? Gunla rushed in a panic. Lord Aiden, something urgent has happened. The gem. Aiden was stunned. What are you talking about? The gem is right here. Gunla, drenched in sweat, wailed. He really broke into the place where the real blue sky water jade was kept. Aiden's expression changed. The real blue sky water jade? Then the one here is. Gunla fumbled over his words. That's a fake. I thought he'd assumed the gem guarded by a sword master would be the real one. So I hid the real thing in a secret basement. Aiden clicked his tongue. Let's go. Lao. Lao immediately answered, Yes, young master. The two of them quickly left, leaving behind old Gunla howling in agony. My treasure. Hurry, a concerned soldier asked. My lord, are you all right? Viscount Gunla suddenly changed his attitude completely, revealing a sinister smile. Immediately afterward, a small explosion went off, and thick smoke blocked the soldier's sight. The soldier was horrified. What? Before he could react, he died on the spot and collapsed to the ground. Gunla calmly stepped over the corpse as his fat body slowly faded, revealing another figure. It was Bido. With satisfaction, he said, A fake? What nonsense! Why are these people so easy to fool? Deceiving these idiots is far too easy. Bido put his hands on his hips and looked at the cabinet holding the gem. A level 6 defensive barrier. He drew his sword and said smugly, To me, it's child's play. Brimming with confidence, he said, I'll be relying on you then, Saren. The sword replied, Leave it to me. Host. Bido casually swung his hand, and the sword pierced straight through the protective barrier around the blue sky water jade. He twisted the blade, warping the barrier, and when Bido pulled the sword back out, the barrier vanished, revealing the radiant blue sky water jade. Bido gently picked it up, a proud smile curling at his lips. That sword master almost ruined my plan. We really are the strongest partners, Saren. As long as you're by my side, an ordinary sword master simply can't. Before he could finish, Aiden had already appeared at the doorway and demanded angrily, An ordinary sword master? Are you talking about me? Bido was utterly horrified and shouted through clenched teeth. How? How are you still here? Aiden answered with killing intent in his eyes. Did you really think I'd fall for such a low-level trick? I'm not the same as the last time we met. Bido looked confused and shot back. The last time we met? I don't remember ever meeting you. A fierce aura of killing intent poured from Aiden as he stepped toward him and said, You'll remember after I beat you up. I suffered enough because of you before. Bido quickly pointed his sword at Aiden in warning. Don't think you can look down on me just because you're a sword master. With Saren here, you'd better be careful. But what he didn't expect was that Saren started trembling violently the moment it saw Aiden. Run, host. He's not someone we can handle. Bido was stunned. Huh? You're telling me to run? Why are you shaking like that? Explain yourself. Saren hurriedly dragged Bido away, urging, Run first. Explain later. Aiden stood there blankly. He ran. He drew the short dagger he had just obtained from Gunla and said with feeling, "Good thing I have this dagger." In the blink of an eye, Saren had already carried Bido beyond Viscount Herace's territory. Bido quickly removed his mask and roared in anger and confusion. "What's going on, Saren? You clearly have enough power to deal with a swordmaster." Saren was still trembling and explained, "He is also an extremely powerful swordmaster, but that's not the main issue. The dagger he carries is of the same kind as me." When a voice sounded from behind, Bido's body stiffened. "So that's your weapon ability?" "One of the 72 arcane blades." Aiden leapt down and continued, "The reason the faceless man can pierce all kinds of magic and flee as fast as a rat no matter who guards the treasure is all thanks to that dagger." Bido shouted in a panic, "Ordinary magic can't track me at all. So how did you find me?" Aiden coldly asked back, "Why?" "Because I only needed to swing a blade, just like yours." Saren said in confusion, But even Famin can't track me." Aiden sighed. "So now you're finally willing to speak to me directly?" He continued coldly, "Famin naturally can't track you, but..." Aiden broke into a savage smile as he explained, "I also just formed a contract with another arcane blade." The blade in his hand trembled and cried for help. "Help, help." A demon imprisoned in darkness. Blood dripping steadily at his feet, greedily licked his lips. The smell of human blood. "Someone is awakening me." He braced himself up with one hand. "I'm the holder of the source of all sins, the remnant once called the Count of Justice." He casually shattered the chains binding him, then stepped forward excitedly. "My name is Andromalius. You who have awakened me and seek my power, your wish is..." Before he could finish, Aiden picked at his ear and complained, "That introduction is way too long." Andromalius roared furiously, "Who dares interrupt me?" Curse coldly asked in return, "Who? Are you talking about me?" Andromalius quickly recognized the one who had spoken, cold sweat pouring down as he stammered, "Why, you are..." "My lord, why are you here?" Aiden was slightly surprised that Andromalius addressed Curse as Demon King. Curse warned murderously, "Watch your mouth, or I'll devour you." At that moment, Andromalius could barely stand and wailed, "Damn it, I'm finished." Back in reality, Aiden proudly drew the blade. Saren was shaken. "That is Andromalius. I don't think we can escape the human's grasp." Bido cried out in shock. "What are you talking about?" Saren explained, "Its ability is tracking. The host of that blade only needs to meet someone once to trace anyone." It stated coldly, "From now on, no matter how far we run, he'll be able to find us." Bido was terrified. "Then what am I supposed to do?" Aiden licked the blade and said in a perversely delighted tone, "You're asking what to do? You're dead for sure." As Aiden continued, Bido trembled and clamped his hands over his ears. "Up until now, you've stolen from over 10 nobles, with a total value of tens of thousands of gold coins. Do you really think that if I hand you over to those nobles, you'll still remain in one piece?" Tears streamed down Bido's face as he blurted out, then, Aiden smiled. "However, there is one way for you to keep your life." Bido asked in surprise. "There is?" Aiden grinned cheerfully. "How about signing a contract with me?" Bido thought tearfully. His eyes are full of madness. What kind of contract is this supposed to be? He imagined himself turned into a weak maid kneeling at Aiden's feet, while Aiden shouted, "Call me master." Bido cried over his fate. "I'm doomed." After a long struggle, he finally decided to press his mark onto the contract. Aiden cheered excitedly. "Great, then the contract is established." Bido shed tears and wondered whether he was about to be sold off. From the side, Curse commented, "That looks just like a slave contract." Aiden suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "By the way, how did you manage to make a contract with an arcane blade? You're supposed to need black magic knowledge to form one." Bido quickly explained, "I know absolutely nothing about black magic. We just happened to meet by chance." He recounted that when he was young, he often stole little things just to survive. One day, he sneaked into the warehouse of a mercenary band after hearing there was a lot of food there. But in the end, there wasn't any food at all, only all kinds of weapons and armor. He rummaged through every chest and box and eventually found this blade. Back then, Bido searched the whole room and couldn't find any food. So he muttered to himself, "Where's the food?" As it turned out, he accidentally cut his fingertip on a blade, and fresh blood began to flow. Bido hurriedly stuck his finger into his mouth and sucked on it. "Why is it so sharp? Is this some kind of little knife?" He had absolutely no idea that after absorbing his blood, the blade had begun to emit a dazzling light and murderous aura. The blade suddenly spoke. "Was it you who awakened me?" At the time, Bido was so frightened he froze on the spot. The blade continued, "You who awakened me, I can sense the intense desire deep within your heart. I declare that, as a remnant of the Lord of Desire, I shall form a contract with you." Bido stammered in panic, "W8, the knife is talking. I haven't even agreed to any contract yet. Aiden thought in surprise. So arcane blades can form contracts like that too? Curse explained. The Lord of Desire has always liked humans with an intense craving for something. As his remnant, Saren naturally feels something similar, no matter which human it faces. Aiden secretly marveled. The personalities of these arcane blades are really strange. He pondered that in his previous life, there had still been one mystery regarding the Faceless Man. Everything he stole had been a famous treasure known to all, yet none of those treasures had ever resurfaced after being stolen, which meant he had never sold them. Aiden asked, "Hey, Faceless Man, you weren't stealing treasures for money in the first place, were you?" Bido jumped in shock and shouted, "How do you know that?" Aiden pressed further. "Then why risk your life to steal them?" Bido fell silent for a moment, stared at Saren, and answered, "The more valuable the thing I steal, the stronger Saren becomes. That's why I only target the rarest and most expensive items." Aiden didn't quite understand at first. "You want to strengthen this blade? But if you do that, it will become extremely hard to control. Besides, do you know that powerful arcane blades can seize control of your body and mind?" Bido suddenly reacted violently. "I know." He lowered his head and said, "But I have a reason why I absolutely must become stronger. For that reason, I'm willing to sacrifice my soul." After saying that, Bido's eyes remained hollow, as if he had some unspeakable burden. Aiden thought to himself, the Lord of Desire always likes humans with intense longing. What exactly is the Faceless Man's wish? And why did he disappear 3 years later? Bido looked up and asked, "So what do you want me to do?" Aiden replied, "Come with me. We're going to raid vaults." Bido suddenly brightened. "That's my specialty. Who are we stealing from?" Aiden answered excitedly, "The Slaughter Church." The moment he heard that answer, Bido froze as if turned to stone. Of the 36 stratagems, running was best. Bido immediately turned and fled. Aiden proudly reminded him of the second clause of the contract. If one deliberately flees and is caught again, the contracting party may be treated as an experimental subject for magic engineering research or similar projects. The moment he finished reading it, Bido slammed to a halt. At that moment, the Faceless Man realized his future would be filled with hardship, and all he could do was grit his teeth and keep walking. A round little tail popped into view, and Bido looked startled. "Huh, what's this?" When he saw Leo, he said doubtfully, "Why is there a dragon here?" At that moment, Leo's eyes were shining, drool streaming from his mouth as he looked overwhelmingly greedy. Aiden shouted helplessly, "When did he fly over there?" Leo lunged like lightning and bit down on the blue sky water jade in Bido's hand. Bido screamed, "Hey, you lizard! How dare you?" Without a second thought, Leo swallowed the gem whole. Bido's face darkened. You swallowed the jade." The blue sky water jade quickly began to react, and Leo seemed to receive an enormous surge of power, his eyes glittering brightly, then turned into a ray of chaotic light and slipped into Aiden Remus's body. A system notification appeared. The spirit beast's potential has awakened. It will enter a dormant state until its first evolution is complete. Aiden's eyes widened as he blurted out, "That stone. Was it a soul stone?" Curse stroked her chin and murmured in realization, "No wonder this energy felt so familiar." Aiden asked suspiciously, "You know what it is?" She explained, "That's a fairy spirit crystal. A kind of gem that contains the power of souls and spirit beasts. It is the embodiment of pure, condensed magic released by high-ranking souls or spirit beasts." Hearing Curse's explanation, Aiden placed a hand on his chest. To souls or spirit beasts that had not fully matured, a fairy spirit crystal was no different from a supreme immortal elixir. He smiled in satisfaction. "Looks like he got lucky." At that moment, the bracelet suddenly began to glow, drawing Aiden's attention. The telepathic bracelet was vibrating. He recalled telling Lunia to go to Sidis for help, and wondered whether he had asked her to contact him after she arrived. Has she arrived already? Aiden gently raised the bracelet and asked, "Lunia, have you reached Sidis?" From the other end, she cheerfully replied, "Lord Aiden, I just arrived in Sidis, and I've already met Count Tyan." Lunia suddenly slowed down. "But there's a bit of a problem." Aiden asked in confusion, "A problem? Did something happen in Sidis?" The bracelet suddenly shook violently, leaving Aiden puzzled. It turned out Tyan had snatched Lunia's hand away. He shouted anxiously, "Aiden, can you hear me?" Aiden immediately recognized the voice. "Tyan?" Tyan said at once, "I know this is sudden, but I need help from your temple of the fire god. Please help me." Aiden confirmed, "Help? What do you mean?" Tyan gritted his teeth and said sorrowfully, my father. He's about to die. The scene shifted to an energy mine in the Frost Autonomous Region. Nista stood above, looking down with a calm expression as she remarked, I never thought I'd live to see this. Yukarak bared his fangs and roared, Move it, faster. He pointed and barked orders at the Cobra tribe. Carry those over there. The Cobra people obeyed meekly. Yukarak confidently introduced himself. I am Yukarak, once the strongest frost ogre in the Frost Autonomous Region. I once dreamed of ruling over humans, deluding myself into thinking I was the strongest being in the world. But in the next instant, he pictured himself as a tiny, trembling figure at the bottom of a well, looking up at Aiden and Lunia. But from now on, I've come to my senses. I'm nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. And those humans are definitely no ordinary people. He recalled Aiden mocking him. He's outlived his usefulness now. Want to roast him? Lunia had replied excitedly. That sounds nice. Ogre meat must be delicious. Cold sweat poured down Yukarak's face as he sighed in relief. Good thing I'm useful for manual labor, or I would have become their dinner already. He glanced at Nista and the other woman, remembering her threat. If you dare run, I'll use you as an experiment. Now then, what should I test first? Just imagining himself being dragged off as a test subject made him shudder violently. I wonder how tough an ogre's skin really is. Yukarak cried out, damn it. I was the mighty, strongest warrior in the Frost Autonomous Region. So how'd I end up like this? The scene changed to another city. Tyan stared in shock at what he was seeing, while Lunia beside him was absolutely delighted. Less than half a day had passed since he sent the message, and they had already arrived. Aiden thought to himself, we can keep traveling like this from now on. We won't need carriages anymore. He said seriously, I only asked an old man to help with a small errand. Sweat trickled down his face in embarrassment as he remembered Hito's words. What? Do you think my workshop is Doryman's magical door or something? At the time, Aiden had given the old man a bottle of top-grade liquor. By the way, I'll be taking Alice with me too. Returning to the present, Aiden reassured himself. That old man may have cursed me out, but he looked pretty happy drinking that liquor, so it should be fine. Lowering his head, he asked in a grave tone, Can you explain the situation? What exactly happened to the Count? After hearing the story, he pressed further. So he's been like this ever since returning from the Tower of Slaughter 2 months ago? Tyan clenched his teeth and replied, That's right. When he came back, his body was covered in wounds, big and small. He continued, Most of them were healed by the priests, but the black wound at his waist wouldn't close. Little by little, it even began eating its way into his body. Aiden sank into thought. Even Count Tirad, who had already reached the transcendent realm, had returned gravely wounded, and even the priest had been helpless to treat him. Aiden asked, Where's the Count now? Tyan answered, He's undergoing intensive treatment. The main focus is slowing the spread of the wound's corrosion. He added, The problem is that my father is currently the only pillar holding House Siddis together. If word gets out that he's bedridden with severe injuries, those forces wary of Siddis's influence will seize the chance to act immediately. Tyan fidgeted anxiously, and now the wound seems to be spreading again. My father has reached his limit. Just when we were about to head to the Tower of Slaughter to investigate, this bishop appeared. Lunia smiled playfully. No wonder the moment I showed up, the knights surrounded me and took battle positions. If I hadn't had the protective charm young Master Aiden gave me, I would have been in serious trouble. Aiden jolted inwardly. No, the ones who would have been in trouble were those knights, not you. Then he put an arm around Alice's shoulders. This is exactly why I said we needed Alice's help. First, we need to examine the Count's condition. Tyan replied with a pale face. It's very difficult to see him right now. He quickly corrected himself. Not very difficult. It's impossible to even get close. Tirad was drenched in sweat, radiating an overwhelming aura. He sat cross-legged on the ground, regulating the energy within his body. The force pouring off him was so powerful that Tyan could barely remain standing. Aiden guessed, is he meditating? The amount of battle aura he's releasing is incredible. He glanced at Tyan, who seemed to be struggling just to stay conscious. Aiden asked softly, Alice, are you all right? The little girl replied in surprise me, I'm Fina. Aiden thought to himself, just as I expected. With a holy body that surpassed human limits, Magathiri's battle aura had no effect on her at all. He slowly approached with Alice. All right, let's see what exactly is wrong with him. They moved closer to observe Tirad. Aiden's gaze settled on the deep wound in his body, one so severe that the bone was visible. So this was the wound Tyan had mentioned? He suddenly froze. Curse spoke up. The Slaughter Dragon King's mark. I don't think that wound can be healed. Aiden was stunned. It can't? Do you know something? Curse nodded. Of course. That wound originates from one of the powers of the Lord of Slaughter, Labala's, the decree of annihilation. The sharp blade of the Lord of Slaughter can always finish off those it wounds. She continued, no matter who the target is, no matter how hard they struggle, they cannot escape the decree of annihilation. When Alice cast magic on Tirith, his whole body began to glow, and the wound slowly started to shrink. Aiden was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. The wound is shrinking. Alice happily continued casting her magic. Aiden's heart skipped a beat. The situation was incredibly tense. He guessed that while Alice's power could weaken the wound, fully healing it was almost impossible. Then Aiden seemed to realize something and remembered, no matter how strong Spica was, defeating the blind Saintess should have been nearly impossible. But the intelligence reports said Spica had killed the Saintess and taken her place. Aiden silently speculated if Spica possesses Labala's sword. Tirith frowned and spoke. You are? He suddenly dropped to one knee and said, Aiden, I never expected to see you under circumstances like this. Aiden said, your wound still hasn't fully healed, so please don't overexert yourself. He continued seriously, more importantly, there are many things we need to discuss. Let's talk somewhere else. They quickly moved to the Sidis family's reception room. Tirith lifted his teacup and said, you're much stronger than when I last saw you. You've reached the transcendent realm. Aiden humbly replied, you're flattering me. More importantly, could you tell me what happened in the Tower of Slaughter? Tirith was silent for a moment. The Tower of Slaughter. Then he began. When I arrived there, the Saintess had already been murdered by a bishop of the Slaughter Church, and that bishop immediately attacked me. I understood the church's traditions, so I assumed it was a misunderstanding and tried to resolve it through words. But she paid no attention and kept attacking, so I had no choice but to strike back. The moment her sword pierced me, a violent energy began corroding my body. Sweating heavily, he continued, I sensed the danger, so I retreated. Aiden clenched his teeth. Even a Saintess of the Temple of the Fire God couldn't heal it. Does that mean the Count can only wait for death? Curse leaned in and reminded him. It's not that there's no cure at all. Aiden asked in shock, there's a way? Curse answered, to survive the decree of annihilation. There's only one way. Lowering her voice, she said, destroy Labala's sword. Lao spoke with some concern. Please be careful, young master. Alice beamed and waved goodbye. If you need me, just call for me anytime. With one hand, Aiden grabbed Bido by the head, and with the other he waved to reassure them. I'll be back soon. Bido shouted bitterly, wait, why am I the only one being dragged along? He clung to the door and screamed, I don't want to die. I still have things I need to do. The scene shifted elsewhere. Nuns stood with weapons in hand, murderous intent blazing from them. It looked as though a battle was about to erupt. Standing at the front, Spica spoke slowly. You've come. Opposite her stood a battle-hungry ogre legion. Yukarak ground his teeth in fury. You've truly done something I cannot understand. Host. He demanded. You said you wanted to destroy the church. So I lent you my power. With my power, wiping out the current Slaughter Church would be as easy as turning over a hand. The nuns frowned at what he said next. But why are you letting them destroy each other instead? You should know that to the Slaughter Church. A death like that is no different from a great honor. Spica replied calmly, I merely came up with a safer method. Nothing more. But after hearing her explanation, Yukarak and the ogres only grew angrier. His face darkened. Since you've delivered yourself here, today, I'll avenge my father. Raising his weapon high, Yukarak rallied the ogres. For liberation, burning with momentum, they charged forward. The nuns refused to back down. As they attacked, they shouted excitedly, I have to kill the most people. And so the two sides rushed into a bloody clash. The scene shifted to the Tower of Slaughter. Aiden, Bido, and Lunia were heading inside. Aiden looked around. It seems everyone's gone. Meanwhile, Bido cowered behind him like a turtle hiding in its shell. Lunia asked in confusion, so where exactly is the solution you mentioned? Aiden answered briefly, follow me. As they walked, Aiden said, simply put, it's in the deepest part, along the path they took. Monster cages lined both sides. Lunia exclaimed in shock, this is... Aiden lifted his head and continued, the resting place of every Saintess of Slaughter. Even within the church, only Saintesses are permitted to enter, because ancient magic prevents all others. He glanced behind him and continued, I know this place has great meaning for the Saintesses, but we need to go inside. Lunia gave a strained smile. For the sake of the church, I can understand that, but the magic on that door can only be undone by an archmage. However, her concern was quickly resolved. Bido swiftly broke the magic on the door. and said with an excited grin, "It's open." They quickly went inside. Bido jumped in triumph. "Too easy. I've unraveled spells far stronger than this before." But in the very next moment, he suddenly stopped short. It was because he had met someone's gaze. Bido scrambled and crawled behind Aiden, screaming, "Teach, there's someone here. Someone got here before us." Aiden reminded him seriously, "Show some respect, faceless man. You'll disturb those who are resting." He explained, all the saintesses of the church are buried in sealed coffins because the remaining holy power can keep their bodies from decaying. Aiden suddenly stopped and stared fixedly at something. Meanwhile, Lunia continued forward and gently placed a hand on one of the coffins, then softly called out, "Lady Merida." Lunia's eyes were full of grief. Aiden seemed to understand why she had bowed her head slightly. Aiden recalled the scene of himself and Spica standing before two graves. A cross necklace had been hung over one of them. At the time, Aiden had coldly remarked, "Spica, I thought people like you didn't have the slightest compassion for your comrades." Lunia, who was standing there with her hands clasped and head bowed, corrected him. "We're not completely heartless." She raised her head slightly and added, "We're just a little different from ordinary people. Just a little." Sir Albert. Back in the present, Lunia stood silently in front of Merida's coffin for a long while. Growing impatient, Aiden urged, "Bishop Lunia, I understand your grief, but we need to hurry. The battle with the Grey Undead Alliance has probably already begun." Lunia's attitude changed completely, and she replied with a radiant smile, "Understood. Let's go." "But what exactly did we come here for?" Aiden looked slightly awkward. "Well, actually, the solution I mentioned isn't here at all." In a voice full of disbelief, she pressed him, "Then why did we come here?" Aiden suddenly put on a mysterious expression. "You just said that if it's for the church, you'll accept anything, right?" Without thinking much about it, Lunia immediately answered, "Of course. If it's for the church, I fully support whatever method you use." Aiden turned and began walking away. "Got it. Then I'll take that as your consent. Please wait a moment." Then he gathered all his strength into his hand and slammed it downward. "I'll be right back." Lunia cried out in panic, "Could you at least tell me what you're planning to do first?" Aiden ignored her and smashed his fist into a coffin. The force was so astonishing that it directly sent Bido flying. His jaw dropped as he shouted, "W, what the hell are you suddenly doing?" Without even giving him time to catch his breath, Aiden grabbed him by the neck and jumped down into the deep hole. "Damn it!" Lunia stood at the edge of the pit and stared downward, speechless. Below was pitch-black darkness, crisscrossed everywhere with chains. Bido was nearly scared out of his wits by Aiden. I'm still alive." He roared angrily. "At least give me some warning before you do something like that." But Aiden calmly replied, "Sometimes doing it first is better than talking too much." He got straight to the point. "Anyway, can you open that?" Bido ground his teeth and said, "I've told you before, the only thing in this world I can't open is a woman's heart." But after following the direction Aiden was pointing, he froze for 2 full seconds. Before them stood a massive gate tightly bound in chains. Bido turned deathly pale and trembled all over. "W, what is inside that?" "I can feel an enormous source of energy." Aiden nodded. "That's right. Enormous, powerful, and incredibly sinister." Then he suddenly spoke a cryptic sentence. "I know you can hear me, so answer me, Lord of the Undead." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark and terrifying voice echoed from within. What an arrogant human. The being inside asked suspiciously, "You know who I am?" Aiden answered confidently, "Of course I do." He thought to himself, by all rights, you weren't supposed to be unsealed for another 6 years. You would become the second disaster after the Frost Queen and the ancient emperor who once commanded the Undead Legion. Thinking this, Aiden declared loudly, "Lord of the Undead, I came here to negotiate." A strange aura suddenly seeped from the gate. The being inside slowly opened its eyes, fell silent for a moment, then its gaze flashed. "Negotiate?"